Qin Hao, accompanied by a mysterious system, traversed the realm of journey to the west and established an extraordinary bookstore. Within its walls lay an abundance of novels, films, games, mobile phones, and computers. Guanyin exclaimed, "Buddha, that monkey son Wukong has gone mad, declaring that the heavens can no longer obscure his vision. He has rallied various demon kings to assault the foot of Ling Mountain." Sakyamuni replied, "Jade Emperor, the propagation of the Buddha's teachings to the east is an act of divine will. Why disrupt the journey for scriptures?" The Jade Emperor retorted, "Is it not said that Buddha is originally of the Tao?" A mere mortal lamented, "Hi, you know nothing of love. The Leifeng pagoda will surely collapse." As the cowherd aspired to become the foremost son-in-law of the three realms, and a celestial dog proclaimed itself as the Black Emperor, seeking to take the seven fairies as its consorts, even Tang Sung fretted over his phone bill. "Quick, help me rise. I still have battles to fight. I must ascend to the throne of kings." The internet-addicted youth, Red Boy, lay sprawled on the ground, resembling someone afflicted by a seizure, yet his bloodshot eyes remained fixated on the computer screen. With an obsession for reading, sinking too deeply into the narrative, and being ensnared by the vices of games and films, the world of Journey to the West descended into utter chaos. Chapter 1. The Waddle Dharma Assembly. "Out of my way. You think you can sell books looking like that? Have you had too much to drink? Bah! What nonsense is this about not letting the heavens obscure my eyes? Such disrespect for the divine, such ignorance. If you had even a single peanut, you wouldn't be in this state." The corpulent proprietor of the bookstore cast a disdainful glance at the youth sprawled on the ground, spat, and turned to re-enter the bookstore. Bystanders observed the youth's appearance dressed in a long robe, faded to near whiteness, and shook their heads. Such scenes were all too familiar daily. Impoverished scholars dreamt of penning legendary tales to support their families, even fantasizing about striking it rich and becoming affluent literati. Yet, those capable of writing legendary stories in the current era were none other than the eminent masters of the day. As for others, merely daydreaming. Qin Hao sat bewildered on the ground, surveying his surroundings. Everything was so unfamiliar, with ancient architecture and horse-drawn carriages, each individual clad in robes. Even the women adorned in flowing silk gowns, that he was in the ancient, illustrious Tang dynasty, the era of Emperorly Shimin. Even after 3 days of traversing to this place, he remained somewhat disoriented. With a sigh of resignation, Qin Hao stood up, and before him appeared an interface visible only to him. Host, Qin Hao. Newbie task. Compose a story that will astonish 100,000 people. Reward, Saint Strike card. Can unleash a Saint Strike. Note, feeling lost in your first traversal? Fear not. The skills to conquer all are at your disposal. Love it or leave it. Gazing at the system task, Qin Hao pondered the nature of this Saint's Strike card, wondering which saint it referred to in this ancient setting. However, his curiosity waned swiftly. As speculation was futile, he would never obtain clarity. This is truly daunting. Starting at hellish difficulty, Qin Hao sighed deeply, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. For in his hands lay the book that was the pinnacle of his former life, the Internet's most revered tome. He had labored for 3 days and nights to fulfill the system's task, exhausting countless brain cells to complete it through wild guesses. Yet here, it was rendered worthless, as it held no significance in this realm. How could he accomplish this task? It seemed utterly impossible. He was at a complete loss. Perhaps he would become a disgrace among traversers, felled by the very first novice task set before him. As Qin Hao pondered his uncertain fate, the crowd around him began to stir. "Hurry! The Waddle Dharma Assembly is about to commence. I heard the Emperor has invited Master Xuanzang to preside over this assembly." Master Xuanzang is a revered monk of our great Tang. Qin Hao observed the excited throngs around him, their conversations resonating in his mind, sending waves of realization coursing through him. He felt as if he had entered a trance, unable to hear anything but the name Xuanzang echoing in his thoughts. Xuanzang? Tang Sung? The Waddle Dharma Assembly? Surely it could not be. After a moment, Qin Hao regained his senses, his heart racing. He had initially believed himself to be merely traversing the ancient Tang dynasty. Yet now it felt as if something was amiss. Steeling himself, he followed the crowd, eager to confirm his suspicions that if what he surmised were true, then this world. Soon, Qin Hao spotted a high platform in the distance, upon which sat a monk clad in simple robes, possessing a handsome visage, his eyes partially closed, seemingly reciting a chant, though the surrounding clamor rendered his words inaudible. Nearby, a middle-aged man donned a celestial crown and a golden five-clawed dragon robe, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. It was none other than Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. Surrounding him were soldiers and generals clad in armor, their expressions cold and resolute. Dong! A bell tolled, reverberating through the air, silencing the crowd. The Wattle and Dharma assembly had officially commenced. Chapter 2. The world of Journey to the West. Qin Hao's gaze was complex as he fixated intently on the monk atop the platform. If he was not mistaken, this monk should be Chun Xuanzang, the renowned Tang son, whose consumption of certain fruits could grant immortality. Please, let this not be the journey to the West. Qin Hao fervently prayed within, gripping the book in his hands so tightly that it began to warp slightly. If he were in the Tang dynasty, perhaps with his forward-thinking ideas, he could thrive without completing the system's tasks, achieving at least a modest fortune. But if this were indeed the journey to the West, he would find himself in dire straits. The world of Journey to the West, a time when earthly immortals are as common as dogs and deities roam freely, while demons wreak havoc. How could his frail form possibly withstand such brutal torment? However, at this moment, he grasped the significance of the reward for the task, a strike from a sage. But what good was that? Even if he completed the task and acquired the sage's strike, it would not provide him with the means to secure his existence. After all, it was merely a single strike. What would happen afterward? He would be left with nothing. As time ticked by, the heat bore down on him, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. In this haze, he seemed to hear a voice whispering in his ear. Monk, do you only expound on the lesser vehicle teachings? Or can you elucidate the greater vehicle as well? Damn it! Qin Hao cursed inwardly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the bone. That iconic opening dialogue was all too familiar, reaching the point of being commonplace. He raised his head and nearly fainted at the sight before him. Not far away stood an elderly monk in gray robes with long brows, his expression solemn as he questioned the monk Xuanzang on the platform, accompanied by a young novice. This familiar combination, the Woodfort boy and Guani. There was no doubt, he was truly in the world of Journey to the West. Qin Hao's mind went blank, buzzing with disbelief. Why had he ended up in this world? What a terrible fate. Certainly, this realm offered the promise of attaining immortality and becoming a progenitor. Yet it was fraught with the constant risk of untimely death, particularly for someone like him, a small fry lacking power and connections. He likely wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a sudden realization struck him. He was still an undocumented individual. Would a time traveler be detected by the deities? This was a grave concern. Qin Hao shuddered involuntarily, instinctively wanting to turn and flee. After all, this was the origin of the journey to the West. And many great beings would undoubtedly be watching. If his identity were to be exposed, a calamity would surely await him. But then, in a moment of distraction, the book in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As he glanced at the fallen book, he bent down to retrieve it. But his movement halted abruptly, his face twitching slightly as cold sweat spread across his body. In that fleeting moment, he recalled something. This matter was potentially, perhaps, second only to being undocumented. For the book bore the title The Legend of Wukong. The events of the journey to the West were just beginning to unfold. Yet they were inscribed within his book, and every word brimmed with skepticism and rejection of Buddhism, essentially akin to a subversive text, if discovered. After all, this was an era of mythology. Under the divine awareness of immortals, nothing could escape scrutiny. Qin Hao's expression darkened. He found himself in an awkward position. Should he pick up the book or leave it? That was the dilemma. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your story has astonished the 1,000-mile eye. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your story has astonished the Woodfork boy. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your story has astonished Guanyin. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. Sage's strike card. Automatically stored. Task issued. To accumulate popularity and renown, please continue writing a story that will astonish 100,000 people. Reward. Human Immortal Cultivation Card. Upon use, you will immediately possess the cultivation of a human immortal. Note, the path ahead is fraught with peril. Are you anxious, host? Do not falter. Maintain your resolve and press on. Qin Hao. Chapter 3. Astonishing the deities, I desire this sky, no longer to obscure my sight. I desire this earth, no longer to conceal my heart. I wish for all beings to comprehend my intent, and for all Buddhas to dissipate in nothingness. If I become a Buddha, there shall be no demons. If I become a demon, what can the Buddhas do to me? If heaven compresses me, I shall cleave the sky. If earth confines me, I shall shatter the ground. These domineering and arrogant words were inscribed within the legend of Wukong. Each line resonated with disdain and indignation towards Buddhism and even the heavenly Tao. All the deities monitoring the progress of the journey to the West turned their gazes towards the book. Then, the divine consciousness surged violently, causing the very beings who possessed it to tremble, their eyes filled with astonishment. Who is this mortal, daring enough to be so bold? Does he not value his life? Guanyin is present, and he dares to compose such a provocative text against the West. Mortals today truly court death. Under normal circumstances, that would be one thing. But now, with Guanyin in attendance, he is audacious enough to act so brazenly. In the heavens, waves of divine consciousness converged upon Qin Hao. As they sensed the contents of the book, they began to exchange thoughts, not to mention the two saints of the West. Even the Tathagata Buddha is a formidable being. No one dares to provoke him within the three realms. They were shocked and enraged, incredulous that a mere mortal would so openly challenge Buddhism, as if it were but clay to be molded. However, their expressions soon turned to intrigue. Eager to see how Buddhism would respond, the divine consciousness trembled, the void quaking. Even the mortals present felt a chilling atmosphere enveloping them, causing involuntary shivers to run down their spines. Meanwhile, Guanyin and the wood fork boy, who were nearby selling robes and staffs, furrowed their brows and turned to observe. Guanyin had initially wished to ignore this matter, as sending Tang Sung to the West for scriptures was of utmost importance. Yet now, if she did not take action, it would lead all great beings to believe that Buddhism was easily trampled upon. Of course, given her stature, personally intervening would only diminish her status. Amipa, Guanyin, in the guise of the old monk, chanted a Buddhist incantation. In an instant, the wood fork boy understood and slowly approached Qin Hao. At that moment, all mortal eyes were fixed upon the confrontation between Guanyin and Tang Sung, naturally overlooking the insignificant novice. Amipa, do you realize that the book you have written may bring you misfortune? The wood fork boy approached with a serious expression, advancing steadily. Qin Hao instinctively took a step back. Others might be unaware, but how could he, a time traveler, not recognize who this was? The wood fork boy, also known as Mu Jia, might not be widely known, but he had a brother well acquainted to all, Neza, the deity of the three altars sea assembly. If I were to say this was not my deliberate composition, would you believe me? Qin Hao's pale face revealed a smile more grotesque than weeping. Good sir, please accompany me. I can assure you of your safety. The wood fork boy remained unyielding, his serious demeanor unchanged. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Qin Hao instinctively wanted to voice his thoughts, but after a moment of contemplation, he restrained himself, letting his expression gradually return to calm. He knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully. From the instant the legend of Wukong fell to the ground, he had no choice but to resist. With no alternatives left, being taken away would lead to his demise or, worse still, to being forcefully brainwashed by the West. That was not the outcome he desired. He merely wished to complete the task, not to deliberately challenge Buddhism. It was all a misunderstanding. Prior to this, he had been unaware that he was in the world of journey to the West. However, it is evident that whether it be the deities of heaven and earth, the teachings of Western Buddhism, or even Guanyin, they all believe he is challenging fate. Thus, his demise is inevitable. In this moment, the temperament of a modern individual, a time traveler, was ignited. Chapter 4. The compassion of Buddha in the midst of chaos. There exists neither upper nor lower realms, neither heaven nor earth. Only a haze of confusion. Occasionally, chaotic currents form tempests, and even the most exalted beings must tread carefully here. A moment's error could lead to their demise. Amidst this chaos, a palace emerges faintly, ancient and majestic, evoking an overwhelming impulse to bow in reverence at just a glance. Etched upon it in a dragon and phoenix dance are three grand characters. Bayou Palace. Within the palace, a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe sits cross-legged upon a lotus cushion, a profound aura circulating around him, resonating with the great Tao. His eyes resemble ancient stars, seemingly capable of piercing through the void, transcending chaos, and gazing directly into the mortal realm of the Tang dynasty. Upon seeing the journey to the West transmission, His gaze flickers momentarily before returning to silence. The tale of Wukong is indeed captivating, yet mortals remain oblivious to the celestial order. Nevertheless, it is an intriguing identity. After a while, the middle-aged man sighed, his fingers caressing a long sword inscribed with the characters Qing Ping, although his tone bore a hint of admiration as a sage. He had no intention of intervening. This man was none other than the Tongtian Jiaozhu, one of the three pure ones, and the most tragic of all sages. As a disciple of the Xīyóu, he remained the sole survivor amidst the calamity that befell his sect, now a solitary elder. In the 33 heavens. Within the Doshui Palace, an elderly man with white hair donned a bagua robe, seated beside an alchemical furnace, its flames blazing brightly, illuminating his countenance. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness stirred within him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted from the furnace. The elder glanced at the furnace, then sighed. The tale of Wukong? What does it have to do with the heavens and earth? His words bore an ambiguous tone, as if implying that as long as no reference was made to the heavens and earth, he would welcome any critique of Buddhism. His thoughts stirred slightly, and he furrowed his brow. The heavenly secrets remain concealed? Indeed, it was the benevolent body of Taishang Laojun, the Taoist Lord of Virtue, in the West Nyohazhou. At Ling Mountain, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, a colossal mountain towered between heaven and earth, a golden radiance enveloping the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Under this divine light, flora and fauna flourished, all faces radiating kindness as they sat on the ground, cultivating themselves in the embrace of the Buddha's glow. Within the great Thunder Sound Temple, 3,000 Buddhas sat upon lotus flowers, their luminous presence warming the world. We beseech the world-honored one. The mortals speak recklessly, insulting Buddhism, and we ought to punish them. At this moment, a Buddha's expression shifted slightly as he spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the assembled Buddhas turned their gazes where a massive figure loomed, behind whom stars flowed and the Milky Way hung low. This figure was none other than the Western Lord, the great Sun Tathagata. Amipa. The ignorance of mortals is profound. They ought to be taught. The Tathagata smiled gently, his countenance serene, his voice resonating like the cosmos itself. Our Buddha is compassionate. The Buddhas below joined their hands in prayer, their eyes cast downward, chanting the Buddha's name. At this moment, gazing at the wooden fork boy standing before him, Qin Hao felt an unexpected calm wash over him. All that remained was a simmering resentment. Why should he, merely striving to fulfill his mission and strengthen himself, face the peril of being slain? His explanations fell on deaf ears, and they sought to take him away. He need not ponder the outcome of such an act. Do not force my hand. Qin Hao lowered his head, his voice hoarse and deep, his body trembling, whether from fear or excitement. He could not tell. Hearing this, the wooden fork boy frowned slightly, ceasing his words, and reached out with one hand. A mere mortal dared to speak to him thus. Did he think that being Guanin's attendant meant he was without temper? Chapter 5. The sages strike. In that moment, Guanin manifested her true form, and all beings knelt before her in sincere reverence, repeatedly bowing. At this instant, Guanin became the sovereign of heaven and earth. Even the compassionate light that emanated from her could not conceal the dominance she embodied. All the powerful beings' gazes converged upon Guanin. Their emotions were complex. They understood that the events of the journey to the West heralded a great resurgence for Buddhism, yet they felt powerless to intervene. They could only watch as Buddhism flourished. A most distressing experience. As for the minor disturbance, though many deities were perplexed, they ultimately regarded it as trivial, for he was merely a mortal. Now, the rise of Buddhism was unstoppable. Any who dared to obstruct it would meet their end. Guanin's visage was serene and tranquil, her brows akin to a crescent moon, her eyes shining like twin stars. Her jade-like face bore an innate joy, a dot of red gracing her brow, as the Buddha's light guided all beings. Standing upon the clouds, clad in garments as white as snow, her jade hands lightly cradled a pure bottle. Observing the mortals below, she felt satisfaction. The mission marking the beginning of the journey to the West had been fulfilled. Though a minor incident had occurred, it was of little consequence. She then cast her gaze towards the wooden fork boy, who was reaching for the mortal. Guanin silently nodded to herself. A mortal could never author such a tome. Perhaps there lay someone else behind this matter. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of coldness flashed beneath her compassionate gaze. Yet, just as all believed the situation was resolved and prepared to withdraw, an unexpected scene unfolded. Do not force my hand. The mortal's furious roar echoed throughout the imperial city. His face contorted in rage as he confronted the wooden fork boy's grasp. In that moment, all eyes turned towards him. Even the worshipping mortals paused in astonishment. On the high platform, Li Shimin and Tang Xing shifted their gazes, their eyes locking onto the figure of the mortal and the boy who had previously followed Guanyin. Benefactor, you have fallen into a demonic delusion. Awaken swiftly. The wooden fork boy's expression was icy as he released a wave of oppressive force. Qin Hao immediately felt an overwhelming aura, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were quaking, an all-consuming pressure that sent chills through his heart. Just a hint of this pressure was terrifying. Should he act, innocent lives would undoubtedly be affected. Then perish. A hint of madness flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. Yet his heart remained composed, calculating his next move. The journey to the west was widely known, and the Western saints kept to the shadows, or rather, the sages of this realm did not intervene. His trump card lay in the sage's strike, which neither Guanyin nor Mu Jia could possibly withstand. Thus, this was his slender thread of hope. System, activate the sage's strike card. Qin Hao's thoughts raced as he felt the hand gripping his shoulder. Ding. Sage's strike activated. Randomly selecting a sage's strike. Please wait. The system's voice had barely faded when, in an instant, everything around Qin Hao seemed to freeze. The wind ceased, and the air halted its flow. All was still, everyone's expressions frozen in the previous moment. Qin Hao turned, his eyes wide with disbelief, marveling at the spectacle before him. Was this the power of a sage? Truly, it was deserving of its reputation. In the sky, Guanyin's complexion shifted drastically. Her once rosy face turning pale, devoid of color, her eyes rapidly filling with fear, her body trembling slightly. The many divine thoughts in the sky seemed to sense something amiss and hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. A wave of primal terror surged through the hearts of all present. A calm, emotionless voice resonated across the hearts and minds of the deities. Strike. Chapter 6. The saint draws his sword in the vast expanse of the nine heavens. Enveloped in ethereal clouds and mist, a dreamlike scene unfolds. Gradually, the haze dissipates to reveal towering pillars, each 100 zhang high, adorned with intricate golden dragon engravings that appear almost alive, as if they might spring forth at any moment to roar at the heavens. At the end of these majestic columns lies a colossal palace, partially obscured yet shimmering with golden light that dances amidst the clouds. This is the Lingxiao Palace. Within the Youqi, celestial birds and mystical beasts frolic, while heavenly music resonates through the air. Graceful figures, clad in flowing garments, perform exquisite dances that captivate the eye. Thin wisps of smoke rise, accompanied by delicate string melodies. Upon a royal couch sits the supreme ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor, resplendent in golden robes, exuding an aura of authority. Beside him is a woman of unparalleled grace and beauty, the Queen Mother of the West. Both were expressions of delight as they gazed downward. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of celebration, an unseen tension suddenly grips them, and their gazes sharpen. The music and dance abruptly cease. What is this? The Jade Emperor's piercing gaze sweeps through the void, penetrating the illusions to fix upon the mortal realm of the Tang dynasty, his brow furrowing slightly. A saint takes action. In the 33rd heaven, within the Daoshui Palace, the supreme old lord, who had been engrossed in alchemical pursuits, pauses, suddenly inspired. Boom. A resounding roar erupts from the alchemical furnace. The celestial saint. The supreme old lord's eyes narrow as he shakes his head slightly. The teacher decreed that after the great desolation, saints must not intervene. Why, then, this need for action? At that moment, all powerful beings across the three realms fix their attention on the seemingly insignificant Tang dynasty. Despite its flourishing state, it remains a mortal nation. This realm of mortals has left all the mighty in awe. Nonetheless, life in the Tang continues unabated. Flash. A voice, as tranquil as water, resonates. In an instant, chaos erupts in the minds of all powerful beings. The sound of the great Dao reverberates, and a murderous aura pervades the atmosphere. As if a world-ending sword from the heavens, imbued with a hint of azure light, streaks across the sky. No. Standing upon the clouds, Guanyin's eyes widen in horror. Yet, her aura is entirely confined, rendering her immobile as she watches helplessly as the azure light flashes by. Her mind is a tumult of confusion. She never imagined that a mere mortal could summon a saint to act. The 6 holy ones of heaven and earth are all immortal beings, yet this era has rendered them unable to act, with only quasi-saints standing at the pinnacle. Does this situation arise? With a whoosh, the sword strikes, freezing the expression of the wooden fork youth in shock. His form, as if melting away like ice, vanishes in an instant, leaving no trace in the world. Witnessing this scene, the many deities feel a chill envelop them. A sense of shared sorrow washes over them. The phrase saints are immortal, beneath them are mere insects resonates deeply with their hearts in this moment. The saints' sword strikes, and they find themselves stripped of even the control of their bodies and minds, as if life and death hinge upon a single thought. Such is the might of a saint. Time resumes its normal flow, and in that instant, the myriad thoughts retract. While the spectacle is indeed captivating, they value their lives even more. Yet, at this moment, the many deities firmly imprint the image of that mortal in their minds. A being capable of invoking a saint to breach the rules. Who is he? Why has he never been seen in the three realms? Regardless, they resolve to steer clear of such a person in the future. Completely unapproachable. Chapter 7. The Gathering of the Six Saints. Qin Hao stands in a daze. The saint's sword, though not aimed at him, instills a profound sense of terror within him. The once unassailable wooden fork youth, under that sword, is obliterated from existence. In this moment, he is acutely aware of both fear and longing. If he possessed such power, what need would he have for Buddhism? Who would dare disrespect him? Clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination flashes in his eyes. Of course, he does not delude himself into thinking his talent rivals that of the mighty like. His only recourse lies within his system, which enables him to rise swiftly in this vibrant yet perilous world. Sir, a voice of authority breaks through his thoughts. Turning, he sees Li Shimin gazing at him with a gentle expression. Your Majesty. Qin Hao snaps back to reality, offering a slight bow. Remarkable strategy, sir. Li Shimin observes Qin Hao, his expression complex, surprised to find such a remarkable individual in his Tang dynasty, undaunted by Buddhism and pressing forward. More importantly, this youth is of the Tang. Despite the Tang's prosperity and renown, in an age teeming with immortals, it is hardly significant. The emperor remains suppressed, a fact that stirs Li Shimin's resentment. Yet now, he perceives a sliver of hope, a hope that does not cower before the deities. Amipa. Tang Sung recites a Buddhist mantra, feeling his composure waver. The bodhisattva he reveres, Guanyin, has fled in disarray, watching her disciple slain, and now retreats. This revelation is profoundly shocking to him. Unbeknownst to him, a seed of doubt has taken root in his heart. Master, I do not intend to oppose Buddhism. This is all a misunderstanding. I acted out of desperation. Qin Hao explains to Tang Sing with an innocent expression. Internally, he breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing that Guanyin had already retreated. In truth, after a saint draws their sword, no one would dare provoke them, unless they seek death. Clearly, Guanyin is not an impulsive individual. Many deities remain, their thoughts not yet departed, eager to witness what unfolds next. They believe Buddhism is destined to rise and surely would not overlook this young man. Even with a saint's protection, he is still in peril. Yet they are taken aback by his audacity. His words provoke a desire to reprimand him. What kind of desperate resistance is it to slay someone? In the heart of chaos, within the Bo Palace, the middle-aged Tongtian teacher stares blankly at his palm. The once-present Qingping sword has vanished, and more significantly, he senses the earth-shattering blow from the Tang dynasty. However, confusion grips him. He does not recall drawing his sword. Why did the Qingping sword strike out? Moreover, that cry of slash was unmistakably his own voice. In the next moment, Tongtian teacher witnesses the Qingping sword return. Just as he prepares to speak, his expression hardens, and he falls silent. In the turmoil of chaos, the air thickens, and figures materialize in the Bo Palace. 5 figures appear, some resembling elderly sages wielding dust brushes, others clad in monk robes, and yet others possessing enchanting beauty, each exuding an array of grace. These 5 are the 5 saints of heaven and earth. Brother, why did you draw your sword? This defies the teacher's decree. The elderly monk, burdened with sorrow, questions, his expression growing more mournful with each word. This elder is none other than one of the founding saints of Buddhism, the guide of beings. Chapter 8. The saints confront within the Bo Palace. As the words of the guide of beings echo, the other questioning figures fall silent, turning their attention to him with a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. Especially the lady adorned in delicate, radiant silks, whose beautiful eyes blink and whose lips curl into a smile. The master Tongtian cast a glance at his junior disciple, reflecting on the 2 figures of the past, Jian and Junti, who have always been the most pitiable, as the West is notoriously desolate. In times of dire hardship, they would proclaim, "You were fated to cross paths with me." Such proclamations eventually became legendary in the vast wilderness. His gaze shifted to another elder in monk's robes. who remained silent, yet bore a countenance of deep sorrow, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Tongtian. This elder was none other than the sage of the West, Zhetian Taoist. A twitch at the corner of his eye left Tongtian momentarily at a loss for words. Could he claim that the Qingping sword had flown from him? Such a statement would be met with disbelief. Even he himself was bewildered. It was not my hand that struck, he finally declared, his face darkening. Brother, we are among the 6 saints of heaven and earth. Only when you wield your sword does such might manifest. Moreover, the sound of slash. Do you still wish to deny it? Upon hearing this, Jade Buddha's expression became even more sorrowful, his eyes wide with incredulity. Others looked at Tongtian with astonishment as though seeing him for the first time. Once decisive and bold, how had he devolved into such shamelessness? Brother Tongtian, the master has long instructed that with the collapse of the wilderness, saints must not intervene. How could you stir such turmoil over a mere mortal? The elder, clad in the yin-yang bagua pattern, sensed the heavy atmosphere and quickly intervened with a smile to ease the tension. Virtue, you possess boundless magical powers. Can you not divine the heavenly secrets? Tongtian shot a glance, his voice grave. He had always had a strained relationship with both the virtuous one and the primordial one over the matter of the investiture of the gods. Initially, he considered the virtuous one to be a benevolent elder, but later realized he was merely a meddler. As for the primordial one, he held the least regard for him, viewing him as a scheming, shameless individual. Brother, you. The virtuous one's expression shifted slightly as he sighed, aware that his younger brother still harbored grievances from the past, but he refrained from speaking further, acknowledging his own past mistakes. He then subtly gestured, observing Tongtian's expression grow increasingly peculiar. At their level, the heavenly mysteries were clear. If they wished, there were no secrets they could not uncover. Yet, in his calculations, it was evident that Tongtian had indeed drawn the sword himself. To his surprise, this younger brother had developed quite a thick skin. At that moment, the previously silent primordial one stepped forward, stating, Brother, come with me. Regardless of the circumstances, you have defied the master's decree. We must seek his forgiveness. The primordial one, appearing middle-aged, now wore a serious expression. With the collapse of the wilderness, the might of the saints could no longer be tolerated. Hence the edict forbidding their intervention. Now, Tongtian had transgressed. Tongtian scoffed, fixing his piercing gaze on the primordial one, an overwhelming aura engulfing the surroundings, chaos swirling. The resonance of the great Tao echoing, as if the very heavens were collapsing. I have stated, I did not strike. Would a dignified saint utter falsehoods? In that moment, Tongtian erupted. Perhaps if the primordial one dared utter another word, Tongtian would unleash a cataclysmic strike once more, reigniting the war among saints that could shatter the heavens. Chapter 9. Setting goals. Faced with Tongtian's overwhelming presence, the primordial one's expression darkened slightly. Tongtian, let us speak calmly. Why resort to such extremes? The virtuous one's countenance also shifted, hastily attempting to placate the situation. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti instinctively took a step back, ready to flee. To them, Tongtian resembled a volatile powder keg, easily ignited. More importantly, they were no match for this formidable figure. Though all were saints, they existed in varying, and given Tongtian's sword of immortal execution, should he truly lose control, they would undoubtedly suffer grievously. Brothers, let us let this matter slide. At that moment, the ever-smiling figure of the Saint Enwa spoke, her beautiful eyes turning to Jane and Zhuanti. Your Buddhist sect has indeed overstepped this time, pressuring mortals. It is excessive for the Guanyin-s attendant to act in such a manner. Perhaps you should temper your arrogance moving forward. Jane opened his mouth, bewildered. We are the victims here. We have lost lives. He could not comprehend whose side she was on. Indeed, merely tales of mortals, inherently fictitious. Yet you place such weight upon them. It is indeed overbearing. Be mindful in the future. The virtuous one nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether or not Tongtian had acted, he no longer wished to involve himself, fearing this individual might escalate matters into a conflict. Of course, most crucially, he relished the thought of witnessing the Buddhist sect suffer. Would he sacrifice his own dignity for their sake? Humph. The primordial one snorted coldly, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he waved his sleeve and departed. Alas, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation as they turned away, feeling a profound sense of loss. They had suffered significant losses, not only in lives but also in compensation. For them, it was a painful burden to bear. They were accustomed to profit. Never before had they incurred such a heavy loss. The only consolation was that the journey to the West plan seemed to be progressing smoothly. Brother, look at you. At your age, still so impulsive. Seeing everyone depart, the virtuous one sighed. Huh, I know what I am doing, but do you know what your people are doing? Tian retorted coldly, offering no warmth in his demeanor. What do you mean? The virtuous one, enraged, was about to respond when suddenly his expression shifted. The dust in his hand trembled uncontrollably. What utter nonsense! In his sight, a crimson figure stealthily emerged from the dragon suppression cave. Qin Hao bid farewell to Li Shimin and Tang Song, returning to his humble bookshop, a bequeathment from his predecessor. It was, indeed, a remarkable circumstance. For his very being had traversed through time, perfectly replacing the deceased individual. This establishment was his sole inheritance, a dilapidated bookshop, a small courtyard, and a modest dwelling. With nothing else to his name, seated in a chair, his gaze distant, he remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the day's extraordinary events. For him, a traveler through time, witnessing the likes of Avalokitesvara and saints was no longer mere legend or myth, but a tangible reality. This means I must adjust my ambitions. After a long pause, Qin Hao murmured softly. Initially, his goal was to attain a high official position, or at the very least, become a wealthy magnate. Yet now, in this mythical era, such pursuits were fraught with peril, with life constantly hanging by a thread. Only by becoming a formidable figure, a celestial being, or even an exalted saint could he ensure his survival. Recalling his powerlessness when confronted by the wooden-staffed attendant, Qin Hao felt a deep-seated resentment. He could not bear the thought of experiencing such helplessness again. To not become a saint is to be but an insect. Let me first set a modest goal, such as becoming a saint. Of course, he dared not voice such blasphemous thoughts aloud. At this juncture, he stood precariously on the edge of danger. And should a saint take notice, his fate would be nothing but ashes. Chapter 10, the second book task issued, to accumulate popularity and renown. Please continue writing a story that will shock 100,000 people. Reward, Immortal Human Cultivation Card. Upon use, instantly acquire Immortal Human Cultivation. Note, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. Dear host, do you feel apprehensive? Fear not, steadfast belief is all it takes. Let us proceed. As Qin Hao gazed upon the system interface, a wave of confusion washed over him. He had successfully completed the first task, for which he had already utilized the reward of a saint's strike. Yet, to his bewilderment, the second task mirrored the first. What purpose did accumulating popularity and prestige serve? Was it merely for the convenience of selling books? Suddenly, he noticed some small text beneath the tasks. A minor auxiliary function, one thought becomes a book. With a mere thought, one could inscribe words. Qin Hao realized he had previously overlooked this line. Had he discovered it sooner, would he have toilingly written the journey to the West? Ding! The first task was unlocked upon completion. Qin Hao pondered, frowning. So, if I continuously fulfill system tasks, I could inexplicably gain cultivation? Would the cultivation derived from the system bear any side effects? Or, if the system were to depart one day, would I revert to being an ordinary individual? Ding! The system exists in tandem with the host. Any losses are mutual. The cultivation rewarded by the system is as real as that gained through personal practice. As if sensing Qin Hao's thoughts, the system promptly provided an answer. Thus, my priority now is to rapidly complete more tasks to gain strength and establish my foothold in this realm. With a determined mindset, Qin Hao prepared to commence writing his second book, though he also intended to sell the first. However, the first book would not yield any additional rewards. Its rewards would cease, necessitating the writing of the second book for recalculations to begin anew. He felt no urgency. The current bookshop required reputation. And once that reputation was established, patrons would naturally follow. Consequently, Qin Hao printed 50 copies of Journey to the West, although he wished to print more. His finances were insufficient, and he had to make do. As night fell, he sighed, reminiscing about the days spent at the Water and Land Dharma Assembly. Despite the dangers present, the speed of task completion was unparalleled. Now, however, not only was he unable to complete tasks, but the lack of customers threatened his very survival. A whole day passed without a single visitor, a truly disheartening reality, and it was no wonder his predecessor had met an unfortunate end, likely due to starvation. Shaking his head, he sat at his desk, lost in thought about the second book. He had ideas, but the grandiose scenes of Perfect World or God's Tomb intimidated him. The protagonists there were overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, he did not require a grandiose narrative. Journey to the West sufficed. What he needed was a melodramatic tale, where Journey to the West primarily targeted male readers, whereas this new story would cater to female readers, or could be deemed suitable for both genders. System. Activate the minor auxiliary function. As long as he remembered the content, he could instantly imprint it onto the paper. Two bold characters sprang to life. Zhetian. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, tales of his exploits had quietly begun to circulate among the upper echelons of the Tang dynasty. During the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, many mortals were present. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they recognized that a divine figure had emerged in their midst. Naturally, ordinary people could only share these tales informally, leading to exaggerations that made them increasingly implausible, eventually relegated to mere dinner table chatter. However, for the high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty, the matter was far more significant, as they were closest to Li Shimin and thus understood the general circumstances. Even recalling Qin Hao's appearance vividly, this night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Many ministers and high-ranking officials, even within the palace, kept their lamps lit, with flickering candlelight illuminating their contemplative faces. Among them were prominent figures such as the Prime Minister, Chok Sun Wuji, the Right Minister, Du Ruhui, and the Chancellor, Feng Xianling, all deep in thought within the spacious halls of their homes. "Your Majesty, you should rest," remarked a woman of exquisite beauty and captivating charm, gracefully entering the imperial study. With a figure that exuded elegance and skin as smooth as jade, she wore delicate gauze that billowed gently in the breeze, revealing her alluring form. This woman was none other than the Empress of the Tang dynasty, the one and only wife of Li Shimin, Empress Wendy. Chapter 11. The Exchange of Gifts. Li Shimin, lost in thought before the flickering flames, lifted his gaze with a gentle expression. "Why do you not rest, Your Majesty?" The Empress inquired softly, her smile radiant. Sighing, Li Shimin replied, "Our Tang has produced an extraordinary figure. I am uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse." His handsome, resolute face bore a hint of melancholy. "Your Majesty, I may not understand the divine, but I know that our Tang's prosperity demands accountability. Even the divine must bear the weight of their actions, lest they face consequences. Moreover, whether it is fortune or misfortune shall ultimately reveal itself in time," the Empress reflected, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You are right. I have been overly concerned," he conceded. The following day, Qin Hao rose early, munching on a bun as he opened the shop. However, in the next moment, he stood frozen in place, the bun falling to the ground without him noticing, nearly sending him into a panic. Unbeknownst to him, a vast crowd had amassed outside his bookstore. Upon glancing at the throng, he estimated at least 50 to 60 people in the inner circle, not accounting for those beyond. The sheer impact of such a scene upon opening was staggering, especially given the eerie silence that enveloped the crowd. He could faintly hear murmurs from outside. Instinctively, Qin Hao placed a hand over his heart, feeling its racing pulse. "Do you need something?" He attempted to scold, but reconsidered. Being a time traveler and a cultured individual, he thought it best not to tarnish his homeland's reputation. "Sir, I am the steward of the Chung residence. My master has long admired your esteemed name, and he has sent you a gift. Please accept it." The leading steward, an elderly gentleman, offered a respectful smile, gesturing for several strong men to set down 5 large chests at the entrance of the bookstore. "What is this?" Qin Hao stared at the chests, momentarily bewildered, as he realized he did not recognize any master from the Chung residence. Yet, the steward simply smiled politely and bowed, retreating without further explanation. In the next moment, another steward announced, "Sir, I am from the Prime Minister's residence. This is a gift from my master." "Sir, I am from the Ministry of Rights. This is..." One by one, various stewards introduced themselves, each presenting chests in a manner akin to announcing a menu, before bowing and departing. The onlookers were astonished. They knew without a doubt the contents of those chests. This little bookstore, previously unnoticed due to its remote location, now attracted the attention of numerous prominent figures sending stewards to present gifts. To the crowd, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Who was inside this bookstore? Why had I never noticed it before? Could it be that a great scholar resides here? They murmured, astonished. Even the Prime Minister has come to offer gifts. How shocking. The common folk marveled at the spectacle, for in an era devoid of entertainment, such lively events were a source of joy. After all, why did so many gather at executions? It was not because they enjoyed watching. Rather, it was the sheer crowd and the excitement that drew them in. Despite the gruesome nature of the event. "Please, everyone stay." Qin Hao regained his composure, having formed a rough understanding of the situation. and called out eagerly. When would the bookstore gain renown? Today was the day. Chapter 12. The reciprocity of gifts. What are your instructions, sir? The stewards paused, turning back in confusion. Their master had instructed them to show respect to this gentleman, and they were not fools. They could certainly deduce the significance of the rumors circulating about a divine figure. Especially today, witnessing such a multitude of stewards arriving with gifts, it was clear to all present. Guests are to be treated with courtesy. Since your esteemed master has bestowed gifts upon me, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. Qin Hao coughed lightly, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the stewards exchanged glances, some astonished. However, recalling their master's instructions upon arrival, they hastily bowed. We express our gratitude to you on behalf of our master. Though hesitant, they felt compelled to comply, for if the individual before them truly embodied the legendary figure, they dared not refuse. Who would dare to decline a gift from an immortal? Moreover, what could an immortal possibly offer that would be lacking? Please wait. Qin Hao nodded and swiftly entered the study. Meanwhile, the stewards waited eagerly outside, particularly the common folk, who were filled with curiosity to see what this young man, capable of attracting such prominent figures, would return as a gift. As for the stewards, their faces flushed, their bodies trembled, in their imagination. They envisioned that immortals would bestow miraculous elixirs or supreme celestial arts. Yet when Qin Hao emerged, they were taken aback. He appeared solemn, holding several volumes of books. One must understand that within books lie treasures beyond compare. Knowledge and wisdom can only be attained through diligent study. Thus, I present these volumes to you. Take them back to your master. Qin Hao earnestly placed each book into their hands. At his words, their expressions shifted to one of gravity, particularly among the scholars, who reflected deeply. It is noteworthy that the poetry advocating for learning had yet to emerge in the Tang dynasty. And Qin Hao's unintentional remarks resonated with the students like a clarion call. No wonder someone so young could evoke such reverence from the chancellor and others. It became clear that he was profoundly learned. They silently admired him, recognizing that one who could utter such words deserved their utmost respect. The stewards promptly accepted the books with reverence, yet they dared not linger, as if they had received a divine transmission, hastily concealing them within their sleeves. Fearful of exposing the secrets of the immortal. Thank you, sir, for your teachings. The stewards departed, carrying with them the essence of the immortal's wisdom. Observing the spectacle, some curious citizens began to disperse, yet many remained hesitant. As this was a study, it was likely filled with the master's literary works. However, considering the presence of such esteemed guests, they hesitated to intrude. Ah, I see that you are all eager learners. Since you are here, do come inside and take a look. Though the study may be modest, it may hold treasures that pique your interest. Qin Hao glanced around. Noting that the majority were scholars, the very embodiment of learning and culture. We shall intrude no further. The crowd rejoiced, exchanging glances before respectfully thanking him and stepping into the study. Upon entering, their first impression was one of dilapidation, followed closely by a sense of antiquity. The bookshelves, chairs, and even the tomes themselves were worn and in some cases, decayed. Qin Hao observed the retreating figures with a smile as he stood at the threshold. When slumber beckons, one is offered a pillow. Life, much like a tempest, arrives unexpectedly. How truly solitary it can be. Chapter 13. Gold, silver, and jewels. Who could have imagined that yesterday? The doors were nearly deserted, while today they brimmed with activity. Qin Hao reflected, warmly welcoming these eager students of the Tang dynasty, all of whom were ardent seekers of knowledge and literature, hungry for enlightenment, and he was determined to fulfill their desires. Thus, Qin Hao earnestly recommended the complete edition of Journey to the West and the first volume of the Legend of the Immortals. We cannot dare to read such irreverent texts, which show disrespect to the gods and the cosmos. The crowd paled upon glancing through the volumes, as if they had encountered a specter. Each word within challenged their sensibilities, delivering a profound shock, and merely the title of the Legend of the Immortals sent chills down their spines. How could they possibly engage with such blasphemous literature? Ah! You misunderstand. Reverence for deities resides in the heart. Merely uttering words without sincerity is meaningless. One must cultivate a tranquil mind, viewing Journey to the West without a ripple of disturbance within the soul. That is true respect for the divine. Qin Hao hastily urged them, aware of the contentious nature of Journey to the West. In later generations, disbelief in the supernatural may be prevalent, but here, such notions could be perilous. Though they found a modicum of truth in his words, they remained resolute. "I say, you are truly foolish. Your studies have rendered you dim-witted." At that moment, a distinct voice rang out from the crowd. The onlookers turned in anger, but were rendered speechless, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. "Sir, I would like a copy. I find it quite appealing." A youth stepped forward, beaming with enthusiasm. Qin Hao's eyes brightened. Every era has its pioneers. And this young man embodied that spirit, daring to defy convention. "What is your name?" "Cheng Chimo." Qin Hao realized this was the eldest son of Cheng Yao, which explained much. Cheng Yaojin was known for his audacity and would naturally be unfazed by such matters. Without hesitation, Qin Hao sold the volumes at a price of 50 coins each. Thankfully, the system had a supportive function, otherwise he would have been at a loss for when he might complete the Legend of the Immortals. After bidding farewell to the pale-faced scholars, who were reluctant, yet ultimately swayed by Qin Hao's persuasion, they emerged from the study, only to suddenly grasp the weight of their purchases, tears brimming in their eyes. Qin Hao swiftly summoned a large chest to be brought inside, eager to discover its contents once all had departed. Just then, a hand pressed against the door. Startled by this unexpected gesture, Qin Hao heard a thin voice from the crack of the door. "Sir, this is a gift from His Majesty for you." Qin Hao opened the door. Before him stood a plainly dressed man, clean-shaven. In an instant, Qin Hao recognized him as a eunuch. "Bring it in." Qin Hao glanced behind the eunuch to see only 2 large chests, and he couldn't help but chuckle. After all, the emperor could not present gifts alongside officials, as it would be too ostentatious. Once the eunuch departed, leaving behind a room filled with large chests, Qin Hao took a deep breath and slowly opened one of the chests. Gasp! Qin Hao felt a rush of exhilaration as he beheld the sight before him. The chest was overflowing with gold and silver treasures, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 14. No Technique's Goodness. I am about to strike it rich. Qin Hao marveled at the chest brimming with gold and jewels, his excitement causing his body to tremble. In his previous life, he was an ordinary individual. When had he ever encountered such grandeur? Surely, the other chests contained similar treasures. After a moment, regaining his composure, Qin Hao surveyed the numerous chests, over 100 in total. If they all contained gold and jewels, he might instantaneously realize his dreams of wealth. I must remain calm. All of this stems from that immortal's influence. Without the requisite strength, I am but a shadow. Qin Hao murmured softly, reminding himself to temper his enthusiasm. The truth he spoke was undeniable. Without the immortal's intervention, who would offer him gifts? Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Hao recognized that in his past life, he might have been overwhelmed with excitement, but in this era, lacking sufficient power meant that his wealth might not ultimately belong to him. He proceeded to open additional chests, discovering a wealth of antiques, renowned artworks, and precious metals. At first glance, the treasures were breathtaking, but over time, one could become desensitized to such opulence. At last, Qin Hao opened the box gifted to him by Li Shimin. Although it contained only 2 chests, he soon realized that, as expected of an emperor, the contents were extraordinary. Inside were rare treasures of heaven and earth, including ginseng resembling an elderly human figure, large and robust, its age unknown, alongside items like reishi mushrooms. Undoubtedly, amidst the hundreds of chests, these 2 such items cannot simply be purchased at will. They might prove useful during cultivation, though the absence of a cultivation method posed a dilemma. Qin Hao tidied up with a resigned shake of his head, while the system was commendable for directly enhancing his cultivation. The lack of a cultivation technique was a significant drawback. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your story has left Cheng Yaojin astounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your tale has astonished Fang Xianling. Ding. As Qin Hao sat in his chair, the system began to chime with notifications. A smile crept across his face as he nodded in satisfaction, counting coins until his hands cramped, awaiting the completion of his tasks. In the Taiwei mansion, Changsun Wuji sat in the hall, sipping tea with a serene smile. After contemplating throughout the night, he felt it prudent not to intervene at this moment. Although the immortal was formidable, there was a discord with Buddhism, having even slain Guanin's attendant, thus incurring their wrath. Without a clear resolution, he had no intention of making an appearance. Sending some gifts to express goodwill would suffice. My lord, I have returned. At that moment, the steward entered cautiously. Well, how did it go? Changsun Wuji inquired softly, nodding lightly. The immortal was quite pleased and even sent some gifts for you. The steward hesitated before mustering the courage to speak. Let me see. At his words, Changsun Wuji's eyes lit up with interest. After all, These were gifts from an immortal and could hardly be lacking in value. However, the next moment, his expression turned peculiar as he realized the steward had produced 2 books. Could they be celestial texts? Just as this thought flickered in his mind, he took the books, opened them, and focused intently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. With a slight tremor in his hand, tea splashed. He discreetly set down his teacup, laid aside the journey to the west, and turned to the second book. The words zhetian struck his eyes. At that moment, Changsun Wuji pondered whether he had inadvertently offended the immortal. Otherwise, why would he receive such a thunderous tome? Chapter 15. The 3 youngsters of the Chung family in the Duke's mansion. My lady, where have those 3 rascals gone? Cheng Yaojin, robust and imposing, with a rugged visage, inquired of his wife. Recent unrest in Chang'an made it prudent for them to remain at home, though he was rough around the edges. He had evolved from a simpleton to a shrewd individual. The sudden appearance of an immortal in Chang'an, who had even slain Guanin's attendant, would not be overlooked by Buddhism. More critically, they were unaware of the true identity of the assailant. After all, how could mere mortals perceive the sword of a sage? Given the circumstances, it was evident that the immortal was responsible. This was also why no one personally delivered gifts. How could a seemingly powerless immortal contend against such a colossal force as Buddhism? He likely had gone out to cause mischief again. Seated beside Cheng Yaojin was a beautiful woman, graceful in demeanor, captivating even with age, exuding an enduring charm. Sigh, Cheng Yaojin lamented. Just then, the steward entered, reporting, "My lord, I have returned. What are the developments?" Cheng Yaojin casually asked, but was taken aback by the steward's complex expression. "The gentleman sent a gift for you." Cheng Yaojin and his wife exchanged curious glances. However, upon seeing the 2 books, they nearly collapsed. In ancient times, reverence for heaven and earth, immortals, and Buddhas was paramount, and these 2 books were outrageously blasphemous. "Perhaps we should destroy them, or at least lock them away," Cheng Yaojin said after a moment of silence. Initially contemplating destruction, he reconsidered, realizing these were gifts from an immortal. Should they sense it, trouble could ensue. The steward departed with the books. This immortal truly possessed a unique flair. Cheng Yaojin, once a reckless individual, now felt a twinge of fear. "Father, I have returned." At that moment, 3 young boys entered, all strikingly handsome and imposing. "Where have you been? What do you have in your hands?" Cheng Yaojin's ire flared upon seeing the boys, but his gaze caught the books they held, and an ominous premonition washed over him. "Father, let me tell you, the legendary stories penned by that gentleman are simply captivating. Though lacking the elegance of Confucian scholars, they are inexplicably enjoyable." Unbidden, the eldest, Cheng Chumo, excitedly began to recount. "Haha, I want the heavens to no longer obscure my sight." The youngest, Cheng Chubi, laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. Only the second son, Cheng Chuliang, cast a furtive glance at his parents, sensing the atmosphere was amiss, and remained silent. Cheng Yaojin and his wife exchanged a glance, their faces paling. Indeed, it was those 2 books. They wished to cast them out. Yet these 3 rascals had dared to bring them home. The most outrageous was the proclamation, "I want the heavens to no longer obscure my sight." Was he seeking to ascend to the heavens? Cheng Yaojin remained silent for a moment, scanning the surroundings with a clenched hand. "What are you searching for, father? Shall I help you find it?" Cheng Chuliang, noticing his father's demeanor, brightened and smiled, thinking this a good way to alleviate the tension. "You rascals! I shall purge the Chung family of you 3 scoundrels." Cheng Yaojin roared, his voice echoing through the vicinity, shaking the heavens and the earth. Chapter 16. The Unexpected Visitor. Haha. Cheng Jijie has begun to educate his sons again. Come on, come on. We mustn't be late. I wonder if you will use a whip or the tiger bench this time. The entire Chang'an city erupted upon hearing the furious roar from within the Qing mansion. In this era devoid of entertainment, the citizens longed for excitement, but rarely found any. When it came to educating sons, who in the Tang dynasty did not know of Cheng Jijie, the famed Cheng Yaojin? Even Cheng Yaojin often took pride in his ability to educate his sons, leading the populace to frequently visit the Qing mansion to witness him chastising his children. This had become a well-known spectacle within the imperial city of Tang. Such excitement was not to be missed. Thus, crowds of citizens, armed with sunflower seeds and small stools, flocked to the Chung mansion. Inside, 3 young boys in long robes knelt, their youthful faces etched with grievance. Cheng Yaojin's face turned pale with rage. He wished to discard those 2 books. Yet his foolish sons had eagerly purchased them. Were they trying to hasten their demise? "Father, We know we were wrong. The Chung brothers knelt on the ground, trembling. A true man is capable of both submission and resilience. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a habit cultivated from a young age. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. Enough. You have only known to run wild. Recent events in the capital suggest it is best to stay home and read more. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin's wife, a beautiful woman, slowly spoke. Indeed, she said. Cheng Yaojin nodded, his face etched with seriousness. Having been by the emperor's side that day, he naturally understood more than others. The current Tang dynasty stood at a critical juncture, and it was best for his 3 troublesome sons to remain at home. Upon hearing this, the 3 youths instantly drooped their heads like frost-bitten eggplants, sighing as if their lives had turned bleak. However, they were aware that once their mother had spoken, it was as if a decision had been made, with no room for dissent. Alas, today, Cheng Jijia surprisingly refrained from taking action. What a disappointment. Indeed, this is unlike Cheng Jijia's temperament. Outside the Cheng residence, the common folk craned their necks in anticipation, disregarding the guards at the entrance. They felt somewhat let down, as today there was no spectacle to behold. Typically, such events occurred every few days, often leading to an exciting display, perhaps even a mixed martial arts duel. Yet today, it was merely a verbal reprimand. Had Cheng Jijia changed his ways? As for the guards of the Cheng household, they remained impassive. Such scenes had become commonplace to them. In fact, they would feel quite unusual if such an event did not occur every few days. Soon, the crowd dispersed in disappointment. However, they did hear some intriguing tidbits, seemingly related to books, and the frequent visits of notable figures to Qin Hao's bookstore were no longer a secret, prompting many to speculate. Before long, several shadowy figures stealthily emerged from the back door of the Cheng residence. At the bookstore, Qin Hao had just printed 1,000 copies each of Zhetian and Wukong Chuan. He believed these 2 works would soon achieve great popularity, fueled by a mysterious confidence. Yet, just as he placed the books on the shelf, an unexpected yet reasonable visitor arrived. At the entrance of the bookstore stood a distinguished middle-aged man, most notably wielding a sword inscribed with the characters, Qing Ping. Chapter 17, The Arrival of Tong Tiana. Please come in, esteemed guest. Qin Hao's eyes brightened upon seeing the middle-aged man, and he quickly invited him inside. The man glanced at Qin Hao, nodded slightly, and stepped into the bookstore, his brow furrowing slightly as he observed the dilapidated state of the establishment. This man was none other than Tong Dian, one of the 3 pure ones. He had come to inquire why his Qing Ping sword had inexplicably struck out, and he was also intrigued by the legendary tale of this mortal. Zhuxian? Quite a bold claim. Tong Tian's pupils contracted as he saw the title on the bookshelf, his voice deepening. He was skeptical. How could a mere mortal like Qin Hao cause his Qing Ping sword to strike? The Qing Ping sword was his sword of enlightenment, and Zhuxian was one of his 4 swords of extermination. Was this an accident or coincidence? Or perhaps they were fated to meet? Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your story has astonished the Jade Emperor. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Your story has astonished the Tath Gata Buddha. In the next moment, Qin Hao's mind was bombarded with a series of system notifications. Who was Tong Tian? One of the 3 pure ones, also known as Shangqing and Lingbao Tianzuan. Many were already paying attention, and with Tong Tian's arrival, even more divine beings turned their gaze toward him. However, only the most extraordinary could sense Tong Tian's presence. After a brief moment of distraction, Qin Hao cast a peculiar glance at Tong Tian, realizing that this individual was indeed extraordinary, possibly a deity or another top-tier divine being. The boy is merely speaking nonsense, attempting to draw attention, with no other intentions. Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine, having overlooked the fact that Zhuxian held an entirely different meaning in this world. Besides its implications of rebellion, it also referred to the extermination sword. That was Tong Tian's divine artifact. Should it be misinterpreted, it could lead to dire consequences. Interesting. Tong Tian disregarded him and opened Zhuxian, only to exclaim in admiration. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all beings as mere fodder. The world does not contain any true immortals. Since ancient times, humanity has witnessed countless extraordinary phenomena, accompanied by natural disasters causing immense casualties. Thus, they believed in the existence of deities above the 9 heavens and spirits below in the realm of the dead. Consequently, the notion of immortals spread throughout the world. A slight ripple appeared in Tong Tian's otherwise calm gaze, perhaps reflecting on the tragic fates of his disciples, leaving him deeply moved by these words. Qin Hao smiled awkwardly, fully aware that the phrase heaven and earth are unkind did not convey its superficial meaning, as many had misunderstood. Thus, hearing the unexpected divine being's praise made him feel somewhat uneasy. Little one, are you not afraid of death? I recall that zhetian is the divine artifact of Tontian. Are you not concerned about incurring his wrath? Tontian set down the book, intrigued by the stories within. But his attention was primarily drawn to the one capable of crafting Wukong Chuan and zhetian. Qin Hao quickly replied, Great one, I assure you. I was merely rambling. I did not intend any offense. He smiled nervously, instinctively glancing at the sword in Tontian's hand, fearing that it might be drawn against him at any moment. We share a bond. I shall take these books, and this sword will be a temporary token for your purchase. Tontian shook his head, leaving the long sword behind as he took the 2 books and departed leisurely. How could it be anything less than fate? The Qingping sword had automatically drawn its blade to slay for him. Now, this mortal had pinned zhetian. Was there any more fortuitous encounter than this? Chapter 18. The Gift of Qingping Gasp. Qin Hao inhaled sharply, watching as Tontian's figure receded, his gaze fixated on the sword. The more he observed it, the more familiar it seemed, sending a chill down his spine. Although the inscription on the sword was ancient, he could still discern it. Qingping. Qin Hao's eyelids twitched. The Qingping sword, if he was not mistaken, belonged to Tontian. This meant that the previous strike by the sage was also from his sword. No wonder it felt so familiar. Qin Hao murmured softly, but in the next instant, he was filled with excitement. Tontian, one of the 6 saints. The fact that Tontian temporarily bestowed his sword upon him signified what? It indicated significant favor. With his protection, would he not be free to act as he pleased? Even the Buddhist sect would pose no threat. However, this was ultimately an external object, not a testament to his own strength. It could serve as a trump card or a means to intimidate others, but it did not grant him the right to be arrogant. Contemplating this, Qin Hao calmed considerably, checking the completion status of his system tasks, still needing several thousand more to fulfill them. Alas, the journey ahead is long and arduous. Qin Hao sighed, placing the Qingping sword in a safe spot before settling down in the shop, awaiting customers. In the west, at the spiritual mountain, Great Thunder Sound Temple, Amipa, the 5 directions bring forth numerous tribulations. The Tathagata Buddha withdrew his gaze, his voice vast like the sea. The Arhats and Buddhas listening to his teachings were momentarily bewildered by this sudden declaration. Were we not discussing the Buddhist scriptures? The Bodhisattva Guanin's expression shifted slightly, her demeanor darkening. The physical form of the Xīyóu boy had perished, unable to be restored. Fortunately, the Qingping sword had shown mercy, leaving behind a fragment of his soul, allowing for reincarnation and gradual recovery. Otherwise, he would have truly vanished. Of course, this was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that her dignity had been trampled by a mere mortal. Indescribable. The Tathagata Buddha smiled mysteriously, his expression profound. With Tontian personally intervening and even leaving behind his sword of enlightenment, what could the 5 directions do against him? In a moment, the heart of the Buddha was heavy with sorrow. The teachings of Buddhism were on the cusp of flourishing, a time to establish authority. Yet he was repeatedly thwarted by a mere mortal, leaving him utterly frustrated. Perhaps it was time to confer with 2 sages. The Buddha sighed deeply, feeling as though he had lived under a veil of deception. Notions of sages being unable to intervene and the idea that a quasi-saint represented the pinnacle of existence were nothing but nonsense. The other Buddhas remained silent, brows furrowed in contemplation. After a brief moment, the sound of the Dharma began to ascend. Meanwhile, the entire city of Chang'an erupted in chatter. Have you heard? A prominent figure of the court has actually sent gifts to a humble bookstore in a tavern. A burly man clad in the attire of the martial world whispered to his companion. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. What a spectacle it was. The proprietor of that bookstore is no ordinary person, and he even reciprocated with several books, which later flew off the shelves as scholars clamored to purchase them. His companion immediately chimed in. This is news everyone in Chang'an is aware of. I heard that the young master of the Duke's residence, Chengchimo, bought books from that bookstore, but for some reason, Qingjie berated him fiercely. Do you think those books hold some mystery? We shall find out this afternoon. From start to finish, this matter reeked of peculiarity. Chengchimo's purchase of the books led to a scolding from Qingjie. Could it be that those tomes were forbidden? That seemed improbable, considering the bookstore's owner was someone even the most powerful figures in the court sought to curry favor with. Thus, by afternoon, Clusters of curious individuals made their way toward the bookstore, filled with questions and intrigue. You've returned. How did you find the legend of Wukong and the extermination of immortals? Inside the shop, Qin Hao looked at the three youths before him, noting their grim expressions, as if they had just consumed something bitter. Sir, while your books are indeed captivating, my brother Chung Chumo hesitated, his expression conflicted, wanting to express that the book was a severe trap, nearly leading them to the brink of paternal wrath. Deities reside in lofty heights. Why would they concern themselves with mere mortals? Qin Hao smiled nonchalantly, bolstered by the presence of the Qingping sword, questioning whom he truly had to fear. Even if Guanyin herself were to descend, he would not hesitate to confront her. Yet, he sincerely believed that those exalted beings would not stir for the sake of a legendary tale. It would be rather petty. The reason for their actions at the Waterland Dharma Assembly must have been a matter of timing. Amitabha. Just then, a harmonious chant of Buddha's name resonated from outside. Qin Hao's expression stiffened as he looked outside to see several shining bald heads appearing at the door of the bookstore, their faces as tranquil as a still pond. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Buddha. Behind the five stood a rotating wheel of Dharma, radiant with light. The bald heads gleamed in the sunlight, their monk robes rustling in the breeze. Chung Chumo and the others, upon seeing these five, changed color and cautiously stepped aside, aware that the bookstore's owner was at odds with Buddhism. Moreover, the expressions of the five clearly indicated their ill intentions. Masters, may I inquire the reason for your visit? Qin Hao smiled slightly and stepped outside. Although the Qingping sword gave him some confidence, it was best not to offend the Buddhist order if it could be avoided, even if that prospect seemed slim. Nonetheless, he wished to exclaim, "You have arrived at the most opportune moment. Benefactor, your karmic burdens are too heavy. You must enter our Buddhist fold to cleanse your sins." The five solemnly stated in unison, their voices resonating with an oppressive force. "If I refuse, will you resort to violence against me?" Qin Hao's expression shifted, wariness evident in his gaze. "Naturally not. Those with fate may enter our fold, while those without we do not force." They exchanged glances, their expressions unchanged, yet continued. "However, Benefactor, you have slain a disciple of ours. Do you not wish to provide us with an explanation? Know that while we seek to save all beings, we also possess our wrath." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew tense, a faint aura of malice permeating the air. Qin Hao thought to himself that the boy with the wooden fork had been slain by the Qingping sword. If they had the courage, they should seek it out. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds approached from afar, and Qin Hao gazed over to see a throng of people drawing near. The five, slightly frowning, declared, "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame us for resorting to force." With that, their previously calm demeanor transformed into one of ferocity and dominance. Suddenly, a golden hand materialized in the void, reaching out to seize Qin Hao. "Qingping, save me." Qin Hao's face paled, feeling as if his body had been frozen and he could not move. His disbelief grew. The Buddhist order was far too overbearing, brazenly taking action without a hint of discretion. Yet, he could not dwell on that. He urgently shouted toward the bookstore. He knew that any high-level artifact contained a spirit, and that spirit could potentially evolve into a sentient being. As for the legendary Sword of Enlightenment, it was among the finest of treasures. The five scoffed. When the Buddhist order acted, none could impede their will, for they were on a mission from the Buddha himself. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze. The Qingping sword, resting deep within the bookstore, trembled slightly, an imperceptible movement that would go unnoticed by the unobservant. The next moment, a beam of green light shot forth from the sheath of the sword, vanishing in an instant. Qin Hao witnessed the golden hand conjured by the five disappear without a trace, while the green light surged forward without hesitation. Not good. This person possesses a formidable treasure. The previously unremarkable five were taken aback, their expressions shifting in shock. Trying to flee was futile, as a radiant figure appeared before them just as the green light was about to strike them down. Qin Hao looked up and beheld a colossal figure, seated upon a lotus, exuding an overwhelming presence, as if the very universe beneath him were but a speck of dust. "The Buddha," Qin Hao gasped, astonished that for the sake of a mere mortal like himself, the Buddha had descended in person. Was he truly held in such high regard? Or was the Buddhist order so eager to eliminate him? Chapter 20. The Might of Qingping, Sacred One. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the Buddha, the despondent five were instantly filled with joy, hurriedly offering their respectful salutations. The Buddha nodded faintly, a glimmer of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Yet he did not rebuke them. Those who had approached out of curiosity and confusion instantly knelt, not out of devotion, but due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Buddha. What has transpired? Who is that massive figure? They wondered, sensing the wrath of a great being. The common folk knelt in fear, trembling in trepidation. In the eyes of such celestial powers, the frailty of humanity appeared as insignificant as ants, easily obliterated with a single motion. Witness the golden-winged great Pong, which once annihilated an entire nation merely to satiate its hunger. The harsh reality was even colder and more unforgiving. Not only the nearby citizens, but even Li Shimin and others recognized the Buddha in the void, for his stature was simply colossal. The entirety of the Tang dynasty bore witness. The Buddha. Within the palace, Li Shimin's eyes darkened, murmuring softly. At that moment, the Jade Emperor of Heaven, the Supreme Lord of the 33 Heavens, and even the masters of Fengsuan Mountain, among others, turned their gazes toward the Tang dynasty. Observing the unfolding events, they suddenly realized that this small Tang dynasty had captured the attention of all, an unprecedented occurrence. Amitabha, my friend Qingping. This incident is the fault of the five. Why not simply let them go? The Buddha, with a gentle gaze, looked deep into the bookshop, his voice calm and unassuming. Despite the ease with which he spoke, for one of his celestial stature, uttering such words was akin to bowing in humility. It is important to note that he held the esteemed title of the Buddhist leader, the Amitabha Buddha, a being of unparalleled sanctity in the realm. Even the myriad deities observing the unfolding events were momentarily taken aback, never expecting the Buddha to lower himself to such a degree. However, they soon realized that, had they faced the Qingping sword, they would likely lack the courage to engage in an equal dialogue. For the Qingping sword symbolized the celestial saint. Qin Hao's eyes dimmed. As the Buddha had shown no regard for him, a mere mortal, did this signify indifference? Or would he have acted without hesitation to extinguish Qin Hao's life had the Qingping sword not been present? Once again, Qin Hao felt the weight of strength, casting a fleeting glance at the system task, mildly satisfied despite some unexpected developments. The outcome was still commendable. Buzz. Just as the Buddha wore a smile and the deities believed the matter concluded, the Qingping sword trembled slightly, and with a resounding clang, it drew forth a sliver of its blade. It was but a mere fragment, yet it emitted a brilliant azure light, illuminating the heavens as it surged toward the Buddha. Friend. The Buddha's face darkened, taken aback by the disrespect shown by the Qingping sword. He raised his palm slightly, a golden wheel of Dharma enveloping it, resembling a colossal hand striving to restrain the azure light. Puff, puff, puff. A series of piercing sounds echoed. The Buddha paused, realizing that his palm had been penetrated, while the 5 elemental guardians behind him were reduced to ash, leaving no trace behind. An illusory form? Qin Hao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the Buddha's hand, which showed no blood, but instead bore a void where it had been pierced. It became evident that this was not his true form. How could such a grand figure personally descend? Qin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he mused on the Qingping sword's audacity, striking down even the Buddha without hesitation. He found it exhilarating. Hiss. The attentive deities trembled in unison, sensing a momentous shift in the balance of power. The Buddha had acquiesced, yet the Qingping sword showed no signs of concession, standing in stark opposition to the Buddhist faith. It was crucial to note that without the celestial saint's prior knowledge, the Qingping sword would never have acted so decisively. Chapter 21. No malice intended. The many deities were engulfed in a profound shock, sensing that the world was on the brink of transformation. Buddhism was destined for resurgence. Could it be that the celestial saint, unable to bear the sight, sought to provoke trouble for the Buddhists through the guise of a mortal? Throughout the unfolding events, none believed that the celestial saint admired this mortal enough to warrant such upheaval. After all, they had witnessed countless prodigies. How could one be compelled to confront Buddhism over a mere mortal? In the mortal realm, the worshippers were equally astounded, unaware of concepts like projections or true forms. They were incredulous that such an unremarkable bookshop could inflict harm upon the Buddha. Even more surprising, it had slain a member of the Buddhist order before the Buddha himself. How could the mortals not be awestruck? The Buddha's likeness was ubiquitous, easily recognizable. It seemed that a remarkable figure had graced the Tang dynasty, perhaps even presenting an opportunity. Li Shimin, standing in the royal palace, gazed at the immense ethereal silhouette in the sky, whispering softly. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in his eyes. Despite the Tang's prosperity, in this realm of deities and demons, they were The decrees of immortals and Buddhas were not to be disregarded. Powerless and pitiable. Yet now, it was different. He perceived a chance. As emperor, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of the common man. Previously, he had believed the immortal to be merely a wandering cultivator of modest prowess, unafraid of the tiger in its lair. However, it was becoming increasingly clear that this was far from the truth. Amitabha. The Buddha's eyes radiated with divine light, his heart ablaze with indignation. That sword had undoubtedly dealt him a resounding slap in the face in the eyes of all beings, significantly impacting his journey to the west. After a prolonged silence, he managed to suppress his fury, clasping his hands in prayer, uttering a mantra. Friend, I have taken note of your actions today. The Buddha's gaze grew heavy, his form slowly fading. He had to suppress his anger, for the adversary was the sword of the celestial saint. Nonetheless, he was already contemplating sending 2 of his allies to confront the celestial saint for a discourse. Could they still engage in amicable interactions? Was the burgeoning of Buddhism something to be dismissed so lightly? The deities observed with amused expressions, particularly in the heavenly court, where laughter abounded. They were of the Taoist lineage, once part of the Xianmin, but following the amalgamation of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. The Xianmin had fractured and become a mere shadow of its former self. The rise of Buddhism was certainly not a sight they wished to witness. Haha. Who would have thought that the soon-to-be flourishing Buddhism would face such setbacks? This brings me great solace. In the Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor, shielded from view, gazed at the images in the celestial mirror, laughing heartily without regard for decorum. Beside him, the Queen Mother also smiled softly, her eyes warm. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself unexpectedly fond of this mortal. Just then, as Qin Hao observed the Buddha's form gradually dissipating, he called out urgently, "Wait." His words drew the attention of all, curious as to how this mortal dared to address the Buddha in such a manner. Where did he find the audacity? The Buddha paused, finally directing his gaze toward Qin Hao, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, as if he were merely regarding an ant or a blade of grass, devoid of any emotion. Buddha, I am but a mortal with no malice toward Buddhism. It was merely a misunderstanding. The Buddhist tenet of equality among all beings, surely it allows for the resolution of conflicts with peace? Qin Hao felt that their exchanges had been mischaracterized, and if misunderstandings could be cleared, that would be ideal. The deities exchanged glances, incredulous at his words. No malice toward Buddhism? Merely a misunderstanding? Do you truly believe that? They certainly did not. The events leading up to this moment were clear to all the deities, and they remained unconvinced. Amitabha, may you act with caution. The Buddha cast a long, discerning glance at Qin Hao before his form dissolved into a golden script in the air. Bang! The golden script transformed into sparkling starlight, vanishing without a trace. You will regret this. Chapter 22. What constitutes an employee? Qin Hao bellowed in anger, feeling woefully wronged. Could they not engage in a calm and reasoned discussion? Or was he simply inconsequential in their eyes, unworthy of consideration? Sighing, he realized that if Buddhism intended to confront him head-on, he had no choice but to respond in kind. A plan began to formulate in his mind. Isn't Buddhism domineering? Aren't they unwilling to negotiate? Then I shall use my narratives to bring you down. The deities shook their heads in disbelief, bemused by this mortal's whimsical thoughts. How could he even contemplate negotiations with the Buddha? In their view, had it not been for the Qingping sword of the celestial saint, this mortal would have perished countless times over. With the dust settled, Qin Hao solemnly bowed 3 times to the Qingping sword, then put the matter behind him. After all, with the protection of the formidable Qingping saint, he felt no fear. It was time to focus on fulfilling his tasks. Come in, everyone. We have books you wish to see. Qin Hao greeted the kneeling guests with a cheerful smile. The guests exchanged glances, their minds still reeling from the earlier events. How could they possibly muster the enthusiasm to read now? Their curiosity about the bookshop had evaporated into thin air. However, as they observed Qin Hao, his face adorned with a cheerful smile directed at them, the crowd hesitated momentarily but dared not resist. After all, in their eyes, he was the audacious individual who would threaten even the Buddha himself. Thus, one by one, they timidly ventured into the bookstore. Upon seeing the array of books displayed on the shelves, the atmosphere grew even more solemn. Every individual's breath was barely audible, fearful of incurring divine wrath. Esteemed guests, each book is priced at 50 yuan, with the first volume of zhetian also at 51, a promise of honesty. Qin Hao beamed at the throng of people. As the small shop was packed, with a long line forming outside, an unprecedented bustle ensued. Upon hearing the title zhetian, their eyelids fluttered. Yet they had no choice but to purchase. After all, those who gathered to witness the spectacle were evidently idle, and in this era, the idle were undoubtedly the wealthy or of noble lineage. Thus, 50 won was a negligible sum for them. In no time, the bookstore was abuzz with activity. Although the patrons remained silent, Qin Hao was busily engaged, introducing books and handling transactions, dripping with sweat. It seems I must consider expanding and renovating this bookstore. Perhaps even hiring a few employees. Qin Hao sighed, for when it was quiet, he had not felt the strain, but now, with the sudden influx of customers, he was overwhelmed. Sir, what is an employee? At that moment, a curious head leaned in, inquiring. Qin Hao turned to see it was Cheng Zhuo, the eldest of the Cheng family. Upon seeing him, a spark ignited in his eyes. Here was a ready-made employee, with his robust physique, handsome visage, and bright smile. He was indeed a gem, one capable of replacing two. An employee is akin to a server, attending to the guests. Oh, I see. How do you find me, sir? I seek no wages. I shall work for you for free. A glimmer of determination shone in Cheng Zhuo's eyes. Despite his simplicity, he was not foolish. He had clearly witnessed all that had transpired. This individual exuded the aura of a hermit sage, and if he could learn even a fraction of his wisdom, it would be a lifetime's fortune. This may not be appropriate, for you are a guest and the son of a noble house. What would others think if you labored here? Qin Hao hesitated slightly, employing a tactic of feigned reluctance. Sir, you are mistaken. Youngsters should embody action, undertaking tasks within their capabilities. Cheng Zhuo insisted passionately. Very well then. Qin Hao acquiesced with a reluctant nod. Since you have expressed such genuine intent, I cannot cruelly refuse. Free labor is an opportunity not to be dismissed, even if he is less than eye-catching. What matters is his capability. Cheng Zhuo's heart soared with joy, nearly bursting into exclamations. This was a sage capable of standing against the Buddha himself. Though he was unaware of the true strength of the Buddha, he understood enough to realize that serving such a sage would yield abundant benefits. Casting a sidelong glance, he hesitated momentarily before continuing. What of my two brothers? Rest assured, they are both excellent workers, undeterred by hardship. Qin Hao regarded Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi, noting their eager expressions, as if they were desperate for the chance to work for free. Who would have thought such sincerity still existed in the world? Qin Hao mused, resolutely deciding not to dismiss their fervor, lest he extinguish their fiery spirits. In this day and age, individuals who offer selflessly without seeking reward are exceedingly rare. One is not enough. You even offer two. Where could one find such good-hearted souls? Thank you, sir. The three youths were overjoyed, as if they had stumbled upon a trove of gold, and promptly began attending to the customers. Esteemed guests, behold. Can you see? The heavens themselves cannot obscure my vision. Is it not magnificent? Does it not evoke excitement? Young brother, do not hesitate. Quickly purchase. The swift shall gain, while the slow shall lose. Look, these are the only books available on the shelf. If you wish for the next batch, it will require some time. I assure you, the story is magnificent. Penned by the shopkeeper himself. Esteemed sage, do you comprehend? To witness the sage's true work for merely 51 is a bargain beyond measure. With the addition of the Chung brothers, the scene grew even more vibrant. The customers were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by emotion, some even shedding tears, insisting on kneeling before Qin Hao. Sage, I have elders above and children below. I cannot perish. A young nobleman clad in fine garments knelt, weeping profusely, his face pale. Although the process was fraught with challenges, the outcome was splendid. By afternoon, all 1,000 books had been sold out. Well done. I have faith in you. Continue your efforts. Once the customers departed, Qin Hao praised the three youths heartily. Thank you for your guidance, sir. The three exchanged glances, grinning foolishly. As night fell and people returned home, some who had purchased books dared not read them, fearing divine retribution. Yet, others, driven by curiosity, stealthily perused their volumes. For these were written by a sage. What if they uncovered some arcane technique within that could benefit their descendants? Thus, many found themselves restless that night, their minds racing. The tales of the journey to the west ignited their passions, particularly the tribulations faced by the four travelers, who had long lived under deception. Mere pawns in the eyes of powerful beings. Why should the Buddha's descent compel them to prostrate themselves in worship? Merely because he is the Buddha? Why must he reside in lofty heights while they tremble like ants? Is it not proclaimed that all beings are equal? They too were but playthings, humbled to the dust. The crowd fixated on the books in their hands, their eyes blazing with indignation, fists clenched tightly. Remarkably, each individual perceived a different ending. Some claimed that when Sun Wukong entered the 8 trigrams furnace, he had already perished, and what emerged was merely his indomitable spirit. Others asserted that the 4 travelers fought for their beliefs, for freedom and the beauty within their hearts, rebelling against the might of the universe, refusing to live as puppets. Thus, they fell in battle. Some contended that upon obtaining the true scriptures, Sun Wukong and his companions became Buddhas. Yet, there were those who argued that although they had achieved Buddhahood, they were no longer themselves. The moment Sun Wukong leapt from Wuji Mountain, he had become a mere puppet. At the instant he was designated the victorious fighting Buddha, the audacious being who once declared, "Next year, it shall be my turn," had ceased to exist. The victorious fighting Buddha was a title devoid of substance. Jin Chanzi would never again be the one to dare question the Sha monk was no longer the rolling curtain general, merely a redundant golden-skinned arhat. Zhu Beiji had relinquished his command over the celestial river's myriad soldiers, now merely a gluttonous swine. As for the white dragon, who traversed mountains and rivers, he ultimately became a decorative ornament circling the pillars of the spiritual mountain. Splendid in name, yet utterly inconsequential. If the heavens oppress me, I shall cleave the sky. If the earth confines me, I shall shatter the ground. We are born free. Who dares to stand above us? I have traversed this world, fought valiantly, and loved deeply. I care not for the conclusion. Every word resonated within the minds of the crowd, driving them to the brink of madness, tears flowing unbidden. That night, countless souls emerged from their chambers, howling at the heavens as if to lament the inequities of fate and the so-called benevolence of the celestial beings. Alas, from the moment of birth, who amongst us possesses true freedom? We are but mere pawns, indeed, not even worthy of that title. How tragic. Within the Duke's residence, Cheng Yaojin sighed deeply, his gaze complex as he set down his book. Who penned this Zhu Xian? It infuriates me. They dare to kill off Biao? Can they not tell a proper tale? Beside him, the voluptuous and regal Madame Cheng clutched a volume of Zhu Xian, cursing in indignation. Cheng Yaojin stared at her, bewildered. In this world, I have lived, fought, and loved. I care not for the conclusion. In the imperial palace, within the study, Li Shimin placed his book aside, his gaze distant. Silence enveloped the room, heavy and oppressive. The study was bright with light, yet failed to pierce the surrounding darkness. Behind him, a man clad in official garb stood trembling, his head bowed, as if oblivious to the emperor's murmurs. Xiao Deji, tell me, as the emperor of this realm, exalted above all, do I live in humiliation? After a moment, Li Shimin suddenly inquired. Your Majesty is indeed the Son of Heaven, the old eunuch replied, awakening from a stupor, yet faltering under the weight of Li Shimin's indifferent gaze. Humiliation? How could it not be? The emperor, exalted above all, yet subjugated by a pantheon of deities, afraid to resist in the slightest. But dare I oppose them? I cannot, for I lack the strength to rebel. Alas, even you, old fool, perceive me as naught but a puppet emperor, devoid of spirit. Consider Sun Wukong, who dares to defy heaven and earth, yet at Li Shimin's side, placing the blame solely upon himself, for his own inadequacy was the original sin. Deep within the palace, in the queen's chambers, the alluring and voluptuous Empress Wendy reclined gracefully by her bed, holding a book. Yet, her demeanor had shifted from the gentleness of yore. A cold glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes, her brows furrowed, evoking sympathy. That night, the silent city of Chang'an ignited, spreading like a virulent plague at an astonishing pace. Note: in the Tang dynasty, voluptuousness was considered beautiful, not corpulence. Chapter 25, Task completed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward: 1 human immortal cultivation card. Automatically stored. Task released: please record a segment or a film. Task reward: upon completing the novice task, a mysterious gift pack will be awarded, unlocking further functionalities. Qin Hao had just awoken, his eyes opening to the shock of the system's sudden notification. He recalled checking the task completion rate before sleeping, noting over 20,000 remaining. He initially believed he would not finish anytime soon, yet upon waking, he found the task miraculously accomplished. Moreover, the completion of the 3rd task signified the end of the novice phase, entitling him to a grand gift and the unlocking of additional features. What a delightful surprise. However, Qin Hao felt a bit bewildered, utterly perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. How had he completed it so suddenly? Could it be that the deities were slow to react? He mused, uncertain. He understood that Zhu Xian lacked the profound impact of Wukong's transmission. While Zhu Xian contained some rebellious notions, most deities merely dismissed it with a laugh, regarding the author as ignorant. Wukong's transmission vividly depicted events yet to unfold in Journey to the West. Despite some discrepancies, many elements were accurate, thus shocking the celestial beings. Enough of this contemplation. It was time to elevate my cultivation. After a while, Qin Hao shook his head and declared, "System, utilize the human immortal cultivation card." Ding. Using the human immortal cultivation card. In the next instant, Qin Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being, like an unparalleled beast awakening from slumber. Mighty. Truly mighty. I feel invincible. Qin Hao exclaimed, clenching his fist, the air around him erupting with a resounding crack. Ding. Basic knowledge is being transmitted to the host. Please receive. The system continued. Streams of information flooded into Qin Hao's mind. In mere moments, he grasped the essence of this newfound knowledge. To his surprise, it was a comprehensive package reward. How delightful. He was elated, for this wealth of knowledge encompassed everything an aspiring human immortal should know, including the hierarchy of realms and the journey to the West, the ability to identify heavenly materials and treasures, and even knowledge of alchemy and artifact crafting, vast and bountiful. Were it not for his current status as a human immortal, this deluge of information might have rendered him a mere vegetable. The six saints of heaven, Tong Tianjiao Master, Dao Tianzuan, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Nuan Yang Yang, Zhuan Ti Daoren, and Jane Daoren. Hierarchy of realms. Human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, Zhuan saint, and Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal, ultimately becoming a saint. Additionally, there are early, mid, and late stages. Of course, for an ordinary person, one would need to cultivate from the very beginning, which would be entirely different. However, with the system, Qin Hao could leap over the preceding realms and ascend directly to human immortal. Though it was the lowest tier among immortals, Qin Hao was immensely satisfied. For anything bearing the title of immortal had already transcended the mundane. Exhaling, Qin Hao completed the reception of knowledge. It seems this world, while differing slightly from later accounts, is not drastically varied. This is my opportunity for ascendance. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Chapter 26. Return my Biao seated in his shop. A smile graced Qin Hao's face. With his newfound human immortal cultivation, he finally possessed a semblance of confidence. Though he remained insignificant in the eyes of the mighty, he was far better off than a mere mortal. Today heralded a new dawn. As he opened the door to the bookshop, he was met by a throng of individuals, men and women alike, each bearing a countenance heavy with sorrow, a complex tapestry of emotions, yet utterly silent. Startled, he realized he had been too caught up in excitement to notice their presence. Do you require something? Qin Hao inquired cautiously, observing their expressions. Sir. Upon seeing the door ajar, the crowd spoke in unison, their voices laced with resentment. Had yesterday's events not lingered in their minds, they might have hurled rotten eggs and tomatoes upon his arrival. They had spent an entire night without sleep, consumed by the revelations of Wukong's transmission and Zhu Xian, leaving them in a state of despair. Sir, could you clarify the outcome of your Wukong's transmission? Piped up a voice from the crowd. It was Chen Chimo. The others nodded in agreement, having discovered that their interpretations of the results varied, which was indeed peculiar. Well, Wukong's transmission does not present a definitive outcome. It merely reflects what you desire most within your hearts. Qin Hao mused, pausing thoughtfully. The Qing brothers exchanged looks of helplessness, slowly retreating. The crowd pondered this one suddenly. A voice emerged from the back, unmistakably feminine. Sisters, throw it. Return my Biao. Can you not craft a story? Biao is so delightful. How could you dare to kill her off? Return my Biao. At that moment, Qin Hao's expression darkened as a deluge of eggs and cabbage leaves rained down upon him. Bang. Qin Hao took a step back, firmly closing the door, shaking his head. Oh, why bother? It is merely a story, yet these individuals are so exceedingly serious. He mused that while the men might endure, wary of the immortal status, the women were far more emotional, disregarding whether one was an immortal or not. Such a whimsical character as Bai Yao was pinned to her demise by this author. Why would she be spared? A slight smile graced Qin Hao's lips. For this was precisely the outcome he desired, and he felt no anger, as it indicated that his plan was effective. It was not until the afternoon that the crowd gradually dispersed. They merely sought to vent their emotions, not truly engaging in a contest. And they were aware of when to cease. Goodness, how terrifying. Look at these vegetables, all fresh. One could easily gather and wash them to prepare a meal. Cheng Chimo observed the eggs and leafy greens on the ground, clicking his tongue in admiration. Cheng Chuyong, the second brother, cast a silent glance at his elder brother, wondering how he could still make light of the situation at such a time. Little Mo, what were you doing just now? As employees of the bookstore, we are meant to share in its fortunes and misfortunes. How could you abandon your post? Qin Hao placed a hand on Cheng Chimo's shoulder, smiling as he said, how about this? You gather these vegetables, wash them, and save them for dinner. If you don't finish, I shall begin to question your loyalty to the bookstore. And perhaps we will need to find a new employee. Chapter 27. A cloud of despair. Wukong's legend and Zhetian have ignited a wildfire of popularity. They surged forth like an unstoppable comet, causing a tremendous uproar. In Chang'an, streets and alleys were filled with dialogues about Wukong's legend and Zhetian. It was as if, overnight, those ignorant of these two books were cast adrift from the currents of time. Tanguan Bookstore, the largest in Chang'an and where Qin Hao once sold Wukong's legend, was now shrouded in a pall of despair. In the span of a single night, those two books had wreaked havoc upon all bookstores. Shopkeeper, do you have Wukong's legend? A scholar entered, inquiring. None. The plump shopkeeper, who had scorned Qin Hao before, wore a grim expression, impatiently waving his hand. This was not the first time he had been asked. And Zhetian? The scholar's face shifted slightly, pressing on. None either. The shopkeeper felt a pang of anguish as he uttered the words. Bah, if you lack both, why even run a bookstore? You might as well close up. The scholar cast a disdainful glance at the shopkeeper before turning to leave. Is it my fault? The shopkeeper lamented. Who could have foreseen that such a rebellious and irreverent book would become this wildly popular? I remember a young man once came to sell that book. The young attendant cautiously reminded. I know. The shopkeeper's face contorted in distress. Shopkeeper, why don't we? The attendant's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of mischief. In this era, there were no copyright laws. Copying was rampant, and no one cared. Do you want to court death? That is a book written by an immortal. Do you dare entertain such notions? The shopkeeper shot him a glance, suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. If this was the work of an immortal, then who had he previously pushed aside? At this moment, all major bookstores were engulfed in despair. In previous times, a sensational book would have filled the streets of the capital within a day, but Wukong's legend and Zhetian were different. They were immortal works. And who would dare to replicate them? It was tantamount to courting disaster. This led to Qin Hao's humble bookstore being overwhelmed with patrons. It was not that these two books were inherently superior. Rather, the era was what it was. During the Tang dynasty, human thought was shackled. Previous legendary tales were predominantly about romantic entanglements and martial conflicts. Where was the thrill of Wukong's legend and Zhetian? Lingshan, Amitba, Vuhuo Luohan, I require you to undertake a task. Guanyin Bodhisattva sat upon a lotus throne, her eyes gently closed. Please, speak, Bodhisattva. Vuhuo Luohan was perplexed. The four great bodhisattvas typically resided high above, so why was he singled out? The mortal Qin Hao, audaciously killing my disciple and penning works that insult my faith, must be cast into the depths of hell. Guanyin opened her eyes slightly, her Buddha light shimmering. Vuhuo Luohan's gaze flickered, his expression unreadable. Do you take me for a fool? Even the Buddha's projection cannot intervene. Why should I be sent to my doom? Moreover, he is a person protected by a sage. What good could come from my interference? He must not remain in the bookstore forever. I understand. Far outside Chang'an, in a picturesque locale where golden fish leaped from the streams and mist swirled like an ethereal realm, a charming melody emanated from a small pavilion nestled within the clouds. It felt as though closing one's eyes and emptying the mind would transport one to paradise. Senior brother. Suddenly, a soft voice of a girl broke through the mist. Akin to a gentle spring, refreshing and delightful. A girl clad in a flowing robe, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, gracefully entered the pavilion. Little junior sister, what brings you here? The music ceased abruptly, leaving a tinge of regret in the air as a handsome young man in a flowing robe stepped forth. His gaze filled with affection. Senior brother, I have heard of intriguing happenings in the Tang dynasty. Shall we go and see? The girl's beautiful eyes blinked lightly, her long lashes fluttering like delicate butterflies. Perhaps not. The young man hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding. He was reluctant to venture forth. As the Tang dynasty had descended into chaos, first, There were deaths within the Buddhist sect, and then the Buddha himself had come far too perilous. Yet, upon witnessing the girl's pleading expression, he found it hard to refuse. Chapter 28. An extraordinary visitor, alas. How am I to film a movie without a camera? Qin Hao sat despondently in the bookstore, feeling as though he might become stuck on the third task. The task called for the filming of a movie. Yet he had neither a phone nor a camera to accomplish it. Although there existed shadow stones in the immortal realm capable of capturing images and sounds, he was but a novice, possessing knowledge of immortals without the means to support it. The bookstore was thriving and renovations were underway, so financial concerns were not pressing. But his mind was consumed by the need to complete the third task to receive the novice gift pack and unlock new functions. Just the thought of it filled him with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, the previously chaotic sounds within the bookstore suddenly quieted considerably. Shopkeeper, I would like a copy of Wukong's Legend in Zhetian. A melodious voice rang out nearby. Little Mo, fetch him a copy. Qin Hao replied absent-mindedly, not lifting his head. However, he noticed that little Mo did not respond, and irritation stirred within him. Was this a case of shirking responsibility? It was only the second day. Did they no longer wish to work? Suddenly, he raised his gaze to find two individuals before him, a girl of about 14 or 15, her large, blinking eyes filled with charm, radiating an aura of vitality. Beside her stood a young man in his 20s, handsome and smiling at Qin Hao. They possessed cultivation. Being a cultivator himself, Qin Hao, now at the level of a human immortal, could easily discern that these two were not ordinary individuals, though they had not yet reached the level of human immortals. At that moment, he felt a surge of joy. Just as he was pondering the shadow stones, here they were. Such items were not particularly rare. Any legitimate cultivator would likely possess one. Qin Hao cast a glance around the bookstore, where patrons were cautiously purchasing books, their eyes furtively glancing at the young girl. Their expressions reminiscent of a letrospore. After all, no matter how beautiful a mortal woman may be, she pales in comparison to a celestial maiden. The books you desire. Along with a piece of recording stone, Qin Hao declared with a smile as he personally selected 2 volumes. The young man, having just reached into his paused slightly at these words, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Why was that? The delicate features of the young girl were also etched with confusion. Because you are not ordinary people, you cannot use mundane wealth to make your purchases. Qin Hao mused, considering this as somewhat valid, albeit slightly forced, rationale. Very well. The young man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The shopkeeper before him appeared merely mortal, yet he exuded an ethereal aura, a trait exclusive to immortals. Moreover, it was merely a piece of recording stone, not particularly valuable, and could foster a good connection. Nodding nonchalantly, he placed a black stone upon the counter, clasped his hands in salute, and turned to leave with the young girl. From the moment he entered the bookstore, he felt an unsettling prickle along his spine, as if numerous eyes were upon him, instilling a sense of dread that urged him not to linger. Truly, it was a realm of swirling clouds and shifting fortunes. Once outside the city of Chang'an, the young man glanced back, wiping the sweat from his brow, his heart still racing. Was that the reason for the presence that had appeared in Chang'an? The young girl spoke in a clear voice, though her tone was laced with fear. She referred to the one like the Tathgata, but dared not utter the name, lest it attract attention. It seemed she was correct. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid that place. The moment I entered the bookstore, it felt as if all the great powers of the 3 realms were watching me. An utterly terrifying sensation. What had that person done? The young man nodded gravely, equally perplexed by what the shopkeeper had done, and who he was to draw such scrutiny from so many powerful beings. Chapter 29. The Haunted Mansion. With the recording stone in hand, it was time to film a segment. In the bookstore, Qin Hao paid no heed to the 2 cultivating patrons, for his mind was solely focused on his task, to complete the mission, receive the grand gift, and unlock new functions. However, what film should I create? Qin Hao fell into contemplation. Initially, he had envisioned a tale of Wukong casting a shadow upon Buddhism, for they had provoked his wrath. Yet, the darkness in the tale of Wukong was too overt. Writing it might be permissible, as Buddhism might not pursue him relentlessly. But transforming it into a film would be a different matter entirely. Such blatant darkness would be visible to all and might even become legendary. And it would be unsurprising if Buddhism pursued him with vigor. My strength is still insufficient. Although I have the protection of the esteemed Qingping, I cannot afford to be reckless. Ultimately, this protection comes from above, not from within. After pondering for a moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind as he conceived an excellent film, nodding in satisfaction. Sir, I have located the mansion you seek. However, it is rather close and spacious, yet it has one flaw. At that moment, Cheng Chuliang entered. With his newfound wealth, Qin Hao had no desire to remain in the shabby little bookstore. After all, one must indulge in life's pleasures. What flaw could a mansion possess? Qin Hao asked. Puzzled, Cheng Chuliang cautiously glanced around, speaking in a hushed tone. It's haunted. Qin Hao replied, That is acceptable, my good fellow. In this age where deities abound, it is not surprising to encounter such entities. Let us go and take a look. Qin Hao's interest was piqued as he stored the recording stone and followed Cheng Chuliang towards the mansion. With Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chubi watching over the shop, there was little risk of theft, especially since the entire city of Chang'an was aware that this was the shop of an immortal. Only a fool would dare to act recklessly. Soon, the two arrived before the mansion. Qin Hao surveyed the premises with satisfaction. It was adorned with rockeries, flowing water, and lush flora, all sprawling across a vast expanse. Yet, even standing outside, he could sense a chill that pervaded the air, markedly lower than that of the surrounding areas. Such an energy. Cheng Chuliang shuddered, directly experiencing a chill. It is said that this place has long been haunted, having changed owners several times. While these owners did not perish, they were terrified into fleeing. Cheng Chuliang's expression turned grim as he recounted the tale. Had it not been for the presence of an immortal, I would never have dared to approach such a sinister abode. If that is the case, then these spirits may not be particularly malevolent, Qin Hao remarked in surprise. If they were truly vengeful spirits, the previous owners would likely have met a tragic end. Unable to escape. This only heightened his curiosity. Initially, he had hesitated, considering that this was a world of journey to the west, where powerful beings were plentiful, and one could never know who might emerge. But now, at the very least, he could enter and take a look. As they stepped inside, a cold breeze swept past them. It was already evening, the encroaching darkness rendering the desolate courtyard even more eerie, and even the mansion's beauty failed to inspire any interest. As the sun set, the last rays of light vanished, and shadows began to coalesce in the courtyard. Initially faint, the darkness intensified over time, enveloping the entire mansion. Chapter 30. Subduing the spirits suddenly. Within the shrouded mansion, an eerie sound erupted without warning, reminiscent of weeping and as if they had entered a realm of the damned. Sir, Cheng Chuliang trembled, his face ashen, carefully trailing behind, finding solace only in proximity to Qin Hao. Come forth. I bear no grudge against you. I am neither a priest nor a monk. You have not harmed humanity, which is already commendable. Please, reveal yourselves. Qin Hao's heart raced. Despite his cultivation, the scene before him was hard to accept. After all, he had once been an ordinary person. As soon as the words left his lips, the cacophony of wails within the mansion ceased abruptly. Qin Hao and Cheng Chuliang's hearts tightened, just as they braced for some horrific apparition to emerge. A furtive little head peeked out from behind a rockery. Are you truly not here to exorcise us? The voice trembled, sounding distinctly feminine. Indeed. I intend to purchase this mansion, which is why I have come to assess the situation. After all, your prolonged stay in the mortal realm will eventually attract the attention of the underworld, and the outcome may not bode well for you. Qin Hao nodded, acknowledging the truth in his own words. Wandering spirits, even if they had not harmed humans, would inevitably be captured and taken back to the underworld for punishment. The immortal speaks wisely. An elderly voice resonated, and in an instant, several indistinct figures materialized before them. To their astonishment, these figures were all women, encompassing young girls, maidens, and mature women, with an elderly matriarch leading the group, over 20 souls in total. Each spirit bore expressions of anxiety, treading cautiously. Qin Hao's eyelids fluttered. It appeared he was indeed in the company of a host of women. Cheng Chuliang, on the other hand, was overwhelmed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Why do you linger in the mortal realm? Qin Hao steadied himself, attempting to mask his own trepidation as he spoke in a solemn tone. The spirits appeared relatively benign, lacking the terrifying presence he had anticipated. Most crucially, their cultivation seemed to hover around the realm of the void refinement, significantly below that of the celestial immortals. Or he would have fled long ago. In response to the immortal, we remain because of certain attachments or deep-seated grievances. We have lingered here. Even though our wishes are fulfilled, we have missed the opportunity to journey to the underworld. The elderly matriarch replied with a bitter smile, bowing her head respectfully. The moment Qin Hao arrived, they sensed the presence of a formidable celestial being. Qin Hao scrutinized the spirits before him, neither swayed by the old woman's solitary claim nor their ominous aura. After a moment's contemplation, he confirmed that, despite their ghostly energy, the malevolence surrounding them was minimal, indicating that they had not harmed the innocent. Perhaps you might consider staying by my side to serve me, should the opportunity arise. I could guide you to cultivate yourselves into ghostly immortals. Of course, if any of you desire reincarnation when the time is right, I shall facilitate that as well. What say you? Qin Hao mused, his eyes suddenly brightening as he spoke. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for your kindness. The spirits exclaimed joyously. In this realm, unanchored spirits were perilously vulnerable, not only to the creatures lurking in the mountains but also to the priests and monks who exorcised demons, and even the messengers of the underworld who sought to capture them. In contrast, spirits under a master bore markings that rendered them less likely to provoke other celestial beings, as the cost would outweigh the benefit. Chapter 31. The tiger's ambush. With a wave of his hand, golden runes appeared on the foreheads of the spirits, flickering momentarily. Clean up the residence. I shall move in tomorrow. For tonight, let him remain here. Having issued these commands, Qin Hao turned away from Cheng Chuyang, for he had no place for him to sleep. A surprising turn of events, as he had not anticipated acquiring retainers with the purchase of a mansion. However, he had now enlisted a crew for filming. What were spirits most adept at? Absorbing the yang energy of humans, mastering transformation techniques, and employing allure. Although their transformation methods differed significantly from Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, where the essence, form, and nature changed, the spirit's transformative abilities sufficed for the purposes of filmmaking. As Qin Hao returned to the study, he pondered quietly, feeling that the journey had been remarkably smooth. Could it be the favor of a great power? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. It was too quiet. Even at night, there would be the sound of barking dogs, yet now there was utter stillness. Then, a subtle ripple in the void heralded a chilling light hurtling towards him at blinding speed. Panic surged through him. His scalp tingled, pupils constricted, and hair stood on end. There was no escaping. Qin Hao's mind screamed in fury. The assailant was far too powerful for him to evade. With the Qingping sword absent, was he destined to perish here? It was all too sudden. Who could have anticipated such an ambush? Yet, time was of the essence. In a moment of desperation, he bellowed, "Sword, come!" This cry, a culmination of Qin Hao's strength, reverberated throughout Chang'an. Countless individuals were jolted from their slumber, some tumbling from their beds, while others fell into a state of lethargy. Just as his voice faded, he saw a green light racing toward him, outpacing the chilling beam by an immeasurable margin, positioning itself protectively before him. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Alas, it was indeed a failure. A sigh echoed from above. Qin Hao looked up to see a bald monk clad in a cassock, his expression one of solemn pity. "You wretched monk, I shall have your life." Qin Hao's eyes blazed with fury. He was unaware of the monk's identity, but his rage was palpable. He had narrowly escaped death. Once more, it was the Buddhist sect. And this was the second time. If the first encounter could be excused, the second was undeniably despicable. How could such a prestigious religion resort to treachery? His indignation was justified. Qingping, strike him down. With a whoosh, the Qingping sword surged forth, embodying an indomitable will, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. In a flash, the monk was reduced to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Some thousands of miles away, atop a mountain peak, a monk unexpectedly spat blood. His face darkened with dismay. "Fortunately, I did not heed your counsel. A treasure of Qingping's caliber could not possibly require proximity to unleash its power. Otherwise, it would not have been merely a clone perishing, but my true self." This monk was none other than the tiger subduing Arhut, dispatched by Guanyin to find an opportunity to eliminate Qin Hao. However, he was not foolish. He refrained from direct confrontation, sending only a clone. Nevertheless, the loss of even a clone inflicted significant damage upon him, requiring years for recovery. Chapter 32. The Black and White Impermanence. Once again, it is the treachery of Buddhism. Qin Hao grumbled as he returned to the study, still shaken from his near brush with death. "Thank you, great Qingping." He reverently placed the Qingping sword back on its stand and returned to his chamber. As he sat before the flickering candlelight, his gaze flickered. It seemed fate had intertwined his path with Buddhism, and it was clear they would not relent. The audacity of their ambush today, from such a grand institution, was nothing short of sinister. If that is the case, let them not blame my ruthless resolve. Meanwhile, in the mansion he had procured, trouble was brewing. Under the sparse moonlight, obscured by clouds, a young lady with bright eyes and a delicate face remarked, "It seems there was a battle nearby." "I am aware." "But it does not concern us," replied the old woman, shaking her head. The mere sliver of sword intent that had erupted had left her trembling. Such a level of conflict was far beyond their capacity to witness. Of late, far too many powerful beings are turning their attention to the Tang dynasty. The Buddhist missionaries clash with reclusive immortals, and the storm is brewing. The old woman sighed, her heart heavy. Had it not been for a celestial being accepting them as subordinates today, they would have resolved to leave for his spirits. The increasing scrutiny from the divine in the Tang dynasty was terrifying. Meanwhile, in the room, Cheng Chuyang was rousing from a daze, feeling a throbbing headache. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a sight that nearly caused his heart to stop. Not far from him sat a group of women, their beauty striking, some charming, others breathtaking, and still more alluring. Yet, Cheng Chuyang felt no appreciation, for he recognized that these were all spirits. Did the master abandon me and depart? He thought. Despair flooding his heart. Young master, you have awakened? The ghostly maidens, each possessing some degree of cultivation, quickly approached him, and a chill swept through the air, reminiscent of winter's grip. In terror, Cheng Chuyang squeezed his eyes shut, feigning death, though his trembling form betrayed him. The old woman observed this with a glimmer of amusement. Enough, let us go. The young master, as a mortal, cannot withstand our ghostly aura. After a moment's pause, silence fell over the room, and Cheng Chuyang cautiously opened his eyes, peering around before stepping outside, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, a yawning maw that seemed to consume all. Cheng Chuyang hesitated for a moment, slowly retracting his outstretched foot. For reasons unknown, he felt that the outside world might not be as secure as the interior. Meanwhile, in the sky, two figures, one black and one white, emerged. They were adorned with tall hats, one inscribed with wealth at first sight, and the other with peace under heaven. These two were none other than the renowned figures of the underworld, the black and white impermanents. Under normal circumstances, they would not personally apprehend souls, but in the realm of the Tang dynasty, it was imperative for them to intervene directly. The souls here had already been taken as servants by celestial beings. Good. On to the next location. The two arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving no trace of their presence. In the bookshop, Qin Hao sensed something and smiled faintly. It seemed that these souls could be considered benevolent spirits. There was a reason he had left Cheng Chuyang behind. The malevolent aura could indeed be suppressed with magical artifacts. However, the outcome appeared satisfactory. If those spirits harbored even the slightest malicious intent, the mark he left would be sufficient to reduce them to ashes in an instant. Of course, should they be virtuous spirits, he would honor his word, empowering them to become celestial beings or reincarnate. Chapter 33. Selecting actors. Qin Hao had not slept a wink throughout the night. The passing hours had yielded remarkable results as he organized the memories of his previous life. Due to his cultivation, his recollections had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to meticulously compile a wealth of information. He revisited the films, novels, and music he had consumed, sorting through them in his mind. As dawn broke, Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chubi arrived. Qin Hao proceeded directly to the mansion, brimming with anticipation. If he could merely film a movie and invite an audience, he would undoubtedly earn system rewards. How simple it seemed. However, just as he entered the mansion, a figure rushed towards him. Master! Cheng Chuyang's eyes were dark, his hair disheveled, and he exuded an air of despair. Yet, at that moment, his expression was one of lament. What troubles you? Qin Hao chuckled upon seeing his state. Surely, this lad had not developed feelings for those female spirits? It was undeniable that, apart from the elderly woman, the other female spirits were stunningly beautiful, each embodying various ideal types for any man. Master, why did you abandon me yesterday? You have no idea. Cheng Chuyang became agitated. Do you not have any inkling? I spent the entire night with my eyes wide open, terrified that a female ghost might suddenly appear beside me. My nerves were constantly on edge. I was nearly at my wit's end, listening to his incessant rambling. Qin Hao reassured him, but you are unharmed, are you not? They are now my subordinates and pose no threat to you. He quickly pacified him, knowing that had it not been for his own status, the lad would have likely fought him fiercely. After a while, Cheng Chuyang's emotions finally settled, and he returned to sleep, having endured the sleepless night. Master! At that moment, a group of female spirits appeared before him. Qin Hao glanced at the sun in the sky, surprised. Could it be that these female spirits were not afraid of sunlight? Master, unbeknownst to you, though we are indeed spirits, we have never harmed anyone. In fact, we have even aided others. Thus, we are endowed with merit, and some possess cultivation, rendering us fearless in the presence of sunlight. The elderly woman smiled as she explained, seemingly sensing Qin Hao's confusion. Qin Hao nodded in understanding and then inquired, "What is your name?" "Master, you may call me Old Ghost." The elderly woman replied respectfully. Qin Hao rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "Please, spare the title of master. I have no use for such formalities. Just call me young master, and I shall refer to you as grandma." He suddenly recalled a character from a movie in his past life, a tree spirit grandmother accompanied by a group of female. "Very well, young master." Qin Hao surveyed the charming spirits before him and felt a surge of accomplishment. He was now a figure who commanded a legion of ghosts. "Among you, who possesses a talent for performance? I seek those adept in the art of enchantment." Qin Hao pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The spirits froze momentarily at his words, and even some of the more seasoned female spirits wore expressions of concern. Could it be that their master was of such a nature? Even Grandma paused, her curiosity piqued. "Young master, we are all female spirits, well versed in this art." While she spoke, wariness crept into their hearts. If this master intended to exploit them for nefarious purposes, they would rather be reduced to ashes than comply. "Oh. In that case, each of you shall receive a script. Grandma, you will supervise and determine who performs best. I wish to film a movie. And you shall be the actors." Qin Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he casually tossed out over 20 scripts, providing further instructions before taking his leave. The female spirits exchanged glances, realizing that this was not quite what they had imagined. Chapter 34. Audacious Ideas. In the days that followed, Qin Hao moved into the mansion, now renamed the Qin Manor. He diligently oversaw the progress of the female spirits. Although he possessed the ability to conjure illusions with his current cultivation, he understood that illusions, devoid of soul, lacked authenticity and engagement. Hence, he sought actors. Heaven rewards the diligent. After several days of effort, he discovered that many of these female spirits were indeed well suited for acting, as if they had been tailor-made for the stage. One young lady, named Xiaoqian, caught his attention. Initially surprised by her name, he soon learned it was not a surname of the Nyak clan. This girl was exceptional. Not only was she stunning, but she was also a remarkable actress. Any character she portrayed instantly came to life under her skillful command. Another was a mature and graceful woman named Baixiang, with an alluring figure and a gentle demeanor, embodying the ideal partner of every man's dreams. The last was different, known as Xīyóu. Her icy demeanor belied her beauty, for she never wore a smile, as though the entire world owed her a debt. These three were the finest actors Qin Hao selected. While other female spirits were commendable, they paled in comparison to this trio. "Excellent. Have you all memorized your lines?" Qin Hao inquired, satisfaction evident in his tone. If these three were in his previous life, they would undoubtedly be regarded as national goddesses. "We have." The spirits giggled, nodding in agreement. After spending several days together, they found that this young master was kind-hearted and had neither forced them into anything nor mistreated them, allowing them to participate in such an enjoyable endeavor. Their once dreary existence as spirits was no longer lonely. "Now, we are merely missing a leading role, the villain." Qin Hao nodded and returned to the bookshop, deep in thought. This was crucial, as it was the primary goal of the Black Buddhism. However, it was unlikely anyone would dare participate, given the controversial nature of Buddhist matters. Amitabha. As soon as he entered the bookshop, he heard a chant. Qin Hao paused, looking up to see a monk he had never encountered before. He bore no aura of magical power, merely an ordinary man. Furrowing his brow, he felt no affinity for Buddhism at that moment. Even ordinary believers were quite displeasing to him. "Benefactor, please grant me 1,000 copies of The Journey to the West and the Immortal Slayer." The monk smiled, seemingly oblivious to Qin Hao's displeasure, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Was he truly already a human immortal? This monk was none other than the Arhat Fu, who had been on his way back to the Spirit Mountain when he received a command from Buddha to procure these texts, leaving him bewildered. What purpose did such brazen and defamatory books serve? Yet, he dared not disobey the Buddha's orders. "A gold bar for a book, would you care for it?" Qin Hao maintained a stoic expression, immediately offering an exorbitant price, for who could deny the wealth of Buddhism? "Very well." The Buddha's protector nodded, placing a small bag upon the counter. Qin Hao was taken aback. Could this be a storage pouch? Upon examination, he discerned within it an abundance of gold bars. To his surprise, he realized he was facing a true master, someone whose cultivation he could not pierce through. Undoubtedly, this was another scheme by the Buddhists. Qin Hao sighed inwardly, recalling how they had previously sought to eliminate him, only to now approach him for a book. Clearly, their intentions were not pure. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. His film was in dire need of an antagonist, and this individual seemed perfectly suited for the role. Chapter 35. The monk will handle it. Master, I have a matter that requires your assistance. Might you be available? Qin Hao inquired, narrowing his eyes and speaking in hushed tones. The Buddha's protector was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered with a smile. Please, speak your mind. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall oblige. You may be aware that my previous encounters with Buddhism stemmed from a misunderstanding. After much reflection, I aim to mend relations with the Buddhist community, for escalating matters would be detrimental to all. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Hao's face exuded sincerity, as though he were genuinely contemplating his past errors. Although he could not ascertain the individual's identity, he was certain of their affiliation with Buddhism. And the words he spoke were entirely reasonable. To the Buddha's protector, this was a matter of course, even with the protection of the Qingping sword. If Buddhism truly exerted its power, not even the sword could shield him, for without a sage, how could a mere sword prevail? Thus, the Buddha's protector smiled, neither affirming nor denying. I intend to produce a film that promotes Buddhist teachings, vanquishing demons and monsters, which the entire wilderness may witness. You would be the protagonist. What say you? Would you consider it? Upon hearing this, the Buddha's protector fell into contemplation. He perceived it as a splendid opportunity. For the reputation of Buddhism in the Tang dynasty was rather poor. Salvaging it would be a worthy endeavor. Moreover, he felt uneasy about allowing this young man to proceed unchecked during the filming. What if he resorted to trickery without oversight? All right, I, a humble monk, shall agree. After a moment, the Buddha's protector nodded, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. This was indeed an excellent opportunity for self-promotion, while the 18 Arhats held some renown. Their brilliance was overshadowed, and now this chance had presented itself. With a softened gaze, the Buddha's protector stated, Then it is settled. Qin Hao smiled brightly, tossing a script to him. Being a celestial being, the Buddha's protector scanned the script with a mere thought, effortlessly comprehending its contents within moments. Once satisfied that there were no discrepancies, he revealed a benevolent smile. It is indeed fortunate that you have chosen to turn back from the brink. I shall speak favorably of you before the Buddha. Thank you, thank you. Thus, Qin Hao led the Buddha's protector to the Qin residence, preparing for the filming. This time, he felt no apprehension, confident that unless beings of the caliber of Guanyin or the Tathgata intervened personally, the Qingping sword would vanquish all adversaries. Therefore, he felt secure. For such exalted beings would not sully their dignity by engaging directly, lest they become the subject of ridicule across the realms. This was also why, despite Buddhism's often despicable actions, they only employed lesser figures. Within the bookshop, Chung Chumo and Chung Chubi gazed in astonishment at Qin Hao and the amiable monk departing. Perplexed, isn't our master at odds with Buddhism? Why is he walking alongside a monk today? Master, is this what you refer to as an actor? Will she be part of this film? The Buddha's protector, having conducted a brief study, grasped the concept of a film. When he spoke, there was no hint of dissonance. However, observing the group of female spirits before him, his brow furrowed slightly. As a renowned figure within Buddhism, what dignity was there in collaborating with ghosts? Indeed, finding good actors is no simple task, and these spirits excel in transformation techniques. For now, we shall make do. If need be, we can modify things post-filming. Qin Hao nodded with a smile, hastily reassuring him, stating that they must prioritize completing the film above all else. Very well. Though your transformation skills leave much to be desired, allow me to handle it instead. Upon hearing this, the Buddha's protector reluctantly acquiesced. Yet as he observed the backdrop conjured by Qin Hao, he shook his head. In the eyes of true experts, it was glaringly artificial, only serving to invite ridicule and undermining the dignity of Buddhism. Hence, he resolved to intervene personally. Chapter 36. Filming commences within the Qin residence. A group of female spirits huddled together, apprehensive, for the Buddha's protector appeared to be a monk of profound wisdom, while they were mere specters. Some timid souls had already retreated to the rear of the gathering. Qin Hao offered them a comforting smile. Then, the Buddha's protector made his move. With a grand wave of his hand, a radiant light enveloped the entire estate, and in an instant, the surroundings underwent a remarkable transformation. Lakes, bridges, everything was in place. Most importantly, it appeared astonishingly realistic, far surpassing the backdrop Qin Hao had conjured. Impressive. Qin Hao's face was alight with admiration, yet he felt a chill within. Merely this display revealed that the Buddha's protector's cultivation far exceeded his own. Action! Qin Hao commanded, and the filming commenced. Initially, the female spirits were somewhat tense, But as they settled into their roles, their nerves dissipated, and each became immersed in character. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Chang'an, the idyllic paradise remained unchanged. How despicable! Is this truly Buddhism? How insidious! A beautiful young girl exclaimed, her face contorted with anger. To control the lives and deaths of others, treating them as mere pawns. Junior sister, this world operates thus. Only the strong can break free. The young man smiled gently, not surprised, and added, however, that individual is indeed audacious. It is no wonder the Buddhist powers have manifested in Chang'an. While the tale of Wukong was intriguing, it lacked depth. He found himself more captivated by the narrative of Zhu Xian. Yet he pondered how the author dared to kill off Bai Yao, and when would the second volume emerge? Would Bai Yao be resurrected? The young girl refrained from expounding on Wukong, as she was not particularly fond of violence. Rather, the stories within Zhu Xian captivated her. Brother, should we inquire further? She suggested, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Very well, while Buddhism wields great power, our sect need not cower, the young man replied, hesitating before nodding. At Ling Mountain, everything remained as it had always been, with the light of Buddhism illuminating all. The Tathagata sat majestically upon the lotus seat, his voice echoing like the tremors of the stars. Is Tang Sung prepared to depart? Revered one, Tang Sung is on the verge of setting forth for the Western paradise. It shall mark the dawn of our Buddhist resurgence. Guanyin stepped forward, responding with utmost reverence. That is well, the Tathagata remarked. Though the mortal has erred in his disparagement of Buddhism, I find his methods commendable. I shall send the Buddha's protector to procure some texts. You all may contemplate the implications. The Tathagata nodded slowly. The assembled Buddhas exchanged glances, somewhat astonished. They were familiar with the texts. Yet what did the revered one mean by encouraging them to ponder? Moreover, how could his methods be deemed commendable? Could it be that he envisioned crafting their lives into narratives for dissemination? Contemplating this, the Buddha's eyes brightened. The profound Buddhist scriptures were indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. However, if we were to weave their great compassion and the philosophy of saving all beings into stories that mere mortals can grasp, would this not further enhance the flourishing of their Buddhist faith? Heed the teachings of the world-honored one. The Buddhas nodded in unison. Chapter 37. The System Mall, that's a wrap. Qin Hao shouted, announcing the completion of the film shoot. Ah, master, you have worked hard. Qin Hao hurried to Fu Hu's side. Although he was unaware that this was the Arhat Fu Hu, it mattered not. What was significant was that this individual had assisted him in making the film. A rare opportunity indeed. Amitabha, helping others is our Buddhist duty. There is no need for such formalities. Fu Hu beamed with a smile. In this moment, he found that looking at Qin Hao was not so displeasing after all. Might I request a copy? Allow me to review it first, and I shall inform you thereafter. Although he felt there were no major flaws in this film, Fu Hu remained cautious after being tricked by this young man on several occasions. Absolutely. Also, don't forget to take the legend of Wukong and Zhu Xian with you when you leave. Qin Hao nodded and accepted the memory stone that Fu Hu handed over, making a copy of it. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Fu Hu vanished, still wearing a cheerful expression. Hee, I am quite looking forward to it. Qin Hao gazed at the spot where Fu Hu had disappeared, squinting at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward. A mysterious gift pack. Automatically stored. Ding. The system has unlocked a new feature. The System Mall. Task issued. You have officially completed all beginner tasks. A new journey is about to commence. Please use the films you have made to invite all beings to watch. Task reward. Earth Immortal Cultivation Card. Qin Hao was momentarily bewildered by the series of system notifications. He quickly opened the system interface and saw a new icon at the top, System Mall. Upon entering the mall, Qin Hao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What on earth is this? He was utterly shocked, for while he might not have been surprised by such items in his past life, encountering them in the world of Journey to the West was quite another matter. Within the System Mall, there were sections for technology, entertainment, daily life, cuisine, fashion, and more. The only normal sections were for cultivation techniques, levels, elixirs, and magical artifacts. However, the latter were grayed out, indicating they were not yet accessible, leaving only the technology section open. A tremor of unease coursed through Qin Hao. Something felt amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured into the technology section. In an instant, a plethora of modern technology unfolded before his eyes. Smartphones, computers, high-tech weaponry, and even spacecraft and aircraft carriers. Qin Hao slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat dazed. Writing novels and filming in Journey to the West was one thing. Engaging in such activities in this world was another. What was the purpose of a spaceship here? A powerful being could obliterate it with a single strike. Nonetheless, smartphones and computers were indeed appealing. Qin Hao chuckled to himself. As a modern individual, life without smartphones and computers was a torment, and now he was in a much better position. System, can the smartphone connect to the internet? After a moment, Qin Hao posed this crucial question, pondering how even the most advanced telecommunications company could establish a signal tower in this realm. Ding. System Mall Introduction. To purchase items from the System Mall, causality points are required, which arise from the host's karmic connections with all beings. In simpler terms, the more renowned and ingrained the host is in the hearts of others, the greater the causality amassed. Ding. Regarding the signal issue, the host may activate the system coverage feature, which can envelop the entire primordial chaos. This requires the expenditure of causality points to maintain operation, 10 causality points per day. Current causality points, 10,000. Chapter 38. Unpacking the gift pack. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Hao nodded, unfazed by his 10,000 causality points. After all, he had not come to Journey to the West in vain. The coverage feature's daily cost was manageable at just 10 points, though it would accumulate significantly over time. However, with prudent use, his points would only increase. Glancing at the System Mall, he noted that the technology section featured both smartphones and their design blueprints. Each smartphone required 1 causality point, while the design blueprint necessitated 1,000 points. System, can I forge this smartphone design blueprint with my capabilities? Ding. No issues whatsoever. Pleased with this response, Qin Hao immediately exchanged for the blueprint, which flooded his mind. Soon, a smile spread across his face. The blueprint was akin to crafting a magical artifact and required only simple materials akin to glass and some formations. With his current prowess and knowledge as a human immortal, he could manage the crafting with ease. I once lamented the slow dissemination of knowledge in the Journey to the West world, but now, with this, I can harvest causality points on a grand scale. He understood that with more causality points, he could unlock more features, drastically enhancing his power. He was already planning to enlist the Tang Emperor's help in selling smartphones. It would be a shame to waste such a powerful figure. System, open the mysterious gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Saint Strike card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 level up card against enemies. Duration, 1 minute. Instantly master all powers. Excellent. Truly excellent. Qin Hao was immensely satisfied. Although the contents of the gift pack were few, they were extraordinarily practical, bolstering his confidence significantly. He had previously utilized the Saint Strike card, rendering him invincible in the primordial realm. The level-up card against enemies was even more formidable. It meant that upon its activation, he would surpass even the mightiest foes by 1 major realm. Though the effect lasted but a minute in the hands of a skilled combatant, even a second could yield countless victories. Imagine if his opponent were a saint. By using this card, he would become more powerful than a saint in an instant. Who could stand against me now? It could be said that this system was exceptionally generous. Qin Hao felt invigorated, free from fatigue. Even if the Buddha himself came to challenge him, he would stand his ground with newfound confidence. First, he would invite various officials from the Tang dynasty to watch the film, fulfilling his task while simultaneously preparing to craft smartphones. After a moment, Qin Hao steadied his mind. While his trump cards were in place, he still needed to enhance his own strength. After bidding farewell to the ghostly maidens, he returned to his study to prepare invitations and select materials for smartphone production. In the Imperial Palace. What? That immortal has invited me to watch a film? Emperor Li Shimin sat in his study, staring incredulously at Xīyóu. Yes, Your Majesty, here is the invitation. Xīyóu respectfully nodded, presenting a red invitation card that appeared rather plain and inexpensive. However, Li Shimin did not dare to underestimate it, and quickly accepted it. Dear Emperor, I understand that you are busy with state affairs, but as they say, one must balance work with leisure. In 2 days, I will be hosting a film in the Eastern City, and I hope you will attend. Signed, Qin Hao. Li Shimin was momentarily lost in thought. While he comprehended the words, they only left him more puzzled. What on earth is a film? Why have I never heard of it before? Chapter 39. Crafting Smartphones at the Duke's Mansion. Cheng Yaojin and his wife stared blankly at the invitation in hand, utterly perplexed by the concept of a film. Well, I have heard the teacher mention it. It is said to be a form of performance art, though even more vivid and engaging than traditional opera, explained Xīyóu. Having spent considerable time alongside Qin Hao in recent days, thus acquiring a fair amount of modern terminology. Oh, I see. Since it is an invitation from the teacher, we shall go and see, Xīyóu exclaimed. While the concept of a film was foreign to him, the notion of a performance seemed somewhat familiar. Within the span of a single day, officials from all walks of life were summoned, with the invitations being extended by Xīyóu, who was well acquainted with the residences of these dignitaries. Those who received the invitations were initially bewildered, utterly perplexed by its significance. However, as it was an invitation from the esteemed sage, they felt compelled to attend. Consequently, everyone busied themselves with preparations, striving to leave a favorable impression on the immortal. In a world where secrets are difficult to keep, news of this gathering quickly spread throughout Chang'an, reaching even the ears of many commoners. Have you heard? The sage from the bookstore has devised something remarkable called a movie and has invited all officials to view it. Indeed, who in Chang'an was unaware of this? There was much speculation about the nature of this movie. Could it be some treasure of the sage? I have heard it is akin to opera, yet even more splendid. Discussions permeated the streets and alleys, with even farmers laboring in the fields engaging in dialogue about it. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had turned his attention away from these matters and focused entirely on the creation of a mobile device. He crafted the screen from fine porcelain, utilizing techniques of celestial craftsmanship. In mere minutes, he completed a mobile phone. It was quite impressive. However, producing them in bulk alone was unfeasible. He mused that he might inquire if the female spirits could assist in the crafting process. With the knowledge of a human immortal, he recognized that those spirits possessed only cultivation, lacking the requisite knowledge. In an era teeming with people, fulfilling everyone's needs solely by his efforts seemed an insurmountable task. Gazing at the mobile device in his hands, it was even more exquisite and advanced than those from his previous life, capable of screen projection and even virtual keyboards. Notably, it required no charging. Should one wish to recharge it, there were no facilities available. Instead, it contained various formations for energy replenishment, such as channeling the inner strength of martial experts or mana from the immortals. For mere mortals, sunlight would suffice for charging, yet once fully charged, it could last over a week. Products from the system are undoubtedly of superior quality. Let us produce 1,000 units to test the acceptance of the Tang people. Otherwise, it would be in vain. As the day swiftly passed, Qin Hao emerged from his chamber, feeling somewhat fatigued, despite his current cultivation level. The intense crafting had taken a toll. Upon exiting, he encountered a charming young girl and a gentle smiling young man. Ah, a guest has arrived. Qin Hao greeted them with a smile. Humph. The young girl responded with a cold snort, her brow furrowed in displeasure. Do not mind her, esteemed sir. My junior sister is still sulking over your work. Zhetian, the young man explained with a smile. Understanding this, Qin Hao nodded slightly. He could empathize. For even in his past life, witnessing the demise of Bai Yao had sparked a desire to confront the author. Thus, he merely smiled, allowing them to feel at ease, while he sat down to test the mobile device's capabilities. The young girl, intrigued, drew closer. What is this contraption? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Ah, it is something quite fascinating. Would you like to see? Qin Hao replied, his smile growing. May I take a look? The young girl's eyes sparkled with eagerness, having noticed the myriad of images within the small device. Each of you may have one, and if you find it engaging, you could assist me in selling some. Qin Hao suggested, contemplating that they were well suited as testers, being locals of this world, enabling them to adapt easily. Thank you. The young girl graciously accepted the device and, having observed Qin Hao's previous handling, quickly grasped its operation. It's quite remarkable, and it even contains a book city feature, albeit only with your works, Zhu Xian and Wukong's tale. Rest assured, many more books will follow. This device is called a mobile phone. We are merely testing it now. In the future, it will allow communication over vast distances, facilitating face-to-face conversations, chatting, watching films, reading novels, and more, Qin Hao explained with a gentle smile, inquiring about their thoughts on the device. The proprietor's ingenuity is truly astounding, the young man remarked, impressed. While they, as cultivators, could communicate over great distances, this device would undeniably enhance convenience, particularly with its ability to access stories and novels. What exactly is a movie? The young girl suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. You shall see tomorrow. I have established a cinema in the eastern part of the city. Qin Hao replied, choosing not to elaborate further. knowing that the allure of the movie could only be fully appreciated through first-hand experience. It must be noted that although this world is ancient, it possesses its own merits, particularly in architecture. The Mo family, masters of machinery, excelled in construction. Qin Hao had enlisted the Mo family to build the cinema, and they assured him it would be completed within 2 days. The young girl became increasingly excited. During their conversation, Qin Hao learned that both hailed from Mount Shu, a region abundant with various cultivation sects, and their ancestry bore connections to influential figures. The young girl, named Qin, was the little princess of Mount Shu, while the young man, named Luan, was the chief disciple of the sect, thus Qin Sr. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of the event, many arose early, with all court officials preparing gifts and inviting their families to join in the cinematic experience, as the invitation stated that family members were welcome, the more, the merrier. Yet, these officials were acutely aware that, despite the entertainment, they should refrain from bringing concubines, opting instead for their legitimate wives. Not only the invited officials, but even the common folk flocked to the eastern city. They bore witness to the magnificent cinema, constructed in merely 2 days, a feat of astonishing speed. As the excitement mounted, nightfall gradually enveloped the city. Qin Hao approached, accompanied by Qin and Luan, with smiles as they arrived at the cinema. Young master, as they reached the entrance, several elegantly dressed female spirits greeted them. It must be said that these spirits, though ethereal, were indeed a delight to behold, and ordinary people would scarcely perceive their true nature. How are the preparations? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. Rest assured, young master, all is in readiness. Awaiting the arrival of the guests, the female spirits replied respectfully, exchanging glances. Nodding in approval, Qin Hao led Qin and Luan inside the cinema. The Mo family's craftsmanship was commendable. Even within 2 days, the cinema was aesthetically pleasing and grand, undoubtedly aided by the contributions of other officials. As night descended, the vicinity became lively, with numerous vendors setting up stalls near the cinema, offering a variety of foods. Naturally, they were cautious not to shout recklessly, lest they incur wrath. Furthermore, the area was surrounded by eager onlookers, for this was a rare occasion of merriment. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, as luxurious carriages approached the cinema entrance. Haha, Qin Shubao, I did not expect to see you here. Ah, is that not Duke Chung? How curious that even you have come. Can you comprehend the essence of a movie? Some ministers dismounted from their carriages, accompanied by their families, exchanging playful banter. As Xīyóu stepped down, he immediately heard a loud announcement, causing his expression to darken. Father, please go in first. I must make an announcement outside. Chumo scanned the crowd, and fortunately, the cinema was illuminated by numerous bright lights, without which it would have been impossible to distinguish one person from another. The Duke of Qing has arrived. Chumo's sudden exclamation startled everyone. Xīyóu straightened his chest, proudly entering the cinema alongside his wife and 2 sons. What? Even the Duke of Qing is here? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd outside. Prime Minister Feng Xianling has arrived. Duke Kaidu Ruhui has arrived. Grand Commandant Changsun Wuji has arrived. With each announcement from Chumo, the crowd outside erupted in a chorus of gasps. This was the result Qin Hao sought to achieve, regardless of anything else. He aimed to make a name for himself. Just then, a sound like that of iron cavalry emerged from the distance, prompting everyone to turn and gasp in shock. Their eyes filled with astonishment. In the distance, 2 rows of armored cavalry slowly advanced towards them. Is that the Imperial Guard? Indeed, and it is the Emperor's own guard. The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated the Emperor's presence. As the cavalry drew closer, they knelt en masse, exclaiming, "Long live His Majesty." Only a few female spirits remained standing quietly. Chumo hesitated briefly but did not kneel. After all, he represented an immortal. And how could an immortal bow before the Emperor? "Greetings to your Majesty." Chumo slightly bowed in respect. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing Emperor Li Shimin, adorned in a black robe, who descended alongside Empress Wendy and 2 small children, a boy and a girl, curiously gazing around. Be at ease. Today, I am merely visiting incognito. Do not stand on ceremony. Li Shimin smiled gently, nodding to Chumo and the female spirits before entering the cinema. Chapter 42, The Official Screening in the West, at Ling Mountain. Esteemed Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, let us take a look at the legendary tale penned by that mortal. The Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, observing below with a smile. Indeed, apart from the derogatory remarks towards our teachings, the narrative is remarkably well crafted. It is no wonder the people of the Tang dynasty find it so captivating. Below, the multitude of Buddhas peruse the tale, frowning slightly, acknowledging that, despite the sacrilegious words, the story was indeed extraordinary. Amipa. The Tathagata Buddha smiled gently, uttering a mantra. The assembled Buddhas understood this as a cue to begin crafting their own stories to promote the teachings of Buddhism. Recognizing that narratives woven into tales would surely resonate with the populace. Esteemed Buddha, during my visit to the Tang dynasty, that mortal has acknowledged his misdeeds and, to atone for his transgressions, has specially crafted a film for our teachings, said the nearby Buddha, Fuhu, with a smile. The Tathagata paused, unfamiliar with the concept of a film, but chose not to inquire further, merely gesturing for Fuhu to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, behold. This is the film that mortal has created for our teachings. Fuhu produced a recording stone, and a luminous screen materialized at Ling Mountain. Meanwhile, in the Tang Dynasty cinema, the venue was filled to capacity, with Li Shimin and several high-ranking officials seated in the front row, while other ministers occupied the foremost seats. Suddenly, a peculiar sound startled the guards surrounding Li Shimin. Welcome, everyone, to the Tang Dynasty cinema. I am Qin Hao, the creator of this film, and I hope you enjoy it. The lights converged at the front, where Qin Hao stood, smiling at the audience. Additionally, after years of research, I have developed a device called a mobile phone, which allows communication across vast distances without hindrance, enabling you to see the visage of the other party, as well as find friends and captivating stories. Tomorrow, it will be available for sale in the Tang Dynasty. Holding up a mobile phone, Qin Hao introduced it to the crowd. The audience exchanged incredulous glances, contemplating the possibility of conversing across great distances and even seeing one another. Such a treasure must be invaluable. Rest assured, the first sale of this product is intended to benefit the populace. A mobile phone will be priced at just 999 won. Indeed, you heard correctly. A device capable of connecting you to celestial beings will only cost 999 won, less than 1,000. Qin Hao spoke passionately. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Could this phone truly facilitate communication with celestial beings? This treasure is simply extraordinary. Even though the attendees were high-ranking officials of the Tang dynasty, they were still profoundly shaken by the news. Li Shimin's gaze sharpened. If this mobile phone were indeed as described, it would undoubtedly alter the course of the world. After all, 999 won, while substantial for the common folk, was not excessive. And if it truly allowed communication with celestial beings, many would surely be willing to pay the price. One could only imagine how wildly popular this device would be upon its release. Now, without further ado, let us commence the film. Qin Hao observed the expressions of the crowd, smiling slightly, before activating the recording stone, unveiling a grand luminous screen before them. The film commenced. Chapter 43, The Legend of the White Snake. Wait. In the cinema, the screen displayed music that had never before graced the Tang dynasty. As the audience heard this melody, they were momentarily bewildered. A millennium awaits, just for one moment. A millennium awaits, I have no regrets. Who whispers in my ear, my love will never change. Just for these words, I would endure heartbreak without complaint. As the rhythm of the music played, various scenes unfolded on the screen. What is this? It is so beautiful, Li Shimin exclaimed, captivated, his eyes sparkling with wonder. This was the first time he had encountered such a sound. Why had he never heard it before? Even Empress Wendy beside him wore a smile, clearly in high spirits. The ministers behind them swayed to the music. This melody must be celestial in origin. Indeed, it is exquisite. The opening song alone enchanted the entire audience. Even outside the cinema, the music resonated, captivating all who heard it. This song was A Millennium Awaits, the theme song of the film The Legend of the White Snake. The response is promising. Qin Hao observed the crowd below, nodding slightly. At the very least, their capacity for acceptance appeared robust. Soon, the opening song concluded, and the main feature began. The audience beheld a serene lake, boats gently drifting amidst a light rain, and in the distance, a boat glided smoothly toward, while a young scholar approached from the bridge. Could this boatman take me a short distance? The scholar inquired. Sir, my boat is already occupied. It would be inconvenient. The boatman replied, waving his hand. Just then, a gentle voice emanated from within the boat. It matters not. It is raining outside, and you shall catch a chill. Please, come aboard. Thank you, young lady. The scholar was instantly elated and hurriedly boarded the ship, only to find two young ladies inside. One was clad in white garments, possessing a beauty that could overshadow the moon and make flowers shy. Beside her sat a lady in green, who was glaring at him with indignation. The scholar, perplexed yet hesitant to inquire, could only manage an awkward smile. The audience below observed this scene, initially feeling out of place, but as the narrative unfolded, they became increasingly engrossed. Qin Hao let out a gentle sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. It seemed that certain aspects of humanity transcended time. And generally speaking, as long as one did not infringe upon their taboos, there would be no issues. As the film progressed, it became clear to the audience that the lady in white was Bai Suzhen, and her sister, the one in green, was named Xiaoqing. They were both 1,000-year-old snake spirits, having come to repay an ancient debt of gratitude, the benefactor of which was none other than this scholar, Su Xian. Soon, Bai Suzhen and Su Xian wed, and the audience presumed they were witnessing a harmonious tale. However, the plot took a sharp turn when a temple named Jinshan Temple, located on a nearby mountain, became the site of a discovery made by the monk Fa Hai, who sought to eradicate the two snake demons. By all accounts, neither mortals nor immortals held any affection for such creatures, as even in contemporary times, demons often wreaked havoc upon the living. Yet in the film, Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing were benevolent spirits, unjustly pursued by Fa Hai, who shamelessly compelled Su Xian to make his wife drink realgar wine, revealing Bai Suzhen's true form. Upon witnessing the immense white serpent, Su Xian was struck dead with fright. This scene prompted the audience to reflect. Humans possess both virtuous and malevolent individuals, and so too do spirits have their good and evil. Chapter 44, The Legend of the White Snake. Su Xian was indeed the epitome of foolishness. It was evident that Bai Suzhen had come to repay her kindness, yet Su Xian was swayed by a few words from an outsider. Could Fa Hai truly be so blind as to fail to see that Bai Suzhen was a good spirit? In the cinema, the officials maintained their composure, having witnessed much in their elevated status, but their family members were far less restrained and rallied in support of Bai Suzhen. They even deemed Fa Hai, despite his seemingly radiant aura reminiscent of a walking Buddha, to be a despicable man. Even the two youngsters beside Li Shimin were visibly incensed. The cinema buzzed with that. Nevertheless, the story continued unabated. They soon saw Bai Suzhen, in her desperate bid to save Su Xian, braving countless perils to seek medicine from the immortals. After reviving Su Xian, his fear of Bai Suzhen, the white snake, overwhelmed him, and at that moment, Fa Hai seized the opportunity, leading him into Jinshan Temple. Consequently, Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing unleashed a torrent upon Jinshan Temple, resulting in widespread devastation. Observing this scene, the audience fell silent, weighed down by an oppressive atmosphere. They were uncertain whether Bai Suzhen's actions were justified. After all, she merely sought to reclaim her husband, yet in doing so, she harmed so many innocents. If any among them had been affected, how would they have felt? Perhaps they would have harbored nothing but hatred for the snake demon. I believe it is entirely Fa Hai's fault. Had he not torn this couple apart, they might have been living blissfully together now, Xing Chimo said through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, the audience suddenly understood. Indeed, had Fa Hai not meddled, such a calamity would not have arisen. Ultimately, their child, Su Shilin, was born. But Bai Suzhen was forever imprisoned beneath Lei Feng Pagoda, while Su Xian, in a state of enlightenment, became the custodian of the pagoda. Is this truly the end? Yes. Is this truly the conclusion? As the audience processed the film, they were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the resolution, and some even felt compelled to confront the filmmakers. Was this not a tragedy? The one who came to repay kindness ended up in such a fate? The audience found it utterly unacceptable. With a snap, the lights illuminated the room, and Qin Hao calmly emerged. Esteemed guests, the film has concluded. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence amidst your busy schedules. The audience murmured in discontent. If you were not an immortal, you might have faced dire consequences, you know? Even Li Shimin felt a tumult of emotions within, struggling to maintain his composure. Were it not for his rational mind advising against offending an immortal, he might have commanded his subordinates to confront this man. Big brother, how could Bai Suzhen, a benevolent spirit, end up in such a predicament? They exclaimed, their eyes wide with indignation. Indeed, could there not have been a different resolution? Qin Hao chuckled. This is merely a story, not a recounting of actual events, so let us not take it to heart. Additionally, tomorrow, mobile phones will be available for sale, and should you wish to discuss further, you may purchase a phone to engage in conversation. With a subtle smile, he acknowledged that he had made considerable alterations to the tale of the white snake, aiming to evoke your ire, for if it were a comedy, how could he critique Buddhism? The audience, resigned yet speechless, found the film captivating yet were left with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Gradually, they exited the cinema, inhaling fresh air, which somewhat alleviated their spirits. As Qin Hao observed their retreating figures, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: Earth Immortal Cultivation Card, automatically stored. Task issued. Entertain the journey to the West, achieving over 60% mobile phone penetration. Chapter 45, Mobile Phone Sales. Meanwhile, Ling Shan had just finished screening, and silence enveloped the space as all the Buddhas sat quietly upon their lotus thrones, immersed in contemplation. All the Buddhas had watched The Legend of the White Snake, yet their expressions were peculiar. Despite the film's plot aligning with their Buddhist tenets of vanquishing demons and enlightening spirits, there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. If the happy Buddha were present, he would elucidate the cause of their disquiet. Alas, he was one of the ancient Buddhas, often absent from Ling Shan, preferring to mingle with mortals or retreat into seclusion. Sakyamuni Buddha and Guanyin exchanged glances, slightly furrowing their brows. Though they sensed something was off, they did not dwell on it, being Buddhas themselves. They had largely transcended earthly affairs of love and emotion. Well, mortals are indeed fascinating. Thus, all is well, Sakyamuni Buddha proclaimed with a gentle smile. The other Buddhas nodded slightly, each wearing a serene expression. It was undeniable that if their Buddhist films were to circulate, they would undoubtedly become a sanctuary in the hearts of mortals. World-honored one, I shall notify that mortal to screen this in the Tang realm. The fearless Arhat thought joyfully, aware that he played the role of Fa Hai in the film, which would surely enhance his reputation. Excellent. Sakyamuni Buddha nodded in approval. At this moment, Qin Hao had concluded the screening, yet the cinema, having been established, could not be utilized just once. It must be put to repeated use. Thus, he decided to invite other common folk to view it as well, albeit this time for a fee. However, it would be quite economical, priced at merely 20 coins for entry. The following day, a throng surged forth, clamoring to enter the cinema. In no time, the Tang Dynasty cinema became the most bustling locale in Chang'an. Qin Hao instructed Xīyóu and others to set up a stall, preparing to sell mobile phones right there. This mobile phone, after extensive research by Qin Hao, revealed that the array within was rather simple. In fact, any cultivator with a modicum of skill in refining and arrays could easily craft one. However, it lacked internet connectivity. Qin Hao, astutely recognizing the vital essence of the network, thereby positioned himself as the internet service provider within the realm of Journey to the West. Desiring to use a mobile phone? Not willing to make a purchase? Want to forge one yourself? Certainly. For the same price, one must obtain authorization from Qin Hao's network. Otherwise, such aspirations would remain unattainable. Of course, the monetary aspect was not the primary concern. Rather, one must possess a causal relationship with him, a requirement that could not be dismissed, even if one wished to. Contemplating this, Qin Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Who would have thought he could become a network operator? As long as he held this power, the resulting causal value would undoubtedly lead to an influx of wealth. A magical artifact in the form of a mobile phone? Who could have imagined that mere mortals could one day wield treasures once reserved for immortals? I have heard whispers that this device allows communication with celestial beings. Whether this is true remains uncertain. Outside the cinema, a throng of individuals lingered, not entering but instead surrounding Chung, their eyes gleaming at the exquisite mobile phones on display. However, upon glancing at the prices, many were deterred. After all, at 999 coins, it was a steep sum for an ordinary citizen, compounded by the natural hesitance towards the unknown. Thus, despite the crowd gathering around Xīyóu, chatter filled the air. Yet not a single purchase was made. Just as uncertainty lingered, a group approached, led by a figure clad in a blue robe. Upon recognizing him, the crowd felt a chill. He was clearly a member of the royal court. The man, slightly plump with a fair complexion and devoid of facial hair, was unmistakably a eunuch, accompanied by several guards. The gong. Xīyóu was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated royal interest in the phones but did not expect a favored official of the emperor to arrive. His Majesty has ordered me to procure these devices, as they are of great importance, the eunuch said with a gentle smile, promptly producing silver coins to purchase 100 mobile phones before departing gracefully. Then, the stewards of various officials rushed forward. Young Master Qing, I would like 100 mobile phones. Young Master Qing, I require 50. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. These esteemed stewards, who usually exuded arrogance, were now shamelessly clamoring to buy. Was this device truly so remarkable? Regardless of their thoughts, once the stewards of the official residences departed, the display was completely sold out. Dear patrons, if you wish to purchase, please wait until tomorrow. Today's stock has been entirely sold out, Cheng Chimo declared, gathering his stall before turning to leave. The crowd protested. This is unfair. We were still deliberating. Sir, all 1,000 mobile phones have been sold today, all to court officials. No ordinary citizens made a purchase. Cheng Chimo remarked upon returning to the bookstore. Ah, that is of no consequence. Once the news spreads, they will undoubtedly recognize the merits of the mobile phone. Qin Hao waved dismissively, glancing at Qin and Luan beside him, shaking his head slightly at their indecision to leave. However, this suited him just fine. Free labor was labor, well utilized. Thus, the two who were playing on their phones were promptly enlisted by Qin Hao to help in the crafting of more devices. He even enlisted the aid of the female spirits in the Qin residence, who were now laboring diligently. Each was capable of producing 10,000 phones a day with ease, thereby allowing Qin Hao to enjoy a significantly more leisurely existence. Sir, there is a monk seeking you outside, Cheng Chuyang announced as he entered. Qin Hao was taken aback. Could it be that a Buddhist was looking for trouble? Surely not. He was confident that those monks, lacking an understanding of love and affection, after watching The Legend of the White Snake, might sense something amiss, yet would not dwell on it. Their focus was on mortals. Had they truly discerned something? With a sense of curiosity, Qin Hao approached the entrance of the bookstore, narrowing his eyes slightly at the sight of the bald monk, who was somewhat blinding. Tang Seng? Upon recognizing the monk, Qin Hao was surprised. He felt they were not particularly acquainted. Benefactor, the poor monk has a question, and I hope you can provide an answer. One must admit, Tang Seng was indeed quite handsome, and now he held his hands together in prayer, smiling. Come in, Qin Hao invited, taking a moment to assess him. Truth be told, Tang Seng was somewhat of a pitiful figure, merely a pawn of Buddhism. While such individuals might be somewhat naive, their devotion to the Buddha was sincere. After all, Buddha does not necessarily equate to the Tathagata. As they entered the bookstore, it was relatively empty, as the only popular titles were Journey to the West and The Legend of the Immortal Slayer, which had mostly been purchased already. With the advent of cinemas and mobile phones, the bookstore had become quite desolate. Qin Hao motioned for Tang Seng to sit and inquired, "What question do you have for me?" "I have read your works, Journey to the West and The Legend of the Immortal Slayer, and I have noticed a significant grievance towards Buddhism on your part. May I inquire as to the reason?" Tang Seng pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. You are mistaken. I harbor no grievances against Buddhism. It is merely..." Qin Hao replied with a slight smile, shaking his head. "It is simply that Buddhism is hypocritical." This statement piqued the curiosity of Qin and Luan, who had been refining phones, as well as the others present, who pricked up their ears. They were aware of the Immortal's discontent with Buddhism, having witnessed near confrontations in the past, and were eager to learn the reasoning behind it. How so? Tang Seng inquired further, intrigued by the notion of Buddhist hypocrisy. Qin Hao fell silent, recalling that in his previous life, he had not held a particularly negative view of Buddhism. After all, it was merely a belief system. As all individuals possess faith, be it Buddhism, Taoism, or even Christianity, that fortifies their spirit and instills conviction. This was inherently a positive aspect. However, in the realm of Journey to the West, he witnessed the tyranny of Buddhism. They forbade mortals from any form of disrespect. Everything he spoke of was drawn from personal observation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, recalling a phrase from his previous existence. Thus, Qin Hao's expression grew solemn as he began to speak in a calm yet resonant tone. If the Buddha does not covet, why must he receive offerings from the world? If the Buddha is not malevolent, why can he not tolerate even the slightest disrespect from mortals? If the Buddha professes equality among all beings, why then are distinctions made between bodhisattvas, bhikkhus, and protectors, creating a hierarchy? Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals stood frozen, staring blankly at Qin Hao. His words rang in their minds, posing questions they had never before contemplated, questions they dared not even ponder. Yet today, someone had voiced them aloud. It was an awakening. We offer our respect, provide incense, and beseech to avert calamities. Yet the Buddha claims that many lives are predetermined and that one cannot go against the will of heaven. Thus, what purpose does worshipping the Buddha serve? Qin Hao's voice echoed softly within the modest bookstore, sending shivers through their hearts. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated from the heavens, as if the very universe was in harmony. In an instant, The skies darkened, and a gentle rain began to fall, pattering against the eaves with a crisp sound. Inside the bookstore, everyone remained rooted in place, even Qingyin and Luwen forgetting the phones they were refining. Meanwhile, Tang Seng's complexion paled, his eyes glazed over. Rendered momentarily at a loss for words. He had read the legend of Wukong and witnessed the fate of the pilgrim within its pages. Doubts and confusion swirled in his heart, prompting him to wonder whether he, too, was merely a puppet akin to those in the narrative. Would disobedience lead to his own annihilation? Uncertain of the reason, he felt an urgent need for answers, yet he never anticipated the response he would receive. After a prolonged silence, Tang Sanzang's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, a crimson stream of blood erupted from his mouth. Alas, master, do not overthink. Whether my words hold truth is for you to discern as you journey westward. There is ample time to validate my... Qin Hao sighed softly. He understood that a ripple of doubt had begun to disturb Tang Sanzang's unwavering faith in Buddhism. Thank you for enlightening this humble monk. Tang Sanzang's pallor intensified, and his voice trembled, for Qin Hao's words had struck him profoundly, shaking the foundation of his long-held beliefs. A fissure had formed, and its further expansion would depend on the experiences he would encounter on his pilgrimage. Qin Hao smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, as Tang Sanzang departed. The initial questions remained unresolved, only to be replaced by an abundance of new uncertainties. Perhaps some truths are too daunting to accept without personal experience or first-hand observation. Sir, is Buddhism truly as you describe? Qingyin inquired, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Qin Hao's discourse today was unlike anything they had ever heard, and none dared to voice such thoughts openly. The group turned their gaze towards Qin Hao, awaiting an explanation. Is it truly that significant? Qin Hao replied with a subtle smile, offering no further clarification. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the weight of his words. Regardless of the truth behind the feud of Buddhism, it remained a force they could not afford to offend. Even if they recognized its hypocrisy, what could be done? After a moment of introspection, their thoughts settled, and Qin Hao's gaze flickered as he exited the bookshop, vanishing from sight. No one knew his destination. Yet the Qingping sword that had rested upon the rack had mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang set forth on his journey to the west in search of sacred scriptures. This day was bustling, as Emperor Li Shimin personally escorted Tang Sanzang out of Chang'an. Unlike his previous fervor for enlightenment, Tang Sanzang now grappled with confusion and unease. Qin Hao gazed at the distant peaks that pierced the clouds. Wuzhishan, the very site where the Buddha had subdued Sun Wukong. How intriguing, he mused, for he sensed not only the aura of demons, but also the presence of deities and Buddhas. Halt! Entry is prohibited ahead, for imposing figures suddenly appeared. Clad in official garb, exuding an air of authority. The four heavenly guardians. Qin Hao assessed them, acknowledging the celestial prowess they commanded, even if they were mere subordinates. Do you not recognize this as Wuzhishan? Depart swiftly. The four guardians bellowed upon sighting him. Qin Hao, unperturbed, calmly grasped the Qingping sword, observing them silently. Upon seeing the sword, the guardians realized who stood before them. The uproar surrounding the legend of Wukong had drawn the attention of saints, and all deities were acutely aware of the one under their protection. However, they were perplexed as to why he had strayed from Chang'an. Esteemed ones, I merely wish to glimpse Sun Wukong. I harbor no ill intentions. I kindly ask that you do not make this difficult for me. Qin Hao stated with a tranquil demeanor, harboring a bold plan conceived during Tang Sanzang's visit. Please, they exchanged glances, their expressions stiffening. They underestimated Qin Hao's strength. Confident they could overpower him, yet the Qingping sword instilled a sense of caution. Since he sought merely to see Sun Wukong, they deemed it unnecessary to endanger their lives. The four guardians, having borne the brunt of celestial labor for meager rewards, were reluctant to obstruct Qin Hao, fearing he might retaliate unexpectedly. They had no doubt about his capability, as he was the one who had drawn a sword against the Buddha. Qin Hao smiled as he entered Wuzhishan, the mountain formed by the Buddha's hand. He looked up to behold its towering majesty, a sight to behold, where a talisman affixed at its summit captured his attention. Could this be the seal that restrained Sun Wukong? He shook his head and soon reached the base of the mountain. Upon arrival, he wrinkled his nose at the unpleasant odor that lingered in the air. Sun Wukong? Qin Hao grinned as he observed a small opening at the mountain's base, from which a furry head emerged. It was indeed Sun Wukong. Yet, the once mighty Monkey King appeared quite forlorn. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired, his golden eyes shimmering with curiosity. his expression calm. Just a mere earth immortal? How did you gain access? After 5 centuries of imprisonment, Sun Wukong was no fool. He sensed the many secrets concealed within the celestial realm, even questioning the legitimacy of his rebellion in heaven. I am but a businessman. Consider me here to propose a trade, Qin Hao replied, sighing at the sight of the once-admired hero. He had idolized Sun Wukong throughout his childhood. Yet the latter's subsequent conduct left much to be desired. A trade? Sun Wukong tilted his head, intrigued. Behold, great sage, this is a device I have developed, a mobile phone. Even from beneath Wuzhishan, you can watch whatever you desire. Qin Hao approached with a smile, eager to strike a deal. As Qin Hao advanced, Sun Wukong's golden eyes, his expression morphing into a fierce snarl as a furry arm shot forth to seize him. Do you think I, the great sage, would condescend to trade with a mere earth immortal? Qin Hao regarded the outstretched limb with a calm smile, having anticipated such a reaction from the pent-up monkey. After all, at his core, Sun Wukong was still a mischievous creature. Buzz. The chinking sword trembled slightly, effortlessly blocking the furry claw. What treasure is this? I have never encountered such a weapon, Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished that a mere sword could withstand his grip, given his status as a Tai golden immortal. Ah, great sage. You are unaware of much. Did you truly believe the celestial court you once ravaged was so simplistic? The rulers of the 3 realms can indeed instill fear. Why do you think the Buddha spared your life? Qin Hao posed a series of questions, leaving Sun Wukong in contemplative silence. Beneath the towering Wuzhi, all was eerily silent. Even the distant chirping of birds and the whisper of the wind seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere, vanishing into nothingness. In the distance, the 4 guardians exchanged fearful glances. Despite Sun Wukong being subdued here, his formidable powers remained. Typically, they dared not approach him, fearing a sudden attack. To their astonishment, the man wielding the chinking sword brazenly provoked Sun Wukong. However, they quickly deemed this behavior unsurprising, as that individual was no ordinary foe. Sun Wukong's golden eyes fixed intently on Qin Hao, scrutinizing him as if attempting to unravel his origins. Yet, after a prolonged examination, he discerned nothing. How did you come to know this? He inquired, his voice hoarse. He was no fool. Rather, he was astutely aware that after 5 centuries, something was amiss. Great sage, shall we collaborate? I will divulge everything, but you must assist me with a trivial task, one devoid of danger. What do you say? Qin Hao smiled, confident that Sun Wukong would acquiesce. Very well. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before nodding. A mere earth immortal would have once been inconsequential to him, easily dispatched. Yet, the sword in Qin Hao's possession exuded an aura of peril, suggesting that should it be unleashed, it would wreak havoc. Come, great sage. This is a mobile device I have developed, containing the answers you seek. Qin Hao's demeanor relaxed as he instructed Sun Wukong on its operation. This is a bookstore, currently. It holds only 2 volumes, both authored by me. However, accessing the books requires payment, even with an internet connection. Qin Hao explained meticulously, and Sun Wukong, being a sharp-witted stone monkey, grasped the instructions after a single demonstration. Oh, this device is quite remarkable. Is the tale of Wukong written about me? Sun Wukong exclaimed, his delight evident as he examined the phone, particularly thrilled to discover a book dedicated to him after 5 centuries. Thank you, my brother, he exclaimed, his gratitude evident. Great sage, you are too courteous. Qin Hao replied with a smile, producing a storage pouch. Take these phones. When Guanyin comes to find you, you can take the phone with you wherever you go. Selling them or giving them away is perfectly fine. Excellent. Sun Wukong's attention was entirely absorbed by the tale of Wukong, his focus diverted from Qin Hao's words as he waved him away, seemingly dismissing him. Unperturbed, Qin Hao cast a deep glance at Sun Wukong before departing. Sun Wukong, oblivious, opened the tale of Wukong. The 4 companions had reached a dense forest, devoid of any path. Wukong, I'm hungry. Find something to eat, Tang Tsing declared, sitting grandly upon a rock. I'm busy. Can't you find something yourself? You have legs, after all. Busy? Doing what? Don't you think the sunset is beautiful? Sun Wukong remarked, gazing at the horizon. I can only persist in my journey westward by admiring this. You can look while searching. Just avoid crashing into a tree. I do nothing while admiring the sunset. Sun Wukong retorted, perplexed. Chapter 51. What of death under Wuzhi Mountain? Sun Wukong gazed at the tail of Wukong, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment until it was tightly knitted. When 500 years of existence turned out to be a mere ruse, He pondered the reasons behind the joys and sorrows of characters lost. What purpose does my existence serve? If I cannot laugh, why must I perish? I wish to see the heavens that can no longer blind my eyes, to see the earth that cannot bury my heart, to have all beings comprehend my intent, and for all Buddhas to vanish into thin air. He realized he was mistaken, entirely mistaken. This narrative was not about him. It chronicled a different son, Wukong. Yet, some experiences mirrored his own closely. And even his long-held doubts found resolution within the pages of this book. Ah, so I am but a pawn, he mused. The Jade Emperor merely feigned authority. Son Wukong's voice resonated with a deep timbre, his turbulent aura enveloping Wuji Mountain. Yet the mountain itself remained an insurmountable barrier for him. Tathagata, Jade Emperor, how cruelly you have deceived me, he bellowed, his laughter echoing across the mountain, scattering birds in flight, as even the clouds above seemed to sense impending peril. At that moment, Son Wukong comprehended why, during his rebellion in heaven, those so-called deities appeared feeble. It was all a conspiracy to compel him to journey westward for scriptures. They sought to turn him into a compliant dog. What nonsense about transgressing heavenly laws and seeking penance. It was all absurd. With a furious roar, Son Wukong's eyes blazed crimson, shaking the very heavens and earth. Once a formidable demon king, even if his rebellion in heaven proved illusory, his strength remained undeniable. Wukong, do not act recklessly. At that moment, from the edge of the sky, a lotus flower drifted down, upon which stood Guanyin, clad in white. Originally, Tang Xing was en route to Wuji Mountain, prompting Guanyin's urgent appearance. Guanyin? Son Wukong jolted back to reality, a tremor of unease coursing through him. Could it be true? Was he destined to embark on a pilgrimage to the west? Wukong, 500 years have passed. To atone for your sins, you must protect a destined individual on their journey westward. Will you comply? Guanyin's voice resonated with an air of authority from her lotus perch, seemingly overlooking the earlier events. I refuse. Son Wukong vehemently shook his head. Knowing the outcome, why should he serve as a dog for the Buddhist temple? What sin had he committed? Why should he seek atonement? He would rather remain forever trapped beneath Wuji Mountain than embark on a journey to the west. Guanyin's expression shifted to one of surprise. Initially, Wuji Mountain was meant to temper Son Wukong's nature, yet 5 centuries had passed, and he remained obstinate. After a brief pause, she acknowledged the cosmic order. Son Wukong had to go. It was unchangeable, even for her. Do you not desire freedom? Guanyin inquired after a moment, her tone tinged with urgency. I do not, Son Wukong replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. 500 years had elapsed, and though he had once wavered, feeling the weight of his past errors and the need for atonement, the moment he beheld the tale of Wukong, clarity washed over him. That was not his story. He was not merely a dog. He should never have chosen that path. Thus, he resolved to learn from the Wukong within the tale, fighting to the bitter end. Even if it meant death. As the saying goes, what of life? If I cannot laugh, what of death? My pride remains unyielded. Chapter 52. The recharge function. Upon hearing Son Wukong's unwavering refusal, Guanyin's countenance darkened ominously. Son Wukong was an indispensable part of the Buddhist revival. Without his protection of Tang Xing, who could ensure his safety? Thus, Son Wukong had no choice but to comply. Observing Son Wukong's defiance, Guanyin pondered briefly before a smile crept across her face. Wukong, the current state of Huadhua Mountain is quite favorable. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's head shot up, his golden eyes ablaze with fury. He understood the shamelessness of these so-called deities, but he had not anticipated such blatant threats. If he does not embark on his journey for enlightenment, the flower and fruit mountain will undoubtedly be drenched in blood. Though unspoken, it is implicitly understood. We are all astute individuals. Very well, I, the great sage, shall comply. After a brief moment, Son Wukong nodded, watching Guanyin depart with a satisfied demeanor. His golden eyes glimmering slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you believe you possess complete control? Ding. At that moment, his phone emitted a crisp sound. Son Wukong looked down to see a download prompt appear on the screen, seemingly out of nowhere. This application allows for seamless communication with celestial beings and anyone else. Perusing the app's description, Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback before proceeding to download it. Once the download was complete, he installed and opened the app. Ding. To facilitate communication with you and others, please choose a name. He chuckled. I am the great sage, and I have no qualms about revealing my identity. Son Wukong promptly entered, zhetian de Xing. Ding. Dear user, your phone balance is insufficient. Please recharge promptly. Failure to do so will result in the cessation of network services. Son Wukong, having been trapped under the Five-Finger Mountain for 500 years. What wealth could he possibly possess? The crux of the matter is, how does one recharge? No one had ever informed him. System, how does one access this recharging feature? We do not have a recharge hall, nor can we construct one in the entire journey to the West universe. Back in the study, Qin Hao furrowed his brow. Though he supported the system's phone recharging function, akin to data plans in his previous life, he pondered how to execute a recharge. There were no bank cards. Nor was there a recharge hall. Could one recharge with their head? Ding. Considering the host's predicament, the system recommended the quick delivery feature, Black Hole Express. Qin Hao glanced at the system store, his face twitching slightly. He currently possessed 20,000 karmic points, yet this delivery feature cost a staggering 10,000 karmic points. Black Hole Express, the fastest and most reliable delivery service. A succinct introduction, devoid of any embellishments. After contemplating, Qin Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Recognizing the utility of this delivery feature, it could be used for tipping in the bookstore, sending deliveries, and numerous other benefits. If that were the case, 10,000 karmic points would be exceedingly reasonable. Not a loss at all. With a smile, Qin Hao immediately purchased the delivery feature. He then lowered his gaze to test the phone, discovering that merely clicking the recharge icon would conjure a black hole before him. After placing an item inside, it would materialize within the system, easily retrievable at any time. Perfect. It was absolutely flawless. Truly, the system was formidable. Little did he know, within the palace, Li Shimin gazed at his phone in bewilderment. Although he had grasped its mechanics, the newly released chat app and Black Hole Express excited him. After all, this technology could facilitate communication with immortals. If he could acquire some celestial techniques, wouldn't that liberate the Tang dynasty from its current plight? Ding. Zhetian Desheng requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Chapter 53, Communicating with Online Friends. Hiss. Upon seeing that friend's name, even Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty involuntarily gasped, his heart racing. It is important to note that this is a world inhabited by deities, and to adopt such a name implies the other party's extraordinary status. In this era, every mortal held profound reverence for gods and Buddhas. How could one dare to call themselves Zhetian? After a moment's hesitation, he clicked to accept. Initially, Li Shimin assumed the other party was indeed an immortal, and not just any ordinary one. Perhaps they merely wished to experiment with this phone, to play around. He even contemplated how to procure celestial techniques from the other. As the fate of the Tang dynasty depended on it, he could no longer allow the Tang to languish in weakness. Li Shimin fixed his gaze upon the phone, yet refrained from initiating a conversation. Who knows whether the other harbored benevolent intentions or malicious ones? Who are you? Soon, Zhetian Desheng sent a message. After hesitating, Li Shimin finally replied, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin. May I inquire as to your identity, esteemed immortal? Observing the text he had sent, Li Shimin felt a strange sensation. He had not anticipated that through this phone, he could indeed converse with an immortal. The Emperor of the Tang? Surely, that individual must possess considerable wealth. Before long, Zhetian Desheng responded once more. Li Shimin was taken aback. Could it be that even immortals were in need of money? In his mind, immortals were lofty beings, ethereal and omnipotent. Yet here was this immortal named Zhetian Desheng, seemingly fond of wealth. Could it be that he was the god of wealth? That couldn't be right. The god of wealth should be even wealthier. In an instant, Li Shimin was utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the other's intentions. Ah, esteemed mortal, if you desire wealth, I possess some that I could offer you. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shimin deemed the other to be enigmatic. Let us skip the gifting, I, the great sage. Never take advantage of others. Instead, let us trade. Shortly thereafter, a file was transmitted. Li Shimin opened it and was instantly shaken. This was, in fact, a tome of celestial techniques. Indeed, it was a work of celestial lore, though it had been authored by Son Wukong himself. As a Tai Golden Immortal, creating a tome of celestial techniques was hardly a daunting task. Of course, it was only capable of allowing mortals to cultivate to the human immortal level. Anything beyond that was unattainable. However, he was unaware of what this tome represented for Li Shimin. Why did he organize the Water and Land Dharma Assembly? Was it not due to the grievances of the Jinghe Dragon King? Who could have anticipated that while resolving the Jinghe Dragon King's plight, he would inadvertently attract the attention of an even mightier Buddhist force? The prosperous Tang dynasty, in the eyes of these immortals, amounted to nothing. He could no longer endure this situation. He longed for a Tang dynasty where every individual was like a dragon, cultivating immortality. Perhaps they could not rival the Buddhist sects in the heavenly court, but at the very least, they could possess the courage to speak out. Most importantly, there was that one enigmatic figure within the bookstore. Yet, he never imagined that fortune would arrive so abruptly. For a moment, Li Shimin found himself at a loss. After a short while, Zhetian de Sheng began to urge him. Li Shimin snapped back to reality and quickly opened the Black Hole Express, instructing a eunuch to send an abundance of gold and silver treasures to Sun Wukong. Of course, this delivery also incurred a service fee of 10%. It could be said to be quite expensive, but the crucial aspect was its speed. Qin Hao, naturally, was unaware of these developments. Had he known, he would surely have burst into laughter, realizing that the once rebellious great sage Sun Wukong was now selling techniques for the sake of phone bills. Chapter 54. Arriving on horseback. Presently, Chang'an City was bustling with activity. The young masters and ladies from affluent families brandished their phones whenever they ventured out, eliciting envy from the common folk who beheld them. In a remarkably short period, phones had become a trend in Chang'an City, a symbol of status. To lack a phone was to be undeniably regarded as impoverished. Conversely, those who possessed phones enjoyed a markedly different social standing, even when dining in taverns or attending brothels. They garnered heightened regard. Hey, did you all hear? A new app has just been released today. In a tavern, a young man excitedly shared with those around him while holding his phone. Though his tone was modest, the gleaming phone in his hand betrayed his enthusiasm. Upon hearing this, everyone at the table turned to look, their eyes brimming with envy. Due to the scarcity of phones, even those with wealth might find it challenging to acquire one. Haha, let me tell you, this phone can actually facilitate conversations with immortals. Look at my friend here, the Qinglian Sword Immortal. Anyone who can be called an immortal must be remarkable. The youth unlocked his phone, briefly showcasing it to the crowd. Upon seeing it, the onlookers noted the presence of a contact named Qinglian Sword Immortal among his friends, which instantly intensified their envy and jealousy. As this conversation began to spread, the demand for mobile phones surged, for without one, they felt as though they were relegated to a lower status. Naturally, there were also those emerging from the cinema, engaged in discussions about the tale of the white snake. Alas, Buddhism seems rather merciless, by Suzhen, who acted solely to repay a debt of gratitude, ended up being eternally suppressed. Indeed, in this world, does the might of Buddhism grant it the liberty to act as it pleases? It appears that those bald monks lack any understanding of love. They are but a heartless lot. As the discourse evolved, an increasing number joined in to defend by Suzhen, culminating in the formation of multiple chat groups dedicated to this discussion. Time passed, and Chang'an City grew ever more lively. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had not been idle. His mind buzzed with thoughts. Although his karmic values surged rapidly, he understood that this was merely the beginning. With the proliferation of mobile phones and the development of myriad applications, these individuals would soon find themselves unable to live without their devices. System. How much karmic value do I possess? Qin Hao inquired as he checked the system. Ding. 46,000. Hearing this, a glimmer of determination sparked in Qin Hao's eyes. To fulfill the system's tasks, he could not afford to wait for the gradual spread of mobile phones. Although he had collaborated with Sun Wukong, promoting the phones wherever he went, the pace was far too slow. It seemed the time had come to devise a new strategy, while Qin Hao contemplated his next move. A situation unfolded at Wuzhishan. On this day, Sun Wukong was engrossed in reading The Journey to the West, a tale he had revisited countless times. Yet it never ceased to amuse him. Suddenly, his ears perked up. He looked up and, with his fiery eyes, pierced through the distance. In the distance, a bald monk clad in a robe approached on a white horse. Chapter 55. Wukong emerges as Sun Wukong beheld that distant figure, his pupils slightly contracted, instinctively tightening his grip on his phone. At long last, the day had arrived, he murmured to himself, releasing his grip as golden light shimmered in his eyes. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang remained oblivious to the impending events, riding his horse, his monk's robe fluttering in the breeze, his handsome visage and shining bald head drawing nearer. Yet, beneath the calm exterior, turmoil raged within him. Originally accompanied by several guards, they had all perished at the hands of a ferocious tiger. Each of those brave souls had families waiting for their return, and now, Tang Sanzang walked slowly, sweat trickling down his forehead. He recalled the words of a sage from the bookstore. Indeed, those lives were lost because of his journey to the West. Was this not his own sin? Why did the Buddha he revered not emerge to save them? Tang Sanzang found himself engulfed in confusion. Just then, he seemed to hear someone calling his name. And when he looked up, no one was in sight. The monk from the Tang dynasty, I am over here." In the next moment, Tang Sanzang felt a sudden shift in his surroundings, finding himself at the foot of a towering mountain, where he was astonished to see a monkey's head. Had it been before he read The Journey to the West, he might have dismissed it, but now, upon seeing the monkey's visage, he trembled. A sense of dread creeping into his heart. After all, such a monkey existed in the tale. "Is it you who declared, 'I want the sky to not obscure my sight'? You don't seem capable of such boldness," Sun Wukong mused, assessing Tang Sanzang, recognizing him as nothing more than a mere mortal, unworthy of such audacious words. "Are you Sun Wukong?" Tang Sanzang asked, taking a deep breath, his hands clasped together in reverence. "Indeed, I never anticipated that this monk would know of my name." "You must be the monk from the Tang dynasty, Tang Sanzang," Sun Wukong replied, nodding. "Now, hurry and release me, and I shall ensure your safe passage to the west." Tang Sanzang hesitated, taken aback by the monkey's eagerness to protect him on his journey. "Is that a phone you possess?" Instinctively, he glanced at Sun Wukong's hand. Recognizing it as the same device he had seen in the bookstore, which he later learned was being sold in the Tang dynasty. "Ah, do you know Qin Hao?" Sun Wukong inquired with a hint of suspicion. "The monk has sought guidance from Qin," Tang Sanzang affirmed, unaware that this revelation had just saved his life. "Ah, I see." Sun Wukong contemplated for a moment before nodding. "In that case, release me, for I have matters to attend to, and I shall return to escort you on your journey." "Thank you." Tang Sanzang ascended Wuzishan, encountering the seal, reciting a Buddhist incantation, which caused the seal to disperse. "Haha, I am free at last." Sun Wukong's triumphant laughter echoed as Wuzishan erupted, a golden figure standing amidst the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence that engulfed the world. Chapter 56. The Three Realms. Aware in the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, shrouded in clouds, the Jade Emperor sat regally above, while numerous celestial beings stood below. With Sun Wukong's emergence, the journey eastward officially commenced. "All of you, take heed of your mounts and attendants. Ensure they do not cause chaos upon descending to the mortal realm." The Jade Emperor commanded with an authoritative tone. "We shall abide by." The celestial beings exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. Though it was fate that compelled the eastward journey, they could not prevent it. Nevertheless, they could insert numerous trials along the way, ensuring they would share in the merits. Most importantly, they could seize this opportunity to showcase the might of the Taoist sect. "Your Majesty, it seems that the individual from the Chang'an bookstore, Qin Hao, is also involved in this eastern expedition. He personally visited Wuzishan a month ago," reported Qianlian and Xuanfeng, bowing respectfully. Oh, the Jade Emperor's interest piqued, as he recognized the intricate connections between Qin Hao and the revered Tong Tianjiao master of the Three Pure Ones, considering them akin to fellow disciples. Most significantly, this individual had openly opposed Buddhism. It remained a mystery what Qin Hao had conveyed, for while Sun Wukong had been enraged, he refrained from confronting Qin Hao, instead exhibiting peculiar behavior. Qianlian and Xuanfeng hesitantly remarked, "With the Qingping sword present, even if they wished to eavesdrop, it would be impossible. Let us observe how events unfold." "There is no need for interference," the Jade Emperor mused, aware that the animosity between Qin Hao and Buddhism would not easily dissipate. Since Qin Hao had sought out Sun Wukong, it was clear he had intentions of his own, thus he would merely watch in silence. "Your Majesty, there is another matter. Qin Hao has developed a device known as a phone, purportedly capable of connecting to three realms and possessing various extraordinary features." Qianlian and Xuanfeng reported once more. "Your Majesty, I too have heard of this device, rumored to be miraculous, allowing for communication across vast distances, enabling one to see the other." At that moment, a youth stepped forward, adorned in a flower-patterned garment, with fair arms wrapped in red silk. In his left hand, he bore a golden bracelet, and in his right, a fiery spear, exuding charm and handsomeness. This individual was none other than Neza. Instantly, the celestial beings found themselves captivated. However, what they failed to perceive was the grim expression on the face of Li Jing, the heavenly king, who held a golden pagoda in his hands. That Qin Hao had once slain his son. How could he possibly find joy in this situation? Fortunately, a fragment of his soul had lingered, entering the cycle of reincarnation. Yet even so, he harbored an intense desire to eliminate Qin Hao. Speaking of which, the Li family was truly remarkable. Both Jin Jia and Mu Jia belonged to the Buddhist sect, while he and Neza were practitioners of Taoism, adeptly navigating both worlds without offending either. "Ah, the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, please descend to the mortal realm and procure some mobile phones." Soon, The Jade Emperor issued his decree. As you command. A venerable elder clad in white, adorned with a golden star upon his forehead, stepped forward, holding a floating dust whisk, exuding an aura of celestial grace as he complied with the order. Meanwhile, in the west, at Lingshan, the atmosphere was notably festive, for Tang Sung had finally embarked on his journey. With the spread of Buddhist teachings to the east, it heralded the dawn of their religious resurgence. In recent years, although the Buddhist sect had grown formidable, it still paled in comparison to the Taoist sect when one considered the strength of its lineage. The majority of the disciples of the Three Pure Ones had ascended to the ranks of the divine list, boasting profound heritage. Nonetheless, certain individuals were of such significance that the Jade Emperor found it difficult to mobilize them during ordinary times, coupled with the deep-rooted influence of Taoism. This rendered the Buddhist position quite precarious. My lord, Tang Sung has set forth and arrived at Wuzhishan. The grand coordinator of the journey to the west, Avalokiteshvara, sat serenely upon a lotus, hands clasped in prayer, and spoke softly. Excellent. That mischievous monkey possesses a rebellious nature. He will require careful guidance. The Buddha, with a colossal form and half-closed eyes, stirred slightly, and 3 beams of golden light materialized before Avalokiteshvara. This treasure is known as the Golden Fillet, though there are 3. Each serves a distinct purpose. I possess 3 incantations to bind it. Should you encounter any formidable demons along the way, you must counsel them towards righteousness. Once the Golden Fillet is donned and the incantations recited, it will induce excruciating pain and turmoil in the demon's mind. Upon hearing this, the multitude of Buddhas joined their hands in reverence, uttering, Amitabha, our Buddha is compassionate. They all understood that the mention of formidable demons was merely a precaution for the 3 disciples of Tang Sung. Naturally, they could never voice this thought aloud, otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Did they not see that Jin Shanzi was, after all, a direct disciple of the Buddha? He had merely descended to the mortal realm due to differing opinions, fulfilling his destined trials. My lord, that Qin Hao from the bookstore seems to have developed a wondrous artifact known as the mobile phone, which allows one to see the other's image from thousands of miles away and communicate with others. At this moment, the tiger-subduing Arhat remarked. He had been closely monitoring Qin Hao's activities, primarily to ascertain whether the latter had shared the tale of the white snake with the masses, but instead, he discovered the existence of the mobile phone. Indeed, Qin Hao is exceedingly cunning. We must send the tiger-subduing Arhat to procure some mobile phones and keep a watchful eye on his movements. Upon hearing this, the Buddha paused slightly. To him, Qin Hao is merely an insignificant insect, yet the Qingping sword in Qin Hao's possession presented a formidable challenge. Most crucially, he was uncertain of Tong Tian's stance. At this moment, Qin Hao sat within the bookstore, having sensed the emergence of Sun Wukong from the very beginning, though it bore little relevance to him. However, he was taken aback when a beam of golden light descended into the courtyard. Great sage, what brings you here? Qin Hao blinked in surprise at the figure, wondering if this fellow had fled, unwilling to accompany Tang Sung to the west. I, the Monkey King, have come to inquire about a matter. Sun Wukong landed with urgency, scratching his head in evident distress. He clearly did not wish to journey to the west, yet felt utterly powerless. Please, speak. Qin Hao offered a faint smile. Is what you wrote in the scriptures true or false? Sun Wukong stood before Qin Hao, his golden eyes fixed intently upon him, as if attempting to see through his very soul. Does the truth or falsehood truly matter? What is important is that the fate of the great sage cannot be altered, can it? Qin Hao replied with a smile, though it sent a chill down Sun Wukong's spine. Indeed, he was unable to change anything. Great sage, the vastness of this world far exceeds your imagination. Do you truly believe that the Jade Emperor is not your match? That Avalokiteshvara is not your equal? You are gravely mistaken. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, Sun Wukong instinctively took a step back. I tell you, they are among the most formidable beings in this realm. If the Jade Emperor lacked power, how could he occupy the throne of the 3 realms? And Avalokiteshvara, if she were powerless, how could she attain the status of a bodhisattva? Qin Hao enunciated each word with weight, locking his gaze onto Sun Wukong. Boom. Sun Wukong felt a resounding echo within his mind. Indeed, if the Jade Emperor and Avalokiteshvara were truly as feeble as they appeared, how could they hold their esteemed positions? In that instant, a question that had plagued him for years was resolved. So I cannot resist? Sun Wukong asked hoarsely after a prolonged silence. You can, of course, but not at this moment. Shall we join forces to assault the Buddhist sect? What say you? Qin Hao's voice was calm, yet his words radiated an air of dominance. If these words were overheard by others, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest, for who would dare to assault the Buddhist sect? It must be noted that the Buddhist sect currently stood as the second greatest power in the world. Even the fearless son Wukong was taken aback by this audacious proposal, for he was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. How could he not be astonished? Who are you truly? Son Wukong regained his composure, his expression complex. The ability to voice such a proposition suggested a formidable background. Great sage, proceed to the west, but do so slowly, allowing Tang Xing some time. Oh. And give your 3 junior brothers some time as well. They will also become your allies when the time comes. Qin Hao did not answer the question, instead continuing his monologue. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Son Wukong, after a moment of contemplation, nodded and transformed into a beam of golden light. Vanishing from sight, he did not merely believe Qin Hao's words. In the current circumstances, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Moreover, with his present strength, he was utterly incapable of resistance. Had you not been transformed from the patching the heaven stone, you might have perished long ago. Qin Hao murmured softly, watching Son Wukong's retreating figure, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Who was the goddess Niwa? The Holy Mother of Humanity. Renowned for her monumental merit in mending the heavens, one of the 6 celestial saints, even her remnants bore immense virtue. Son Wukong had inherited all of this. Blessed with divine merit, even the Buddha was hesitant to slay him, fearing the entanglement of such profound karma. However, this great merit could be utilized. Thus, it came to pass that Son Wukong was tasked with escorting Tang Xing. These celestial powers truly knew how to orchestrate affairs. Qin Hao chuckled quietly. Reflecting on the 5 figures of the journey to the west, Tang Xing, Son Wukong, Zhu Beiji, all possessed significant backgrounds, while the White Dragon and Sha Monk were the most unfortunate, lacking any connections and ultimately fading into obscurity. At this moment, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Outside the bookstore, amidst the bustling crowd, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, unnoticed by anyone. As the white light dissipated, an elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in white robes, entered with a cheerful demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. Greetings, esteemed sir. Taibai Jingxing? Qin Hao instinctively glanced at the golden star upon the elder's forehead, immediately recognizing him. It is rather evident that there are only a limited number of renowned celestial beings in the heavens, and given this particular appearance, it can only be the one and only Taibai Jingxing. Chapter 59. The Contest Between Buddhism and Taoism. Indeed, it is I, the humble Taoist. Taibai Jingxing did not exhibit much surprise, for within their minds, this Qin Hao was likely a newly accepted disciple of the Tongtian. Thus, even upon knowing his identity, there was nothing peculiar about it. Have you come here for something? Qin Hao understood that it was only a matter of time before the heavenly court would send someone. They would not allow Buddhism to grow unchallenged. Given his enigmatic identity, it was highly probable that they were here to seek him out. However, he anticipated that it would be after the Jade Emperor confirmed his identity. He did not expect them to arrive so swiftly. He, of course, a humble Taoist, does not visit the 3 Treasures Hall without reason. The Grand Supreme Being has commanded me to procure some mobile phones. Might that be permissible? Taibai Jingxing wore a congenial smile, appearing quite affable. Certainly. How many do you require? Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. His previous assumptions had been misguided. Yet this aligned perfectly with his intentions. If Son Wukong were to sell them himself, it could be quite some time before he completed the system task. 10,000 mobile phones. Taibai Jingxing pondered for a moment before responding. However, just as Qin Hao was about to nod in agreement, he recalled that he had already gifted Son Wukong a considerable number of phones and, coupled with the sales in the Tang dynasty, his stock was rather limited. He had just over 10,000 left. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Wait. Both turned to see a beam of golden light descend, revealing the figure of the Fuhu Luohan. Fuhu, what brings you here? The previously jovial Taibai Jingxing's eyes narrowed, the smile vanishing from his face. He was here to procure mobile phones for the Grand Supreme, and this bald monk had the audacity to interrupt? What gall! I beg your pardon, but I, as a humble monk, am here on the orders of my Buddha to acquire mobile phones. Fuhu Luohan paid no heed to Taibai Jingxing's expression, regarding him merely as a civil servant, incapable of withstanding his might. He then turned to Qin Hao, esteemed benefactor. May I inquire how many mobile phones you possess? Just over 10,000. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He spoke the truth, a troubled expression emerging on his face. Luohan, you have come too late. Taibai Jingxing has already requested 10,000 phones. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Taibai Jinxing's face, while Fuhu Lohan's countenance darkened. The contest between Buddhism and Taoism had long since taken shape, with countless minor skirmishes. This journey to the West, although a rise for Buddhism, was an opportunity for the Taoists to flex their muscles, deploying steeds and disciples to create obstacles for Tang's son. This was tacitly approved by the great leaders of both faiths. Thus, at this juncture, neither Taibai Jinxing nor Fuhu Luohan could afford to concede. This matter transcended the issue of mobile phones. It was a matter of dignity for their respective sects. Qin Hao observed the two men in silence, amused. He had not anticipated the clash between Buddhism and Taoism to manifest so abruptly. Fuhu, I am here on the Grand Supreme's orders to purchase mobile phones. Do you intend to defy his decree? Taibai Jinxing's voice boomed. I would not dare, but I am here on the orders of my Buddha to procure mobile phones. If I fail to deliver, I too shall face consequences. Fuhu was not foolish. He would never agree to such terms, as that would be madness. Though a contest existed between Buddhism and Taoism, it was conducted discreetly, publicly. The Jade Emperor remained the sovereign ruler of the three realms, unless he sought his own demise. He would never entertain such queries, and even if the Tathagata himself were to appear, he would be unable to shield him. Chapter 60. The Mobile Phone Group Chat. Fuhu's words were not forceful, yet they conveyed a clear message. While Taibai Jinxing was here on a mission, so too was Fuhu. Perhaps the Buddhist forces were unable to surpass him, but he certainly would not be punished over a mere mobile phone. Indeed, upon hearing this, Taibai Jinxing's expression darkened slightly. Although Fuhu's words hinted at concession, they were delivered so subtly that it left him feeling somewhat vexed. Ahem, might I suggest, esteemed gentlemen, that one is a celestial being from the heavens, and the other a monk from the West. There is no need for such a great uproar over mobile phones, as I am sure the Grand Supreme and the Buddha would not wish to witness such a scene. At this moment, Qin Hao cleared his throat and spoke softly. Fortunately, there were no others present in the bookshop. The three young members of the Chung family had already been dispatched to the cinema, and both Qingyin and Luwen were absent as well. If these two celestial beings were to engage in conflict here, the Tang dynasty might face utter annihilation in an instant. After speaking, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Humph. Both Taibai Jinxing and Fuhu snorted in unison. What sort of individuals did they think they were? How could they not discern the underlying implications in Qin Hao's words? Fuhu, unfazed, nodded with a smile. For Qin Hao's statement drew a comparison between the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. However, for Taibai Jinxing, the sentiment was far from pleasant. Yet it was clear that he did not wish to escalate the matter. Just as Qin Hao had indicated, this was not the appropriate place for further conflict. Thus, the two departed hastily, each taking 5,000 mobile phones with them. I did not anticipate that the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism had escalated to such a degree. Qin Hao mused as he watched their retreating figures, a smile forming within him. In Journey to the West, the struggles between these two faiths were not extensively portrayed. Even when mentioned, they were not particularly overt. One could glean from the narrative that the tribulations faced by Tang Sung and his disciples were orchestrated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist order, perfectly balanced. Next, it would be time to introduce some software. Qin Hao gazed down at the mobile phone. One must not underestimate the ancients, for they were merely constrained by the limitations of their era and were not lacking in intellect. He discovered that after a month of free development, the chat groups had begun to take shape, with an abundance of discussions occurring. Most were centered around tales like the legend of the White Snake and the adventures of Wukong, while others discussed calamities and demonic occurrences, evoking a distinctly 22nd century atmosphere. As Qin Hao casually entered a chat group, an avalanche of messages overwhelmed him. A little white snake. Alas, you all say the legend of the White Snake is captivating. Yet I cannot watch it. Xinglian Sword Immortal. What a true pity. Sword Immortal's admirer. Sword Immortal brother. I adore you. Qin Hao noticed that numerous messages quickly buried these few, and he even discovered a group for emperors. Upon stealthily joining, he realized that currently it only contained Li Shimin. TSK, Taibai Jinxing and Fuhu Luohan must be nearing their return. Qin Hao stroked his chin, a glimmer of mirth in his eyes. It was high time to unveil two items he had long contemplated, but had yet to bring into existence. Chapter 61. The Chat Forum. In the Heavenly Court. Is this what they call a mobile phone? The materials are rather ordinary. The Jade Emperor frowned slightly as he examined the mobile phone in his hand. To him, it appeared far too crude, almost akin to refuse. Your Majesty, the mobile phone is intended for mortals. hence the commonplace materials are quite normal. However, Qin Hao did mention that if we celestial beings wish to remanufacture them, we simply need to input the serial number from this model into our newly forged ones, and they shall then be usable. Tai-Bai Jinxing elaborated, having already tested one on the way back and found it rather satisfactory. Is that so? The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. A ball of flames appeared before him, and a myriad of shimmering materials for refining entered the fire. In an instant, a new mobile phone materialized, crafted from heavenly materials, exquisite as jade in his palm. Upon examining Qin Hao's mobile device, it appeared as though it were merely refuse amidst a heap of trash. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor entered the serial number he had procured, and the phone he forged was fully activated. However, the original device became utterly unusable. Boom. With a gentle clasp of his hand, the phone transformed into mere ashes. Your Majesty, such skill, Tai-Bai Jinxing remarked, chuckling discreetly at the spectacle. The Jade Emperor nodded in amusement, almost instantly comprehending the phone's myriad functions, and soon established a celestial group chat, which was promptly inundated with numerous deities joining in. Neza, greetings, great heavenly sovereign. Li Tianwang, greetings, great heavenly sovereign. Mo Liqing, greetings, great heavenly sovereign. Observing this scene, the Jade Emperor's eyes twinkled with delight. Inexplicably, he felt an unusual sensation in his heart, as though he were being venerated by the assembly of immortals, a feeling that had not graced him for many years. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Reward, substantial reward. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, waving his hand and instructing, Tai-Bai Jinxing, you must descend to bestow great rewards upon Qin Hao. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to descend. Simply open the Black Hole Express, and the rewards shall be sent forth. Tai-Bai Jinxing replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor operated the phone, and indeed, after he tapped on the Black Hole Express, a dark vortex manifested beside him. With a flash of insight, he discerned that this was not a sophisticated mechanism. Any being of the great Luo golden immortal level or above could achieve such feats. It was merely that no one had employed it in this manner before. How intriguing, truly intriguing. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily, waving his hand as a bounty of celestial treasures vanished into the black hole. Ding dong. At that moment, the phone emitted a sound. Hearing it, Tai-Bai Jinxing and the Jade Emperor instinctively looked down, only to find two newly launched applications on the screen. Audio and video, you can watch any film or legendary tale you desire. Chat forum, a compilation of all discussions from the three realms. Anyone may comment, but do exercise caution, as you may inadvertently offend a powerful deity, and this forum shall bear no responsibility for any consequences. Chapter 62. Infuriating. Both the Jade Emperor and Tai-Bai Jinxing were momentarily taken aback by the two applications, struggling to grasp their significance. After all, they had only just begun to familiarize themselves with the mobile device. Regardless of their exceptional talents, a new invention requires an adaptation period. The Jade Emperor clicked on the audio and video application, discovering it contained but one film titled The Legend of the White Snake. A demonic tale? The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow but chose not to comment, continuing to explore. Ding dong. Dear user, you need to recharge your account a watch. The Jade Emperor pondered. But he was not lacking in riches. Glancing at his balance, which stood at 0, he waved his hand to recharge. And after a plethora of celestial treasures and magical artifacts vanished, his balance soared to 1 million. A millennium of waiting, a moment of anticipation, a millennium of waiting. Without regret, a soulful song resonated. As the Jade Emperor listened to this unique melody, he closed his eyes, savoring the experience. As the music concluded, the main feature commenced. Boatman, might you carry me a while? A glimmer of mirth flickered in the Jade Emperor's eyes, while others might not appreciate the nuances of the film. As the Jade Emperor and a married man, how could he possibly be oblivious? This young man had dug a pit for Buddhism, one they could not fathom. The actor is none other than the tiger-subduing Arhat. How delightful, truly delightful. While others might not recognize the tiger-subduing Arhat, the Jade Emperor certainly did. In stark contrast, Tai-Bai Jinxing bowed his head, his fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, clearly a master of online forums. At this moment, he felt a surge of indignation as he encountered remarks suggesting that deities were devoid of compassion. How could he endure such blasphemy? If deities were indeed heartless, how could they possibly bring fortune to the world? Tai-Bai, you audacious individuals, you speak in folly. Deities endure countless trials to attain their status. pledging to uphold the welfare of all beings. How could they lack compassion? I am a great brain tiger. Huh? If you deities possess feelings, then how do you explain the actions of Fa Hai in the legend of the white snake? A so-called disciple of Buddhism, yet he slaughters innocents without a second thought. Truly shameless. White snake's admirer. Indeed, what grievance did Baisujin ever have? She acted solely out of gratitude, yet was condemned to eternal suppression. Below, a multitude joined in, echoing their sentiments. Tai Bai stood rooted, shaking with rage. When had he ever witnessed such audacity? As a deity, who would dare speak so in his presence? Yet, one could not deny that the advent of the mobile phone had emboldened many audacious souls, and crucially, with the phone acting as a shield against karmic retribution. Ordinary deities could scarcely uncover the identities of these commoners. I am infuriated. The years of Tai Bai Jinxing's composure crumbled in an instant, however. Having never viewed the legend of the white snake, he quickly clicked on the film to watch it through, regaining his confidence. Tai Bai, let me enlighten you. Baisujin sought medicine from the southern polar immortal, who is a deity of the heavenly court. Thus it is clear that the deities do possess compassion. The truly heartless are merely those bald-headed monks. Consider this carefully. Throughout his discourse, Tai Bai Jinxing never revealed his divine identity, maintaining an objective perspective to avoid providing these audacious individuals with grounds to counter his arguments. Upon reflection, it does seem that way. Indeed. While the two young attendants may not be virtuous, they were merely fulfilling their duties. After Tai Bai Jinxing's eloquent remarks, the tide of conversation shifted dramatically. Chapter 63, A Great Virtue. How fascinating. I had not anticipated that Qin Hao possessed such remarkable talent. The Jade Emperor set down his phone, gazing at the industrious Tai Bai Jinxing with a smile. Indeed, Your Majesty, one cannot deny that this mobile device is truly ingenious. It not only serves as entertainment, but also allows for the observation of the populace's opinions, facilitating constant awareness of their dynamics. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jinxing promptly set aside his phone, nodding in agreement. Haha. The Jade Emperor lightly shook his head, casting a profound glance at Tai Bai, pondering how this old bachelor could possibly comprehend the power wielded by such a device. While he would not dare make sweeping claims, the impact of the legend of the white snake would undoubtedly reverberate through Buddhism. Though its current influence may be modest, he understood that as mobile devices became more prevalent, their effects would only magnify. Buddhism will traverse the East. Ha ha ha. In that moment, the Jade Emperor felt as though he were partaking in a jest, contemplating that perhaps, in the end, Buddhism would possess nothing at all. I shall contact Qin Hao. My heavenly court is willing to assist in the proliferation of mobile devices. Yes, Your Majesty. At Ling Mountain, within the great Thunder Sound Temple, the tiger subduing Arhut had long since returned to Ling Mountain, distributing the news among all the Buddhas. Each Buddha, intrigued by this novel phenomenon, began to explore it. Some opened the legend of the white snake, watching intently, and as Fa Hai subdued Baisujin, the assembly of Buddhas erupted in applause. The Buddha of ultimate reality and other mighty beings also watched until, satisfied, they set down their phones. Qin Hao's transformation is indeed commendable. This child is destined to share a bond with us, deserving of boundless Buddhist light. The resounding voice of the Buddha of ultimate reality echoed through the great Thunder Sound Temple. Our Buddha is compassionate. Hearing this, the Buddhas clasped their hands together, their expressions radiating benevolence. With a wave of his hand, the Buddha of ultimate reality summoned the Black Hole Express, sending forth a multitude of magical artifacts into the void. Though Qin Hao may have erred in the past, who among the living is without fault? Our Buddha is compassionate. As the Buddha of ultimate reality spoke these words, he paused momentarily, maintaining his composure. The revered dragon, do you have any opinions regarding our Buddha? Guanyin gazed downwards, observing that many individuals were preoccupied with their mobile phones, entirely neglecting the teachings of the world-honored one. She then spoke aloud. None at all. In response, the revered dragon Arhut raised his head in confusion, his fingers still tapping away. It seems that while mobile phones are indeed convenient, they easily ensnare sentient beings, leading them astray. The tranquil voice of the Tathagata resonated. Upon hearing this, several Buddhas who had been engrossed in their devices hastily set them aside, joining their hands in reverence. Is this a jest? Do you not recall how Jin Chanzi descended to the mortal realm? He is a direct disciple of the Tathagata, and yet he too was ensnared. What of us? The Tathagata nodded in satisfaction, a compassionate expression gracing his face. Just as he was about to speak, someone from below interjected, "Respected world-honored one. It appears there are individuals in the forum slandering our Buddhism. The revered dragon Arhut hesitated for a moment, then stood up, hands clasped in prayer. He had no choice but to rise. Just consider Jin Shanzi. How could he not feel apprehensive? While the Tathagata might remain silent now. What if he were to face repercussions later? If the leader sought to undermine him, he could easily fabricate a reason. Upon hearing this, the assembly of Buddhas paused, instinctively reaching for their devices. Even the Tathagata and others followed suit. For they had initially turned to their screens to ascertain whether Qin Hao had made any subtle alterations to the film's content. Consequently, they had little time to monitor the forum. Within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, tens of thousands of Buddhas sat upon lotus thrones, each cradling a mobile phone. Their brows furrowed as they scrutinized the forum's content. Something felt amiss. Shockingly, Buddhism was being represented by such individuals. The tale of Buddhism and Fahai must be told. Is it a reflection of humanity's twisted nature or a descent into moral decay? Why did the elderly woman meet her tragic end on the streets? Why did hundreds of donkeys cry out in the night? Enter now and discover the mysteries of Lingshan. Men will be silent. Women will weep. Grand headlines adorn the forum, causing the faces of all Buddhas to twitch in indignation. Even with their elevated states of mind, anger welled within them. Such audacity, to so brazenly defame their Buddhism. Yet, what astonished them further was the sheer number of clicks on each title, numbering in the tens of thousands, with comments reaching into the hundreds of thousands, utterly deranged. The Tathagata's hands trembled slightly. He sensed something momentous was unfolding. Clicking on any title revealed a torrent of disparaging remarks about Buddhism, devoid of any commendation. Yet, he found it perplexing. Did not Buddhism stand for the eradication of demons? Had these mortals not previously loathed the demon race? Why now? Did they rally in defense of a Baisujan? Of course, none of that mattered now. What was paramount was preventing the situation from escalating further. As a formidable being, whether in wisdom or intellect, he was acutely aware that as mobile phones became increasingly pervasive, allowing such rhetoric to flourish would render Buddhism's teachings ineffective, even if they were to spread eastward. Amipa, the foolish and ignorant mortals fail to perceive the world's complexities. It is imperative for all respected ones to guide them. The Tathagata set aside his phone, his profound voice resonating throughout the Thunder Sound Temple, imbued with a unique energy that instantly calmed the agitated Buddhas. By the decree of the world-honored one, the assembly of Buddhas joined their hands in prayer and bowed deeply. Thus, each Buddha, armed with their phones, donned disguises and plunged into the fray. The first battle of the forum was about to commence. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was oblivious to these events, merely staring at the unexpected items that had appeared within his system, feeling somewhat bewildered. Numerous magical artifacts and celestial treasures had manifested, all exceeding the level of celestial beings. Accompanied by a message. You are quite impressive. I hold great admiration for you. Upon reading this message, Qin Hao immediately recognized it as a missive from the Jade Emperor. Then, he witnessed a continuous influx of treasures entering his system, all originating from the heavenly realm, nearly prompting him to exclaim in joy. This was merely to recharge phone credits. Incredible, truly affluent. 100,000 at a time, at least. Qin Hao mused, his voice tinged with envy. Yet he soon reconciled himself to the fact that while they possessed wealth, he was not lacking either. In a brief period, he could amass such treasures. Who else could claim the same? The value of magical artifacts and celestial treasures was akin to the levels of cultivation. Aside from the standard artifacts, there were special treasures known as innate supreme treasures, which were born of the cosmos and could not be refined. As for the Qingping sword in his possession, it was a treasure of enlightenment, meant solely for the saints. Chapter 65, The Forum War. Was not the Tathagata once known as the Many Treasures? I believe I too can adopt that title. Qin Hao gazed at the magical artifacts within his system, marveling at the prospect of unleashing a multitude of treasures in battle, a truly spectacular sight. Lost in thought, he nearly drooled at the imagery. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone chimed. Qin Hao lowered his gaze, only to discover that someone had sent him a reward and recharged his phone. However, what astonished him was that these items included various robes, demon-slaying staffs, and some low-tier relics, all evidently from Buddhism. Did Buddhism also send me a reward? Qin Hao found himself torn between laughter and exasperation, unsure how to respond. He opened the message, and a grand voice echoed forth. The benefactor's ability to turn back is commendable. This is great virtue. May the benefactor maintain their original intent. Qin Hao, what on earth? That voice was all too familiar. Wasn't it the Tathagata's voice? I intend to challenge your Buddhism, yet you reward me. He felt a mixture of amusement and disbelief, yet he accepted the rewards without hesitation, not holding back at all. Buddhism, one must admit, is truly benevolent. Qin Hao sighed, feeling it necessary to express his gratitude to the Tathagata as a matter of courtesy. Ding dong. At that moment, his phone chimed again. Tai Bai, Mr. Qin. His Majesty has stated that he can assist you in selling phones. Do you require assistance? Seeing this message brought Qin Hao immense joy. It was as if a pillow had been delivered just as he was about to doze off. Alone, he could only manufacture a limited number of phones, even with the help of those female spirits. Initially, he had assumed this would be a long-term endeavor, but with the assistance of the heavenly realm, the task would surely be completed at an accelerated pace. Thank you very much, Qin Hao replied, subsequently sending the phone's design blueprint to Tai Bai. This information was not a secret. He trusted that those divine beings could analyze the formation within the phone with a mere glance. What truly mattered was that the core methods resided with him, such as phone credits, internet connectivity, and activation processes. Tai Bai, received. His Majesty has issued a decree for the artisans of the Heavenly Works Department to expedite production. Upon reading this message, Qin Hao grinned widely. He was no fool. As soon as the offer for assistance came, he had pieced together the implications. It appeared the Jade Emperor had no desire for Buddhism to ascend. Yet fate had dictated otherwise. Now that the tools were placed in his hands, how could he refrain from using them? Unbeknownst to him, as the Jade Emperor's decree was delivered, all the divine beings in the Heavenly Works Department busied themselves, for the design blueprint for the phone was straightforward, easily comprehensible even to the heavenly craftsman. One person with multiple abilities is indeed a simple matter. When the vast entity of the heavenly court began to operate at full capacity, the results were terrifying. Within a single day, billions of mobile phones materialized within the heavenly court. At this moment, however, Qin Hao was not preoccupied with these developments, but rather observed the forum with a smile upon his face. The inaugural forum battle of the journey to the West had commenced, and he could not help but admire the practitioners of Buddhism. Perhaps their thoughts were antiquated, yet their talents were exceptional, and they were adept at stirring up trouble while concealing their identities. How many Buddhas exist in Buddhism? Perhaps only the Buddha himself knows the answer. When these masters of brainwashing and manipulation joined the forum battle, the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Chapter 66. The voice of the Jade Emperor. Qin Hao lowered his gaze to his phone, a peculiar expression crossing his face. These Buddhas were indeed remarkable talents. Most of the individuals possessing mobile phones were mortals, with a small fraction being demons and spirits, yet it was evident that these beings were no match for Buddhism. The battle had only just begun, and the tide was already overwhelmingly in favor of the Buddhists. Zhetian, everyone, this is a grave misunderstanding. Buddhism seeks only to eradicate demons and evil. There is no fault. Have you forgotten that while Baisuzhen sought to save Su Xian and ventured to the Antarctic Immortal for a magical elixir, her actions were questionable? When the Antarctic Immortal was not home, she resorted to theft. Was that correct? Believer, indeed, while Baisuzhen's initial actions were motivated by gratitude. Have you considered how demons and humans can coexist? This defies the natural order. I have a little brain tiger. Wow, the Buddhists are attempting to cleanse their image. Sword Immortal admirer. Haha, the Buddhists are truly shameless. Love is a natural affair. What business is it of yours? Did Fahai not also intervene in matters of love? As a demon, she dares to love and hate without harming anyone. Is that a crime? Should she be suppressed by Fahai? The most handsome in the three realms, indeed. It is well known that Buddhism lacks shame. There's no need to elaborate. I am a dragon, Amit Ba. What you all say is not without merit. Perhaps Fahai was initially biased, but in the end, one can see his compassionate heart. Baisuzhen bore Su Shilin and did not slay him. Yet look at Baisuzhen. For the sake of Su Xian, she flooded Jinshan Temple, leading to countless deaths. Are those innocent lives to be condemned? Qin Hao's gaze remained fixed on his phone, astonished. The Buddhists were indeed skilled debaters. Suddenly, he recalled that in his past life, it was said that the concept of pyramid schemes was derived from a Buddha-esque research. Even if that were not the case, it was clear to see how persuasive Buddhism was in the eyes of the masses. In the primordial era, the likes of Zhuanti and Jane would connect with anyone they encountered, and figures like Guanyin and Di Tingshu were masters of persuasion. Such prowess was remarkable. Alas, this was merely the beginning. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Qin Hao's eyes as he gazed towards the heavens. It was said that in the mortal realm, a day in heaven equated to a year on earth. However, based on his understanding, time did not flow as swiftly here. although it would still be somewhat expedited. Surely, it must be nearly time now? Indeed, shortly thereafter, a majestic voice resonated throughout the three realms. I am the Supreme Emperor of the Heavenly Court, the most honorable Jade Emperor, moved by the suffering of the beings in the three realms and recognizing their lack of enlightenment. I have commanded the celestial beings to forge a miraculous object known as the mobile phone, which all beings in the three realms may come to claim. This resounding and imposing voice reverberated throughout the three realms. At that moment, regardless of what they were engaged in, whether humans, demons, spirits, or monsters, all raised their heads in astonishment. In this era, most had only heard of the Jade Emperor's name, and many had never even heard his voice. The Jade Emperor was merely a figure of legend. However, they never anticipated that today, this voice would echo throughout the three realms. The grandeur and authority of this voice shook the souls of all beings, instilling a sense of reverence and a desire to bow in worship. Chapter 67. Announcement to the three realms. Qin Hao's face twitched slightly as he was taken aback by the Jade Emperor's lengthy title. Although he understood that this was indeed the Jade Emperor's true title, he could not help but feel that the Jade Emperor was being ostentatious. Such grandeur far surpassed simply stating I am the ruler of the three realms, for the uneducated could grasp little of it. They could only understand that the speaker was formidable, yet the specifics of that might remained unclear. Stepping out of the bookstore, he observed that on the bustling streets, not a single mortal remained standing. All had prostrated themselves, praying to the heavens, and some even shouted in exultation, claiming the deities had manifested. Such individuals clearly lacked education. Remarkable indeed. The Jade Emperor is truly the ruler of the three realms. I shall refer to you as the king of ostentation. Qin Hao was astonished, yet the next moment, a smile graced his face. Regardless of the circumstances, with the Jade Emperor's assistance, he would soon accomplish his task, leading to a significant boost in his karmic value. At Flame Mountain, the landscape was ablaze with flames capable of scorching the very void. Within this mountain, no living creature was in sight, only endless fire. Not far from this inferno stood a cave known as Banana Cave, where two demons resided, Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King. What is the Heavenly Court up to? Crafting mobile phones? Summoning all who can ascend to retrieve them? The Bull Demon King gazed gravely at the sky, as if he could perceive the Heavenly Court. I have heard whispers that this mobile phone was developed by a disciple of a powerful figure, Princess Iron Fan remarked, her beauty radiant, her figure voluptuous. Why is it that my husband is unaware of this? The Bull Demon King inquired, a look of confusion upon his bovine visage. You foolish bull. All you do is frolic with that vixen. How could you possibly pay attention to such matters? Princess Iron Fan smirked coldly. Hurry and fetch me that mobile phone. Yes, dear wife, I shall go at once. The Bull Demon King's face paled slightly, and he hastily departed. They had never considered whether this might be a plot by the Heavenly Court, for the Heavenly Court would not dare to do such a thing. Even though the Heavenly Court was the sovereign of the three realms, it would not risk inciting the wrath of all forces against them. At Lion Camel Ridge, swamps abounded, and white skeletons lay scattered, exuding a strong stench of blood and decay. In this harsh environment, a cave was filled with numerous demons. Brother, what does the Heavenly Court mean by this? A demon with the head of an elephant sat within the cave, surrounded by many lesser demons. I cannot fathom it. The green lion stroked his golden mane, shaking his head slightly, feeling bewildered. The vast Heavenly Court had caused such a commotion merely to announce the creation of something called a mobile phone? This was utterly perplexing. Just then, a resounding cry of a giant bird echoed. The demons turned to see a colossal figure blocking out the sun, slowly approaching, its powerful aura suffocating all the smaller demons present. Third brother, the green lion and white elephant both smiled and rushed forward to greet the imposing figure. Chapter 68. Benefits from the Heavenly Court. As the massive figure landed, it transformed into a demon with a bird's head and a human body, adorned in luxurious attire that indicated a noble origin. This demon was none other than the golden-winged Great Ping, the maternal uncle of the Tathagata Buddha. The Heavenly Court has announced the mobile phone. We shall go together. The golden-winged Great Ping spoke as he alighted. What? Could this be a scheme of the Heavenly Court? Upon hearing this, the Qing lion and the white elephant paused momentarily, their expressions tinged with surprise. They found it hard to believe that the Heavenly Court could be so benevolent as to bestow benefits upon the beings of the world without any cost. This was evidently implausible. Eldest brother, second brother, you may not be aware, but this mobile phone has already circulated across the three realms. Even those monks from the Buddhist sect have one each. I have even overheard them saying that with this phone, one can learn of worldly affairs without stepping outside. Truly a magnificent treasure. The golden-winged roc, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of disdain, yet recognized that these two brothers were of notable lineage and had resided here for an extended period, rendering their ignorance of the happenings in the three realms quite understandable. Realization dawned upon them. The two brothers suddenly grasped the situation. In haste, the three ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Throughout the world, all demons, cultivators, and powerful beings concealed within their caves for seclusion stirred with curiosity. They understood that whatever had prompted the heavenly court to make such grand proclamations was far from ordinary. Outside the southern heavenly gate, a multitude of demons and spirits had gathered in a brief span of time. Although each individual was cautious, they believed that since the heavenly court had summoned all capable of ascending, they would not face any harm. Haha. It has been ages since I last visited the heavenly court. How nostalgic. The bold demon king, clad in a cloak, laughed heartily as he approached a heavenly soldier who stood before a small table. In my banana cave, there are millions of little demons. I wonder how many mobile phones this heavenly soldier can provide me? The bold demon king, unabashed, remained unperturbed even within the imposing heavenly court. The mobile phones are currently in production and are rather scarce. I can only offer you 500,000. The heavenly soldier replied nonchalantly, his tone imbued with indifference. Despite not being as powerful as the demon king, he maintained a modicum of respect. Thank you. The bold demon king accepted his phones and turned to leave, mumbling to himself, I shall send some to my child shortly. Just as he departed, the golden-winged roc and his companions had already ascended to the heavenly court. The southern heavenly gate was bustling with activity. However, even so, a significant number of demons remained on the ground. Some lacked the requisite cultivation, while others were wary of potential schemes from the heavenly court. And yet others were simply reclusive. At White Tiger Ridge, a beam of golden light descended, transforming into a young general resembling those of the heavenly court. Ah, this is indeed White Tiger Ridge. The young general surveyed the surroundings, frowning slightly. Not far from him lay a heap of bones, quivering slightly. Without a second thought, the young general tossed a mobile phone, which transformed into golden light and vanished. Moments later, a young woman appeared, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she extended her porcelain-like arms to retrieve the phone. In the kingdom of daughters, a realm comprised solely of women, this domain diverged significantly from that of mortals. Though they claimed to be mortals, the kingdom of daughters belonged to a secret realm, where every woman possessed some level of cultivation. The queen herself was a powerful cultivator. Chapter 69. Displaying strength today, the kingdom of daughters bustled as usual, vibrant and lively. However, at that moment, a beam of golden light descended upon the skies of the kingdom, though only a few noticed. What business does this heavenly soldier have in our kingdom? The queen, adorned in a golden dragon robe, appeared gracefully, her demeanor calm as she regarded the heavenly soldier before her. By the decree of the great celestial sovereign, I come to enlighten the beings. The heavenly soldier, observing the queen floating effortlessly in the air, felt no surprise and spoke plainly. Please proceed. The queen paused briefly, recalling the words previously announced by the Jade Emperor, and slightly bowed to express her respect. There are a total of 231,000 adults in the kingdom of daughters, 38,100 elderly individuals, and 55,800 children. The heavenly soldier continued, pausing momentarily. Upon hearing this, the queen's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, for the information provided was utterly accurate. In that instant, she felt a profound sense of the heavenly court's terror. It must be understood that while their kingdom was a realm of cultivators, it was still relatively insignificant within the earthly immortal realm. Yet, the heavenly court was fully aware of their existence. Without any errors, this indicated the extent of the heavenly court's might. Today, the great celestial sovereign grants 40,000 mobile phones. You must remain vigilant regarding the significant events in the three realms, understand the rituals of enlightenment, and never close your doors to the world. With that, the heavenly soldier emitted a beam of golden light and transformed, vanishing from sight. The queen stood in the air, gazing at the storage ring in her hand, dazed for a moment before shaking her head with a wry smile. Throughout the world, numerous heavenly soldiers descended upon hidden caves and kingdoms, and in an instant, all those demons and humans who had concealed themselves in seclusion were left stunned. They realized a terrifying truth. The heavenly court had meticulously gathered intelligence about them. Even knowing precisely how many individuals and demons resided within their caves. In no time, The three realms were in turmoil. Unbeknownst to them, the heavenly court had flexed its muscles. Indeed, the heavenly court is as formidable as ever. In the great Tang bookstore, Qin Hao gazed in astonishment at the ever-increasing number of activated mobile phone serial numbers, soon realizing the implications of this phenomenon, for such events could hardly be concealed. Truly, the sovereign of the three realms, the Jade Emperor, is no exaggeration. In silence, he has comprehended all matters within the three realms. Had it not been for this incident, those demons would have remained blissfully unaware that their so-called concealment had always existed beneath the watchful gaze of the heavenly court. Perhaps, with the spread of Buddhist teachings to the east, the Jade Emperor had grown anxious. A faint smile graced Qin Hao's lips, for he understood that the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism had now officially commenced. From this contest, it was evident that the Taoist sect had gained a significant advantage. The next move would determine how Buddhism would respond. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: Celestial Immortal Cultivation Card, automatically stored. Just then, the voice of the system echoed. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's eyes lit up. Use the Celestial Immortal Cultivation Card. Ding! Using Celestial Immortal Cultivation Card. In the next moment, Qin Hao felt his strength surge like a rocket, an immense aura involuntarily radiating from him. Boom! Qin Hao heard a resounding thud within him. Celestial Immortal Peak. He nodded in satisfaction, clenching his fists as the air around him twisted and crackled. Ding! Transmitting basic knowledge of Celestial Immortals. Chapter 70. Special Task issued. You need to rapidly develop mobile software to enhance your visibility. Additionally, you must swiftly compose several legendary tales to establish your standing within the journey to the west. Task reward: 1 random activity card. Note: this task will feature a progress bar, and the host can check it at any time. Note: you are currently in the initial phase of your career, and there may be numerous challenges ahead. However, there is no need for doubt. You have embarked on the expressway of entertainment, and the activity card is your optimal choice for benefiting the masses. As Qin Hao absorbed the fundamental knowledge of Celestial Immortals, the system issued another task. Upon reading the task, he paused momentarily. While he understood the need to enhance his visibility and establish his status, the reward puzzled him. What exactly was a random activity card? Filled with curiosity, Qin Hao clicked to learn more. Random activity card. Possessing this card will randomly generate a system activity. It could be the automatic creation of a secret realm from the myriad worlds, or perhaps a fishing event within the myriad realms, allowing the capture of any being. It may also generate a reading event where one can obtain techniques, among others. Note: all beings possessing mobile phones throughout the three realms may participate. Gasp! Upon reading the explanation of the activity card, Qin Hao drew in a sharp breath, utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. This activity card was simply too powerful. One must understand, what does it mean to access a secret realm from a novel? In other words, the formidable secret realms from his previous life as novels might very well manifest, such as the ancient Forbidden Lands, reminiscent of, and, among others. The secret realms from their worlds could potentially appear. As for the interdimensional fishing activity, it is even more impressive. One can gaze upon the vast expanse of the starry multiverse, casting a line to fish from all realms. Provided one possesses sufficient strength, one could reel in anything. Even the heavenly laws of minor worlds, how formidable is that? In contrast, the final activity pales in comparison to the first two. Reading novels may yield certain techniques from the stories, which sounds appealing, yet it feels rather bland next to the other two. One could hardly dismiss it, however. These three activities were merely suggestions from the system, and Qin Hao took a brief look, discovering many more to come, regardless of which one it was. Each was exceedingly powerful. The mere occurrence of any single one could send shockwaves throughout the three realms. For the first time, Qin Hao experienced the might of the system. He then glanced at his task completion rate, frowning slightly. It was only 15%. This indicated that, despite the proliferation of mobile phones across the three realms, many still refrained from using them, particularly among the human race. Naturally, this task is also linked to the software on the phones. As for the humans, they could only wait for son Wukong and his companions to catch up. Even if the heavenly court were generous, they could not attend to every detail. However, the development of mobile software and writing novels needed to commence swiftly. After pondering for a moment, Qin Hao resolved to continue developing several mobile applications, ensuring to follow a systematic order. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Just as he contemplated which software to release next, an unusual sound echoed from the backyard of the bookstore. Squeak! Squeak. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. Were the mice of the journey to the west so audacious? Boldly wandering about in broad daylight? Wasn't that a bit too brazen? Chapter 71. The Crimson Fox Squeak. Squeak. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly and stood up. He was curious to see what kind of mouse dared to be so presumptuous during the day. He did not suspect it was a mouse spirit, for he believed that even if there were monsters in the Tang dynasty, they would not intrude upon his home. Upon entering the backyard, Qin Hao's eyes widened, and he halted in his tracks. There, in his backyard, lay a striking crimson fox, sprawled atop a stone mill, under the sunlight. Its fur gleamed as if adorned with a vibrant crimson cloak, resplendent and dazzling. Qin Hao's eyes widened. This fox was no ordinary creature. He had seen many in his past life, but none so beautiful. Could it be a fox spirit? How audacious! Were there truly demons and monsters in the Tang dynasty? Qin Hao mused to himself, yet he felt little concern. With his current celestial being strength and the chinkping sword in hand, he was equipped to handle most dangers. Squeak. Squeak. Upon noticing Qin Hao, the crimson fox immediately adopted a wary demeanor, attempting to leap off the stone mill, yet upon standing, it lay back down. Qin Hao then noticed the bloodstains beneath the fox. Due to its fiery fur, he had overlooked them earlier. No wonder its cries resembled those of a mouse. Qin Hao chuckled. It seemed the cries were born from pain. Thus, in the quiet of the backyard, Qin Hao and the fox shared a silent gaze. Are you a deity? After a prolonged silence, Qin Hao curiously inquired. The fox tilted its head, its large eyes sparkling with intelligence, yet it offered no reply. Naturally, had it been able to speak, Qin Hao would have turned and fled. Then are you a monster? The fox continued to tilt its head, gazing at him with a somewhat naive expression. Then I can rest easy. A gentle smile graced Qin Hao's face as he slowly approached. Little fox, do not worry. I am not a bad person. Let me see your injury. Step by step, he drew nearer, his demeanor soft and soothing, as if coaxing a child. Squeak. Squeak. The crimson fox's blue eyes brimmed with caution, struggling to rise, but perhaps its injuries were too severe to permit movement. A flicker of amusement crossed Qin Hao's eyes, providing him with greater reassurance. Without further hesitation, he reached out to touch it. The sensation was delightful. Its fur was incredibly smooth, akin to the finest silk. Squeak. Squeak. The red fox immediately bristled, baring its teeth and attempting to bite Qin Hao's hands. Stay here. I will fetch some medicine to treat your wounds, or your injuries may prove fatal. Qin Hao dismissed the fox's attempts to resist, casually pushing aside its paws as he stood and entered his room. Observing the human's retreating figure, a glimmer of cunning and mirth flickered in the fox's beautiful eyes. Foolish human, you failed to see through my ruse. However, the ensuing events would soon erase its smile. Regardless of how it struggled, Qin Hao's so-called treatment left the red fox utterly immobilized, wrapped up like a mummy. My skills may be lacking. Please bear with me. Qin Hao awkwardly smiled as he tied a bough atop the fox. Thus, in the days that followed, a new member joined Qin Hao's bookstore, Little Red Fox. Chapter 72. The conclusion of Zhetian. Qin Hao did not delve into the origins of the fire fox. He believed that if it possessed a significant background, it would not be so grievously injured. Holding the fox, he pondered deeply. Now that the mobile phones had been distributed, it was time to accelerate progress. Yet, for the moment, Qin Hao felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of where to begin. Sir, the mobile phones in Chang'an City have mostly sold out. At that moment, Cheng Chumo entered. As per your instructions, I have even distributed them for free to those ordinary citizens who cannot afford them. At this, Cheng Chumo felt a twinge of confusion. Why distribute such treasures to the impoverished? After all, they had little money. Yet, as a celestial being's command, he dared not disobey. Have there been any reactions? Qin Hao snapped back to attention, curious. So far only two notable reactions. One concerns Buddhism. The forums have erupted with discussions, and some formidable individuals have emerged from who knows where. Cheng Chumo chuckled ruefully as he continued. The second matter pertains to Zhetian. It remains unfinished, and opinions on the forums are quite vocal. Everyone hopes you will conclude it promptly. In truth, not only the online populace, but even he himself wished for Qin Hao to finish the work quickly, primarily to see if Biao would resurrect in the end. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. All right, I understand. Cheng Chumo nodded and departed. Well, with Zhetian completed, it is time to publish another novel. Qin Hao had no intention of delaying, so he took out his phone. With a mere flick of his fingers, in an instant, Zhetian was marked as completed. In the Zhetian group chat, the message read, Everyone, The status of Zhetian is changed to completed. Why are you not rushing to read it? Wait, when did this happen? Why was I unaware? Just now. Hurry, I wonder if Biao has been revived. As the status of Zhetian shifted to completion, many quickly noticed. The primary reason was that the current mobile applications were quite sparse. Only a bookstore, a cinema, and a forum provided entertainment. One could hardly find solace in the Black Hole Express. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the magical herbs beneath the eaves to chime in the wind, the green fabric of clothing fluttering lightly, and the crisp sound of bells resonated, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. The story concludes. Within the palace, Empress Wendy lingered over the final words she had read, lost in thought. It was well that Zhang Xiaofan had returned to his original village, where he encountered Lu Sueki once more. The golden bell of Bai Yao still rang in the wind, a delightful sign of hope for their happiness. As she pondered this, the corners of the Empress's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. In the Cheng residence, Madame Cheng dabbed at the tears at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, setting down her phone in prolonged silence, eventually sighing softly, "How the world has changed. How the world has changed." A sudden, sharp sound resonated through the hall of a wealthy merchant, shards of a teacup scattering across the floor. "Master, what trouble? Who has made you unhappy?" A woman entered, concern etched across her features. "No one has wronged me, yet I feel an inexplicable sorrow," the merchant replied, pressing a hand against his chest, struggling for breath. The woman approached, gently soothing his chest. "You must take care of your health, for anger can harm you. You wouldn't understand. It feels as if a loved one has passed away, a friend has departed, and a story has vanished from life. In ancient times, a friend's departure was akin to loss, given the chaos of war and the perils that roamed the land." Chapter 73, the legend concludes within Chang'an City. At the moment the tale of Zhetian came to an end, a myriad of individuals found themselves disheartened. For the conclusion of Zhetian was entirely unlike what they had envisioned. It was a testament to the adage that perhaps life's beauty lies in its... At Tang Wenshu's bookstore, the once terrified proprietor who had exiled Qin Hao did not flee. Despite his fright, he realized that escaping was futile against the might of the immortal. Alas, every legend must find its conclusion. Though I anticipated this day, I cannot help but feel a pang of reluctance. He wiped away the tears from his eyes and called out, "Waiter." The young attendant hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Bring forth our finest works, all those hidden masterpieces." The legend concludes, "And let the flowers bloom in abundance to bid farewell to Zhetian." The attendants stood in shock, for their bookstore was the largest in Chang'an. Though that was in the past. Within its walls lay many celebrated works, kept in reserve to thwart competitors, yet now the proprietor wished to reveal them all. He dared not voice his concerns and hastened to comply. Throughout Chang'an, countless souls mourned for Zhetian, yet some realized that perhaps this outcome was for the best. Still, there were those who, in their irrationality, sought to confront Qin Hao. The story has ended. Why not pin something joyful? Must it always be sorrowful tales? In the heavenly court, within the Yaoqi, the Queen Mother sat upon her jade couch, gazing at her phone, though she felt a twinge of discomfort. Her extensive experience with tribulations allowed her a semblance of calm. Yet, a flicker of discontent lingered within her. Perhaps this is the nature of a legend. Only through flaws can a legend be forged. If perfection were attained, this world might seem false. The Jade Emperor, seated beside her, shook his head with a smile. "By the way, have you discerned the cultivation realms within Zhetian?" The Queen Mother regarded him thoughtfully before inquiring. "Not yet, but I have instructed the heavenly officials to analyze it. However, the results are less than satisfactory. According to them, the cultivation realms in Zhetian are akin to those in the mortal realm, albeit with altered names and characteristics." "Ah, I see." The Queen Mother nodded, finding no surprise in this revelation. They had initially calculated this upon first encountering Zhetian, recognizing it as a new method of cultivation. As sovereigns of the heavenly court, they had to approach it with caution. Though the cultivation realms had changed significantly, they still discerned the shadows of mortal cultivation. Let us issue a warning to that lad. He must not write haphazardly, for it vexes the hearts of many. The Queen Mother glanced at the cover of Zhetian, and a dark void appeared. Ding dong. "You have new messages. Please check." Qin Hao stared blankly at his phone. If he was not mistaken, the sender was the Queen Mother. "Look at what you have written. The story has concluded. Why can it not be perfect?" Hearing this, Qin Hao could not help but smile bitterly, for he had once held a similar sentiment. Sitting in his chair, lost in thought for a moment, he finally murmured, "Bai Yao did not perish. She has merely existed alongside Zhang Xiaofan within the bell all along." Chapter 74. The third book, crying softly at the entrance of a cinema, a bright figure knelt, her face hidden in her hands. Junior sister, what troubles you? Luwen observed her tear-streaked face, offering a wry smile. Qingyin sobbed. It was so moving. Zhang Xiaofan returned to the starting point, meeting Lu Sueki. But he can never encounter that girl again. Passers-by shook their heads with sympathetic smiles, having witnessed such scenes numerous times before. Though Luwen felt his own heartache. As a man, he mustered strength to suppress his emotions. Yet seeing his junior sister in such distress stirred his own sorrow. I want to send this back so everyone in the sect can share my tears. At her words, Luwen trembled slightly, cautiously suggesting, shall we return then? He genuinely wished to leave this place, feeling as though divine eyes were upon him, instilling a sense of dread. Qingyin pouted, I refuse. The outside world is so enjoyable. There are movies and stories. Those in Shushan only know cultivation. It's dreadfully boring. With a flick of her small hand, a multitude of books manifested before her, vanishing into the void. Let us go, continue watching the movie. Junior sister, have we not seen it 5 or 6 times already? I want to find a weakness in Buddhism and defeat them on the forum. The conclusion of Zhu Xian had created quite the stir. Qin Hao sat in the bookstore, perusing the forum, noting the numerous criticisms directed at him. Clearly, this ending had not appeased the readers. Yet he felt helpless. I am merely a transporter, not a creator. To arbitrarily alter someone else's work would invite divine retribution. With this thought, Qin Hao posted his response to the Queen Mother on the forum and promptly disregarded it. Knowing it was but a fleeting moment that would eventually pass. Check the task completion rate. A system panel appeared, displaying a completion rate of 20%. Originally at 15%, it seemed the conclusion of Zhu Xian had yielded significant growth, quite satisfactory. Pleased with the progress, Qin Hao acknowledged that the proliferation of mobile devices had aided him immensely. Without the support of the Heavenly Court, he might not have completed even a single task by now. Onward to the next book. He ceased dwelling on Zhu Xian and contemplated what to write next. Chapter 1. The Fallen Genius. Fighting Power. 3 stages. Gazing at the glaringly bright 5 characters on the testing stone tablet, the boy wore an expressionless face, his lips curling into a self-deprecating smile. His tightly clenched fist bore the sharpness of his nails, digging painfully into his palm, sending jolts of torment through him. Shaoyan. Fighting Power. 3 stages. Level Low. Beside the testing stone tablet, a middle-aged man glanced at the displayed information with indifference before announcing it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of mockery surged through the bustling square. 3 stages? Huh. As expected, this genius has made no progress this year. Oh dear, this waste has truly tarnished the family's reputation. Before long, the initial chapters were swiftly completed, and Qin Hao uploaded them to the bookstore. Hee. Just as the engagement dissolution unfolds, one cannot help but wonder what kind of tremors the former pinnacle will bring to this world. Chapter 75. The Celestial Sky. The Ling Mountain. What is this power of combat? A new cultivation system? As the Buddha sat upon the lotus throne. Upon seeing the moment Qin Hao uploaded his new book, he clicked in, but confusion arose as he perused the content. If the cultivation system of Zhu Xian had some discernible traces, then the power of combat is utterly devoid of any discernible pattern. A slight movement of his finger. He began to calculate swiftly. However, the result was a blank slate, deepening his perplexity. Could it be that Qin Hao truly conjured this from thin air? Even in the realm of Journey to the West, the cultivation systems were not so diverse, having evolved from the primordial era. While the combat power described by Qin Hao completely contradicted the established cultivation framework, nonetheless, due to the influence of the legend of the White Snake, his impression of Qin Hao improved somewhat. He never believed Qin Hao was undermining Buddhism, merely thinking that mortals, in their ignorance, needed guidance. After all, they are celestial beings, and it is only natural that mortals cannot comprehend their actions. In the Heavenly Court, the power of combat? A new cultivation system? Upon encountering Qin Hao's Dao Putsong Qiong, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother immediately sensed something amiss. While the plot was engaging, it paled in comparison to the allure of a new cultivation system. This young man, is he truly imagining this, or does such a world exist? After a moment of contemplation, the Jade Emperor sighed, astonished. Indeed, if it were merely his imagination, it would be outrageously astonishing. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement. Have you noticed, in Dao Putsong Qiong, the protagonist is a time traveler? What is a time traveler? Soon, the Jade Emperor uncovered some peculiarities, furrowing his brow. The upload of Qin Hao's new book sent ripples through the realms of earth, immortals, and heaven, with most deities, after being astonished by this new cultivation system, engrossed in reading. Meanwhile, mortals gave it little thought, simply consuming the content. In a remarkably short time, a forum dedicated to Dao Above emerged. What do you think this time traveler is? Indeed, it appears to be someone not of the Dao Above world. Why do you care so much? Don't you think the phrase 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West is quite imposing? What good is being imposing? Strength is what truly matters. Without strength, uttering such words is akin to courting death. The forum erupted into chaos, with both sides fiercely debating. One faction believed that Xiaoyan's engagement dissolution and subsequent statements were entirely justified, as no man should allow a woman to overshadow him. Conversely, the opposing faction argued that while Xiaoyan was indeed a man, to speak such words without strength was tantamount to seeking death. Far along the journey to the west, Sun Wukong gazed at Dao Above, scratching his head, especially furious upon witnessing Nanyan's engagement dissolution, feeling as though he had been insulted. When he heard Xiaoyan proclaim 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, his body trembled. Haha, yes, exactly. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, fortune's turn. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with golden light, his powerful aura overwhelming. Wasn't his current situation precisely this? Tang Sung sat atop his white horse, looking utterly helpless, yet accustomed to Wukong's unpredictable outbursts. Chapter 76, The Journey to the West. Speaking of which, Guanyin did not place the tightening curse on Sun Wukong, but rather directly handed it over. In the past, he would have undoubtedly and unquestioningly imposed it on the monkey, for he was indeed a perilous demon king. However, after reading Wukong's biography and recalling Qin Hao's words, he hesitated. The tightening curse is essentially a means of coercion. Should he truly restrict another's freedom merely for the sake of accompanying him on his pilgrimage? The truth was something Tang Sung could not accept. To his surprise, after his confession, he noticed a significant shift in Wukong's gaze, now filled with kindness rather than animosity, truly a companion. This outcome solidified Tang Sung's conviction that his choice was not misguided. Wukong, let us take a break. Tang Sung snapped back to reality, smiling. All right. Sun Wukong put away his phone, quickly helping his master dismount, settling beneath the shade of a tree. Just then, a majestic dragon's roar echoed. And before either Sun Wukong or Tang Sung could react, their horses were swept into the lake by a torrent of water. Who dares to consume my master's horse? Sun Wukong was taken aback. The vortex had been too swift, and while he was aiding his master, he had failed to react. Yet, this scene was undeniably a slap in the face. Here he was, the great sage equal to heaven, a figure who once wreaked havoc across the three realms. And someone had the audacity to devour their horses right under his nose, truly audacious. Monstrous beast, come forth and face your demise. You dare consume my master's steed. Sun Wukong floated in the air, challenging, but the next moment his gaze fell upon a stone tablet not far away. Eagle Cry Gorge. Upon seeing these three characters, Sun Wukong halted, staring blankly for a long while. Wukong, what is it? Tang Sung inquired, a hint of worry creeping into his heart. The journey westward is long and arduous. Without transportation, it could prove troublesome. Master, do you know where this is? Sun Wukong leaped down, his monkey face filled with peculiar expression. Where? Tang Sung paused, instinctively glancing around. The area was thick with trees, and ahead lay a vast lake. Could there be some unparalleled great demon lurking here? Eagle Cry Gorge. Sun Wukong locked eyes with his master, enunciating each word with a clenched jaw. Boom. As soon as he spoke, Tang Sung felt a thunderous roar in his mind, his body swaying, his face swiftly contorting into a grimace of bitterness and helplessness. Eagle Cry Gorge, a place he knew all too well. Wasn't this where the third prince of the West Sea resided? It was all orchestrated by Buddhism. Had it been in the past, he would have thought nothing of it, merely considering it a chance encounter with the white dragon, followed by the Bodhisattva's enlightenment. Waiting for him here. But having read Wukong's biography, he realized this was all nonsense. Everything was meticulously arranged, merely awaiting his arrival. As for the mistakes committed, they appeared all the more absurd. Call him out. Tang Sung's gaze momentarily lost focus, and after a long while, he spoke with great difficulty. Everything stemmed from the very beginning of his journey to the west. All was preordained. Even the pilgrimage itself was arranged. How utterly helpless. Chapter 77, The Celestial Summoning. Naturally, Qin Hao was unaware of Tang Sung and the other's predicament. Had he known, he would have simply chuckled and remarked, Your life was clearly arranged long before your ninth feudal resistance bears no fruit. Dough pie is insufficient. I require another novel. Qin Hao mused, stroking the firefox on his lap, whispering that to swiftly accomplish his tasks, a single Dou Patsang Qion would not suffice. He needed more novels, perhaps even films. Buzz. At that moment, an unexpected turn occurred. Qin Hao felt a flash before his eyes, and the next instant, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Here, there was neither darkness nor light. As if it were a world long forsaken. Qin Hao widened his eyes, his heart racing in fear. Who could it be? How could someone, under the protection of the Qingping sword, bring him here without any forewarning? You are guilty. A majestic voice seemed to reverberate from the heavens, instilling a sense of awe. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Hao felt an immediate calm within, for he was all too familiar with it. It was the voice of the Tongtian master. Regaining his composure, Qin Hao promptly clasped his hands and said, I am but a disciple unversed in the ways. The moment these words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the darkness, an eerie stillness akin to death itself. Perhaps even the Tongtian master was taken aback by the audacity of this fellow, who brazenly acknowledged him as his master. Who said, I'm your master? A figure materialized before Qin Hao, clad in a dark robe, exuding an air of elegance, yet with a serious expression that scrutinized him. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern the twitching of the Tongtian master's lips. Master. The Qingping sword is your sword of enlightenment. If you did not hold me in high regard, how could you have entrusted it to me? Qin Hao scratched his head and chuckled shyly. You rascal. The Tongtian master was momentarily taken aback. He believed he had concealed his thoughts well. Yet this young man could not contain his excitement. The reason he had withheld the Zhutian sword was due to its notoriety, while his own sword of enlightenment was far less known. Little did he expect that, even so, the other party would recognize him. Did you recognize me when you beheld the Qingping sword? The Tongtian master felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, as if something that once lay firmly under his control had slipped away. Of course, master, your renown reverberates throughout the universe, and you are celebrated across the three realms. I am indeed your fervent admirer. How could I possibly fail to recognize you? Qin Hao mused, obviously flattering him. It is evident that the Tongtian master relished the praise, yet his expression remained grave. However, beyond your illustrious reputation, I hold your character in even higher esteem. It is truly beyond reproach. Qin Hao's eyes twinkled as he realized that since he had called the Tongtian master and received no rejection, it was clear that the latter had long harbored intentions of taking him as a disciple. After all, one does not bestow a sword of enlightenment lightly. It must signify a profound acknowledgement of one's worth. Oh, do tell. The Tongtian master, intrigued, leaned in. In the past, during the Fengshan War, you shattered the primordial realm for the sake of your disciple's vengeance, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the four saints. Who else in this world possesses such audacity? Qin Hao spoke earnestly. When it came to the Fengshan War, the Tongtian master had endured the most tragic fate. Once, he had the most disciples. Yet now he found himself devoid of even a single apprentice. Meanwhile, the Yuanshi Tianzuan had stooped to personally confront the younger generation. The Tongtian master gazed intently at Qin Hao, his eternal composure stirred with a ripple of emotion. Chapter 78, The Inquiry of Tongtian. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. After a moment, the Tongtian master erupted into laughter. Qin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. He was unsure if his words were accurate, but according to the celestial knowledge imparted by the system, it aligned closely with what he remembered from his past life. The Fengshan War had little to do with the Dao Tianzuan, who had but one disciple and thus did not participate. It was merely a conflict between the Chan and Jie sections. The losing side would ascend the Fengshan list, serving the Jade Emperor. The outcome was evident. The Tongtian master had been thoroughly vanquished, unlike the unscrupulous Yuanshi Tianzuan. Now, young man, I must inquire, how have you cultivated to the level of a celestial without any cultivation techniques? The Tongtian master ceased his laughter and posed the question with utmost seriousness. He had summoned Qin Hao for a multitude of inquiries, as upon their first encounter, he had been a mere mortal, yet within mere months, he had ascended to celestial status, a feat astonishing beyond belief. My path diverges from others, thus I am able to cultivate even in the absence of techniques. Qin Hao replied, momentarily taken aback before continuing. It was evident that he had no techniques in operation. A discerning eye could see he was merely a vessel of cultivation without the substance to back it. The Tongtian master nodded thoughtfully. recalling all that Qin Hao had accomplished in the mortal realm. The karmic ties surrounding him were indeed profound, albeit not particularly favorable. Yet, it must be acknowledged that even beings of quasi-saint caliber would hesitate to eliminate such a person due to the weight of their karma. Perhaps this was a unique form of cultivation. He did not dwell on it too deeply. The paths of the Tao are myriad. All can lead to enlightenment. Is there a cultivation method akin to that of Dao Above? The Tongtian master's expression grew grave. This inquiry bore immense significance for him, and indeed for all saints. I cannot say for certain. It may exist, or it may not. Qin Hao shook his head in confusion. Had he heard such a statement in his previous life, he would have scoffed, dismissing it as mere fiction. Yet now, confronted with this question, he found himself lost in contemplation. After all, he had traversed worlds. What was there that could not exist? The Tongtian master gazed deeply at Qin Hao, perceiving the young man's bewilderment, sensing no deceit in his words. What, then, constitutes a traveler between worlds? Qin Hao paused, glancing at the Tongtian master, contemplating for a moment before responding slowly. One who does not belong to this realm, or even to this universe, encompassing the primordial, the chaos, and so forth, entirely from another world. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian master, his countenance serious, trembled slightly, a spark igniting in his otherwise tranquil gaze as he pressed on. And are you such a traveler? I do not know. Qin Hao shook his head. I have forgotten all that came before. In my memories, I only recall an elderly man with a dragon-headed staff. But beyond that, I cannot say. In truth, Qin Hao had long anticipated this day, thus he had prepared his words. The absence of mobile phones, films, novels, and various manifestations from this world, if they did not attract attention, it could only mean that these saints had lived far too long. Hence, when Qin Hao spoke these words, it was a blend of sincerity and artifice, utterly seamless. The pinnacle of deception, convincing oneself. Upon hearing this, the Tongtian master's pupils constricted slightly, even with his saintly heart. He felt a tempest of emotions. For the elder Qin Hao described bore an uncanny resemblance to a figure renowned across the three realms, an existence whose essence had seemingly vanished. Hanjun Laozu. Chapter 79. A matter of identity. Very well, you may return. Also, here is the Shangqing celestial method. Take it and cultivate at your leisure. After a moment of silence, the Tongtian master waved his hand, causing Qin Hao's figure to vanish from sight. Oh, and regarding the matters of Buddhism, I have already resolved them for you. Regardless of your disturbances, the saints will not intervene. As for the rest, it relies on your own endeavors. The chaos once more descended into tranquility. How about that? In the next instant, several figures appeared beside the Tongtian master. It was Dao, Yuanshi, Niuhua, and the two Western saints. The heavens are inscrutable indeed. The expression of Dao Tinzuan shifted, letting out a sigh. The group fell silent, fully aware of which celestial mystery was being referenced. In the primordial era, the heavenly path was incomplete. Upon perceiving the need for completeness, Hongjun Daozu had sought to rectify the heavenly law, which was synonymous with Hongjun himself. He was the heavenly path, and the heavenly path was he, for no significant event transpires without his involvement. Yet how does one explain Qin Hao's arrival? I, along with my two fellow disciples, have conducted a divination on this Qin Hao. Originally, he was indeed an utterly ordinary mortal, yet his destiny was one of starvation. Yet now, Yuanshi Tianzuan spoke slowly. Someone has altered his fate. The Western saints remarked with sorrowful expressions. Ha ha, I care not for the details. It is a welcome change for this dreary world to gain a touch of excitement. Niuhua, seeing the grave demeanor of her fellow disciples, smiled brightly before turning to vanish. In the War of the Gods, she did not participate directly but played a pivotal role instead. Such matters were not to her liking. Rather, she found the little rascal Qin Hao quite amusing. Whether in novels or films, she felt a sense of anticipation for the days to come. Perhaps they would not unfold as they once did. I await the unfolding of events, and furthermore, everyone must be mindful of their status, avoiding bullying the weak. For now, he is my sole disciple. Tongtian master cast a deep glance at several of his fellow brothers, particularly at the primordial heavenly venerable, before turning and vanishing. What did he mean by that? The primordial heavenly venerable's expression darkened, as he felt that this remark was directed at him. He chuckled, asking what it meant. Did he not possess even the slightest awareness of his own situation? In the blink of an eye, the previously vibrant chaos returned to tranquility. Had an outsider witnessed this scene, they would be utterly astonished to see the 6 saints of heaven gathering for a mere celestial being. However, Qin Hao remained oblivious to the events that would soon transpire. Even if he were aware, he would remain unperturbed, for Hongjun could not possibly emerge. This was stated by the system, and the reason for his bravado. Otherwise, one moment he would boast, and the next, Hongjun would appear to slap him in the face. Unless he had grown weary of life. Unexpectedly, his master was a man of words contrary to his actions. Qin Hao recalled Tong Tian's final words of master and chuckled. To be honest, Tong Tian master had quite a commendable character, resolving the Buddhist affairs soon after taking him as a disciple, as long as the saints did not intervene. With the formidable card of confronting enemies at a higher level and the Qingping sword for protection, he felt free of worries. Although even if a saint were to emerge, it would not be advantageous. Slaying a saint would truly escalate matters beyond resolution. The saint, while a realm, also represented a form of fruit position, for instance. The heavenly Tao is the master of the primordial world, and the saint serves as its administrator. If one were to eliminate the heavenly Tao's administrator, would not the heavenly Tao retaliate against them? Chapter 80. A snap to cover the sky. Qin Hao closed his eyes, and in his mind, an unknown moment brought forth a cultivation technique. The supreme clarity immortal method bestowed by Tong Tian master. Ding. Detection indicates that the host possesses a cultivation method. Will you cultivate it? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback and then filled with joy. Could it be that the system could assist him in cultivating the supreme clarity immortal method? It must be noted that this was the method cultivated by Tong Tian master himself. If he could reach its pinnacle, though not attaining the status of a saint, at the very least, he would undoubtedly become a great Luo golden immortal. Cultivate. Qin Hao promptly replied. Ding. Commencing cultivation of the supreme clarity immortal method. Ding. Cultivating to the pinnacle level of celestial immortal. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Hao felt as though many offensive and defensive techniques had emerged in his mind, and a mysterious aura enveloped him, something he had not possessed before. Yet, something seemed amiss. What about the promised pinnacle of great Luo golden immortal? What did the pinnacle of celestial immortal signify? Qin Hao wore a bewildered expression. He had initially believed the system would directly cultivate the supreme clarity immortal method to its peak, only to discover it matched his current cultivation level. How frustrating. It felt as if he wanted to cry. It appeared that seeking shortcuts was futile. The system was no fool. After a moment, Qin Hao sighed. Attempting to cultivate on his own, but the progress was excruciatingly slow. Perhaps it was due to his inadequate talent or the insufficient spiritual energy in this place. In any case, striving for the pinnacle on his own seemed an arduous endeavor. He patted the little fox on his lap and looked down, only to realize that the little fox appeared completely unaware of his recent departure, remaining surprisingly tranquil. What should I write for the second book? Qin Hao murmured softly. Having stabilized the saints, he felt free to write the stories he had previously hesitated to pen. Thus, in the depths of a universe where coldness and darkness coexisted, 9 colossal dragon corpses pulled a bronze coffin, existing through the ages. A grand world of immortals, filled with fantastical sights and endless mysteries. Passion burned like a volcanic eruption. Desire surged like an unending abyss. The path to ascend to the heavens, a melodic journey, a snap to cover the sky. Cover the sky. Officially uploaded. Upon finishing, Qin Hao reclined in his chair, a smile gracing his lips, knowing that the upload of this work would undoubtedly send ripples through this realm. For the world of Cover the Sky promised to be even more vivid and splendid than that of Battle Through the Heavens. Especially with its myriad of mysterious and powerful techniques, formidable realms, and eerie forbidden grounds. Ding dong. The Jade Emperor had just finished reading Battle Through the Heavens and still felt a sense of reluctance, particularly after the recent annulment of a marriage. He felt trapped, unable to ascend or descend, quite uncomfortable. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. When did this fellow become so industrious? Seeing Qin Hao's author name. The newly uploaded book by the entertainment pioneer piqued his curiosity. After months of delays, Zhetian had finally concluded, and now, just as Battle Through the Heavens was beginning, a second new book was released. However, the Jade Emperor did not ponder for long. He clicked on his phone and began reading. Upon seeing the synopsis, his gaze sharpened. The path to ascend to the heavens, a melodic journey, a snap to cover the sky. What audacity! The Jade Emperor gasped, his eyes ablaze with divine light. Setting aside all else, this concise synopsis had already left him in awe. After a brief hesitation, he slowly opened the book. Chapter 81. The Upload Function Major Forums. The most handsome in the 3 realms. I see now. You must be the bald monks from the west, right? Still debating the White Snake legend? You folks are truly tedious. The Saint Infant King. Haha, this brother has a point. Buddhism is indeed hypocritical. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal. Are you all still discussing this? Do you not know that the entertainment pioneer has just uploaded a new book? Sword Immortal Admirer. What? Let us go. Brother Sword Immortal, let us check it out together. In an instant, the once bustling forum fell silent. Numerous Western Buddhas stared dumbfounded at this scene. After months of fierce battles, victory was within their grasp. Yet an inexplicable force emerged, matching them evenly. It was quite vexing. At this moment, whether it was the battle through the heavens forum or others, all flocked to the bookstore to view Qin Hao's newly uploaded work. In the chaos at the Bo Palace. Cover the sky? Jupiter? Venus? Is this based on the 5 elements distribution? Tontian Master murmured to himself, not paying much attention to the plot, or rather, he was more focused on the new realms. The Saint Realm had existed through countless tribulations, although it represented the pinnacle of this world, who did not aspire to advance further. They sought to transcend this realm. Yet previously, they had no clear direction. Now, with Qin Hao's emergence, they glimpsed hope on the horizon. In the heavenly court, a pitch-black dog stared wide-eyed at a phone. Upon seeing the content within, its eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Unexpectedly, that lad is even promoting Buddhism? Oh, ha. It turns out to be the defeated Buddhism. How amusing. This dog was none other than the celestial hound of Erlangsheng. At this moment, holding the phone eagerly, he quickly became engrossed, entering a state of rapture. In this world, where entertainment was scarce, when the topic of books arose, it was always about cultivation techniques or spells. How could they have ever encountered an enthralling work like Cover the Sky? The captivating story and perfect plot kept the celestial hound on the edge of his seat. In the bookstore, after uploading his new book, Qin Hao paid no further mind, instead gazing curiously at Cheng Chimo before him. Sir, may I also write a novel? Cheng Chimo inquired awkwardly. He found the books written by his mentor to be truly captivating, and he perceived them as straightforward enough that they did not require an elaborate command of language. He believed that he too could achieve this feat. You wish to pen a novel as well? Qin Hao looked at the young man before him in surprise. Indeed, sir, could you allow me to upload my writings? Cheng Chimo nodded, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Oh, Qin Hao suddenly recalled that currently, only he could upload to this literary platform. Others were unable to do so. Very well, I shall enable the function, allowing everyone to upload their works. Qin Hao smiled, realizing that with this feature, the people in this realm would feel a greater sense of participation. He had no intention of monopolizing the platform, for he possessed unwavering confidence in the wisdom of his previous life. Regardless of the endeavor he undertook, he would inevitably set trends, with others merely following suit. He did not claim that his own writings were exceptionally brilliant. In fact, he believed that if the great scholars were to write, their prose would undoubtedly be more exquisite and compelling. Yet, their thoughts were shackled, and while he had managed to loosen some bonds, it was still insufficient. His novels were remarkable, but the true essence lay in the freshness of the ideas they presented, concepts that had never existed before. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm, and it was through the comparison with others that one could truly appreciate the brilliance of his works. Chapter 82, Film Planning Ding. The literary platform is now open for uploads by anyone. Soon, Cheng Chimo received the news. A broad smile illuminating his face as he bowed to Qin Hao and hurriedly departed. This lad is quite passionate, but alas, not everyone possesses the ability to write. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, recalling his own tumultuous journey of writing in his past life, which had been nothing short of tragic. After immersing oneself in reading, one develops an inexplicable confidence, believing that one's writing cannot be inferior. Yet, it is only when one truly sits down to write that the challenges become apparent. After a flurry of activity, he checked his progress, 0 out of 5. System, please check my task completion. Ding. You have completed 28%. Qin Hao felt satisfied upon hearing this. Having just released 2 books had already garnered him 8 points, and as the word count increased, so too would his rewards. It was time to embark on filming a movie. Qin Hao realized that the current selection of content in the multimedia software was severely lacking. With only one rendition of The Legend of the White Snake, this was utterly insufficient. The reason he had opened the literary platform was that his status in the world of novels was unassailable, but to open multimedia permissions was currently out of the question. However, the number of individuals at his disposal was far too few for his ambitions. Deep in thought, Qin Hao felt a twinge of frustration. While filming a movie was feasible, the The number of available participants was dismally small, just a handful of individuals. Sir, what is the next plot in Heavenly Shield? Where have Yi Fan and the others gone? At that moment, Qin Yin and Wen entered. And what happened to Xiao Yin after his engagement was annulled? Upon seeing the two, Qin Hao's eyes brightened. After days of interaction, he had learned that they were from the Shushan sect. Isn't or sect dedicated to vanquishing demons and capturing ghosts? Qin Hao quickly inquired. Of course. Qin Yin proudly puffed up her chest. We are the sword immortals of Shushan, wielding celestial swords to traverse the realms. Exterminating evil and upholding justice. It is our duty. What exactly do you wish to do, sir? Wen asked with a bemused smile, curious about Qin Hao's intentions. Heh. Would you like to make your Shushan sect famous? Qin Hao responded with a slight smile. Noticing their confusion, he quickly elaborated. To make your Shushan sect renowned across the realms, universally acknowledged. Would you be interested? Is this for real? Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was well known that while Shushan had a certain reputation, it paled in comparison to the might of the great powers of the three realms. Often overshadowed by the heavenly court and Buddhism, even their ascended ancestors held little prominence in the heavenly realm. If they could elevate Shushan's status, she would willingly meet her end for such a cause. Qin Yin, however, had not considered such depths, her interest piqued by the prospect of engaging in something thrilling. Here's the plan, Qin Hao beckoned, whispering to both of them. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Wen remained unaffected, but Qin Yin blushed, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. What do you think? Qin Hao asked, grinning at the two. This is indeed possible, but I need to inform the sect leader. Wen hesitated, recognizing the potential but aware that she lacked the authority to make a decision on the spot. Chapter 83, Journey to Shushan Master. I have tremendous news to share. Wen exclaimed as she exited the bookshop, hastily opening her phone. Thanks to her senior sister, who had managed to acquire several phones during the initial sale due to her acquaintance with Qin Hao, the Shushan sect had been able to obtain them without delay. What is it? In the phone's display appeared a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor, his presence dignified yet gentle. Master, you know about Qin Hao from Chang'an City, right? The one who invented the mobile phone? His novels have circulated throughout the realms, including the legend of the White Snake. Wen's excitement was palpable as she spoke of Qin Hao with utmost admiration. Of course I know. The sect leader nodded. Recognizing such a figure was impossible to overlook. It was even more remarkable that he dared to confront the might of Buddhism at such a young age. It was impossible not to be aware of him. What of him? Master, I must tell you, this time, Qin Hao intends to film a movie at our Shushan sect, and even wishes to enlist our people. This is our chance to make a name for ourselves across the three realms. Wen could hardly contain her enthusiasm as she shared the news. Is that true? The sect leader's demeanor shifted from indifference to seriousness, his expression grave. Quickly, tell me more. He had witnessed the immense popularity of the legend of the White Snake, which had garnered recognition among both the celestial beings and mortals alike. With the proliferation of mobile phones, its influence was destined to endure. The power of film could not be overstated. If Qin Hao were to film at Shushan, the impact would be profound. Thus, Wen excitedly recounted all the details. Very well. I shall prepare immediately and await Master Qin's arrival. The sect leader's eyes gleamed with determination. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Master, my mentor has given his approval. We can depart at any time. Wen cheerfully returned to the bookshop to relay the good news. Then let us set off without delay, Qin Hao agreed. Making his way to the Qin residence, where he gathered a group of female spirits and sent word to the Qing residence, instructing the three young men to join him. Observing the assembled group before him, which included a few ghosts, Qin Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. This would be his crew. As the doors closed behind them, Qin Hao waved his hand, and the group soared into the sky, guided by Wen, en route to Shushan. Sir, where are we headed? Shen Chimo asked, his heart racing with excitement and trepidation as he took in the view from the flying sword, his first experience soaring through the skies. To Shushan, Qin Hao replied calmly. Meanwhile, at Shushan, the grand hall was tightly shut, and within the majestic palace, a gathering of individuals with graying beards adorned in flowing robes exuded an ethereal aura. Master, why have you summoned us? An elderly man stepped forward, a hint of confusion on his face. What has compelled the master to call forth even the reclusive grand elder? Indeed, those gathered in the grand hall were all venerable elders, each possessing immense power and stature. Surely, something significant must be afoot. Although the master endeavored to maintain an air of authority, his inner joy was palpable, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he inquired. Are you familiar with the creators of the mobile phone and the tale of the white snake? Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison. Such matters were indeed monumental enough to alter the realms. How could they possibly be unaware? Now, this individual intends to visit our Shushan. The moment this proclamation echoed through the hall, an uproar ensued. Chapter 84. The Shushan Conference Master. Do you have any insight into why our young friend Qin Hao is visiting Shushan? I have heard that he is a disciple of a powerful being, and the sword he wields is formidable. Formidable is an understatement. Are you not aware? Even the slightest projection of the Tathagata could not contend with it. As the master's words resonated, the hall erupted into chaos, with those once composed now resembling excited marketgoers. It was hardly surprising, after all. Although Qin Hao had distanced himself from the martial world, his deeds had already become legendary. His confrontation with Buddhism at the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, the slaying of the attendant of Guanyin, and the subsequent intervention by a saint, all these tales had circulated widely. Even the Tathagata's projection could not safeguard against his fate, leading him to reincarnation. Ultimately, he pioneered the mobile phone, novels, and films, shaking the very foundations of the realms. Each tale inspired tremendous admiration among all. Silence. At this juncture, an elderly man with hair like silver rose, his skin as smooth as that of an infant. With a commanding shout, he instilled immediate quietude. As if a pin could be heard falling, the elders regarded him with reverence and a touch of shame, reflecting on their own centuries of cultivation. They felt it unbecoming to display such disorderly excitement. Ahem, master, let this old man host our young friend Qin Hao. After all, I am the most powerful figure within the Shushan sect and ought to provide the highest hospitality. The silver-haired elder commanded the room, visibly pleased, and cleared his throat before continuing. Everyone, ahem, Grand Elder, it is not that our master lacks respect for you, but as you know, my daughter and our esteemed disciple L1 are quite familiar with young friend Qin Hao. As their elder, it is only fitting that I take the lead in his reception. The master's eyes twitched slightly. He had not anticipated the usually calm and composed Grand Elder would display such audacity this time. I truly misjudged you. I never imagined you would behave in this manner. Alas, what a pity. The Grand Elder sighed softly at these words, but swiftly replied, if that is the case, I shall remain by the master's side. Allowing young friend Qin Hao to perceive the gravity with which Shushan regards this matter. Everyone, no objections there. Your strength speaks volumes. By the way, master, you have yet to mention the purpose of young friend Qin Hao's visit to our outer sect of Shushan, clearly unwilling to dwell on this topic. The Grand Elder deftly pivoted the conversation. At this moment, the assembly came to realize, indeed, what brings Qin Hao here. This opportunity was hard-won, a result of the master's persistent efforts. Upon hearing this inquiry, the master straightened his posture, narrowing his eyes as he declared, you are all aware of the white snake tale, which now reverberates across the realms. While it may not be said that there is anyone who does not know of it, it is certainly well known wherever mobile phones are present, and its impact is profound. The assembly nodded in agreement. This was undeniably accurate. Just considering the numerous discussions on various forums regarding the battle between Fa Hai and Bai Suzhen, the fervor was evident. This time, due to Qingyin's close friendship with young friend Qin Hao and the master's earnest persuasion, it has been decided that the next film will be shot right here in Shushan. With his hands clasped behind his back, the master surveyed the elders with a piercing gaze that exuded authority. Though his voice remained calm, his heart swelled with pride. I ask again, who else could secure such a tremendous opportunity for Shushan? Chapter 85. A grand opportunity. As his words fell, the elders were taken aback. Their astonished gazes fixed upon their master. Each displayed profound shock. Qin Hao's next film is to be shot in Shushan? This is extraordinary. It is no exaggeration to say that if this film is executed well, Shushan need not exert itself. Merely showcasing its scenic beauty and associating its name would ensure its renown. Indeed, the impact is that formidable. In this era of entertainment scarcity, a single film could captivate both divine beings and mortals, inviting them to watch it multiple times, even 2 or 3 dozen times with delight. This is an opportunity, a monumental opportunity. As this thought flashed through their minds, excitement ignited within them. This is the chance the master has painstakingly pursued. Its success hinges upon your performance. The master cast a deep glance at the assembly. The elders felt a chill run through them and nodded in silence. Master, rest assured. I shall inform the disciples to prepare the sect for this occasion. Yes, I will ensure they are mindful of their attire. Our esteemed Shushan must not lose its dignity. I I suspect filming will require numerous actors and supporting roles. I shall seek out some of our more aesthetically gifted disciples." The elders promptly rose and departed, leaving the once bustling hall eerily quiet. The master and the grand elder exchanged glances, smiles gracing their lips. Zhang Feng, an outstanding disciple of Shushan, had once been solely devoted to cultivation. However, ever since the young lady Qingyin returned with the mobile phone, he had become utterly captivated. What astonished him further was the realization that this device could facilitate communication with the exalted deities, an inconceivable notion in his eyes. Yet, when he finally engaged in conversation, he discovered the reality. It was true, and those divine beings were not so aloof. For instance, he had a friend named the most handsome in the three realms. While the name was somewhat exaggerated, his character was commendable. While he was browsing the forums, he suddenly overheard a discussion. "Everyone, have you heard? Qin Hao is coming to our Shushan." Of course, this was a directive from the elders, instructing us to maintain our appearance and uphold the dignity of Shushan. Hee. I heard that Qin Hao is visiting Shushan to film a movie. I wonder if I'll have the chance to participate. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. He sensed an opportunity was within reach. He was not unattractive, and if he could secure a role in the film, it would surely bring him renown throughout the realms. "Are you discussing Qin Hao's impending visit to Shushan?" Zhang Feng rose swiftly, striding towards them. "Senior brother Zhang Feng." The disciples engaged in conversation quickly bowed in respect upon seeing him. "Senior brother, the master has conveyed that Qin Hao may arrive shortly, and it seems he intends to film a new movie in Shushan." An adorable girl exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, some of the self-assuredly attractive girls in the crowd lit up with fervor. It is worth mentioning that the female spirits from the Qin residence, such as Xiaoqian and Bai Xiang, gained a bit of fame thanks to the white snake tail, becoming recognized figures in the three realms. Even on the forums, they had carved out a niche for themselves, although their prominence was somewhat obscured by the controversies surrounding Buddhism and various novels. However, at the very least, it had fostered a favorable impression among the populace. Thus, the news of Qin Hao's arrival represented a golden opportunity for some female disciples of Shushan to showcase themselves. Chapter 86. At least a celestial being he. This time, I will become an actor. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing gauze dress approached gracefully. The crowd turned to gaze, momentarily taken aback, before respectfully exclaiming, "Sister Xuan." Clad in her elegant attire, she possessed a regal demeanor, a slender figure, and a captivating beauty. Her enchanting phoenix eyes fluttering alluringly. The previously excited female disciples felt a pang of self-consciousness and lowered their heads upon witnessing Xuan. For she was the esteemed disciple of the Grand Elder, renowned for her formidable strength and, most importantly, her unparalleled beauty within the Shushan sect. Zhang Feng, upon seeing Xuan, discreetly furrowed his brow. She was indeed a rival. However, he felt little concern, as he was a man and she was a woman. Suddenly, a resounding bell echoed through the entirety of Shushan. All disciples gather at the Grand Hall Square. A commanding voice followed, momentarily stunning the disciples before they realized that Qin Hao was on his way. Excitement surged through the crowd as they hastily jogged, only to remember the elders' admonitions, swiftly tempering their enthusiasm into a more dignified walk, albeit at a pace that surpassed ordinary running. In no time, tens of thousands of disciples congregated in the square, merely a fraction of those present at the sect, with countless others engaged in demon-slaying outside its confines, showcasing the might of Shushan. Wow, so many people. Is this the most grand assembly in Shushan's history, aside from slaying great demons? Indeed, even the ascension of a new sect leader had never witnessed such a spectacle. The disciples murmured amongst themselves. Silence. At that moment, the sect leader, accompanied by the elders, descended in a stately line. A keen observer would note that both the elders and the leader had meticulously adorned themselves, eager to be chosen by Qin Hao. You are all elite disciples of Shushan. Surely you have heard the news. The creator of the mobile device and the filmmaker of The Legend of the White Snake, Qin Hao, is arriving at Shushan to shoot a new film. This will be your opportunity to shine across the three realms. The leader's authoritative gaze swept over the assembly as he continued. Those selected for participation will reap countless benefits. However, I implore you to maintain decorum and grace, lest the world underestimate Shushan. Respect the leader's command. The disciples bowed deeply in response. Suddenly, a powerful gust of energy surged from afar, producing a violent explosion in the air. As they looked up, their pupils constricted in unison. In the distance, a colossal sword hurtled towards them at an incredible speed. Its motion barely perceptible, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Such astonishing speed. Indeed, even the sect leader might be unable to match it. No wonder the rumors hold true. Qin Hao is indeed a prodigious disciple. The disciples gasped in awe. Even the sect leader and the esteemed elders wore grave expressions. Although they had long been aware of Qin Hao's prowess, witnessing this spectacle was still profoundly shocking. What cultivation level is this? The elder murmured. At least a celestial being. The elder, clad in a flowing white robe, his murky gaze shimmering with intensity. At least a celestial being? Upon hearing this, the leader gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment. For their ascended ancestors had spent millennia in the heavenly realm, merely attaining the status of celestial being, while Qin Hao, at only in his 20s, had already surpassed that threshold. He felt as though they were living in the shadow of a dog. Just look at him at such a young age. Already at least a celestial being, and that was a conservative estimate. Activate the formation. The leader regained his composure and waved his hand. The elders immediately joined forces to activate the formation, not out of fear of harming Qin Hao, but rather to prevent him from dismantling their legacy formation. Boom. The colossal sword crashed into the ground with a thunderous roar, and only then did they clearly see a young man descend from the sword. He was strikingly handsome, exuding a refined aura, with a smile gracing his lips. Many female disciples felt their hearts skip a beat at the sight of his smile, their cheeks flushing, unable to resist the allure of infatuation. So handsome. Xueden's gaze flickered, her fists unconsciously clenching, for she understood that this man would determine her destiny. Is he truly Qin Hao? Zhang Feng murmured, having previously considered himself quite handsome, but now felt utterly dwarfed in comparison. At that moment, all those aboard the massive sword disembarked. A group of charming maidens accompanied by 3 young men, alongside the esteemed lady of Shushan and senior brother L1. Witnessing this scene, the crowd expressed envy, admiring senior sister Qingyin and senior brother L1 for their association with someone of Qin Hao's stature. While they could only wait respectfully, the disparity is astounding. That must be Xiao Qian, right? I recognize her. She is by Xiang, quite famous on the forum. The female disciples gasped in hushed tones, each metamorphosing into a lemon, overwhelmed with envy. Haha, this must be young friend Qin. The leader, snapping back to reality, let out a hearty laugh and stepped forward to greet him. Indeed, you are the sect leader of Shushan? This time, we are truly in your debt. Qin Hao replied with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Haha, not at all. It is our honor for young friend Qin to visit Shushan. How could we consider it a burden? The leader's face radiated with joy as he waved his hands dismissively. The grandiosity of Qin Hao's background, coupled with the fortune he brought to Shushan, was beyond their wildest imaginations. To consider it a burden would be an affront. Master, I have not failed you. At that moment, Elwin stepped forward, bowing respectfully, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. You have worked hard. The leader patted Elwin's shoulder heartily, clearly pleased. Father, let me tell you. Young sister Qingyin's cheeks flushed as she chattered animatedly to the leader. Young friend Qin, this girl Qingyin can be quite mischievous. Has she caused you any trouble? The leader chuckled, nodding as he listened to his daughter's words. Qingyin is lively and adorable. I quite like her. Qin Hao shook his head in response. These 3 must be the sons of the Duke of Cheng from the Tang dynasty. A pleasure to meet you. The leader turned his attention to Cheng Chumo and his companions, promptly bowing in greeting. He had ensured he was well informed of the visitors' backgrounds before their arrival, as any lapse in etiquette would be unacceptable. Ugh! Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, and Cheng Chubi exchanged glances, about to speak, but suddenly, one of them opened his mouth and retched, spilling his stomach's contents all over the ground, thoroughly and dramatically. The crowd, the leader's smile stiffened as he stared at the retching Cheng brothers, left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. What does this mean? Am I truly so unsightly that my presence induces nausea? He felt utterly disrespected. Even the elders behind him, whose smiles had faltered, were left in disbelief. Who could endure such a greeting? The disciples. Qin Hao, too, was momentarily bewildered, observing the Cheng brothers in silence. Ahem, my apologies. The speed of the flying sword was overwhelming. I have never been airborne before, hence the nausea. Cheng Chumo hastily explained, but midway through, he succumbed to another wave of retching. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expression softened considerably, revealing looks of enlightenment. So that is what happened. They expressed understanding, as they too had experienced something similar when they first learned to fly. It turns out this is Cheng Xiaoyou's first time riding a flying sword. Come, take these 3 friends down to rest. The sect leader once again displayed a warm smile, amiable and kind. The Qing brothers were escorted below to rest, and in the process, the disheveled scene was tidied up. Xīyóu, while we walk, what style of film do you intend to shoot this time? Is it still the legend of the White Snake? The sect leader clutched Qin Hao, as if he were an old friend reunited after many years. In Shushan, there are numerous beautiful landscapes for you to explore. Xīyóu, perhaps it will inspire you. The disciples' eyes lit up, eagerly listening. This time, they are filming a love story that transcends races, an unwavering romance until death. Qin Hao's words left everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What is this? A love that transcends races? What on earth is that? Ahem, Xīyóu, could you elaborate? The sect leader appeared perplexed, completely unable to grasp the meaning. In simple terms, it is a love story between a human and a ghost who fall in love by chance, endure numerous trials, and ultimately come together. Qin Hao spoke slowly, and even the female ghosts listened intently, excitement bubbling within them. After all, they were female ghosts. This film was precisely tailored for them. The crowd murmured, "Do you know what Shushan represents? We slay demons and eliminate evil. Upon encountering ghosts, we eradicate them without hesitation. And now you tell me you want to film a love story between a human and a ghost? Xīyóu, is this not against human ethics?" The sect leader hesitated. While he trusted Qin Hao's vision, he pondered the potential impact on Shushan's reputation. No, of course, if Shushan is inconvenient, I can choose another location. Qin Hao smiled and shook his head. Please wait a moment. I shall discuss this with the elders. The sect leader contemplated for a moment, realizing that regardless of what Qin Hao filmed, it was a golden opportunity that should not be missed. However, if it were a conventional film, it would not be an issue, but a human ghost romance. The sect leader departed with the others, taking Elwin and Qingyin along. Qin Hao, however, was indifferent. It mattered little to him. If this place was unsuitable, there were countless other sects across the world. Shushan was merely one among many. He simply wished to give Qingyin and Elwin a chance because of their proximity to him. Mr. Qin. At that moment, a voice as gentle as water rang out from behind. Chapter 89. Choosing actors. Qin Hao turned around to find a strikingly beautiful woman before him. It was undeniable that this land, rich in outstanding individuals, birthed both handsome men and stunning women. Among cultivators, they appeared almost celestial. Hello. Qin Hao greeted with a smile and a nod. Mr. Qin, may I inquire how you perceive me? Is there a role for me in this film? Xīyóu gazed at Qin Hao with her gentle, watery eyes, exuding grace. Several female disciples gritted their teeth in envy, feeling dwarfed by her beauty. I apologize, but we have sufficient actresses. Thank you for your interest, and should a suitable role arise in the next film, I will reach out to you first. Qin Hao assessed her, acknowledging that her aura was comparable only to that of Shao Qian and Bai Xiang. Even they seemed slightly less radiant by comparison. I see. I apologize for the intrusion. Hearing this, Xīyóu's eyes dimmed slightly, yet she respectfully bowed her head and departed. With Qin Hao's status, she could not afford to offend him, even though she believed her allure surpassed that of the female ghosts accompanying him. The other female disciples witnessed this scene and stifled their laughter, initially confident in Xīyóu's prospects, only to realize she had been dismissed so swiftly. However, they soon found little humor in the situation, for this implied they too had no opportunity. Many felt disgruntled, yet dared not voice their discontent. I believe you may have some questions, but as you heard from my conversation with the sect leader, this film revolves around a romance between humans and ghosts, so we already have enough actresses. Qin Hao explained with a smile, aware that he need not clarify, but wishing to prevent misunderstandings. The crowd, upon noticing the 20 female ghosts behind Qin Hao, soon understood and their emotions settled. Mr. Qin, do we lack male actors? Someone called out from the crowd. Of course, those skilled in sword control may step forward. We only need one. Qin Hao nodded without hesitation, presenting his request. The eager male disciples, however, were instantly deflated. Sword control? What a joke. That was one of Shushan's supreme skills. While many could perform it, few had truly mastered it among the disciples. Ahem, Mr. Qin, what do you think of me? Zhang Feng coughed and stepped forward. Though he had not intended to compete for the role, seeing the illustrious Xīyóu dismissed, he felt his chances were slim. Yet, unexpectedly, fortune turned. Could you adopt a more rugged and unconventional appearance? Qin Hao observed the young man, handsome and dashing, yet he sought something different. Oh, Zhang Feng was taken aback, but quickly nodded. Of course. While Shushan does not specialize in transformation techniques, we do understand a bit through related practices. Very well. You are the one. Qin Hao decided without further hesitation. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall, a wave of argument erupted as the elders of Shushan gathered. Esteemed elders, as decision-makers of Shushan, the time has come to deliberate on our sect's reputation. The sect leader, seated at the head, surveyed the assembled elders and spoke gravely. Chapter 90. The forum erupts. The elders exchanged glances, contemplating various possibilities, even considering that Qin Hao might film another romance between humans and demons. They had prepared themselves for such an eventuality, for they had encountered similar situations before. However, it was evident that Qin Hao's arrival presented them with a new challenge, a love story between humans and ghosts. This was something they had neither witnessed nor even heard of. Shushan was renowned for slaying demons and dispelling evil, having seen much, yet in their experience, most human-ghost relationships occurred under the influence of supernatural seduction. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was that if they agreed to Qin Hao's filming, Shushan's standing would be rendered quite awkward. To film a love story between humans and ghosts in a place dedicated to exterminating evil, was this not tantamount to aiding and abetting wrongdoing? Sect leader, I believe we need not dwell on this. Who would have imagined that Xīyóu would film a romance between humans and demons? The response has been overwhelmingly positive. Has it not? Indeed, sect leader. While we are dedicated to slaying demons, we can also showcase a more compassionate side of Shushan. Precisely, I second that. Many elders nodded in agreement, clearly unwilling to miss this opportunity. Hearing this, the sect leader felt a surge of delight. He too was inclined to agree, but feared that should anything go awry, they would all bear the consequences together. Soon, orders were issued, and Shushan became a hive of activity, with preparations for sets and props underway, creating a lively atmosphere. Since I cannot participate in this film, I shall find a way to gain a bit of fame for myself. On a misty mountain peak, Xīyóu gazed at her phone with a sigh. She had recorded the entire process and was confident that even if Qin Hao were to find out, it would not matter to him. Due to the fact that the whereabouts of Qin Hao and his companions were not concealed, it was evident that there was no intention to hide them. Even if she did not disseminate the information, others would surely leak it. However, this news was undeniably exhilarating for those with mobile phones. Click to send. Astonishingly, the creators of the mobile device, the filmmakers, have once again embarked on a new cinematic endeavor following the success of Whitesnake. For further details, please enter. A colossal headline appeared within the forum, bold and accentuated. In mere moments, this post attracted thousands of viewers, growing at a terrifying pace. The first handsome of the three realms. What? They're actually making a new movie? How about updating battle through the heavens and shrouding the sky first? Saint Infant King. Indeed. You haven't updated those today. What's so appealing about a movie filled with romance that is utterly incomprehensible? Devil C, author, your mother is calling you home to write. Truly. As a pioneer, his influence is monumental. Xīyóu observed the comments, which had surged to thousands in just a minute, with over 60,000 clicks. And a look of astonishment graced her exquisite face. She had posted numerous times before, yet none had garnered any attention. Witnessing the current situation, the disparity was stark. A perfect smile emerged at the corners of her lips as her delicate figure leaned back in the chair. A glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes, and her past failures reminded her that now was not the time to reveal her true bombshell. Patience was essential. Heavenly Court. This fellow is actually filming again? Abandoning his novels? The Jade Emperor leaned against his dragon throne, somewhat astonished, sensing that this lad had been excessively active lately. Do talented individuals not seek inspiration? Perhaps he has found it. The Queen Mother smiled gently, offering comfort. Alas, but my battle through the heavens and shrouding the sky remain unresolved, leaving me restless. The Jade Emperor sighed deeply. It is perplexing. Those works, though simply written, are incredibly addictive. Note, in this era that values literary elegance. Chapter 91. Update Nonsense Western Spiritual Mountain. Qin Hao is filming again. I wonder what type of movie he will create this time. Buddha looked down at his phone, murmuring softly. I wonder if there will be another opportunity for Buddhism to make an appearance. Although the last white snake stirred quite a commotion, it nonetheless enhanced our reputation, which is a good thing. While the forum buzzed with debates regarding Buddhism, there is no doubt that this situation bears both advantages and disadvantages. Buddha Fuwa. Buddha raised his head, gazing at the Fuwa Arhut seated below. World-honored one. Fuwa was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly placing his palms together and closing his eyes. A new film is about to be shot, and since you are somewhat familiar with Qin Hao, I must trouble you to personally visit. I wonder if there will be a place for Buddhism in this new film. Buddha pondered for a moment before responding slowly. As you wish, world-honored one. Fu Hua clasped his hands together and transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from sight. What he did not notice was the subtle envy that flickered across the faces of other Buddhas, including Guanyin and other bodhisattvas. To them, this was an extraordinary opportunity. There was no need to do anything. Simply cooperating in the filming would lead to fame. Such fortune was previously unimaginable. Look at Guanyin. Look at the King of Hell. Why do they possess such renown? Guanyin's great vow is to enlighten all beings, rescuing them from peril. The King of Hell's great vow is that he will not become a Buddha until hell is empty. Who does not earn their place step by step? Fu Hua has found his opportunity. Each Buddha need not harbor unnecessary thoughts. Everyone has their own path to enlightenment. Seeing the expressions of the assembly, Buddha joined his hands together and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, all the Buddhas promptly bowed their heads and chanted the scriptures. The mobile book city is now open for book uploads. If any of you wish to find kindred spirits, you may compile your stories and upload them to the book city. Buddha continued. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting joy. Though it was beautifully phrased as seeking kindred spirits, it was, in essence, an invitation to craft their own narratives, to elevate themselves in Buddhism. As for all of this, Qin Hao remained blissfully unaware, never anticipating that such a trivial gesture could incite a stir across two realms. Qin Hao, look. Many on the forum are urging you to update swiftly. Seated in his chair, Qin Hao surveyed the scene before him. Acknowledging the remarkable ability to perfect all settings within half a day, a testament to the strength of Shushan. Indeed, these scenes were genuine, not mere illusions. They were merely enhanced for greater realism and immersion. Qin Hao turned to Qingyin, took a glance at the phone, and saw numerous comments urging him to update quickly, prompting a dismissive curl of his lips. Update nonsense. Let them wait. With that, he tossed the phone back to Qingyin. Qingyin, in truth, she wished to express her eagerness to witness the unfolding of battle through the heavens enshrouding the sky. Clap, clap, clap. Qin Hao clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Are you all prepared? What about Cheng Chumo and Zhang Feng? Are they ready? Sir, we are prepared and can commence at any time. Clad in scholarly attire and holding a tattered oil paper umbrella, Cheng Chumo approached, his expression a mix of excitement and disbelief. He never imagined that a mere minor character would be cast in a film, let alone as the protagonist. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 92. Position of Buddhism. Qin Hao turned to look, his eyes lighting up. Cheng Chumo, perhaps inheriting his mother's genes, was not exceptionally handsome but possessed a wild charm. Now, dressed in scholarly robes, he appeared even more like a refined young man. Sir, how do I look? Cheng Chumo, holding the oil paper umbrella, asked with some trepidation. Not bad at all. Just portray yourself as a touch more delicate. Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to inquire, what about Zhang Feng? Where is he? Here he comes. A figure approached from a distance, and everyone turned to see Zhang Feng dressed in a long robe, his long hair cascading down. His face adorned with stubble, holding a long sword, exuding an air of despondency. Is this my senior brother? What happened to the carefree and unrestrained Zhang Feng? How did he become like this? As the disciples nearby observed Zhang Feng's appearance, they were left utterly speechless, unable to believe their eyes. Mr. Qin, how does my attire fare? Zhang Feng, undeterred by the laughter of his fellow disciples, asked nervously. Haha, quite well. Qin Hao assessed him from head to toe, genuinely pleased. Everyone, take your places, let us prepare to begin. Please wait. At that moment, a magnificent voice resonated through the sky. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, gazing up in astonishment, their pupils contracting. I am the Arhat Fu Hua, in accordance with the decree of our Buddha. I have come to inquire whether there is a place for Buddhism in this film. Fu Hua Arhat, with palms together, radiated an aura of solemnity. Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Hao's eyes flickered, and he smiled. There is. He did not recognize that Fu Hua was the monk who had previously attempted to assassinate him, as that was merely a projection entirely different in appearance. As Qin Hao officially commenced filming on Shushan, the forum erupted. Initially, everyone anticipated that Qin Hao would offer some explanation, but they were taken aback to find that he made no remarks whatsoever. He simply refused to update, unwavering in his decision. The first handsome of the three realms. What the hell? Heartless. A promised update thrice a day has now vanished without a trace? The Saint Infant King exclaimed. What nonsense. Hurry back and update, or I shall set your house ablaze. As the uproar escalated, more and more individuals flocked to that post. For the internet is indeed a small realm where even the most trivial matters can incite great uproar. Let alone the lack of updates for battle through the heavens and shrouded sky. The situation has become exceedingly grave. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal remarked. While I too cherish battle through the heavens and shrouded sky, my curiosity has now shifted to what film Qin Hao is currently directing, given that these two books have not seen updates. The Sword Immortal's admirer echoed. Indeed, I share the same curiosity. The Empress of Literature added, precisely. The conflicts in battle through the heavens and shrouded sky have grown tiresome. The film is far more intriguing. With someone instigating the conversation, an increasing number of individuals expressed their curiosity about the film Qin Hao is shooting. The Tang Emperor inquired. Dear moderator, since you have shared this news, surely you possess further insights? Pray, enlighten us and clarify our doubts. Emoli Hai urged. Do share? I am most intrigued. Upvote. Count me in. On a peak in the Xīyóu mountain, Snow Trace glanced at the comments on his phone, a slight smile gracing his lips. His eyes sparkling with brilliance. The post had already amassed hundreds of thousands of views, with comments exceeding 1 million. The time had come. Now was the moment. Snow Trace released the article he had meticulously prepared. Ah, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Chapter 93. Filming concludes according to internal sources. The film Qin Hao is currently directing is titled Unfinished Love Between Humans and Spirits, exploring the romance between humans and ghosts, and it is being filmed in Xīyóu Mountain. The project has officially commenced, thus, it is entirely reasonable that there have been no updates for battle through the heavens and shrouded sky. There are no frivolous embellishments. It is all substantial content. However, upon the revelation of this news, it exploded like wildfire. The most handsome in the three realms remarked. What is this? Unfinished love between humans and spirits? I find myself suddenly intrigued by this film. The Saint Infant King scoffed. Love stories are the most tedious. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal asserted. No wonder it is Qin Hao. He truly has vision. Such unconventional ideas are not something we can fathom. The Sword Immortal's admirer chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Unfinished love between humans and spirits. Hee hee. I also adore Brother Sword Immortal. The Azure Lotus Sword Immortal mused. Heavenly Court. This fellow's style is indeed boundless. The Jade Emperor, upon seeing this news, was taken aback. He had contemplated many possibilities, but never did he imagine it would be a film about unfinished love between humans and spirits. Well, such occurrences have not transpired in the mortal realm, typically. Spirits enchant mortals to absorb their vitality. The Queen Mother pondered for a moment before speaking. I am quite looking forward to his film. The Jade Emperor laughed heartily. As the sovereign of the three realms, he had grown weary of the conventionality of others, and Qin Hao was a completely different being. In the Spirit Mountain, the notion of unfinished love between humans and spirits made the Buddha furrow his brow slightly. Deep down, he did not truly endorse such matters. After all, humans and spirits are worlds apart. What could unfinished love between humans and spirits possibly entail? Furthermore, with the participation of the Tiger Subduer, if things went awry, debates would erupt on the forums. Though Buddhism is powerful, a single negative incident is inconsequential, yet continuous negativity could lead to trouble. Lord, I trust that the Tiger Subduer is aware of this and will not act recklessly. Guanyin perceived the Buddha's concerns and softly smiled. Let us hope so. The Buddha nodded in agreement. 5 days later, in Xīyóu Mountain. Wrap it up, Qin Hao shouted, officially announcing the conclusion of the filming. Wow, it's finally over, Qinin exclaimed, brimming with joy. Observing the filming was an exceedingly tedious task, for many elements remained unrefined, requiring repeated takes, rendering it far less engaging than the final product. You both performed admirably. When it is officially released, you may attend the Grand Tang premiere. Qin Hao expressed his satisfaction with Cheng Chumo and Zhang Feng's performances. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your guidance. The two exchanged glances, having spent 5 days together studying the plot and characters, fostering a brotherly bond. Xīyóu, I have prepared a feast for you. Shall we dine together? Consider it a celebratory banquet. The previously absent leader arrived with a cheerful demeanor. Certainly. Let us all unwind. Qin Hao nodded. After 5 days of relentless work, even Cheng Chumo, a mere mortal, had relied on elixirs to endure, so a bit of relaxation was well-deserved. Benefactor, I have completed my task. I must return to the Spirit Mountain to report to the Buddha. The Tiger subduely approached, hands clasped together in a smile, before vanishing in a flash of golden light. This spectacle left everyone in Xīyóu Mountain astounded. Who would have thought that even a figure as significant as Buddhism would participate in Qin Hao's film, filling them with pride and honor? Thus, the group indulged in a grand feast in Xīyóu Mountain before returning to the Tang dynasty, where Qin Hao entrusted the film's production improvements to the system. However, he was unprepared for the fact that someone had been waiting outside his bookshop all along. Chapter 94. A Summons from the Tang Emperor, Mr. Qin. A young man clad in official robes bowed deeply upon spotting Qin Hao outside the bookshop. Do you require something? Qin Hao inquired, observing the individual closely. He discerned a hint of femininity about him despite being male, and gestured for the others to rest. Mr. Qin, he is a eunuch beside His Majesty, little Detsi. Sheng Chimo whispered as they departed. Understanding dawned on Qin Hao. He recalled this young man had once delivered 2 boxes of rare treasures to him. Mr. Qin, His Majesty requests your presence. Might you have a moment? Little Detsi bowed deeply, averting his gaze from Qin Hao. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. Li Shimin sought him out? To be honest, although he resided in Chang'an, he and Li Shimin had maintained a respectful distance. What could this be about? Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Hao deemed it prudent to grant this request. After all, he was the emperor of the human race. Please follow me. Little Detsi sighed in relief, gesturing for Qin Hao to mount. No need. Qin Hao shook his head, grasped little Detsi by the collar, and in the next instant, little Detsi found himself transported directly into the royal palace. Dazed, little Detsi marveled at his surroundings. Though he knew this man was an immortal, it was his first time experiencing the might of an immortal, leaving him profoundly shaken. Right this way, sir. After a moment, little Detsi regained his composure, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful, almost to the point of servility. Qin Hao followed him through the palace, casually admiring the scenery within, but found it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Xīyóu Mountain, which emanated an ethereal aura. Soon, they traversed numerous palatial halls and entered the depths of the royal palace. Sir, you may enter now. His Majesty has been awaiting your arrival. I shall not intrude. Little Detsi spoke with utmost reverence outside the imperial study. Qin Hao nodded, surveying his surroundings and noting the absence of any onlookers, not even soldiers, deepening his intrigue. However, a skilled artist is bold. He was unafraid of what Li Shimin might do. Pushing open the door, he entered the imperial study, where the flickering candlelight illuminated Li Shimin, dressed in plain attire, seated at the desk. Sir, you have arrived. Please, have a seat. Li Shimin beamed, rising to his feet and gesturing towards the chair before him. What sort of trick is this? Qin Hao felt even more perplexed but took a seat nonetheless, addressing the matter directly. I wonder what business His Majesty has with me. Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback by the bluntness of Qin Hao, as he had intended to cultivate a closer rapport and engage in heartfelt conversation. Clearing his throat, he decided not to be coy any longer. Since Mr. Qin is a celestial being, forthright in speech, I shall dispense with any pretenses. He continued, recently, thanks to your mobile phone, I unexpectedly acquired a celestial cultivation technique. However, for reasons unknown, those who attempted to practice it have consistently failed. Within the realm of the Tang dynasty, the only celestial I can trust is you, Mr. Qin. Might you offer some guidance? Li Shimin's expression was grave and sincere. He had possessed the technique for several days and initially intended to practice it alone. However, considering it was a celestial method, and as an emperor, he feared that any misstep could lead to calamity. Thus, he enlisted some of his most trusted palace guards to attempt the cultivation. Unfortunately, this endeavor yielded unforeseen complications. Chapter 95. The technique of the demon clan. The individuals Li Shimin had chosen were all elite warriors and loyal assassins, undoubtedly the emperor's most trusted subjects. After all, this was a celestial technique, and even if it remained undisclosed, what if these individuals gained power and turned against him? After attempting to practice, some succeeded while the majority could not. Initially, Li Shimin attributed this to innate talent and allowed those who could cultivate to continue their endeavors. Recognized by the emperor and granted the opportunity to practice a celestial technique, these loyal soldiers devoted themselves fervently. However, they eventually encountered unforeseen symptoms. As Li Shimin recounted the events, Qin Hao listened intently, though his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Your Majesty, as far as I know, any technique suitable for humans should not manifest the symptoms you describe. Would it be possible for you to summon those soldiers for examination? Qin Hao was intrigued. How could a standard cultivation method result in such anomalies? Soon, Li Shimin summoned 5 soldiers. Qin Hao's eyes widened upon seeing them, clad in armor. These young men appeared valiant, yet an unearthly aura surrounded them that was imperceptible to ordinary mortals. Remove your armor, commanded Li Shimin. As the soldiers complied, Qin Hao gasped at the sight before him. The condition of these men was utterly horrifying. Some bore animalistic fur, others had scales akin to those of beasts, and one even sported a tail. What in the world? Qin Hao exclaimed. After practicing that technique, they have become like this. Li Shimin observed the 5 men with a look of resignation. After struggling to acquire a celestial technique, he found himself facing this dire predicament. Was it fate's design to bring ruin upon the Tang dynasty? Qin Hao's expression was odd as he took a moment to collect his thoughts. He began to suspect that Li Shimin had been deceived. Under normal circumstances, how could one undergo cultivation and end up in such a state? Show me the technique. Without hesitation, Li Shimin complied, recognizing the young man's extraordinary status and his likely indifference to a mere technique. Qin Hao perused the text and, possessing a wealth of celestial knowledge, immediately discerned the issue. This is a technique meant for the demon clan, exclusively suited for them. Did the individual who provided you this technique not inform you of its nature? What? A technique for the demon clan? Li Shimin gasped in disbelief. Even the 5 soldiers, despite their resilient spirits, displayed visible distress at this revelation. Indeed, if practiced by humans, the consequences would either be failure or transformation into something unrecognizable. Who provided you with this technique? Qin Hao nodded, now quite curious about the individual responsible for this debacle. Li Shimin hesitated, then recounted the tale. What nonsense! The great sage, equal to heaven, traded it for some trivial treasures? Qin Hao burst into laughter, suddenly piecing together the scenario. At that time, son Wukong had been trapped under the 5 Elements mountain, yearning for a distraction, and having no money to purchase a novel, he had haphazardly bartered with someone. In his mind, there was no concept of the Tang dynasty, nor did he recognize Li Shimin as the human emperor, leading him to carelessly hand over a cultivation technique without further explanation. Could the great sage's research yield a technique suitable for humans? It seemed utterly implausible. Not that Sun Wukong intentionally sought to deceive Li Shimin. It was merely a case of unfortunate circumstances. However, the notion that such a grand figure would sell techniques for mobile phone fees was quite amusing. Qin Hao resolved to document this and profit from the revelation later. Chapter 96. The completed modification. Do you know the great sage, equal to heaven? Li Shimin observed Qin Hao's astonishment and felt momentarily stunned. Recognizing the young man's expression was one of genuine surprise. Of course, I am very familiar with him, Qin Hao replied, a smile tugging at his lips as he regarded Li Shimin with a glint of mischief in his eyes, almost wanting to declare that his own contribution was significant in this affair. After all, if he hadn't provided Sun Wukong with a mobile phone, how could Li Shimin have acquired a celestial technique? The technique for the demon clan. Li Shimin felt as though he had unwittingly walked into a trap. Your Majesty, fret not. The great sage had no intention of deceiving you. He likely did not realize you were the emperor of the human race. Nor did he understand what the Tang dynasty represents. Qin Hao shook his head, continuing, moreover, I can assist you in rectifying this technique. Li Shimin, though aware he had been duped, was captivated by the latter part of Qin Hao's statement and eagerly urged, I implore you, Mr. Qin, to lend your expertise. Very well. Qin Hao nodded, then proceeded to modify the original technique attributed to Sun Wukong. In the world of Journey to the West, cultivation methods were not universally applicable, fundamentally. All methods stemmed from the same source. With the pinnacle of celestial techniques at his disposal, Qin Hao found it quite simple to adapt an existing method. Within a mere 10 minutes, he completed the modifications. Your Majesty, I have revised the technique. If they follow the instructions herein, they will gradually revert to their original forms, and others will be able to cultivate as well. However, the highest level attainable through this method will be that of a human celestial. With a flourish, Qin Hao placed the revised technique on Li Shimin's desk and smiled. Thank you for your assistance, Li Shimin exclaimed, overjoyed. He was unconcerned about the limitations of reaching the human celestial realm, as he did not possess the knowledge to comprehend such distinctions. Furthermore, the mere ability to cultivate was a significant boon, and he felt no need for additional luxuries. The peculiar soldiers, upon hearing this news, sighed in relief. They were unwaveringly loyal to their emperor, yet they too had families to return to. How could they face their loved ones in such bizarre forms? Mr. Qin, I recognize that you hail from the celestial realm and may look down upon worldly matters. Thus, after much contemplation, I have decided to bestow upon you the title of prince, allowing us to address each other as brothers. What say you? Of course, this title entails no obligations regarding court affairs, Li Shimin stated thoughtfully while holding the revised technique. Taken aback, Qin Hao stared at Li Shimin in disbelief, his thoughts racing. Goodness! I offer you a favor, and you attempt to take advantage of me? I am, after all, a disciple of the celestial master. Although you are the emperor of the human race, in terms of status, there remains a considerable distance between us. However, upon reflection, Qin Hao realized that Li Shimin was merely aware of his affiliation with the Tao of Immortality, without knowledge of the specific sect he belonged to. Thus, it could hardly be deemed an advantage. At best, it might suggest a reliance on support. Moreover, it must be said, Li Shimin is indeed regarded as a benevolent ruler in history. The title of Heavenly Khan is not to be taken lightly. Very well. If your majesty is inclined to bestow generous rewards upon me, I shall not refuse. With that thought, Qin Hao solemnly nodded his head. Ding. The production of the film has been completed and is ready for playback at any moment. At that moment, the system's voice echoed within his mind. Qin Hao's eyes brightened, and a subtle smile formed at the corners of his mouth. He had conceived a bold idea, one that, if realized, would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the three realms. Chapter 97. Retribution, Your Majesty. Since we are brothers, I have a matter of significance to discuss with you. Qin Hao abruptly lifted his head, his eyes radiating fervent intensity. His expression grave. Li Shimin had initially been quite delighted, although uncertain of Qin Hao's background. The fact that he was unperturbed by Buddhism and remained lively indicated his extraordinary nature. He had been contemplating how to win over such a formidable figure to his side. However, he was taken aback by Qin Hao's directness. With a wave of his hand to dismiss the 5 soldiers, he adopted a friendly demeanor and inquired, "What is it, dear brother?" Qin Hao replied, "Am I not giving you face? To pledge brotherhood is one thing, but to expect me to play second fiddle, and to call me dear brother? Is that not the exclusive title of that little monk Tangsen? Ahem, Your Majesty, as one who cultivates immortality, I am ageless in my practice." Thus, Qin Hao cleared his throat. "I see now, it was my folly." Li Shimin nodded and replied warmly, "Then let us address each other by our names henceforth." Lier. Qin Hao continued, "I have recently produced a new film, and I intend to invite the great beings of the world to the Tang dynasty. This will be an opportunity for the Tang to step into the limelight, though it is fraught with peril. What are your thoughts?" Qin Hao rolled his eyes, directly addressing him by his childhood name. Indeed, Li Shimin's given name was Lier, as he was the second-born in his family. Li Shimin exclaimed, "When will this cycle of vengeance cease?" Yet, this thought was fleeting, and his expression soon turned serious. The notion of inviting powerful beings to witness a new film troubled him. He was not concerned about the potential chaos they might incite in the Tang dynasty, but rather about the possibility of encountering malevolent creatures that could wreak havoc with a mere breath. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure that if anyone dares to stir trouble, I will have my methods to deal with them." Qin Hao reassured him, then added with a smile, "Besides, despite the dangers, the benefits are substantial." Li Shimin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the coexistence of benefits and risks. "Since you are aware of the implications, I need not elaborate further," he said, knowing that his words would likely have little impact. Upon returning to his study, Qin Hao reviewed the film and the system. It was undeniable that the movies produced in the realm of Earth Immortals were extraordinary, surpassing anything from his previous life in both scenery and special effects. "Excellent, excellent. System. Send out a message," Qin Hao remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Heavenly Court. At this moment, the Lingxiao Hall was convening a meeting. However, it was more of a formality than a genuine discussion. Ding dong. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed throughout the resplendent hall, an intrusion that seemed out of place in this realm. The deities present had grown accustomed to such occurrences and instinctively glanced at their phones. What? An invitation? To attend a film? The new movie is complete? Shouldn't it be uploaded to the streaming service? Why an invitation? Many deities, upon reading the contents, were left bewildered, instinctively sharing glances and realizing that numerous individuals had received invitations. Chapter 98. Notification to the three realms in the past. The Jade Emperor might have reacted with anger upon witnessing his subordinate's behavior, but now his first instinct was not to be enraged, but to check his phone, eager to discover if he had received an invitation. The cacophony of voices had overwhelmed him earlier, and upon checking, he smiled broadly. Whether or not to attend was one matter, but receiving an invitation was quite another. That young man is quite impressive. I have high hopes for you. The Jade Emperor mused inwardly, focusing on the message. Dear Jade Emperor, due to certain circumstances, the new film will not be screened on streaming platforms immediately. Instead, It will be shown in the Mortal Realms Tang Dynasty Cinema 3 days hence. The true online broadcast may be delayed by 7 days. Requirements: no harm may come to any mortals. Should any violations occur, disqualification will ensue, and furthermore, mobile usage will be revoked, with breath and bloodline recorded, prohibiting that lineage from ever utilizing mobile devices. We eagerly await your presence. This message was notably stringent. Not only were individuals barred from using their phones, but their descendants, linked by blood, would also be forbidden from mobile usage. In this era, where information was not as readily available, being unable to use a phone essentially meant falling out of touch with the world. A rational being would never commit such an act of self-sabotage. Upon reading the message, the Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief. The respect conveyed within the text resonated with him. He appreciated it immensely. As for the stipulations, he paid them no heed. For he was the sovereign of the 3 realms, and his fortune was primarily derived from humanity. Unless he were to lose his senses, he would never jeopardize the human race. Yet the question remained, to attend or not. His gaze swept over the assembly of deities below, and a decision began to form. Lingshan, Ding Dong. The various Buddhas paused momentarily, then checked their phones, smiles breaking across their faces. Particularly, the raging tiger Arhut could hardly contain his joyful expression. Although his role in the film was limited, he would undoubtedly serve as a pivotal character. World-honored one. Qin Hao has released the news that the film will not premiere on streaming platforms, but will instead be shown in the Mortal Tang Dynasty Cinema. The raging tiger stood, palms pressed together in respect. In that case, we must pay a visit. I am certain that Qin Hao will extend invitations to many others. The Tathagata contemplated for a moment. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have bothered to attend such an invitation, for he was a quasi-saint, and being invited was not something he deemed worthy of his time. However, this situation was different. Numerous individuals from Lingshan had received invitations. How could the heavenly court be exempt? Furthermore, the chance to manifest openly in the mortal realm was an opportunity not to be missed. By your command, Flame Mountain, Qin Hao invites us to the Tang Dynasty to watch a film? The bold demon king and his wife exchanged confused glances. It seemed their reputation had not yet reached such heights as to warrant an invitation from the Tang. My dear, shall we go? The bold demon king hesitated. He was no fool. If Qin Hao had invited him, he surely had invited many powerful beings, which made him instinctively reluctant. Why not go? Do you wish to accompany that vixen instead? Princess Iron Fan retorted, hands on her hips, questioning him fiercely. No, my dear, let me explain. That was not my intention. The bold demon king's face paled, and even his usually rugged demeanor could not mask the awkwardness he felt. Then what do you mean? You wish to accompany that vixen? You ungrateful old bull. Lion Troop Rich. Qin Hao invites us to watch a film? The 3 great demons sat together, each wearing a solemn expression. Brother, should we attend? The white elephant inquired of his elder sibling. I am not well versed in the current state of affairs outside. It is hard to say. Third brother, what do you think? The lion shook its golden-maned head, casting a glance at the third brother. Since Qin Hao is able to extend invitations to us, he surely reached out to many other formidable beings. Perhaps even my nephew received an invitation. If we attend, it may not bode well. The golden-winged Great Ping hesitated, fully aware that while their presence could amplify their renown, it also exposed them to the risk of incurring the displeasure of some powerful figure. Although this nephew, the Buddha, is indeed formidable, many still disregard him. Chapter 99. The Invitation of Chaos in Chaos. At the Bo Palace, a soft chime rang out. The Master of Heavenly Secrets took out his phone, glancing at it with a hint of amusement. This little fellow truly knows how to stir things up, even inviting himself. In the next moment, several figures materialized within the palace. Tongtian, what scheme is your precious disciple concocting now? The primordial supreme being inquired in a solemn tone. Realizing that all 6 sages had received invitations, had it not been for the difficulty in contacting the underworld, he would have suspected that even that particular individual might have been summoned. They are sages, after all. How audacious to send a mere message to summon them without being present. You need not attend. The Master of Heavenly Secrets shot him a sidelong glance, his demeanor far from cordial. You. The primordial was incensed. I am speaking to you civilly. Must you resort to ridicule? I believe Brother Tongtian is correct. Brother Yuan sure values seclusion. If it is inconvenient, perhaps it is best not to go. Nuwa interjected with a cheerful demeanor. That strikes a nerve. Even the virtuous heavenly sovereign nodded instinctively, as Yuan sure held significant disdain for Tongtian's faction, viewing them as mere beasts clad in skins and armor. This disdain is evident, as every disciple of the primordial supreme being among the 12 golden immortals is of the human race, with the sole exception of the much-maligned Huang Long, who, being a dragon, is least favored. However, the Master's decree. At that moment, Jane's expression was one of sorrow as he hesitantly spoke. We shall not intervene directly. Besides, we can descend in avatars without needing to appear in person. The Master of Heavenly Secrets replied with a serious expression, recognizing the importance of supporting his last remaining disciple in this endeavor. Very well. At Guanjinku, a man clad in white stood by the lake, his flowing garments billowing in the breeze, and his luminous eyes sparkled as if containing stars, captivating all who beheld him. Second brother, let us go to the Great Tang. We have all received invitations. A spirited girl, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a celestial spirit, bounded toward him, her delicate features flushed with excitement. Very well. The man in white responded gently, nodding in agreement. Yea, second brother, let us hurry. The girl eagerly extended her fair hand to the man, and together they skipped away. As the celestial beings prepared to embark, the forum erupted with fervor. Ha ha ha, my father received an invitation. I am off to the Great Tang for a movie, proclaimed the holy infant king. Pfft, who was it just days ago that claimed to disdain those sappy romance films? Retorted the first handsome of the three realms. Ha ha. I am going. You are merely envious. Apologies, but I too shall attend. Many lamented on the forum about not receiving invitations, feeling discriminated against by Qin Hao. However, it soon emerged that the Demon Clan, Heavenly Court, and Spiritual Mountain had all received invitations. Essentially, all major forces within the realms were included. Those who did not receive invitations were simply lacking in noteworthy achievements or were not well known. Upon hearing this news, many lamented, yet they voiced no further complaints. After all, some were only famous in lesser circles, while most remained at a pedestrian level, unable to compare with figures like the Jade Emperor or the Buddha. Chapter 100. The eve of the screening time passed swiftly. Over the past 3 days, Qin Hao was far from idle. He revamped the cinema, expanding it significantly, while also updating the novels Dao Above and Zhetian. This naturally generated considerable excitement. It became clear to all the mighty beings that Xiaoyan was indeed a person of destiny, for within his ring lay an old man, a revelation that astonished many. In contrast, while Zhetian was also captivating, it held little allure for the great beings of the journey to the west, particularly in its early chapters. Of course, this was only from the perspective of the immortals. For mortals, it remained profoundly shocking and aspirational. Sir, everything is prepared. We can commence at any moment. At that moment, Cheng Chimo entered the study with a grave expression. Internally, he was brimming with excitement, aware of the magnitude of the occasion. Even the celestial beings would come to witness the film, and as one of the protagonists, how could he not feel thrilled to appear before such powerful figures? Excellent. Qin Hao nodded, summoning a multitude of female spirits as they prepared to head to the cinema. Haha, Qin Xiaoyu, we have arrived. Just as they exited the study, a hearty laugh resonated from the sky. Qin Hao looked up, his face instantly brightening. Ah, it is Master Ren. I trust you are well. The master of Mount Shu descended, accompanied by numerous elders and distinguished disciples. Fortunately, but my elder brother is not as impressive. A mere novel can stir the winds and clouds, while a single film can resonate across the three realms. Master Ren exclaimed as they conversed while making their way toward the cinema. Upon nearing the cinema, they spotted Qinin and Lewen welcoming guests at the entrance. Seeing this, Master Ren felt a surge of joy rather than anger. Under normal circumstances, he would have been incensed at what he perceived as a slight, allowing his daughter and disciples to engage in such menial tasks. However, today, he felt nothing but delight. It is essential to note that those present today were not just anyone. They were the formidable beings of the cosmos. To appear before them was a rare honor. For if one of them took a liking to him, it could lead to immeasurable fortunes. Brother Qin, you have put in an admirable effort. Master Ren bowed respectfully. No need for formality. Let us wait here, Qin Hao replied with a smile. Given the enormity of the event, he worried that Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi might be overwhelmed, as they were mere mortals. Even if the mighty beings did not actively exert their presence, it would still be too much for them to bear, especially with Qinin and Lewen both being capable individuals. Fortunately, the mighty beings were not releasing their auras, allowing the atmosphere to remain manageable. Meanwhile, in the distance from the cinema, clusters of soldiers surrounded the vicinity, keeping the common folk at bay. Yet, the enthusiasm of the people was undeterred. They were not crowded but rather eagerly watching the spectacle. They, too, possessed mobile devices and were well aware of who was attending the film. To catch the eye of even one of these illustrious figures would be a blessing beyond measure. I have heard that even the ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor, will be present. And let us not forget the Buddha of Lingshan and Guanyin Bodhisattva. The crowd buzzed with excitement, marveling at the prospect of being in close proximity to such exalted beings. Even if one were to perish on that day, they would feel no regrets for having lived such a momentous life. Chapter 101. Princess Xīyóu. The crowd turned their gazes as a commotion arose. Their attention was drawn to the carriage of the Duke's residence. Well, are we starting off with such heavyweight guests? Certainly. Last time, for the screening of White Snake, there were some minor officials, but this time it is different. Only genuine ministers will be in attendance, leaving no opportunity for the lesser officials. Haha. This is also due to the fact that in the Tang dynasty, even high-ranking officials from other nations would not have the privilege. Upon seeing the carriage of the Duke of Qing, the crowd instantly began to murmur. Last time, the presence of Duke Qing and his companions was indeed significant. But with the addition of the true powerhouse, the Jade Emperor, this time, their importance seemed diminished. Father, Sheng Chimo's eyes lit up as he rushed to greet them. Haha. Splendid. Sheng Yaojin dismounted with his wife, affectionately patting his son's shoulder. However, he was aware that this was not the place for idle chatter. He nodded slightly to Qin Hao and the others before entering the cinema. As they approached, luxurious carriages swiftly arrived, with officials such as Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Changsun Wuji all present. After exchanging a few pleasantries at the entrance, they made their way into the cinema. Knowing well that they were not the main characters this time and dared not linger. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of heavy iron hooves echoed, perfectly synchronized. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp voice rang out, and the crowd turned to see a magnificent carriage adorned in gold, with the imposing figure of Li Shimin, accompanied by Empress Changsun and flanked by two young children. Little uncle. The two children brightened upon seeing Qin Hao. The shy boy hid behind Empress Wendy and called out softly, while the girl, brimming with excitement, rushed forward, standing at Qin Hao's feet, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. Me? Little uncle? If it were not for your innocence, I might have thought you were insulting me. Qin Hao thought to himself, though addressing Li Shimin as uncle felt a bit too humble. Is it true that you filmed The Legend of the White Snake? Could you possibly change the ending for Sister by Sujin? The little girl, with her cherubic face, expressed her wish. Haha, you must be Princess Xīyóu, right? Qin Hao looked down at the child and picked her up, playfully engaging with her. Yes. Princess Xīyóu nodded eagerly. Zizi, come down, don't be rude. Empress Wendy chided softly upon witnessing the scene. Haha, it's quite all right. This little one is adorable. I'll play with her for a bit. Qin Hao waved dismissively, unconcerned. Then I'll trouble you. She has gotten quite mischievous in the palace. Li Shimin smiled, leading Empress Wendy and the child into the cinema. Princess Xīyóu, unafraid of strangers, giggled in Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao, handsome and exuding an aura of mystery, inspired both awe and affection, especially from innocent children who naturally gravitate towards warmth and familiarity. Boom. A thunderous sound resonated from the heavens, akin to the war drums of ancient times, as if the divine were angered, shaking the very fabric of existence. The crowd looked up, gasping in astonishment, rooted in place, their eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 102. The arrival of the Jade Emperor. The sky was cloudless. Yet before the crowd, it appeared as though a chasm had torn open, a gaping fissure stretching for thousands of miles, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. The resonant sound of war drums pulsed through the air, as if in synchrony with the heartbeat of the onlookers. Their eyelids fluttered, and the mere mortals among them were left speechless. When had they ever witnessed such a grand display? They stood frozen in awe. Qin Hao's gaze sharpened, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. One had to admit, the heavenly court certainly knew how to make a spectacle, orchestrating such an event. Boom. At that moment, the rift in the sky widened, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heavens themselves were about to burst apart. Armored celestial soldiers, clad in golden helmets and armor, cascaded forth like a deluge, their presence overwhelmingly majestic. Behind this legion of heavenly troops stood a general wielding a golden pagoda, his expression commanding as he surveyed the scene below, flanked by ministers from the heavenly court, the four heavenly kings, and the Star-Lords. Welcome, great heavenly sovereign. The gods roared in unison, shaking the very ground. As their voices faded, a beam of golden light surged forth, swiftly approaching the crowd and hovering in the sky above them. A shiver ran through everyone, Even the celestial beings, though not exerting their pressure, felt a wave of dizziness upon witnessing the golden dragon carriage being drawn by 9 resplendent golden dragons. Gasp! Could this truly be the sovereign of the 3 realms? Indeed, it was impressive to see 9 divine dragons as his chariot. The crowd inhaled sharply, trembling in awe. Meanwhile, just outside Chang'an City, figures such as the Bull Demon King and the golden-winged Great Peng watched the sky with grave expressions. They had arrived long ago, but had refrained from entering. Haha. The Jade Emperor certainly knows how to make an entrance. The golden-winged Great Peng scoffed. The Bull Demon King glanced at him, saying nothing. But the meaning in his eyes was clear. If you were truly remarkable, you could command such a spectacle, though your nephew would likely outshine this display. After all, this occasion had transcended mere cinema viewing. It was a demonstration of might for all beings. At this moment, Qin Hao felt somewhat helpless. He had not intended to step forward, but it was evident that Qin and Luwen were not fit for this task. Haha, we welcome the sovereign of the 3 realms. The great heavenly emperor. Qin Hao ascended into the sky, extending a respectful gesture from afar. At ease, the Jade Emperor, seated upon his dragon carriage, exuded an imposing aura. Though he had seen Qin Hao before, he had never encountered him in person. A hint of a smile graced his features as he spoke calmly. Qin Hao thought, "Am I giving you face? Do you believe a sage could strike you down in one blow? Great sovereign, please proceed." Qin Hao lowered his hands. The fact that the Jade Emperor had come to watch a film was a gesture of respect. He would return the courtesy. Very well. The Jade Emperor raised a hand, and the celestial soldiers withdrew like the tide, leaving only the true ministers of the heavenly court by his side. However, even as the celestial soldiers retreated, the Jade Emperor clearly had no intention of entering the cinema just yet, choosing instead to remain suspended in the sky, awaiting the proceedings. This was a contest of status. Just then, golden light appeared in the western sky, cascading down like a river of gold. Chapter 103, The King of Showmanship Buzz. The golden radiance emerged from the west, swiftly approaching. In an instant, the golden sky enveloped the area outside the cinema, coincidentally halting right before the Jade Emperor. A path of golden light was laid out, accompanied by the resonant chanting of sacred sounds. The grand yet mournful tones of the Buddha echoed throughout the golden expanse. Qin Hao watched this scene, his face twitching slightly. He had always thought that the act of showing off was a crude pursuit reserved for mortals, but he was gravely mistaken. These true powerhouses had not shunned ostentation. Rather, they simply lacked worthy peers to impress. Now, it was evident that they were seasoned veterans in the art of showmanship. At this moment, majestic Buddha figures manifested in the golden sky. The Buddha smiled as he held a flower, while other Buddhas guided the masses, wise sages illuminating the path for mortals. Various scenes unfolded before the eyes of all present. Clearly, this spectacle was meant for the multitude, and for all the great beings who were paying attention. "Welcome, my Buddha." At that moment, a low chant, as if echoing from ancient times, resonated through the sky. Following this, 3,000 Buddhas appeared, parting to create a pathway. At the terminus, a towering figure that touched the heavens above and the earth below materialized before the multitude. Beside this figure stood Guanyin, adorned in white, along with the 2 other revered bodhisattvas, Manjushri and Samantabhadra. On the opposite side, the Jade Emperor observed this spectacle, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Ah, we welcome the Lord of the Western Sacred Mountain, the Buddha Tathagata." Qin Hao, feeling somewhat resigned, acknowledged the arrival. "Ah, may you be well, benefactor." As the 3,000 Buddhas withdrew, the Tathagata offered a subtle smile to Qin Hao before turning his gaze towards the Jade Emperor, performing a distant bow. "I have seen the great celestial venerable. Please rise," the Jade Emperor replied, his expression impassive and voice devoid of warmth. "Pray tell, what did you just utter?" Outside Chang'an, the Bull Demon King regarded the golden-winged Great Peng with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. It appears that the Tathagata is stirring the pot. This scene suggests a desire to contend with the Jade Emperor. The White Elephant King rubbed his bald head, murmuring softly, "Humph." The schism between Buddhism and Taoism has reached an irreconcilable point. It merely takes a single thread to unravel the entire tapestry, thus they have always clashed in secrecy. This is the first instance of such an open confrontation. The golden-winged Great Peng scoffed. The celestial beings observing this scene also narrowed their gazes, sensing that the rift between Taoism and Buddhism had indeed become overt. Many had received invitations, yet chose to steer clear of this turbulent affair. In the sky, the Jade Emperor, accompanied by the deities of the heavenly court, stood in the eastern expanse, while the Tathagata, flanked by the 3 bodhisattvas and the 18 arhats, occupied the western sky. Each visage bore a smile, yet their expressions were laced with an underlying chill. Naturally, the mortals, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, were simply exhilarated by the grand spectacle before them. Among them were those of keen intellect, capturing every moment on their devices and sharing it on forums, igniting a wave of excitement. Qin Hao observed the 2 figures in silence, aware that any words from him would fall on deaf ears. This was a contest, and until a stabilizing force emerged to overshadow both, they would undoubtedly be the last to enter the cinema. Chapter 104. Mutual harm. Suddenly, a beam of light descended, startling all present, as an unexpected figure appeared amidst the covert struggle between the 2 titans. Qin Hao paused, lifting his gaze to see a man in white, accompanied by a fairy-like maiden and a black dog. The man, seemingly indifferent to the celestial conflict above, approached Qin Hao directly. "You must be Qin Hao," he said, appraising him with a gentle demeanor. Yes." Qin Hao instinctively nodded, scrutinizing the newcomer as a name surfaced in his mind: Erlang Yangjian. The ability to disregard both Buddhism and the heavenly court, combined with such an elegant bearing, could only belong to Yangjian. After all, he was one of the 12 golden immortals and a disciple of the Jade Emperor, wielding both formidable lineage and personal prowess that warranted no fear of the heavenly court or Buddhism. Such was his dominance. "Quite impressive, young prodigy," Yangjian remarked, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder before leading the maiden into the cinema. The Jade Emperor suddenly felt that the ongoing conflict had lost its appeal. His nephew's lack of support was one thing, but the fact that he didn't even spare a glance for him was truly disheartening. Yet, he understood the reasons behind his nephew's behavior. A bitter smile crossed his mind, though his face remained stoic. The Tathagata observed this entire exchange with a subtle smile playing on his lips, as if mocking the Jade Emperor's inability to resolve his familial matters while posturing here. With Yangjian's entrance, various wandering cultivators and demon clans hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly to the celestial forces above and entering the cinema. The numbers swelled, while the heavenly court and the sacred mountain remained rooted in place. Suddenly, outside Chang'an, a call reminiscent of a bird's song echoed, and enormous silhouettes appeared in the sky, arriving at the cinema in an instant. It was the golden-winged Great Ping, the White Elephant King, the Green Lion, and other demon clans. Despite their affiliation with Buddhism, they paid no heed to the Tathagata or his companions, instead nodding courteously to Qin Hao before entering the cinema. Upon witnessing this, the Jade Emperor slightly raised his chin, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. While others might be oblivious, these mighty beings were certainly aware. The White Elephant and Green Lion were both steeds of the Bodhisattvas, yet they now ignored their own master, particularly the golden-winged Great Ping, who was the Tathagata's maternal uncle, completely disregarding his presence. This development was indeed intriguing. The smile on the Tathagata's lips faded. To the many powerful beings observing, this scene unfolded as a mutual wounding between the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata. Alas, born of the same root, why must they hasten to harm one another? Qin Hao mused softly, relishing the spectacle. He had not forgotten the numerous attempts by Buddhism to extinguish his existence. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he looked forward to the Tathagata's expression after viewing the film. It promised to be quite the spectacle. As the invited guests continued to multiply, only the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata remained outside the cinema. Even the mortals observing began to sense something amiss. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Buzz. Amidst the silence, celestial sounds resonated through the sky as lotus flowers, seemingly unanchored, blossomed in the air. The golden light of the west and the ominous aura of the east vanished in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who was this? How dare they disregard the dignity of both Buddhism and Taoism? Chapter 105. Welcoming the Master. Wow. Who is this prominent figure making their descent? The crowd murmured, flushed with excitement. By the looks of it, this must be someone of great significance who dares to dismiss both Buddhism and Taoism. Anxiety rippled through them. They sensed that something monumental was about to unfold. Celestial music echoed across the heavens as more and more rootless lotus flowers bloomed in the sky, dazzlingly radiant. The Jade Emperor and the Tathagata exchanged solemn glances, their brows furrowing. Undoubtedly, they were the paramount forces in this realm, yet now someone was brazenly undermining their aura, a blatant affront to their authority. But as they discerned the source, their pupils constricted and silence enveloped them. At that moment, a tide of purple energy surged forth from the east, stretching for 30,000 miles. The celestial music grew increasingly grand, as if it sought to rend the very firmament. The thought resonated in every mind. A sage is making their way. Honor the sage. The Jade Emperor and the Tathagata swiftly rose into the sky, bowing slightly in respect. Below, the mortals had already prostrated themselves, heads bowed low, trembling in awe. None dared to lift their gazes, fully aware that the visage of a sage was beyond mortal comprehension. Only a select few, including the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata, and Qin Hao, dared to raise their heads. Honor the master. Qin Hao approached Tongtian Jiaozhu with a cheerful demeanor and performed a respectful greeting. The moment he spoke, the faces of those present twitched slightly. Although they had their suspicions, they never anticipated that Qin Hao was actually a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu. This was a disciple of a sage. They had initially speculated that Qin Hao was merely a hidden disciple of some powerful being in the world, but it turned out they were gravely mistaken. A disciple of a sage holds a status that surpasses nearly everyone present, only matched by the likes of the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata. The Jade Emperor smiled. While others may not recognize the chinking sword, he certainly did. He had long deduced Qin Hao's identity and subtly glanced at the Tathagata, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. The Tathagata, however, remained somewhat silent, as his identity was rather awkward. Before becoming the Buddha, he was known as Dao Above Buddhism, a disciple of Tongtian Jiaozhu. Thus, encountering Tongtian Jiaozhu put him in a particularly uncomfortable position. At that moment, Qin Hao noticed several individuals beside Tongtian Jiaozhu, who appeared to blend seamlessly with nature. Had they not revealed themselves, he would have never discovered their presence. Even standing close by, one might fail to recognize them. Master, who are these individuals? Qin Hao inquired, his eyes sparkling with realization as he quickly grasped his master's intentions and even speculated about the identities of these esteemed figures. Feeling elated as he understood that these were his master's allies. Chapter 106. Niwa bestows treasures. These were the revered Dao Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and the two sages, Jide and Zhetian. Tongtian Jiaozhu gazed kindly at Qin Hao and proceeded with the introductions, ultimately turning his gaze towards Niwa. This is your master Niwa. Upon hearing this, the three sages exchanged wry smiles, while only Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression darkened slightly. Having encountered four sages, Qin Hao quickly deduced that something significant was afoot. He solemnly bowed to the four, and then turned to the sage Niwa, grinning as he said, I pay my respects to my master. It was evident that Tongtian Jiaozhu did not see eye to eye with the other four sages. In his heart, only Niwa was worthy of respect, while the others were viewed as schemers. This assessment was not unfounded. Dao Tianzuan represented the path of the heartless, and maintaining a good relationship with him would yield little benefit. Yuanshi Tianzuan needed no further mention, while Jade and Zhetian were figures that Tongtian Jiaozhu had to be wary of. Not only had they opposed him during the primordial era, but given Qin Hao's extraordinary talents, there was a lingering fear that his disciple might become too close to these two schemers, ultimately leading him into the clutches of Buddhism. Only Niwa was deemed a worthy ally. Haha, young one, you are quite impressive. The things you have researched are truly fascinating. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek out your master, Niwa said, her gaze appraising Qin Hao with warmth. As the mother of humanity, seeing Qin Hao, a talented member of the human race, filled her with joy. After pondering for a moment, she produced an object, a whip. This item, known as the Seven Stars Moon Whip, was forged in ancient times and possessed immense power, capable of harnessing the energies of the stars and the primordial forces, especially lethal against beings beyond the human race. This shall be a gift for you, Niwa declared, raising her delicate hand. Upon receiving it, Qin Hao examined it closely and felt a tremor within. This was a top-tier postnatal treasure, its power rivaling that of a congenital supreme treasure. Thank you, Master Niwa, for this generous gift. Qin Hao expressed his gratitude earnestly. No need for thanks. You are a disciple of Tongtian and a member of the human race. It is only fitting. Niwa gently shook her head. Tongtian Jiaozhu smiled, not intervening. Only a fool would object to someone gifting his disciple a treasure. Meanwhile, the crowd below stood in stunned silence. It was only when Niwa presented the gift that they realized all the sages were indeed present. What astonished them was the clear implication that these 6 sages were summoned by Qin Hao. My goodness, this is earth-shattering. Those aware of the sages maintained their silence, their hearts shaken, while those who were unaware overheard the conversations between Qin Hao and his companions. After all, creating a spectacle meant their dialogue could not be concealed. My goodness, did you hear that? She is the mother of humanity. Lady Niwa, And Dao Tianzuan? My word, all the hairs on my body are standing on end. Everyone listened intently, filled with shock, as they felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. If the Jade Emperor and others were legendary figures, then these 6 were the true legends of legends, existing only in tales never before seen. By the end, some even questioned whether these 6, including Nuwa, were truly real. But now, there was no need for doubt, as they stood vividly before the eyes of all. Chapter 107. The 6 sages descend on the chat forum. The atmosphere was electric. Incredible. An unimaginable scene unfolds before our eyes. Qin Hao, a living legend, what is his background? Why did the sage Tongtian personally attend? Is it possible that sages are seen in public? Each headline flooded the forum, with clicks and comments skyrocketing exponentially. My goodness, is this real? No wonder Qin Hao is so formidable. He is a disciple of Tongtian sage. Truly remarkable. 6 sages gathered. This hasn't happened in years. Are you still here talking? I am already on my way. I must see the divine countenance of the sages. What more could I ask for in this life? The excitement among the masses following the cinema was palpable, with each person unable to contain their exhilaration. On the journey to the west, Sun Wukong was also paying attention, but was left bewildered upon hearing of the sages. Sages? What are those? They seem to hold a status even higher than the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata. It must be said that there were many powerful beings in the forum. Sun Wukong, having only glanced for a moment, quickly realized that there were indeed sages in this world. They were truly supreme beings, with all beneath them mere ants. No wonder Qin, my brother, spoke of toppling Buddhism and even dared to provoke their powerful beings. It turns out he has such a background. Sun Wukong murmured softly, even catching a glimpse of a brief video featuring Yang Jian. He sensed that Yang Jian's strength had significantly increased since their last encounter. This meant that during their prior duel, Yang Jian had intentionally held back. Golden light flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes as his fists clenched in frustration. At that moment, he truly recognized his own weakness. Not to mention the others, he might not even be a match for Yang Jian or Neza, let alone the Star Lord standing behind the Jade Emperor. I must grow stronger. Sun Wukong's gaze hardened. Upon witnessing Qin Hao's background, he felt a renewed confidence in his quest to dismantle Buddhism, yet he understood that external power alone was insufficient. He must also grow formidable himself. At the entrance of the cinema, Dao Tianzuan and the others watched Nuwa bestow treasures, hesitating for a moment, though they could also offer gifts. They questioned the rationale behind it. Why should they reward someone who had shown them such disrespect? After a moment's deliberation, they decided to act as if they had not seen. Tongtian Jiazhu paid them no mind. He held no regard for their gifts and did not expect any in return. Instead, he shifted his gaze towards the Jade Emperor and the Tathagata. What is the meaning of this? His tone was calm, yet to the ears of the two, it thundered like a warning. This was a subtle declaration. One was the sovereign of the 3 realms, and the other the master of the spiritual mountain. Was it appropriate for them to engage in open rivalry here, only to provide others with a spectacle to laugh at? To speak earnestly, Buddhism is a branch of the mystical path, as is Taoism, and overall, they can be considered as one entity, regardless of who it may be. Be it him or any other sage, none wish to witness this spectacle. Combat is permissible, yet it must not be displayed openly. Ha ha, great heavenly venerable, Tathagata Buddha, please enter. Qin Hao chuckled, promptly gesturing for everyone to enter the cinema, thus providing a gracious exit for the two. He then accompanied Tongtian Jiao Master and others, engaging in light-hearted banter as they stepped inside. Chapter 108. The premiere. Everyone was taken aback. They had anticipated that the Jade Emperor and Tathagata would contest until the very last moment. However, to their astonishment, they simply let it go. Yet, in an instant, realization dawned upon them. 6 sages were gathered. How could they dare to cause a ruckus? Even in the face of profound enmity, they must restrain themselves at this moment. Haha. Although the matter has settled, the Jade Emperor would certainly not let it rest. Indeed, in responding to the will of heaven, they had staged a performance alongside the West, an unavoidable course of action. But as the sovereign of the 3 realms, how could he allow Buddhism to flourish unchecked? The forthcoming events promise to be even more thrilling. This temporary cessation is merely a prelude to the tumultuous storms yet to come. The mighty beings concealed within the cosmos communicated through their divine thoughts. Meanwhile, the mortals below, engrossed in the spectacle, remained oblivious to the secrets at play. All they comprehended was that Qin Hao's background was utterly formidable. Not only was he a disciple of a sage, but he had also managed to invite 6 sages to a mere film screening. These were sages, not mere commoners. The online forums buzzed with excitement regarding events outside the cinema. However, those within the cinema had ceased to pay attention to the happenings outside. Upon entering, they discovered that many were already seated, though a considerable number were mere mortals. Excellent. Tongtian Zhao Master surveyed the surroundings, nodding slightly. Although the venue was spacious and the seats were filled, it did not feel crowded in the slightest. Having witnessed the sages, the crowd promptly rose to their feet. Bowing respectfully as Tongtian Zhao Master entered. There's no need for such formalities. Simply regard us as non-existent and feel at ease. Tongtian Zhao Master smiled gently. Subsequently, Qin Hao, accompanied by the 6 sages, took their seats at the front. It was only natural. Who would dare to remain seated in the presence of sages? The mere gaze of a sage would unsettle any living being. Although, for the sages, it mattered little where they sat. There was a psychological comfort in being at the forefront. The crowd exchanged awkward smiles. They wished to feel at ease, yet dared not do so. However, upon witnessing Qin Hao leading the 6 sages to the foremost seats, they exhaled in relief. Following the 6 sages were the Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, and thereafter, the deities of the heavenly court, the Buddhas of the West, the demon clans, and finally, the mortals. Previously, figures like Li Shimin, who had occupied the front row, now found themselves nearly at the back. Snap! A beam of light illuminated the stage, with only Qin Hao standing beneath it, wearing a broad smile as he gazed at the audience. Thank you all for taking the time amidst your busy schedules to attend this film screening. I assure you, none shall leave disappointed. Qin Hao paused briefly before continuing. Now, let us welcome the protagonists of this film to the stage. As he spoke, he gestured toward the backstage, and the spotlight promptly followed suit. The audience, intrigued by this novel approach, leaned forward in anticipation. Until now, they had not learned the title of the film, only knowing it as a love story between humans and ghosts with no further details. Their attention shifted as 2 handsome young men emerged from backstage. Stepping into the spotlight, Cheng Chimo and Zhang Feng. Higi, Your Majesty, this is my son. Cheng Yao-jin and his wife beamed with pride upon seeing their son. Cheng Yao-jin exchanged knowing smiles with Li Shimin and the other ministers, exuding an air of triumph as if the spotlight were solely upon him. Chapter 109. The leading actors take the stage. I see that Cheng Iching has a remarkable son, Li Shimin remarked, observing Cheng Chimo ascend the platform with a hint of admiration. The other ministers, too, wore expressions of envy. Where were they? Just look at who sat before them. As long as those present retained even a fleeting impression of them, their lives would be forever altered. Perhaps, with a stroke of good fortune, they might even secure a place among the esteemed. They now understood why the protagonists had not made an appearance last time, but were front and center this time. Clearly, Qin Hao intended for his subordinates to leave a lasting impression on these divine beings. Meanwhile, at a more central position, the leader of Shushan looked anxiously around. Surrounded by his sect members, unable to feign grandeur in their presence. Upon spotting the bold Demon King, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Aha! Brother from the Demon Clan, you are here too." The bold Demon King turned, perplexed. "Do I know you?" "Higi, since you are here, it must be fate. I wonder if your clan is involved in film production?" The sect leader, oblivious to the bold Demon King's incredulity, was determined to show off, indifferent to whether the other wished to engage. "No," the bold Demon King replied, pondering for a moment. Had this been outside, such insolence would have earned a swift demise. But here, he dared not act so boldly, recognizing that those present were not of trivial standing. Yet, he was no fool and sensed a connection between the young man on stage and the old man beside him. Thus, he refrained from further engagement. "Uncle, is it possible that your clan is involved in filmmaking?" Young Hong Haier, with wide eyes, inquired curiously. The bold Demon King shot a glare at his unfortunate child, realizing he had unwittingly walked into a verbal trap. "Indeed, young one, you have asked the right question. Do you see that ethereal young man on stage? He is my prized disciple. Though not exceptionally talented, his fortune is quite remarkable." The sect leader nodded, casting an appreciative glance at Hong Haier, and then launched into a lengthy monologue. At this moment, Cheng Chimo and Zhang Feng had joined Qin Hao's side, clearly having dressed with care, although a hint of nervousness lingered. "Do not be anxious. All present are esteemed figures. Even if you misspeak, none shall devour you." Qin Hao reassured them with a gentle smile, eliciting amused chuckles from the audience and lightening the atmosphere considerably. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for granting me the opportunity to partake in this film, which has profoundly enlightened me. Life can indeed be so splendid." Zhang Feng began, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Each person has their own role to play, and at present, I am merely portraying myself. Yet, each role brings forth different insights. He concluded with a slight bow and stepped aside. The audience pondered his words, realizing that each individual present was indeed playing their part, contingent upon their ability to embody it well. Though brief, his speech held a depth of reflection, making it a remarkable address. Chapter 110. The showcase of grandeur. My disciple has matured. The sect leader stroked his beard with satisfaction, then turned to the bull demon king with a smile. I remember when this disciple was but a babbling child, yet now he understands his role and what he ought to do. It seems my decision to involve him in filmmaking was indeed wise. I must tell you, Bull Demon King, Hong Higher, I regret giving him this opportunity to show off. The Iron Fan Princess stifled a giggle from the sidelines. At that moment, Xīyóu stepped onto the stage, instinctively casting a glance at the audience below, particularly at the 6 figures seated at the front, which made him even more anxious. Those were the sages. Clearing his throat, he began, "First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Qin for granting me this opportunity. I am but a humble individual, inconspicuous within Mr. Qin's team. However, to my surprise, Mr. Qin chose me. To be honest, I was quite apprehensive at the beginning, fearing that I might falter." Pausing briefly, Xīyóu continued, "Yet, Mr. Qin offered me encouragement on multiple occasions, and I did not wish to disappoint him. Thus, I spent 5 days and nights without rest, diligently pondering my role, sustained solely by medicinal elixirs." With that, he turned his gaze towards Qin Hao. His eyes filled with gratitude as he performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Suddenly, applause erupted from below. The audience turned to discover it was the mortals who were clapping. Following suit, Tong Dian, the leader of the sect, initiated the applause, though he was unsure of the significance. As Qin Hao's mentor, he felt compelled to show support. Moreover, he believed that the young man had spoken quite well, emphasizing his own disciple. With Tong Dian leading the way, the entire audience joined in the applause. "Ah, my son has grown up," Xīyóu remarked with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscing about when this lad was merely a mischievous little boy. Now he had matured into adulthood. Li Shimin nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the immense pressure Xīyóu must be feeling in a place like Mount Shu, filled with practitioners. Thus, he had no choice but to tirelessly refine his character, fearing he would hinder Qin Hao. "Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Please bear with us for a moment, as we have more performers to present," Qin Hao said, nodding to the 2 men before gesturing again. With a flick of his hand, a beam of light shot forth. The audience watched with keen interest, and even the Buddha smiled warmly. "Now, allow me to introduce the female lead and the indispensable supporting characters." As Qin Hao's voice faded, several elegant and radiant women gracefully approached the stage, their figures swaying with charm. Among them was a monk clad in an orange-yellow robe, accompanied by the female lead, Xiaoqian, and the Fuhuyo Han. "Ah, great celestial, I wonder if the heavenly court will be participating this time?" the Buddha inquired gently, casting a soft gaze at the Jade Emperor. Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang, Neza, and others held their breath, aware that the heavenly court had not joined while the Buddhist faction had, clearly placing them at a disadvantage. It might seem trivial to compete in such matters. Yet for mortals, the fact that Buddhism had participated in 2 films while the Taoist heavenly court had not sent a single representative spoke volumes, even if unspoken. Chapter 111. The final stubbornness indeed. Upon hearing the Buddha's question, the Jade Emperor fell silent for a moment. Just as everyone anticipated an outburst, he merely smiled faintly. "The heavenly court has not participated in this film." His tone was remarkably composed, as if he were entirely unconcerned. "Oh," the Buddha raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. "What a pity. While cinema may not be a lofty endeavor, it holds significant merit in the faith of mortals. Though the heavenly court did not partake in the film, I have already conferred with my young friend Qin. Henceforth, we shall produce mobile devices, benefiting the 3 realms." The Jade Emperor declared with a nonchalant smile, as if it were merely a trivial matter. The Buddha's smile gradually faded. He glanced at the Jade Emperor and then at the Fuhuyo Han on stage, suddenly feeling less enthused. Compared to manufacturing mobile devices, participating in a film seemed less remarkable, for the 2 were not of the same caliber. Without mobile devices, films would be utterly ineffectual, primarily due to insufficient dissemination. Li Tianwang, Neza, and the Star Lord exchanged peculiar glances at the Buddha. "What? Do you have something further to say?" the Jade Emperor inquired, his demeanor stern. "The great celestial is indeed profound in insight. The Buddha mused, falling silent for a moment before breaking into a laugh. Though inwardly pained, he maintained an air of indifference. This is my final act of stubbornness. The Jade Emperor smiled faintly, relishing the sight of someone masking their anguish with a forced smile. Allow me to introduce the stars of this film, Xiaoqian, and this is the Western Ling Mountain Buddha, Xīyóu Han. You are likely familiar with them, as they are indeed the leads of the Legend of the White Snake, by Suzhen and Fahai. Qin Hao announced with a beaming smile. Wow, is this by Suzhen? How beautiful! Exclaimed some children in the audience, their affection evident for the seemingly neighborly Xiaoqian. Hello, I am Xiaoqian. I am fortunate to participate in this film, and I hope for your support. She greeted warmly, bowing slightly to the audience, exuding confidence, for she was a ghost under Qin Hao, who was a disciple of Tongtian, thus possessing considerable backing. Ba, I have my reasons. The Xīyóu Han stated solemnly, hands clasped together, uttering a soft mantra before standing aside. Subsequently, Qin Hao invited Bai Xiang and Fei Xue, along with other female spirits, to make their appearances. Regardless of their roles, it was essential for these formidable beings to remember them, ensuring that even if they were not afforded special treatment in the future, they would not be mistreated. As time passed, and all introductions concluded, the audience showed no signs of impatience. After all, the 6 prominent figures at the front exhibited no impatience. What right did the others have to feel so? I trust you are all eager, so without further ado, let us delve into the main event. Qin Hao instructed the leads to take their seats beside him, then produced a recording stone, placing it upon the high platform. With a wave of his hand, a clear image materialized within the cinema. Without any introductory theme, they dove straight into the subject matter, revealing 4 large characters on the screen. A ghost story. Chapter 112. A ghost story. Upon seeing a ghost story on the screen, the audience paused momentarily. Although they were already aware that this was a tale of love transcending life and death, a title centered on spirits was indeed quite rare. Intriguing, Tongdian remarked, his interest piqued. This young man's ideas are refreshingly original, daring to defy convention. Nuwa also expressed her admiration, recognizing that spirits had long been seen as adversaries of humanity, an unchanging narrative. Yet, here was Qin Hao, boldly asserting that love could exist between humans and spirits. How could they not be astonished? Humph, mere folly. Yuan Shi Tianzuan scoffed dismissively. Meanwhile, Dao Tianzuan and Zhejin Zhuanzi remained silent, their interest piqued as they observed. On the screen, a scholar appeared before them. Upon seeing him, Cheng Yaojin straightened his posture, for this was his son. The scholar, named Ningkaichen, had sought shelter from the rain in a dilapidated temple called Lanrua Temple, only to be met with rejection from the Taoist priest Yin Qixia. This temple is not peaceful. It is rife with spirits, Yin Qixia declared, his expression unyielding as he stood at the entrance. What do you mean by that, priest? It is broad daylight. Where would the spirits come from? Ning Kaichen retorted, as the rain continued to pour heavily outside. Thus, he entered the Lanrua Temple, though Yin Qixia remained wary, warning him, no matter what you see tonight, do not engage. However, the existence of ghosts and monsters is something that those who have never witnessed them would never believe, including Ning Kaichen. Yet, unbeknownst to him, in the shadowy corners of his room lay heaps of chilling white bones, glimmering with an eerie green light. As the plot unfolded, the audience became increasingly captivated, gradually immersing themselves in the story. Lady Cheng and Cheng Yaojin held each other's hands tightly, fearing for their son's safety. Not only they, but even the Jade Emperor and others instinctively tensed up. In the dead of night, a melodious tune floated into Ning Caichen's ears, leaving him puzzled as to its source at such an hour. Unconsciously, he rose from his bed and stepped outside, finding himself beside a small pavilion. There, he vaguely discerned a graceful woman seated within, enchanting to behold. Just then, the music abruptly ceased. I did not mean to intrude upon the lady's enjoyment. I was merely drawn by the enchanting melody. If my presence is unwelcome, I shall take my leave, Ning Kaichen said, startled, believing he had disturbed her. Yet, a gentle voice emerged from the pavilion. Since you have come, it must be fate. Why must you depart? Hearing this, Ning Kaichen hesitated, and in that moment of uncertainty, a beautiful figure appeared behind him. Why do you wish to leave? The voice seemed to whisper in his ear, akin to the sweet fragrance of orchids, causing him to stumble and slip toward the lake's edge. With a splash, a delicate hand, as pure as jade, grasped him, but perhaps due to the force of inertia, both fell into the water. The icy lake enveloped them, soaking their bodies, and the wet gauzy fabric of the woman's attire accentuated her exquisite form. Their eyes met inadvertently, and Ning Kaichen was instantly captivated. The scene appeared to freeze in that moment. Chapter 113. A tragic conclusion. Ah, how amusing. Truly amusing. The Jade Emperor exclaimed upon witnessing this scene, bursting into laughter. Although they could not perceive the ghosts and monsters depicted in the film, they surmised that the woman must indeed be one. After all, who in their right mind would play music in such a desolate location? It was a frightful thought. Ah. Though it defies logic, mortals often fall prey to the illusions of appearances. Buddha smiled faintly, sharing his perspective. I wonder, do all you scholars of the mortal realm lack discernment? Surely any rational person would suspect something amiss. Red Boy turned to Li Shimin and the others. Remember. The film is merely a fabrication, an exaggerated artifice. Do not take it to heart. Li Shimin chuckled awkwardly. Look at that beautiful lady. How could she possibly be a malevolent spirit? Princess Xīyóu pouted. Red Boy merely scoffed, dismissing the childish argument. Meanwhile, the narrative progressed, and Ning Kaichen, feeling overly audacious, panicked and fled. It later became clear that the enchanting figure was Nie Xiaoqian, a powerful spirit controlled by the tree demon Granny, whose purpose was to absorb the life force of the living. Yet, sensing Ning Kaichen's integrity, Nie Xiaoqian refrained from harboring ill intentions despite her predicament, unwilling to harm him. However, the tree demon would not let this opportunity slip away and punish Nie Xiaoqian by sending other female spirits to drain Ning Kaichen's life force. During this time, their bond deepened significantly. Nie Xiaoqian secretly assisted him in evading peril time and again, but as a result, her punishment intensified. Ultimately, she was to be betrothed to a formidable demon, the Black Mountain Old Demon, as a concubine. Upon witnessing this, even the most stoic among them could not help but frown, feeling the tumultuous and tragic nature of their relationship. Eventually, Yin Qixia, moved by their unwavering devotion, intervened to aid them. With his assistance, they battled the tree demon and successfully escaped its clutches. Phew! The audience sighed with relief, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. They felt that in contrast to the previous tale of the legend of the white snake, which concluded regrettably with the lovers separated, this narrative should end on a much more satisfying note. Yet, a lingering question remained, with Cheng Chumo, Xiao Qian, and Zhang Feng all present. Where had the tiger subduing Arhit gone? Had he not participated in the filming as well? Why had he yet to appear as the conclusion drew near? They instinctively glanced at the tiger subduing Arhut seated nearby, only to find him with his palms together, eyes half closed, resembling a wise monk. However, the subsequent plot twist left them utterly astonished, as it could only be described as a dramatic turn of events. Years later, when they recalled this scene, they would still vividly remember, regretting not having turned away sooner, but instead choosing to continue watching. The screen depicted Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen returning home to care for an elderly mother, basking in happiness. Yet, their bliss was short-lived, as the Black Mountain Old Demon, who intended to marry Nie Xiaoqian, came knocking at their door. With their meager strength, how could they possibly contend with such a foe? Chapter 114. We are willing what the heck. As this scene unfolded, everyone was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the outcome, instinctively exclaiming in disbelief. The Jade Emperor and others exchanged glances, their faces adorned with bitter smiles, realizing that this young man, Qin Hao, possessed a knack for crafting tragedies. The legend of the Monkey King, the tale of the immortals, the legend of the White Snake, none of the protagonists enjoy favorable fates, it's either death or despair. And with battle through the heavens and shrouding the heavens still ongoing, one can only anticipate further misfortune. The Empress Dowager, alongside the Queen Mother and other women, wore expressions of shock and frustration. While Princess Xīyóu and the other children were left with tears brimming in their eyes, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. The master of the heavenly teaching eventually regained composure, offering a wry smile. Does this lad truly delight in weaving tragic tales? Enwa, though a saint whose heart was as tranquil as still water, felt a ripple of emotion stir within her. Within the cinema, as the screen depicted the demise of Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, chaos erupted. Though unexpected, it aligns with the narrative. Buddha remarked, his hands clasped in prayer, nodding slightly. After all, according to Granny, Nie Xiaoqian was destined to marry the Black Mountain Old Demon, so his arrival was hardly surprising. Yet, the film did not conclude. It continued onward. Following a brief tumult, silence returned to the cinema, with the audience resuming their watch, albeit now on edge, fearing any further mischief from Qin Hao. Meanwhile, the tiger subduing Arhut, a subtle smile gracing his lips, sparkled with anticipation in his eyes. Now, it is the poor monk's turn to take the stage. Indeed, the souls of Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian found themselves in a mystical realm, distinctly not the underworld. Confused and aimless, they wandered forward until a radiant light appeared ahead, emanating a warmth that seemed to embrace all. Amipa. The sound of the Buddha's name resonated throughout the cinema. The audience beheld a magnificent figure before Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian, towering and encompassing both heaven and earth, rendering the sun, moon, and stars minuscule in comparison to its grandeur. Witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively glanced at the Buddha of the tiger, quickly realizing their previous curiosity. The film was nearing its conclusion, yet this character had yet to make an appearance. It turned out he had been waiting here all along. The smile on the Buddha's face became increasingly difficult to conceal, as the tiger had indeed made a grand entrance, much to their astonishment. "Are you the Buddha?" In the frame, Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian stood frozen in place, asking in bewilderment. "Yes and no," came the response. The imposing figure materialized, revealing the majestic visage of the tiger, who spoke in a tranquil tone. "All worldly matters are but illusions, like dreams, bubbles, or fleeting moments. Do you comprehend this?" "Buddha, we do not understand." The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the sorrow and compassion reflected in the other's eyes. "Why must we endure such hardship? Life is replete with uncertainties, ever-changing and fraught with misfortune beyond alteration. However, I, having witnessed your profound love for one another, am willing to grant you a chance. Are you willing?" The tiger's eyes gently closed, a glimmer of starlight flickering within. "We are willing." The couple knelt on the ground without hesitation. Chapter 115. The Cycle of 9 Lives. What is the meaning of this? The audience below, observing the unfolding scene, felt bewildered, utterly confused. In the realm of the underworld, it is well known that only Ksitigarbha exists among the Buddhist figures. Yet, it was evident that the setting in the film was not the underworld, but rather a peculiar place. What does this fellow mean by offering another opportunity? The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, envisioning that if the tiger were granted a chance, it might elevate the stature of Buddhism significantly with the film's popularity. After all, even he wished for Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian to be together, let alone the other mortals. However, the Jade Emperor instinctively glanced at Qin Hao, who wore a smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying intricacies. In the footage, the tiger waved his hand, causing Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian to vanish. Indeed, the two reappeared in the mortal realm, yet in this lifetime, they were strangers. Their memories erased, as if reborn. First life. Ning Kaichen is blank paper, Nie Shaoqian is ink and brush, from the moment the pen touched the paper. His fate was sealed, he was destined to die for her. Second life. Ning Kaichen is an ancient tree, she arrived at this place. The falling leaves serving as guardians along this path of reincarnation. Third life. Ning Kaichen is the cold wind, she transformed into a lantern, and on that night, he could only gaze at her from afar throughout his life. The audience beheld the rapidly shifting scenes, each life a brief flicker, the cycles of love and loss. In every lifetime, they met, yet remained unacquainted. For reasons unknown, a gentle melancholy stirred within the hearts of the viewers, as if a massive stone lodged in their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Even the Empress Wendy and the Queen Mother, despite wielding great power and possessing calm hearts, could not help but shed tears at this moment. Alas! The Jade Emperor sighed heavily, an inexplicable expression in his eyes. He suddenly recalled his own past, realizing that, truth be told, he had endured greater hardships than these ill-fated lovers. After enduring over 13,000 tribulations, each lasting over 129,000 years, totaling an unfathomable 15,700,000,000 years, was he not also deserving of sympathy? Yet, these memories had faded, only to resurface upon witnessing Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian today. Meanwhile, the Buddha remained silent, hands clasped together in contemplation. A wave of sorrow flowed through the cinema, the film continuing to unfold. Fourth life. Ning Kaichen as a bridge, merely 10 meters long, while she, burdened with heavy luggage, hurried across. Fifth life. Ning Kaichen as a majestic eagle, she a star in the sky, her cries unheard, awaiting the next life to listen. Sixth life. Ning Kaichen as a man, discovering her grave, etching a mark on the tombstone, to be reunited 3 centuries later. Seventh life. Ning Kaichen as a lord, while she had already turned gray, sitting alone in the Golden Tower, never once glancing back. Eighth life. Finally, in the 10th life, he had loved her 10 times. The cycle of 9 lives passed before the audience in the blink of an eye. Yet they understood that each existence etched a profound love story. With eager anticipation, They wondered if, after these 9 lives, the 2 fated souls could once again find love. Chapter 116. Await our return. Do you still wish to love one another? The tiger's form materialized on screen, his warm Buddha light enveloping the world, his voice steady as he questioned. The audience involuntarily twitched at the mention. For 9 lives of reincarnation, any normal person would struggle to endure such torment. Lovers, once acquainted, forever missing their perfect moments, could it be arranged in a more melodramatic fashion? Some in the audience speculated whether the tiger had orchestrated this deliberately. After all, Buddhism often seemed to play tricks on the unsuspecting lovers. Inwa cast a sharp gaze at the seemingly unfazed Buddha, her eyes filled with warning. You best be prepared. The Buddha's previously serene expression stiffened. Realizing that the gazes cast upon him had turned hostile, even from the mortals, who looked at him with disdain. What does this have to do with me? He then turned to the tiger, who remained indifferent, as if detached from worldly affairs. This is utterly absurd. A sense of foreboding washed over him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. After all, how could one expect a Buddha to comprehend love? Perhaps the laughing Buddha would be more suitable. The film continued, yet the atmosphere in the cinema grew tense. As the tiger posed his question again, the figures of Ning Kaichen and Nie Shaoqian appeared, dwarfed beneath his towering presence. They remained silent, the memories of their 9 lives echoing in their minds. Do you still wish to love one another? The tiger inquired once more, his voice resonating powerfully. Yet in Ning Saichen's mind replayed the thought that each life equated to a century. Missing 1 life meant losing an entire millennium. As he gazed at her silhouette, having sacrificed so much, she had uttered not a single word. No matter the anguish. He had never faltered, never feared the storms. Yet now, Ning Saichen's lips quivered, his face pale, as he found himself unable to utter the words of willingness. Nie Shaoqian, tears streaming down her face, looked lost, resembling a homeless child. I do not wish. At that moment, the frame froze, transitioning into black and white. The end of the tale. What a turn of events. The fiery-tempered red boy stood, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he unleashed a torrent of flames towards the tiger. You rascal, perish. With a wave of his hand, a fiery spear manifested, launching towards the tiger. This unexpected twist caught everyone off guard. How dare you? The tiger's expression shifted as he hastily drew his golden vajra to defend himself. Preposterous. Utterly ridiculous. The face of Tongtian Jiaozhu turned ashen. And even the expressions of figures like the Taoist patriarch and Inwa were grim, as they focused intently on Zhuanti and Jiayin. Disciple, let us depart. We must have a serious discussion in the chaos. I suspect there may be issues with your Buddhist teachings. Inwa's tone was gentle, yet her eyes burned with anger. Chapter 117. Just what the expressions of Jiayin and Zhuanti were filled with sorrow. Upon hearing Yua's words, their anguish deepened. As if the bitter waters of the world were manifesting upon their faces. They glanced towards Tongtian and the others, only to find them gazing back with profound resentment. Sigh. Jiayin and Zhuanti exchanged a glance, releasing a heavy sigh. Tathagata, I hope you will take heed. They cast a long, contemplative look at the bewildered Buddha. And in the blink of an eye, the 6 saints vanished from sight. They were headed towards chaos. Intent on imparting some wisdom to the 2 Buddhist leaders, whether it would be a mixed confrontation or a 4-way battle remained uncertain. However, with the departure of the 6 saints, the scene descended further into chaos. Previously, the presence of the 6 saints had instilled a sense of restraint among the crowd, but now, it became evident to all. These 4 sages harbored grievances against Buddhism, coupled with their pent-up anger seeking an outlet. What was there to wait for? Just act. Everyone, look. Even a mere child has joined the fray. What are we waiting for? With the call of the sect leader, despite their fear of Buddhism, they could no longer afford to hesitate. Did they not see that a child had already engaged in battle? At that moment, the demon clan, led by the golden-winged Great Ping, the White Elephant King, and the Bull Demon King, surged forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the Buddha's disciple, the tiger subduing Arhat. Yet, they were mindful not to let their powers spill over uncontrollably. The tiger subduing Arhat found it relatively easy to handle the red boy. But with the addition of the Bull Demon King and others, the situation quickly turned overwhelmingly in their favor. You are utterly audacious. I am the tiger subduing Arhat, a disciple of the Buddhist path, and you dare to assault me? The tiger subduing Arhat covered one eye, his earlier demeanor of a venerable monk entirely vanishing. His robe was torn to shreds, leaving him in utter disarray. Back during the White Snake legend, I wished to strike you. And now you treat Nie Shaoqian and Ning Kaichen this way. I see your Buddhism is deliberately provoking us. The bold demon king sneered. Indeed. I have long found you displeasing. Let us join forces. Princess Iron Fan brandished her banana fan, her beautiful eyes fixed on the tiger subduing Arhat. The tiger subduing Arhat protested, that has nothing to do with me. It was all Qin Hao script. I was merely following orders. However, it was evident that no one wished to hear his explanations at that moment. They only sought to unleash their pin-up fury. Strike him down, this villain. At the rear, Princess Xīyóu waved her small fists, cheering them on. The scene was one of utter chaos. Cough, Tathagata, this is not me seeking trouble. I refrained from commenting during the last suppression of the white snake. After all, the white snake had its faults, but this time, it has gone too far. The Jade Emperor's eyes glimmered with surprise as he discreetly glanced at Qin Hao before addressing the Tathagata, clearing his throat and speaking slowly. The Tathagata replied, "What more can I say? Is your conduct not excessive?" His gaze turned towards Qin Hao, questioning him. Qin Hao looked back in confusion. What are you talking about? Is it not your Buddhism that is participating in this film? What does it have to do with me? Qin Hao, you despicable. The tiger subduing Arhat spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with rage. If not for your script, how could I possibly have known how to perform? Boom. The bull demon king landed a punch that silenced him. The Tathagata clasped his hands together, realizing the situation in an instant. Buddhism had been ensnared by this young man. Chapter 118. Unaware suddenly, the Tathagata recalled that the previous white snake legend had already instilled some resentment towards Buddhism among the masses, and even now, discussions on forums had not subsided. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should a Chinese ghost story be released on mobile platforms. Devotee, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. At that moment, Guanyin and the Bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra stepped forward, their overwhelming presence bearing down upon Qin Hao. Tathagata, this is the realm of the earth immortals, and Qin Hao is a disciple of the celestial master. He belongs to our Taoist lineage. Do you wish to act recklessly before me? The Jade Emperor's voice thundered. As his words fell, Neza, Li Tianwang, and various star deities rose in unison. Though they were no match for Guanyin and the others individually, their collective strength was significant. What, do you still wish to lay hands on me? Qin Hao observed the unfolding scene, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a single wave of his hand, the Qingping sword materialized before him, and he signaled the system to prepare for a saint-level strike. You may attempt it. At this moment, everyone had calmed down. Even the bull demon king and his companions had ceased their assault, turning to observe the unfolding confrontation. The tiger subduing Arhat, however, found himself in a dire predicament, his weakened breath leaving him sprawled upon the ground. He was merely an Arhat. In a one-on-one encounter, these demon kings would not be his adversaries. But in a group battle, he was utterly defenseless. Devotee, are you truly so obstinate? The Tathagata regarded the Qingping sword, pausing thoughtfully before speaking. Tathagata. As I mentioned earlier, it was merely a misunderstanding. But what of your Buddhism? You claim to be compassionate. Yet you did not send the 5 directions to take me away and even dispatched a Buddha to assassinate me. You cannot be unaware of this, can you? Qin Hao stood atop the platform, looking down at the Tathagata, his gaze filled with disdain. In the past, when the 5 directions sought to take him, it was unavoidable. Creating the legend of Wukong was indeed a misunderstanding, and their search for him was understandable. However, the blatant assassination attempt orchestrated by Buddhism disgusted him. Had it not been for the Qingping sword, he might have met his demise. The Tathagata responded in confusion. What are you talking about? Why was I unaware? His brow furrowed as he quickly calculated within the folds of his robe. Guanyin's expression shifted slightly, for this plan had indeed been orchestrated by her. The others were equally astonished, their gazes towards Buddhism now tinged with disbelief. Who would have thought that Buddhism, so esteemed, would resort to such underhanded tactics? Professing lofty ideals while covertly engaging in such schemes? What did I say? Buddhism is merely pleasing to the ear. The bull demon king's eyes gleamed with cold mockery, shaking his head. The white elephant king, the Qing lion, and others remained silent. Though they served as the mounts of bodhisattvas, they had not done so willingly. The restrictions imposed by Buddhism were far too numerous, and as members of the demon clan, they could hardly endure such constraints. It is indeed peculiar. The doctrines and rules of Buddhism seemed solely aimed at the weaker factions. Buddhism forbids drinking and eating meat. Look at the dragon subduing Arhat. Buddhism forbids the presence of women. Observe the joyful Buddha. Alas, Amitabha, I was not aware of this matter. After a prolonged silence, The Tathagata lowered his hand, for he had indeed deduced that it was Guanyin who had dispatched the tiger subduing Arhat. He had previously wondered why the tiger had acquired the legend of Wukong and the destruction of immortals so swiftly. It turned out the tiger had been in Tang dynasty all along. With this revelation, the onlookers regarded the Tathagata with even more peculiar expressions. Chapter 119. The Tathagata stands firm. The Tathagata, revered as one who knows the affairs of the world and perceives the stars of eternity, now faced the incredulity of being unaware of the actions of his own subordinates. Do you expect me to believe that? Qin Hao regarded him with a mocking smile, his tone laced with accusation. The crowd instinctively nodded in agreement. After all, the Tathagata was at the peak of quasi-saint status, known to all present. Now, you tell us you are oblivious to your subordinates' actions? Even a fool would not believe that. The Tathagata retorted. Do you think I can constantly keep an eye on my subordinates? Yet, at this moment, he realized that nothing he could say would suffice. No one would believe him. And instead, it would only tarnish Buddhism's reputation. Devotee, if you destroy the film-made Chinese ghost story, we shall have no further grievances. How about that? After a moment's contemplation, the Tathagata chose not to dwell on that topic, redirecting his words. If that is unacceptable, you may delete the final segment, turning hostility into reconciliation. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward Qin Hao, eager to witness how this disciple of the sage would respond. Some among them felt that this was the most favorable outcome, especially considering that the Tathagata had adopted a tone akin to negotiation. It is worth noting that the Tathagata is the leader of a great doctrine, and very few can compel him to lower himself to such a degree. Father, do you think the little royal uncle will agree? Princess Xīyóu inquired curiously, blinking her eyes. I doubt he will agree. Li Shimin, seated at the rear, shook his head slightly. Despite their limited conversations, he could discern that Qin Hao was the type who preferred peace as long as he was not provoked. However, should he be antagonized, he would retaliate fiercely. Therefore, after narrowly escaping an assassination attempt and having managed to deal a blow to Buddhism in a film, it was improbable that he would relinquish his stance easily. After all, this was Buddhism at stake. Empress Wendy's gaze was filled with concern. He is still a disciple of the sage, and in terms of status, he is not significantly inferior to the Tathagata. Now, it remains to be seen whether the Tathagata will take decisive action. Hearing this, Li Shimin shook his head gently. His only worry was that if these powerful beings unleashed their full might, the Tang dynasty might not withstand the consequences. Whispers filled the air, and silent exchanges of thoughts occurred, yet the atmosphere remained tense as everyone awaited Qin Hao's reply. Do you believe you can endure the full force of a sage's strike? Qin Hao's calm voice finally broke the silence. What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalled the events of a few months prior at the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, instinctively glancing at the chinkping sword in Qin Hao's hand. Their expressions turned to shock. Could it be that the celestial sage would strike again? Regardless of how powerful the Tathagata was, he would not withstand a sage's full assault without suffering grave injuries. This was a blatant threat. The expressions of the crowd shifted to intrigue. If Qin Hao truly could provoke the celestial sage to act, even the Tathagata might find it overwhelming. The Tathagata, enraged, declared, it seems the practitioner possesses some confidence. However, it was once decreed by the Dao ancestor that sages are forbidden from intervening. The last time was already an exception. I do not believe any sage would dare defy this decree again. He spoke with conviction, asserting that the last intervention by the celestial sage had reached its limit. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for them to act again, and even if they wished to, other sages would not permit it. Thus, he was resolute in his stance. If Qin Hao did not remove the segment involving the subduing of the tiger, he would not depart. After all, if this film were to circulate, its repercussions would be immense, potentially shaking the very faith of Buddhism in the hearts of the masses. Chapter 120. The duality of Tai Chi. The venue fell silent as everyone awaited the unfolding of events. For this was a confrontation between a sage's disciple and a figure of paramount significance in the Western doctrine. Qin Hao's overt threat and the Tathagata's unwavering stance ignited excitement among the onlookers. Some had even taken out their phones, yet, regrettably, there was no live broadcasting feature available, leaving them to merely record the moment. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me. The Tathagata, noticing Qin Hao's prolonged silence and indifferent gaze, turned to Avalokiteshvara and implored, Great Compassionate One, this matter pertains to the dignity of Buddhism. I beseech you to take action. He paused before continuing, of course. Simply destroying the film will suffice. By your decree, Avalokiteshvara appeared taken aback, but eventually stepped forward. Even the others were somewhat astonished. They had expected the Tathagata himself to intervene, but it seemed that was no longer an option. However, this aligned with reason, as the Tathagata was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, while Qin Hao, despite his prowess, was merely at the peak of celestial immortality due to his age. The Jade Emperor cast a deep glance at the Tathagata. While others may not perceive it, he certainly could. The Tathagata was evidently apprehensive that Qin Hao might indeed provoke a sage into action, which would likely result in severe consequences, even if he survived. Under normal circumstances, Avalokiteshvara's intervention would be more than sufficient to handle Qin Hao, avoiding the stigma of overpowering the weak and achieving multiple objectives. Practitioner. Avalokiteshvara's gaze shifted to Qin Hao. But before she could finish her sentence, an unsettling aura enveloped her. In the next moment, everyone felt this ominous presence, as if under the scrutiny of a celestial being, rendering them all insignificant as ants. Retreat. The Tathagata's eyes widened in alarm, nearly bursting with rage as he shouted. Yet, it was evident that it was too late. System. Activate the Sage's Strike card. Qin Hao grew weary of their feudal banner. With a Sage's Strike and an upgrade against foes, he knew that should he desire, even vanquishing the heavenly Tao of this realm would be a trivial feat since you were so shameless. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a grin, he addressed Avalokiteshvara. I wonder if you can withstand a Sage's Strike, given the rumors surrounding your status as a great Luo Jingxian. Qin Hao's smile, though seemingly benign, appeared monstrous to the onlookers. They were all struck with horror. Could Qin Hao truly compel a sage? Though the attack had yet to arrive, its essence was unmistakable. Wait. Practitioner, I believe we can negotiate. The Tathagata's expression shifted dramatically, sensing impending peril, and he quickly called out. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and shrugged. Unfortunately, I have no desire to negotiate with you. Ding. Random selection successful. Sage's Strike activated. Boom. At that moment, the skies erupted with winds, fire, thunder, and lightning. A magnificent spectacle that seemed to hail from the annals of ancient history. The crowd instinctively looked up, their mouths agape in astonishment. In the heavens, two colors, black and white, began to materialize, gradually forming a Tai Chi diagram. Dao Tian Zun. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd, their bodies trembling involuntarily. They had assumed that even if Qin Hao could provoke a sage, it would only be the celestial master, given their master-disciple relationship. Yet, no one anticipated that it would be the Dao Tian Zun who would take action. Chapter 121. The Buddha Kingdom in hand. How is this possible? The Tathagata's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the sky. If the celestial master had acted, he could comprehend it. However, why would the Dao Tian Zun intervene? This was unfathomable. The Dao Tian Zun represented the path of the unfeeling supreme. He should have remained indifferent to the conflicts of the celestial realm and would never intervene on Qin Hao's behalf. Yet, every sight before him confirmed that it was indeed the Dao Tian Zun who had acted. All bodies were ensnared in place, and the phrase beneath the sage. All our ants resonated once more with undeniable truth. Aha! Avalokiteshvara, farewell. Qin Hao grinned widely, waved at Avalokiteshvara, and with a flick of his hand, ushered away the uninvolved spectators from the cinema, leaving only those from Buddhism behind. Now, he was the only one free to act. Qin Hao, you truly deserve to fall into the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. Avalokiteshvara glared fiercely at Qin Hao, her voice a thunderous roar. Very well, but do take a look above you. Qin Hao smiled faintly as he turned to leave. Above Avalokiteshvara and the Tathagata, the duality of Tai Chi had inexplicably drawn near, moving at a seemingly slow pace, yet vanishing in the blink of an eye. Puff! The Tai Chi duality descended upon the two, silent and without warning. But even Manjushri and Samantabhadra, along with other bodhisattvas and Buddhas, simultaneously coughed up blood, their faces paling rapidly. However, the attack was far from over. The Tai Chi duality appeared gentle and devoid of any aggressive intent, yet upon contact, it did not diminish the might of the sage in the slightest. Boom! The Tai Chi duality struck again. Crack! The bodies of the Buddhas began to fracture, spreading like a spider's web, golden blood flowing profusely. Buddha Kingdom in hand. The Tathagata's eyes nearly bulged with rage as he witnessed the bodhisattvas and Buddhas teetering on the brink of collapse. He understood that he could no longer afford to wait and must take action to prevent disaster. With an outstretched palm, it transformed into a colossal hand reaching towards the sky, directly grasping at the dual colors of Tai Chi outside, The spectators witnessed a breathtaking scene unfold. Within the cinema, an immense hand suddenly emerged, overshadowing the heavens, rendering the entire world but a mere speck of dust in its presence. Was this the divine power of the Tathagata, the one meant to contend with Sun Wukong? Qin Hao squinted, murmuring to himself, the Buddhist realm in the palm. A single hand creates its own domain, possessing extraordinary might. Boom. The gigantic hand collided with the dual energies of Tai Chi, producing a tremendous roar as golden blood sprayed forth. Qin Hao's expression shifted, urgently beckoning the female spirits. Quick, do not waste it. Use something to collect it. This is the blood of the Buddha. The crowd stared at him with bewildered expressions. Brother, do you even know what time it is? However, the female spirits paid no heed to the onlookers' thoughts. Following Qin Hao's command, they swiftly produced their small storage treasures to begin collecting the blood. This spectacle was also observed by all in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people sat dumbfounded on the ground, their minds seemingly halted, while the powerful beings of the three realms expressed their astonishment. Weren't you all supposed to be watching a movie? Why is there a fight? They wondered. Is that the Tathagata? Goodness, that's a saint in action, the virtuous celestial. Upon uttering this, the onlookers who had extended their consciousness to witness the commotion instinctively withdrew, remembering the last time when the sword intent of the heavenly teacher had not targeted them, yet still inflicted harm upon their minds. They had no desire to repeat such a mistake. Observing the antics of a saint could prove fatal. Chapter 122, Law of Heaven and Earth crack. With a sharp sound, the colossal hand in the sky began to shatter, as golden blood stained the heavens in hues of gold. Ah, virtuous celestial, why do you strike? My Buddhism has not provoked you. The Tathagata roared in confusion. This was merely a dispute between him and Qin Hao. While he was not surprised by the involvement of the heavenly teacher, he was taken aback to find the virtuous celestial taking action. Why was this happening? Was Buddhism so despised that any powerful being sought to confront him? Boom. The dual energies of Tai Chi descended once more. Should this strike land, Avalokiteshvara and the other bodhisattvas would surely perish, resulting in the loss of nearly half of Buddhism's might, a consequence the Tathagata could not bear. Law of heaven and earth. His complexion flushed crimson as a vast figure, seemingly from the ancient primordial chaos, tore through the fabric of space and slowly descended into this realm. This figure was so immense that even the sun, moon, and stars appeared diminutive in its presence. The galaxy and cosmos could not obscure its silhouette, stretching endlessly beyond sight. The golden-winged Great Ping, Bull Demon King, and others gazed in shock at this scene, finally witnessing the full extent of the Tathagata's power, deepening their understanding of Buddhism's might. Had the Tathagata truly grown this formidable? The Bull Demon King murmured in awe, his eyes filled with disbelief. To withstand 2 strikes from a saint was nothing short of miraculous. The Jade Emperor's gaze flickered slightly before he shook his head. If the virtuous celestial truly wished to slay the Tathagata, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. He had discerned that the dual energies of Tai Chi had not been unleashed with full force during the first strike, but rather had gradually intensified and now began to wane. This left him perplexed, as if some unseen power were opposing the virtuous celestial's might, compelling him to unleash his full strength. What could this mean? Instinctively, the Jade Emperor glanced at Qin Hao, only to find him engaged in collecting the blood of the Buddha. Amitabha. The law of heaven and earth clasped his hands together, uttering a Buddhist chant. His half-closed eyes seemed to shimmer with stars, and as the chant resonated, an overwhelming Buddhist light erupted, with countless Buddha apparitions appearing around him, all chanting in unison. Amitabha. The sound echoed through the heavens and earth. Was the Tathagata truly prepared to risk everything? He was employing the full strength of Buddhism's faith. Even the Jade Emperor, usually composed, could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. It was known that the power of faith, while not as potent as destiny, was the foundation of a great doctrine. Had the Tathagata been driven to such extremes? Across the realms, all-powerful beings watched from afar. Upon witnessing this scene, their expressions twitched, realizing that Buddhism had indeed faced numerous tribulations recently. Boom. The dual energies of Tai Chi crashed down. The Tathagata, embodying the law of heaven and earth, summoned countless Buddhas behind him, slightly moving his hand to form a symbol that advanced towards the dual energies of Tai Chi. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and the shockwave radiated outward. Li Shimon's expression changed. He realized that the shockwave was spreading in all directions. If left unchecked, there would be no survivors within the Tang dynasty. Set up the formation to protect the Tang dynasty. The Jade Emperor commanded decisively. Chapter 123, Truly Shameless, Yes. Numerous Star Lords and Divine Generals sprang into action upon hearing the Jade Emperor's order. While it was impossible for them to withstand the clash between the dual energies of Tai Chi and the Tathagata's law of heaven and earth, it was relatively simple to prevent the magical waves from spreading. On Qin Hao's end, he also hurriedly cast out a multitude of treasures to stabilize the surrounding space. Should the space shatter, the Tang dynasty would instantly be reduced to nothingness. In the sky, it resembled a stellar explosion, with shock waves expanding outward, capable of annihilating everything across billions of miles. However, while the sky erupted, the ground remained undisturbed. Phew! Li Shimin exhaled a long sigh of relief, his dragon robe drenched. Appearing anxious, "Young friend, you've truly stirred up a great deal this time." The Jade Emperor approached Qin Hao, wearing a wry smile. "What are you talking about? The saint is displeased with the Tathagata. What does that have to do with me?" Qin Hao looked up in confusion, utterly unaware of the implications. Could he possibly command a saint to act? Ah, indeed. The Jade Emperor was momentarily taken aback, casting a deep glance at Qin Hao. This lad was truly shameless. Yet, he relished it. Only the shameless could thrive and live comfortably. Just look at Zhuan and Jiayin. Cough, cough. Boom. At that moment, the dual energies of Tai Chi vanished. The Tathagata's body transformed into a streak of light, crashing directly into the cinema. World-honored one, Guanyin and the others turned pale. Rushing forward. "Quick, leave." At this moment, the Tathagata appeared pale, his breath weak, as if drained of all vitality, the radiance surrounding him extinguished, resembling a withered old man. After uttering those two words, he fainted. Yes, Guanyin and the others, suppressing their grief, swiftly transformed with the Tathagata into a stream of light and departed. Hee. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. The Jade Emperor patted Qin Hao's shoulder, chuckling. I thoroughly enjoyed this film. It was truly spectacular. It has been many years since I have witnessed such a thrilling spectacle. With that, he shook his head and left with his attendants. Young Master Qin, we too shall take our leave. The golden-winged Great Peng and others approached Qin Hao, clasping their hands together. This time, they were not as arrogant as before. Fearful of provoking Qin Hao, and soon transformed into the Great Peng and vanished. Alas, young Master Qin, while this old bull finds it gratifying, your actions may not be forgiven by Buddhism. The bull demon king stepped forward, sighing. Qin Hao had managed to summon the virtuous celestial and the heavenly teacher to act, which indicated a formidable background. However, Buddhism had two saints, and could they be relied upon to intervene at all times? Clearly not. Ultimately, it was one's own strength that mattered. Thank you for the reminder. Qin Hao nodded solemnly. All right, as long as my brother understands, that's good. The bull demon king nodded. He and son Wukong were brothers, and he was already aware of Qin Hao's assistance to son Wukong, hence the kind reminder. He then departed with his family. Brother Qin. This. Ren, the sect leader, wore a helpless expression. What was supposed to be just a movie turned into a spectacle of a saint battling a quasi-saint. Although such a scene might not be witnessed even once in a millennium, he felt honored. Yet, he was merely a supporting character in this conflict, and more importantly, he stood on Qin Hao's side. Chapter 124. The turmoil concludes. Rest assured, Buddhism should not make things difficult for you, Shushan. Every grievance has its source. And I believe Buddhism would not dare to provoke the world recklessly. Qin Hao smiled faintly, reassuring Ren, the sect leader. If anything were to happen to Shushan, it would significantly impact Buddhism. Given the recent turmoil, one could argue that even if Buddhist teachings were to cross over, it would be of no use. That makes sense. Ren pondered, nodding, but then suddenly recalled Qin Hao's earlier mention of an assassination by Buddhism, and his anxiety returned. Ahem, Brother Qin, you see. We are in the same boat now. Although Shushan has its protective array, well. At this point, Ren appeared troubled. The other elders glanced around, pretending not to hear, but upon closer inspection, one could see their faces flush with embarrassment. How humiliating. The esteemed Shushan, displaying such timidity. Yet one must admit, the sect leader's concerns were not unfounded. Who could predict Buddhism's reaction? This is the treasure of the 5 elements great formation. It is impervious to the Tai Golden Immortal. Even a Deluo Golden Immortal would require a full-force strike to breach it. However, should anyone dare to break it, the worry would not be yours, but rather Buddhism's. Qin Hao chuckled, then produced 5 small flags, crafted to resemble innate treasures, the 5 directions flags. Although imitations, they possessed commendable defensive capabilities. These were among the treasures bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor. Thank you, thank you. Once we weather this storm, I will return them to you, brother, Ren exclaimed, taking the flags with immense joy, feeling reassured. Oh, by the way, to bolster your sense of security, I suggest Chushan host an event in 7 days, a sightseeing tour. After all, the filming locations remain intact, allowing others to visit, and you could even charge an entrance fee. Qin Hao suddenly proposed. Excellent idea. Upon hearing this, Ren's body trembled slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was no fool. He simply had not thought of it before. But following Qin Hao's suggestion, an audacious idea blossomed in his mind. He promptly cupped his hands and departed with the elders. Phew, the world has finally quieted down. Qin Hao sighed in relief. Yet, when he turned around and beheld the ruins, he could only shake his head in resignation. Everything around had been preserved, but the cinema, the epicenter of the storm, was beyond saving. Qin Hao, I cannot assist you with other matters, but I shall restore this cinema for you, Li Shimin remarked, observing Qin Hao's expression with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty. But I believe it is unnecessary. After this incident, the cinema holds little value. Qin Hao replied with a smile, refraining from mentioning that future films would be released directly on mobile devices. Even if cinemas still existed, they would serve little purpose, as no one would dare to visit. Very well, Li Shimin nodded, feeling both anxious and pleased. His concern stemmed from the fact that Qin Hao had indeed provoked a formidable entity like Buddhism, and they were all in the same boat. Yet, he was elated over the immense background Qin Hao possessed. 2 saints intervening on his behalf. What did that signify? Little imperial uncle, why couldn't Nie Shaoqian and Ning Kaichen end up together? At this moment, Princess Jinyang spoke pitifully. She was just a child, unaware of the complexities surrounding saints and quasi-saints, and the earlier momentum had not affected them. Because those in love do not necessarily end up together. Chapter 125, The Taoist Treasure. On the chat forum, it was another day of warfare. Ever since the emergence of forums, countless idol deities no longer felt lonely. They battled fiercely, unafraid, voicing things they once dared not utter in reality, now donning aliases to engage in combat online. It aptly echoed the saying, I remain silent in reality, yet strike hard in the virtual world. Their targets were none other than Buddhism. Since the tale of the white snake emerged, both mortals and immortals with mobile devices had developed an aversion to Buddhism. The fighting never ceased. Today, although the cinema had gathered many powerful figures, drawing considerable attention, many remained indifferent. 3 realms handsomest. Wow, something big has happened. Suddenly, someone shouted in the forum. Initially, no one paid attention until a series of headlines appeared. Shocking. The Great Tang Cinema. 6 saints gather. The one who summoned the 6 saints is actually him. Did the Taoist Tianzuan, Yuanshi Tianzuan, Enhua Saint, and Tongdian Saint have issues with the 2 saints of purity and guidance? Breaking news, saints intervene. Crushing the Buddha of Buddhism. What is the reason behind this? Which saint acted? Titles flooded the forum, akin to a screen refresh, appearing rapidly. Boom. The forum exploded. Saints became the focal point of attention for all deities, a perpetual topic. Previously, they dared not mention them, but with the advent of the forum, which shielded them from scrutiny, they became unrestrained. Saint Infant King. TSK, Buddhism is really having a rough time. However, I was present, and it was indeed intense. Great sage equaling heaven. The above is correct. Buddhism deserves it. If you want to know how it all transpired, just wait for Qin Hao's new film, A Chinese Ghost Story. Little sect leader. Buddhism has gone too far. Messages poured in, with confused spectators flooding the forum, engaging in heated discussions. However, everyone noticed a peculiar issue. It seemed all discussions stemmed from the yet-to-be-released new movie, A Chinese Ghost Story. This piqued everyone's curiosity about what enchantment this film possessed to provoke the saints against the Buddha. In the midst of chaos, the Taoist Tianzuan and others brought the 2 saints of purity and guidance to the chaos. They had no intention of truly assaulting them. Their impulsiveness dissipated in an instant. After all, who were they? Yet, they did not release the 2 but instead sat to discuss, intending to reason with them. Buddhism had indeed become rather arrogant in recent years. Once, they were the 2 seniors, yet due to the Western region's poverty, they had tolerated much. However, now they seemed to have connections everywhere. In this time, the dignified Buddhism was portrayed in such a manner in the film, it was somewhat excessive. The 2 saints of purity and guidance exchanged glances, their faces displaying profound sorrow. What could they say? Just as they were about to speak, they suddenly froze, witnessing a beam of light erupting from the Taoist Tianzuan, leaving everyone unable to react as the light vanished. The Taoist Tai Chi diagram. The Taoist Tianzuan exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his aged face. How could his treasure suddenly detach itself from him? Chapter 126. Be careful in the chaos. The six saints exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly confounded by this unexpected turn of events, the Tai Chi diagram, one of the Taoist Tianzuan's most prized possessions, wielded great power. Yet now, this treasure appeared to have left him on its own accord. Although the Tai Chi diagram possessed its own intelligence, it should not simply leave at will, should it? Could it be that the Tai Chi diagram has suddenly sensed something? In the realm of the earth immortals, has something of significance to me appeared? Suddenly, the Lord of Virtue murmured, my brother's words hold truth. I often experience spontaneous inspiration. This time, the Tai Chi diagram has taken the initiative to detach itself, suggesting that this opportunity will not be insignificant. The face of the guide displayed sorrow, yet his lips curved upward slightly, indicating a good mood. What were you saying just now? Congratulations to my brother. The gathered saints quickly expressed their gratitude. Let me take a moment to calculate. The Lord of Virtue wore a smile, as this was a situation he had never encountered before. However, he failed to notice that the expression of the heavenly teacher was somewhat peculiar, for he was all too familiar with this scene. It resembled how his own Qingping sword had vanished. Wait, something seems off. The Lord of Virtue calculated with his fingers and suddenly furrowed his brow in astonishment. Realizing that in his mind, the Tai Chi diagram was heading straight for the realm of earth immortals, attacking directly at the face of the Tathagata. Goodness! The Lord of Virtue exclaimed in alarm, quick, stop the Tai Chi diagram, it's gone mad. The saints were taken aback by his words and turned their gazes toward the earth immortal realm, where the Tai Chi diagram appeared to be frantically attacking the Tathagata. The saints quickly attempted to intervene, but for some reason, despite their efforts, they could not regain control. As if a force beyond their comprehension was compelling the Tai Chi diagram to exert its full power. My brother, why must you do this? The expressions of the guide and the enlightened one changed dramatically. They were deeply distressed, for that was their sect's leader, and look at what had become of him. Ahem. There's something I wish to say, though I wonder if I should. Observing the now retracted Tai Chi diagram in the severely injured Tathagata, the heavenly teacher spoke with an odd expression. Initially, I feared you would not believe me, but my Qingping sword also left in a similar manner, and even I failed to notice. If not for my quick reflexes, Mu Zhao might have already perished. Upon hearing this, the saints fell silent. Had this been earlier, they would have dismissed it outright. Especially since Qin Hao had not yet met the heavenly teacher, and their ties were tenuous at best. They had long pondered why the heavenly teacher had intervened. However, now that Qin Hao was involved, the situation appeared much more sinister, and the Lord of Virtue's expression shifted rapidly, realizing he had been used as a pawn, more alarmingly. Forced into that role, fortunately, the Tai Chi diagram had not fully unleashed its power. Otherwise, the Earth Immortal realm would likely have faced catastrophe. The Saint Nuwa spoke gravely. The four swords of destruction once shattered the primordial world. The current three realms do not possess the stability to withstand a full-force strike from a saint. I take my leave. The Lord of Virtue's figure vanished. His face clouded with confusion as he needed to examine the Tai Chi diagram closely and inquire of its spirit regarding its sudden aggression towards the Tathagata. How could that rascal Qin Hao possess such influence to control his Tai Chi diagram? This disciple of mine seems to be quite capable, does he not? The heavenly teacher remarked. Raising an eyebrow at Yuan, sure, you'd best be cautious. Next time, one of your treasures might unexpectedly appear in the Earth Immortal realm. It would be wise not to unleash its full power, or else the teacher might just show up. Chapter 127. Progress of Journey to the West System. Check the task progress. Qin Hao sat in a chair at the bookstore, speaking in his mind. Ding. Current completion rate, 59% and continuously increasing. The system promptly responded. Check the karmic value. Ding. Current karmic value, 150,000. Upon hearing this number, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. He had established karmic connections with the deities and Buddhas of the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, but the depth of these connections was still insufficient. With only 6 days until the release of A Chinese Ghost Story, and with the novel continuously updating, I have a stable income. Yet, the forum is still the only place for everyone to chat, and the group chat is still too limited. He murmured softly. What I truly lack is genuine entertainment. System. Develop a minigame, Do Di Zhu, preferably modifying the recharge function to allow for direct conversion of wealth. Additionally, create a news application to gather big data and major news from this world. Ding. Developing Do Di Zhu and modifying the recharge function requires 20,000 karmic value. Ding. Ding. Collecting major news and big data from Journey to the West is resource-intensive and requires 100,000 karmic value. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback by the latter figure. It was far too much. This would consume all his karmic value at once. However, such news was indeed valuable, as awareness of the world's trends was essential for any sentient being and also represented a continuous income stream. Proceed with the development. Once completed, release the software. Qin Hao commanded after a moment of contemplation. Ding dong. Just then, his phone rang. Looking down, he saw it was son Wukong. Is there something you need? Brother, I never expected your background to be so vast. Not only is the heavenly teacher your master, but even the Lord of Virtue has intervened on your behalf. Seeing this message, Qin Hao let out a bitter laugh. Do you think I wanted this? I would have preferred the heavenly teacher to take action. However, a saint's strike is random and cannot be controlled. I am still somewhat concerned that the Lord of Virtue may come looking for me. Is there anything else? Qin Hao did not wish to dwell on this topic. Well, as you suggested, we deliberately slowed our pace. We have already encountered the White Dragon and just exited the Western Hami Kingdom. What challenges await us next? Please enlighten me, so I can be mentally prepared. Son Wukong typed back, providing a rough account of their master-disciple group of 5, though he was uncertain about many other details. The Western Hami Kingdom? Qin Hao furrowed his brow in thought and then suddenly realized. Next, you will arrive at a place called the Guanyin Zen Temple, where there is a rather pretentious abbot and a black bear spirit. However, the black bear spirit is quite good-natured. Unfortunately, Qin Hao paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, recalling that the Tathagata had once given 3 tightening bands to Guanyin, originally intended for son Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing. Yet, the latter 2 were quite obedient, leaving only son Wukong to be problematic. Furthermore, due to the Tathagata's ambiguous words, Guanyin directly retained the other 2 tightening bands for the black bear spirit and the red boy. In modern terms, this could be interpreted as embezzlement. As for the black bear spirit, I should involve myself. How could I let that woman Guanyin benefit? Qin Hao murmured softly now that the Tathagata was severely injured. He did not believe Guanyin would dare confront him directly. Chapter 128. Life Mentor. When you reach the Guanyin Zen Temple, send me a message. I will personally pay a visit. After sending this message, Qin Hao ceased his engagement. Ding. Dou Dizhu and the news application have been developed. Should they be launched on the phone? Of course, release them. Qin Hao nodded, appreciating the system's efficiency. The software had been developed in the time it took to chat. However, who would host the news segment? Qin Hao scratched his head, realizing that he did not know many people. Cheng Chumo was definitely out of the question. He was far too dull. Cheng Chuyong and Cheng Chubi were also unsuitable, as their images did not quite fit. Aha! Qin Hao's eyes brightened as he quickly sent messages to Qingyin and Luwen, inviting them over. Soon, the 2 seemingly carefree individuals, lost in their own world, arrived at the bookstore. Quite nice indeed. A perfect pair, 1 male, 1 female, 1 yin, 1 yang, just right. Qin Hao gazed at Qingyin, who, though youthful, exuded a charming vivacity and energy, while Luwen stood tall and composed, embodying the very qualities he sought in a talent. I have a significant task to assign to you both. If you can excel in this endeavor, it will greatly benefit the future of Shushan. Qin Hao began to instill a sense of purpose in the 2. While Luwen was relatively easy to convince, Qingyin's exuberance posed a challenge. If she remained unaware of the task's importance, she would be impossible to manage. In the celestial realm, the notion of a mobile game like Dou Dizhu puzzled the Jade Emperor. Game currency for mobile recharges, 1-to-1 conversion, and one can even accumulate game currency to exchange for magical artifacts and elixirs. He contemplated the recent introduction of 2 applications on his device. Grappling with the concept of game currency, the idea of Journey to the West news, which claimed to offer any news one might desire, struck him as audacious. Even with his profound cultivation, he hesitated to assert that he was privy to all worldly affairs, yet this news source seemed to promise a wealth of information. Upon further reflection, it appeared that Qin Hao's proclamations had indeed manifested. With Journey to the West news not yet fully operational, and only Dou Dizhu available for play, the Jade Emperor felt a spark of curiosity and promptly opened the game, skimming the rules and grasping them quickly. How intriguing! Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the heavenly domain, a large black dog fixated on a novel displayed on his phone, his eyes alight with excitement. Accompanying Erlang Shin to the cinema in the Earth Immortal realm had left him feeling overshadowed by the gathering of deities. However, he was not one to crave competition. He adored stories, particularly Covering the Sky, which captivated him with its grand world building and dramatic plot twists. This Black Emperor is quite fascinating. What a genius notion to collect followers. Why had I not thought of this sooner? How audacious to deceive even a divine king. Sporting flamboyant shorts. How shameless. I love it. The plot thrilled him, and he envisioned collecting all the talents of the eastern wilderness as his subordinates. The celestial hound's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he howled towards the heavens, reveling in the brilliance of the narrative, even though the protagonist was not a dog. Upon witnessing the Black Emperor's entrance, he immediately regarded him as a life mentor, his guiding light in darkness. As the game unfolded, the celestial hound received a notification. Saint Infant King, brother, Dao. We need one more player. Are you in? The handsomest in the 3 realms. Dao? What is that? No time. I'm engrossed in covering the sky. Saint Infant King. Watching Covering the Sky costs a fortune, not just mobile data, but also a subscription fee. How long can you sustain that? In Dao, if you win game currency, you can convert it to mobile credits or even exchange it for magical artifacts. Isn't that enticing? The celestial hound paused, realizing that despite being Erlang Shun's loyal companion, his own resources were limited. Recently, his excitement had led him to lavish tips, swiftly depleting his funds. Saint Infant King, let's team up 2 against 1. That guy is wealthy, with over 1 million game coins. The fewer players, the better. Let us seize this opportunity. Upon reading the message, the celestial hound's resolve solidified. He quickly reviewed the rules of Dao, confident that his newfound allies shared his passion for covering the sky and had similar temperaments. Trusting their camaraderie, he entered the game room and glimpsed the so-called wealthy player, the handsomest in the 3 realms. Game coins. 2 million. His eyes reddened in disbelief. Why must I be so impoverished while you possess such wealth? This is intolerable. And so the 3 commenced their game. 1 dragon, 3 pairs. With a bomb in hand, I asked, who dares to challenge me? The celestial hound laughed triumphantly, envisioning the coins beckoning him. Saint Infant King, the opponent has 3 cards left. I have a pair of 2s. What do you hold? The handsomest in the 3 realms. A bomb. The opponent is doomed. As they conspired, the rival unexpectedly played a royal flush, leaving them bewildered. What on earth? How did it turn into 1 against 2? The celestial hound watched in despair as his game currency dwindled by over 40,000, his heart aching with determination to reclaim his losses. In Ling Mountain, news of the Buddha Tathagata's severe injury had spread like wildfire across online forums, leaving no room for concealment. Now, every Buddha within Ling Mountain was aware of the situation. Do not fret, esteemed Buddhas. The world-honored one merely exhausted his powers and requires a few days of rest. Guanyin, the chief overseer, reassured the congregation. The Buddhas nodded in understanding, though they felt powerless to retaliate against the instigator, the moral deity. The book city has been open for some time. How have your stories fared? Guanyin inquired, relieved that no unforeseen events had transpired. Yet, the moment he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the hall, as all Buddhas closed their eyes and clasped their hands, appearing as if in deep meditation. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern their bodies trembling slightly. What troubles you? Guanyin's brow furrowed in annoyance. Is this such a trivial matter? Cough, cough. We have penned numerous tales, but alas, it seems that as long as the protagonist is a Buddha, regardless of whether he is bald, he faces ridicule in the comments, and the readership is alarmingly low. The dragon subduing Arhit stood, a look of resignation on his face. Is that so? Guanyin raised an eyebrow, checking his phone. His irritation surged as he discovered that all stories featuring a Buddha protagonist, even those with a bald character, were met with disdain. And many readers did not even bother to engage, opting instead to insult the work. He casually opened a book, noting that while the content was decent, it lacked the dramatic flair present in Dopa Battle Through the Heavens, and the common formula of starting as a weakling only to gain immense power without struggle fails to resonate. Even I find it unappealing. Rewrite it and study the intricacies of Dopan. Guanyin set his phone down, fatigue washing over him. In the fire cloud cave, the red boy howled in frustration. How could this happen? How could this happen? His cries terrified the smaller demons nearby. What is wrong, great king? One timid demon inquired. I heard it was because of a game of Dao. How much did you lose? Everything. Upon hearing this, Red Boy's murderous glare sent the smaller demons cowering to the ground. However, he was too consumed by despair to pay them any mind. Staring at the glaring red zero on his screen, 60,000 game coins, completely wiped out, equivalent to numerous golden immortal-grade artifacts. Unbeknownst to him, Despite joining forces with the most handsome individual in the three realms, he still found himself unable to overcome the charming young lord of the three realms. Hong Hai paused for a moment, trembling as he picked up his phone. "Hello, father? Do you have any money left? Any magical artifacts will suffice. Please send me some." After a while, Hong Hai looked at the delivery of over 10 Taiji golden immortal-level artifacts arriving from Haidong Express, and a smile reappeared on his slightly chubby face. Continue. At Guanjingku, the celestial dog, Zhetian, stealthily emerged from the treasure vault belonging to Erling Shun. "Ahem, my lord, rest assured, if I win, I shall return double." Zhetian glanced around furtively before transforming into a streak of light and darting toward the heavenly court. "Ha ha, how amusing. Truly amusing." The Jade Emperor beamed at the sudden surge of game coins, which had increased by over 1 million, and burst into hearty laughter. The charming young lord of the three realms was indeed he. As the ruler of the three realms, the Jade Emperor did not particularly care for the game coins. It was the sense of accomplishment that thrilled him, an experience he had never encountered before. I never anticipated that the influence of the film would be so profound. The Jade Emperor closed the Do Di Zhu game and glanced at the forum, where many were still engaged in discussions regarding Buddhism. Though the comments below were rife with vitriol, almost resembling a battleground. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes as he conceived an idea and hastily contacted Qin Hao. If Qin Hao could assist him in this matter, it would undoubtedly alleviate a burden from his heart. Chapter 131, The Jade Emperor's Promised Ding Dong. In the bookstore, Qin Hao was instructing Qin Yin and Lwen on how to write news articles when his phone rang. Upon glancing down, he was surprised to see it was the Jade Emperor. "My young friend, though we are not from the same sect, as practitioners of the mysterious path, we share a connection. I have a small problem and wonder if you might offer some advice." Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. The Jade Emperor's small problem? Goodness, was it truly just a small issue? Please go ahead. I will certainly help if I can." Qin Hao hesitated. If the small problem involved Buddhism and required him to topple it, he would dismiss it as nonsense. "Well, I have watched your 2 films and found them quite moving. The power of cinema is remarkable. It can evoke the deepest emotions within people." The Jade Emperor elaborated extensively on the merits of cinema. "Your Majesty, please be more direct." Qin Hao's patience began to wear thin. How could the illustrious Jade Emperor be so verbose? "In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. You are likely aware of certain matters within the three realms. Li Tianwang is a great general of the heavenly court, and Neza is also a significant force therein. However, despite their father-son relationship, they are more like enemies than kin. I wonder if you could assist in this matter?" The Jade Emperor recounted the details of the situation. A glimmer of insight appeared in Qin Hao's eyes. He was well aware of the complexities between Li Jing and Neza, and the Jade Emperor's account aligned with his knowledge. Neza, with a grand lineage as the reincarnation of the spiritual pearl of Nuwa, had been deemed a monster by Li Jing upon birth due to his peculiar nature. The sight of the spherical creature emerging from his wife's womb had prompted Li Jing to attempt to slay him. The Lady Yin had intervened multiple times to spare her son's life. From birth, Neza had exhibited extraordinary talents, eventually catching the eye of Taiji Shinran, one of the 12 golden immortals, who took him as a disciple. However, Neza's mischievous nature, coupled with the potent treasures like the sky-opening silk and the universe ring, led to significant calamities, culminating in his infamous act of dismembering himself to appease his parents. "I could assist, but I have previously slain Mu Jia with my master's chinkping sword. Do you think Li Jing would be willing to seek my help?" Qin Hao pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. "Of course, there is no issue, and Mu Jia is not completely dead. He could be revived in a century at most. However, the turmoil between Neza and Li Jing has persisted for many years, and if I can help resolve it, I would be immensely grateful." The Jade Emperor spoke truthfully. A century was merely a blink of an eye for immortals. Yet the strife between Neza and Li Jing had endured for countless years, stretching back to the time of the investiture of the gods. "What do I stand to gain?" Qin Hao inquired, addressing the most crucial question. "Surely, I cannot assist without any reward," the Jade Emperor replied. "Must you be so forthright? You are the first to directly request benefits from me." The heavenly positions were mostly fixed, with each deity having their designated role. "If you can succeed, I shall grant you a nominal position as a god lord." "How does that sound?" The Jade Emperor hastily clarified, "Though it is a nominal role, it allows you to enjoy the heavenly fortune, communicate across the three realms, and receive assistance from the heavenly court without any obligation to serve." Chapter 132. The God Lord Position, a God Lord Position? Qin Hao mused. This role seemed quite appealing, although he was uncertain of its true significance. Enjoying heavenly fortune and having the option to seek assistance from the heavenly court without any sacrifice on his part was simply perfect. After a moment of contemplation, just as the Jade Emperor anticipated Qin Hao's agreement, he raised his head. Ahem. By the way, what rank does a God Lord hold? The Jade Emperor was taken aback. After all this time, that is your only inquiry? How ignorant you are. A God Lord is beneath the Emperor, and I am the Emperor. Figures like the Xīyóu Emperor and Fengdu Emperor are also emperors, while a God Lord is subordinate to the Emperor. They rank above the Star Lords and hold a prestigious position within the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor, having contemplated for a moment, provided a straightforward explanation. Do you harbor any ulterior motives? As the Jade Emperor suggested, Qin Hao grew increasingly suspicious. According to this logic, a God Lord was almost a position of singular authority. Why would the Jade Emperor go to such lengths for Neza and Li Tianwang? Though they were formidable forces within the heavenly court, they were not insurmountable when compared to the numerous celestial beings of the original Xīyóu and the ancient powers, each immensely powerful, albeit lesser known. In contrast, the Jade Emperor offering a God Lord position for the sake of Neza and Li Tianwang seemed rather peculiar. Ahem, of course not. This is merely a test for you. Should you succeed, the God Lord title shall be yours. Furthermore, I have another task for you, akin to the situation with Li Tianwang. The Jade Emperor coughed lightly, initially intending to discuss adjusting the relationship between Qin Hao and Yang Jian through the influence of film, having witnessed its power. However, upon further reflection, he decided to allow Li Tianwang and his son to attempt resolution first. After all, if things went awry, it could only worsen the situation. Now I understand. Qin Hao realized. No wonder he was offered such a high position. It was indeed a matter of personal significance. Very well, I shall take on this task. Have Li Tianwang and Neza add me as friends, and I will have a private discussion with them. This arrangement represented a mutually beneficial transaction. Even if the mediation ultimately failed, he could still profit from the film, and if successful, he would forge a connection with the heavenly court, an enigmatic force that could bring good fortune and divine assistance in his endeavors. Although he was a disciple of the Tongtian cult leader, he was akin to his master, a solitary figure who could only act independently. However, with the heavenly court backing him, the dynamics would be entirely different. Heavenly Court Group, Jade Emperor, Neza, Li Jing, please add Qin Hao as a friend. I have matters to discuss with you. Neza, sure, but could you refrain from including me with that old fellow? It's quite bothersome. Li Jing, in truth, his expression was somewhat grim. After all, Qin Hao had slain Mu Jia, yet he was compelled to comply with the Jade Emperor's command. Afterward, the Jade Emperor briefly recounted the events, and upon understanding the circumstances, Li Jing was instantly filled with joy, even casting aside his previous animosity. The matter concerning Neza had troubled him for many years. Whenever he laid eyes on Neza, he could only utter curses about the old fool. In contrast, the incident involving Qin Hao slaying Mu Jia seemed trivial, for in a century, another hero would surely arise. Young friend Qin, if you could assist this old man, not only will the past grievances be forgiven, but I shall also reward you handsomely. Li Jing privately promised Qin Hao. Chapter 133. The Guanyin Zen Monastery. He chuckled. Li Jing was indeed an interesting character. Upon receiving the message, Qin Hao paused momentarily, shaking his head in resignation. He then engaged in a private conversation with Neza, who remained unaware of the specifics of the situation, thus their dialogue was quite pleasant. Qin Hao observed a peculiar pattern. Whenever Li Jing was mentioned, Neza's mood would darken. Yet in casual conversation, Neza appeared to be a remarkably cheerful child. Well, perhaps a child at heart. In truth, Neza had been trapped in his own world due to past events, compounded by Li Jing's deliberate suppression with the Linglong Pagoda, resulting in the current predicament. Qin Hao had grasped the general situation and subsequently set down his phone, as a Chinese ghost story had yet to air. He was not in a hurry to film his next movie. Such endeavors require time to mature. If films were produced in abundance, they would lose their value. Much like the literary marketplace, although it had opened its doors for others to upload their works, most individuals had grown accustomed to their creations, especially after making comparisons. It must be said that while there were countless literati in this world, and many possessed remarkable writing skills, the essence of a novel lies not merely in its prose, but predominantly in its plot. Cheng Chumo had released a novel, reportedly about time travel, but regrettably, he failed to grasp the formula and was met with harsh criticism. "Sir, we are ready and can commence at any moment." At that moment, Qin and Luwen entered the room. Qin Hao glanced up, noticing that both were impeccably dressed. "All right, I will send you the news scheduled to air today." Qin Hao nodded, but just then his phone chimed. Ding. He looked down to see a message from the Monkey King. "Brother, we have arrived at Guanyin Zen Temple. However, you were indeed correct. That old monk is quite greedy. Upon seeing my master's robe, his eyes nearly popped out, and he even wished to borrow it for a viewing. Then let him borrow it." "We shall discuss it when I arrive," replied the entertainment pioneer. Who would have thought that in the esteemed temple of Guanyin, there would be such a host? Buddhism truly holds some intrigue. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Although the Guanyin Zen Temple was a trial for Tang Sung and was arranged by the West and Heaven, certain matters were not orchestrated intentionally. For instance, the Guanyin Zen Temple had been established for countless years. Could Guanyin be unaware of who the host was? After all, this was someone who recited sutras daily beneath her very eyes. Of course, she knew. Yet, she simply could not be bothered. Qin Hao set down his phone and smiled at Qin and Luwen. "It seems the news I prepared earlier is no longer relevant. This time, we have a major story. Come with me." "All right." Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances that reflected their shared excitement and anticipation. After all, this was a program that could be viewed by beings from the three realms, which would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for both of them and for Mount Shu. Qin Hao swiftly took flight with the two, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, on the journey to the west, within the Guanyin Zen Temple, Tang Sung gazed at the elderly monk seated across from him, his expression betraying his unease. The splendid robe he wore was a gift from Guanyin. How could he lend it to another? Chapter 134, The Splendid Robe. Alas, the holy monk, I am an old man with little time left. Is it your wish to see me depart this world with my eyes wide open? The host of Guanyin Zen Monastery, Elder Jinshi, trembled with age. His gaze fixated on the golden glimmering robe upon the table, his face a mask of obsession. Throughout his life, he had cherished such treasures, and now, seeing such a gem, how could he allow it to slip from his grasp? "Heh, old monk, how did you boast about your treasures just now? How does my master's splendid robe compare?" Sun Wukong, having tucked away his phone, was well aware of the situation. Witnessing the elder's behavior, he felt a surge of disdain. The holy monk indeed hails from the prosperous Tang dynasty. It seems I am the one who is blind, Elder Jinshi murmured, pausing momentarily before sighing. Tang Sung hesitated. He possessed a splendid robe and a Zen staff, both gifted by Guanyin. Now, to lend one for a night, it was a dilemma indeed. "Master, if I may speak, let us lend it to him. Surely he cannot abscond with the robe?" Sun Wukong suggested quietly. "Very well, if the old host desires it. Let it be borrowed for a viewing." Tang Sung nodded. He understood Sun Wukong's capabilities and doubted the elder would dare to abscond with the robe, especially in Guanyin's presence. Clearly, Tang Sung was no longer the naive monk who solely recited scriptures. He had learned to analyze and think critically. As night descended and stars twinkled brightly, within the host's quarters, Elder Jinshi gazed at the shimmering robe beneath the candlelight, his face a portrait of longing, his withered hands caressing it as if it were a beloved companion. "Alas, such a fine item, yet it is not meant to be mine." Elder Jinshi sighed after a long silence. "Master, why worry?" At that moment, two monks standing nearby exchanged smiles. "Oh, do you have a plan?" Elder Jinshi's eyes sparkled momentarily before returning to calm, curiosity piqued. "All we need to do is ensure that the robe becomes the master's possession." The plump monk replied with a smile. "Rest assured, tomorrow, this robe shall be yours." With that, the two monks exited. Elder Jinshi sat in his chair. A look of confusion etched upon his face, as if he had not fully comprehended their words, yet the robe he clutched was slightly crumpled. "Wukong, why do you wish to lend the splendid robe to that host? I sense something amiss." In the guest room, Tang Sung felt restless, recalling the robe Guanyin had bestowed upon him. What if something were to go awry? "Fear not, master. It was Brother Qin who instructed me to lend it," Sun Wukong explained with exasperation. "Qin?" Upon hearing this, Tang Sung sat upright on the bed, reassured. The moral deity had stood up for Qin Hao against the Buddha, a matter known to all with access to a phone. Thus, he believed that since it was Qin Hao who had directed Wukong to lend the robe, there must be sound reasoning behind it. "Master, would you care for a round or two?" Sun Wukong then waved his phone, revealing a game of landlord. Chapter 135, The Greedy Host. Ba. I am a monk of the Buddha. Gambling is beneath me. Tang Sung gazed at the game coins on Wukong's phone, his eyelids twitching as he tightened his grip on his own phone. I can lend you some game coins. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow. But Tang Sung's face lit up with excitement as they prepared for an epic showdown, when suddenly, 3 figures appeared in the room. Oh, playing a game? Qin Hao observed the landlord game on their phones, astonished. Monks gambling? Master Qin, this is merely a game, unrelated to gambling. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Tang Sanzang promptly put away his phone and spoke with righteous fervor. In truth, when the game of Do Di Zhu had first emerged, he had already played with Sun Wukong and the White Dragon, and from that moment on, he found himself deeply engrossed, unable to extricate himself. It was during this time that he realized, despite being a master, he was the most impoverished among them. Moreover, as a mere mortal, how could his mental arithmetic possibly rival that of the White Dragon and Sun Wukong? In Sun Wukong's words, he could win even with his eyes closed. Being a master is not an easy task. He chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction at Tang Sanzang's transformation. Are you the great sage? The one who caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago? At that moment, Qin let out a sharp cry, her eyes wide with excitement as she leaned towards Sun Wukong, her gaze brimming with enthusiasm. Sun Wukong's face was alight with pride. This was indeed the proudest moment of his life. However, in the blink of an eye, his pride vanished, for knowing the truth, what was there to be proud of? Where has the situation progressed to? Qin Hao inquired with a smile. Has the host already? Sun Wukong opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his voice faltered, his gaze shifting towards the door. Qin Hao and Lu Wen followed suit, their eyes drawn to the threshold. Outside, shadows flitted about. Yet there was no sound. Observing this scene, a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Qin Hao's mouth, without needing Sun Wukong to elaborate. He understood how far matters had escalated. Sure enough, flames erupted, swiftly engulfing their dwelling. These monks were truly ruthless, for the sake of a cassock. They sought to conspire for wealth and life. Sun Wukong's expression turned icy, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes. He would never have believed that the so-called compassionate Buddhist monks would stoop to such vile acts. Tang Sanzang gazed in disbelief at the raging inferno outside. Though humans possess both virtue and vice, this was the Guanyin Zen temple. During the day, he had prostrated before the statue of Guanyin Bodhisattva, yet now, under the cover of night, these monks sought to harm them over a mere cassock? Amipa. After a moment of silence, Tang Sanzang's lips turned pale as he clasped his hands together, reciting a Buddhist chant. Qin Hao regarded him with a deep gaze, feeling the weight of his transformation once more. Those who commit evil will ultimately meet their demise. I shall borrow a treasure that wards off fire and turn this Guanyin Zen temple to ashes. Sun Wukong was indeed a fierce character, that much is certain. Having said this, he prepared to depart. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback. While watching Journey to the West, he had always harbored a question: why? With such formidable magical power, particularly during this tribulation at the Guanyin Zen temple, did Sun Wukong need to borrow the fire-repelling umbrella from the King of the Broad Eye when he could easily protect their quarters with a mere wave of his hand? Chapter 136. The Flames of Retribution. Great Sage, this fire should merely be mundane flames. Why do you seek to borrow a magical artifact? Qin Hao voiced his confusion. Mundane flames? Take a closer look. Sun Wukong, shaking his head in disbelief, replied. He was at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. If these were indeed mere mundane flames, why would he need to borrow a magical artifact? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the scene outside. And only then did he realize that the flames had changed color, shifting from fiery red to a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood, quite alarming. What is this? Qin Hao exclaimed, astonished. A mere group of ordinary monks could unleash such flames? He understood now. This was the flames of retribution. Those burdened by sin would be consumed by these flames, with no means of dispelling them. Indeed, this was the flames of retribution. Although these monks were hypocrites, they had, after all, dined and prayed before Guanyin, which qualified them as genuine monks. Now, having committed such heinous acts, they had completely betrayed their faith. Seeing Qin Hao's expression, Sun Wukong chuckled and explained. Qin Hao understood. Those monks, regardless of their shortcomings, were still true practitioners, and thus, their vile deeds would inevitably bring upon them the flames of retribution. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take out your phones. Let's broadcast the news. Qin Hao snapped back to reality, looking at Qin and Lu Wen. This was a prime opportunity. If this news were to spread, the reputation of Buddhism would surely suffer another blow. Oh, right? Qin and Lu Wen quickly retrieved their phones to report the news. As they opened the news app, throughout the realms, any being with a phone pulled it out, perplexed by the new updates. I shall borrow a magical artifact. Do not wander off. At this moment, Sun Wukong drew a circle in the ground with his golden staff, his expression grave. These flames are formidable. Encountering them could spell trouble. There's no need. I have a solution. Qin Hao interjected, gently shaking his head. Not to mention his chinkping sword, which could dispel these flames. But even the artifacts bestowed upon him by the Jade Emperor and the Ling Mountain could easily eradicate the flames of retribution. Ultimately, the flames were not directed at them. Otherwise, they would indeed be in dire straits. Sun Wukong nodded in understanding. He knew that as a disciple of the heavenly sage, Qin Hao undoubtedly possessed many extraordinary artifacts and methods, unlike himself, whose abilities were limited to the 72 transformations, powerful, yet lacking in variety. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor gazed at the new updates on his phone, momentarily taken aback. His spirits were exceptionally high, for unbeknownst to him, he had won over 1 million game coins. To him, the outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was the thrill of the experience. Delightful. It has been years since I have felt such joy. This phone truly is a remarkable invention. As he opened the news app, he saw a man and a woman on the screen. The man was handsome and tall, with striking brows and bright eyes, while the woman was charming and lovely, resembling a sprite. These two must be from Mount Shu. I have seen them before. The Jade Emperor murmured to himself. He was someone who could remember even the faintest details at a glance, especially those associated with Qin Hao. However, what puzzled him was the setting. Why did the background appear somewhat dark? Chapter 137, News Broadcast. Meanwhile, in Ling Mountain, Guanyin and numerous Buddhas also opened their news apps. Upon seeing the events displayed, they were momentarily taken aback. What is Qin Hao up to now? Guanyin furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Calculating with her fingers, she exclaimed, Tang Sanzang and the others have reached the Guanyin Zen temple? Speaking of which, there is a certain spirit that shares a connection with me. A smile graced Guanyin's lips, but it quickly faded as she sensed a disturbance in the heavenly secrets, as if something were obstructing her sight. Various Buddhas and Arhats. I have divined that there is an object in the earth immortal realm that is fated to connect with me. I shall return shortly. With that, Guanyin transformed into a streak of light and vanished. The other Buddhas were unfazed. They were accustomed to such occurrences, being burdened by countless connections. At Flame Mountain, the Bull Demon King chuckled as he watched the news unfold on his phone. Beside him, Princess Iron Fan, draped in sheer silk, delicately picked a piece of fruit from an exquisite platter and brought it to her red lips, her movements graceful and regal. By the way, my child has requested magical artifacts from me twice now. I wonder what trouble he has encountered. Princess Iron Fan mused softly. What? That rascal has asked you for artifacts again? The Bull Demon King, previously calm, suddenly sprang to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed. It is merely a collection of magical artifacts, of little consequence. Princess Iron Fan nodded nonchalantly, then sighed with a hint of concern, remarking, I wonder what troubles he has encountered that necessitate such an array of treasures. I can only hope he is not in peril. The Bull Demon King's expression shifted dramatically, as an unsettling premonition gripped his heart. My dear, that lad has requested magical artifacts from me 4 times now, each time seeking treasures of the Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortal grade. While they may not be exceedingly rare, the sheer volume is alarming. His voice quivered. After all, he had but one son. Though he was not particularly attached to the artifacts, the fact that so many were needed indicated the dire nature of his child's circumstances. What? Princess Iron Fan's countenance paled, and the two hastily departed from Flaming Mountain. Mount Shu. The entire landscape of Mount Shu was a picturesque paradise, filled with melodious birds and fragrant blossoms, a true earthly Shangri-La. Following slight renovations, it had transformed into a veritable haven. The site where Qin Hao filmed a Chinese ghost story had been meticulously crafted under the direct supervision of the sect leader, now eagerly awaiting the film's release and the subsequent opening of a tourist area. Leader, splendid news. A momentous announcement. A voice of excitement echoed throughout Mount Shu. What is it? The sect leader, clad in a long robe, appeared markedly different, if he had seemed like a celestial being before. Now he embodied the grace and charm of an amiable sage. Leader, look, Qin and Lu Wen have made it to the news. They are to serve as news anchors henceforth. A tremendous honor for our Mount Shu, the Grand Elder exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he presented his phone. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's previously placid demeanor shifted slightly, and he swiftly retrieved his phone. Chapter 138, The Bullet Screen Feature. Esteemed viewers, I am Lewin, the disciple of the Mount Shu sect leader. On the phone screen, Lewin radiated a warm smile reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, exuding an approachable aura. Even the most critical observer would find their spirits lifted upon seeing Lewin's grin. Greetings, I am Qin, the daughter of the Mount Shu sect leader. Beside her, clad in a flowing gown, Qin playfully winked and chimed in. Indeed, they are my daughter and disciple. The sect leader marveled in disbelief as he beheld their introductions. He understood the significance of modern technology. In just a few short months, while it may not have penetrated every corner of the realms, nearly every formidable figure possessed a smartphone, save for those secluded in deep forests. More importantly, the convenience and entertainment offered by smartphones far surpassed the drudgery of previous lives. Now, with his daughter and disciple serving as representatives of a software brand, this signified something monumental. At the very least, it deterred ordinary people from challenging Mount Shu, given Qin Hao's formidable background. Additionally, it heralded the elevation of Mount Shu's reputation throughout the realms. Haha, splendid, splendid. The sect leader laughed heartily, filled with satisfaction. From now on, we shall be the ones delivering news, real and significant events, at any moment. Let us see what we have to report today. In the footage, Lewin and Qin gestured around with smiles. This place may be unfamiliar to many. It is called Guanyin Zen Temple, a sanctuary devoted to the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. As you may know, Tang Xing journeyed to the west to obtain scriptures, and he is currently seated here. Please take a look. The scene transitioned, showcasing the handsome Tang Xing. Upon hearing this, Guanyin, who was en route, felt a sudden pang in her mind. What audacity! Qin Hao, instead of remaining in your Tang dynasty, has the gall to meddle with the scripture seeker? This is of utmost importance to Buddhism, and no mishaps are permitted. The urgency escalated. Tang Xing is facing unjust treatment at Guanyin Zen Temple. The old abbot, in a bid to acquire a kasaya from him, is plotting to set him ablaze. Behold, the scene shifted, revealing the raging flames outside the building. Witnessing this, the audience was left astounded. Previously, they might have criticized Buddhism in forums, but such sentiments were largely influenced by tales like the legend of the White Snake. In reality, Buddhism had not wronged them. Only the truly enlightened understood the situation. Others merely followed the crowd, lacking genuine animosity. Yet now, they truly felt the chill. The monks, in their greed for Tang Xing's kasaya, sought to endanger his life. Were they still monks? Did they not profess compassion? Wasn't he all life considered equal? Was this their version of mercy and equality? This was a first-hand account, not mere cinematic fiction. As Qin Hao observed this unfolding drama, a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. System, please enable a bullet screen feature on the news app, allowing users to comment. But they must register with their real names. No pseudonyms allowed. Ding. 3,000 causality points deducted for activation. Chapter 139. The Degenerates of Buddhism. Ding dong. Dear user, a message is being pushed. The news bullet screen feature is now active. All users are welcome to express their thoughts freely. A friendly reminder. Please be cautious with your comments, as your names will be recorded. Soon, all beings in the realms with smartphones receive this notification. Zhetian dog. What a shameless Buddhist sect. A facade in public while scheming behind closed doors. Yangjian, Zhetian dog. What about the treasures in my vault? Zhetian dog? Jade Emperor. While I may not be aware of the specifics regarding the Buddhist deities, these monks have indeed crossed the line, attempting to harm Tang Xing for his kasaya. Is there any justice in this? Li Tianwang, your majesty speaks true. Such behavior is the hallmark of scoundrels. Tai Bai Jinxing, we Taoists are different. We uphold our word. And your majesty personally supervises, unlike this degenerate sect. Seated in his chamber, Qin Hao smiled as he observed the comments on his phone. As you can see, while we may not grasp the thoughts of the Buddhist deities, these monks have gone too far. More importantly, this is Guanyin Zen Temple, the domain of Guanyin. And such matters should not occur here. As Lewin spoke, her expression turned somber. It truly pains us. Meanwhile, Guanyin, en route, felt her fury mounting. Especially upon seeing the comments from the Jade Emperor and others, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. Do you still have the audacity to show your faces? I have long been aware of the situation at Guanyin Zen Temple. The reason for my inaction was to reserve it as a trial for Tang Xing. Of course, occurrences like this are plentiful, Must I intervene at every instance? If I did, I would scarcely have time for anything else. Yet, it seems that Qin Hao has found a loophole. Jade Emperor, this is already a matter of karmic retribution. Is it not time to extinguish the flames? If karmic fire ensnares you, you shall not fare well either. At that moment, the Jade Emperor reminded everyone through the bullet screen. Rest assured, this karmic fire is not directed at us, but rather at those monks. Please observe. Qin Hao stepped forward with a gentle smile, wielding his Qingping sword, and with a swift motion, shattered the door of the room. Even the karmic flames parted before him, creating a clear path. Let us proceed. Qin Hao led everyone out of the chamber. Ah, this sword is indeed a remarkable treasure. The first time I laid eyes on it, I sensed its extraordinary nature. What is its name? Sun Wukong inquired, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he gazed at Qin Hao's Qingping sword. The infernal flames could not be dispelled even by his golden staff. Yet, with a mere stroke of this sword, a blank void emerged, showcasing its formidable power. More importantly, when he was once trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain, he sensed an immense threat emanating from this sword. This is the intuition of a formidable being. As the great powers of the three realms heard Sun Wukong's words, those acquainted with the origins of the Qingping sword felt a slight twitch in their expressions. Brother, how dare you compare your pitiful stick to the sword of a saintly being? What grants you such audacity? It must be said that while Sun Wukong possessed great strength and advanced techniques, his understanding of this realm was woefully. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge would not have dared to wreak havoc in the heavenly palace. Qin Hao shook his head with a smile, explaining, "This is my master's sword, the most powerful one." Sun Wukong responded, "Envy and jealousy have twisted me." Chapter 140, Bewildered Child. Ah, help, quick. Someone save me from the fire. In the Guanyin Zen temple, it was uncertain whether it was the wind's ferocity or the monks' deserved fate. But the raging flames consumed not only the guest rooms but the entire temple itself. Many monks found themselves engulfed in flames, appearing quite wretched. You were so arrogant when you set the fire, yet you are truly pitiable now. Qin Hao sighed at the scene. Upon hearing this, the crowd burst into laughter, observing the monks struggling amidst the flames without a shred of sympathy. Bound by karmic retribution, they had no chance of rescue unless a great power intervened, something even the mightiest among them, Sun Wukong, could not achieve. Furthermore, these monks, having committed numerous wrongs, were deserving of their fate. Hong Hai remarked, "Perhaps this is retribution." Some monks, instead of practicing virtue, sought wealth through deceit, and they can only be said to have brought this upon themselves. Xiao Tianquan agreed, "Indeed. It seems you and I share the same sentiments." In the Fire Cloud Cave, just as Hong Hai sent out that message, he sensed two powerful presences nearby, causing a slight change in his cherubic face. However, he quickly regained his composure, for those two auras were familiar, his parents. "Little ones, my parents have arrived. Come forth and greet them." The little demons, momentarily stunned, then joyfully followed their king to welcome the great ones. Before they could make their way out, two figures slowly entered. The man exuded an extraordinary aura, while the woman bore a radiant beauty akin to blooming peach blossoms. Father, mother. Upon seeing them, Hong Hai's eyes sparkled as he dashed forward like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Child, I must ask, what do you need so many magical treasures for?" The Bull Demon King asked sternly. They had been following the news on their way and, upon seeing the barrage of comments about Hong Hai, realized he was in no danger. Thus, the only conclusion was that he sought an excessive number of treasures. Hong Hai's excited expression suddenly froze, and he halted in his tracks, utterly bewildered. While treasures of the Golden Immortal and Supreme Golden Immortal rank were not exceedingly rare, the sheer quantity he requested, over 20 from his mother and more than 30 from his father, was simply excessive. Princess Iron Fan's gaze was gentle, yet her tone was filled with inquiry. "Mother, you already possess plenty of treasures, along with the Samadhi True Fire. You've never asked us for treasures before. Since the advent of smartphones, you haven't taken to playing poker, have you?" The Bull Demon King, not a fool, initially worried for his son, but upon seeing him safe, regained his wits. Hong Hai stood frozen, uncertain. Indeed, he had used them all to gamble, and for reasons unknown, he had lost every single one. "Child, you are still young and do not comprehend the world's temptations. Do not become engrossed in such frivolous pursuits." Upon seeing her son's bewildered state, Princess Iron Fan's heart softened, and she smiled. "Our family is prosperous enough, and we do not lack in such matters. But in the future..." Before she could finish, a black hole suddenly appeared beside Hong Hai, revealing a multitude of supreme golden immortal treasures. "Grandson, here are the treasures you requested." If this is insufficient, ask your grandpa for more. A commanding yet aged voice resonated from the void. Chapter 141, Mixed Doubles Silence. A deathly silence. Even the little demons sensed the peculiar atmosphere and quietly retreated, trembling in fear as they gazed at Princess Iron Fan. Within the cave, an eerie aura enveloped the air. Is that the voice of my father-in-law? Even the fearless bull demon king was momentarily dumbfounded, his voice trembling slightly. I am the bull demon king, and I am thoroughly frightened. The father-in-law in question was none other than the formidable Rakshasa princess, the daughter of the river Styx's ancient patriarch, one of the most powerful beings hidden in the world. Though not a saint, he was nearly invincible among those below, and even saints would hesitate to cross him. It was said that he once listened to the teachings of the great ancestor Hong Jun amidst chaos. And now, his own child sought treasures from his father-in-law. How would the father-in-law perceive him? What would the entire Shura clan think of him? Was he truly so inept that his child needed to beg for treasures from his grandfather? Mother, actually. Hong Haier shrank back, feeling timid. He recalled a saying from the forum, if a child is not disciplined for 3 days, they will climb the walls. He now understood this sentiment deeply. Princess Iron Fan took a deep breath, smiling slightly. Mother, let me explain. It was that. Father, be gentle. My backside. The mixed doubles were underway. In the heavenly court, Zhetian Quan, feeling anxious, had just made a careless comment in the news, which his master, Yang Jian, had seen. He knew his impending fate would not be pleasant, for there was no escaping. Did he think Yang Jian's third eye was a mere joke? Suddenly, Zhetian Quan's ears perked up as he heard familiar footsteps, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Zhetian Quan. I suspect you have stolen half of the treasures from my treasury, haven't you? A familiar yet gentle voice echoed near him. I didn't tea. It was me. Please don't make baseless accusations. Zhetian Quan quickly shook his head in denial without lifting it. The treasury's formation can only be known by you, me, and my little sister. If it wasn't you, could it be her? Dressed in white and wielding a folding fan, Yang Jian appeared refined and elegant. Well, that is uncertain. Zhetian Quan gazed up, his large eyes brimming with tears, attempting to feign innocence. Will you come with me, or shall I drag you along? Yang Jian remained calm, smiling gently. Can I opt not to go? Zhetian Quan departed, feeling quite uneasy, embodying the spirit of a hero embarking on a perilous journey, never to return. At this moment, the Guanyin Zen temple lay in ruins, blackened marks scattered everywhere, and the great fire had claimed the lives of all the monks present. Clearly, none of these monks were virtuous, for those who suffer under karmic flames are inherently guilty. Were they innocent? They would not feel the searing pain even when ensnared by infernal fire. Esteemed audience, as you can see, those who commit numerous wrongs inevitably meet their demise. Evil begets heavenly retribution, so whether in life or as a deity, it is better to embrace kindness. Elwyn and Qinin stood before the camera, their expressions grave. Tang Senzang's demeanor was complex, yet he remained silent throughout the encounter. In the past, he might have spoken up, but having narrowly escaped a deadly confrontation with his peers, his current emotions were profoundly intricate. Who had desecrated the Guanyin Zen temple? What had become of Elder Jin Qi? At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. The crowd looked up, and there it was, a black bear spirit. Chapter 142, The Black Bear Spirit. The scene shifted, and everyone beheld the formidable black bear spirit through the lens. A collective jolt of energy surged among them. They had assumed the ordeal was over, but it appeared there was more to come. Was this your doing? The black bear spirit loomed in the sky, its imposing stature eliciting a palpable sense of awe. Its deep, dark eyes scanning the ground below, disbelief etched upon its face. The entire Guanyin Zen temple lay in ruins, and its dear friend, Elder Jin Qi, was nowhere to be found. Elder Jin Qi? The black bear spirit's voice quivered slightly. It considered Jin Qi a close companion, often engaging in discussions of the Dharma together. He perished due to his insatiable greed and his intentions to amass wealth at the cost of others' lives. Qin Hao observed the creature with intrigue. Truth be told, in this era, the demon clan exhibited a wild nature, and it was rare to encounter a spirit like this one, who held an affinity for Buddhist teachings. What? You seek death? The black bear spirit thundered, unable to fathom that Elder Jin Qi could possibly be gone. Just then, Sun Wukong waved his hand, and a resplendent golden kasaya flew forth from the ruins of Elder Jin Qi's chamber. Witnessing this, the black bear spirit fell silent. Ah, my dear bear spirit. You possess commendable qualities. Alas, you now stand at a crossroads with but 2 paths ahead. Qin Hao smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang, apprehensive that Qin Hao intended to confront the black bear spirit. He could discern that the creature was also of the Tai Golden Immortal caliber, a worthy opponent. You are but a mere celestial being. Though he is a Tai Golden Immortal, if I wish to depart, it seems you cannot hinder me. The black bear spirit cast a dismissive glance at Qin Hao, regarding him as inconsequential, with only the monkey commanding its respect. No, it is not I, but rather Qin Hao smiled knowingly and then declared, she has arrived. Amipa. As his words faded, the sky was suddenly engulfed in a golden radiance, illuminating the entire expanse and enveloping all in a warm, divine light. Guanyin, clad in white robes and holding a pure jade bottle, stepped forward, appearing before the gathered crowd, casting her gaze upon the ruins of the Guanyin Zen temple. A flicker of anger crossed her eyes. Regardless of the monk's shortcomings, they were still her subordinates. Now, however, Qin Hao and his companions had left nothing but ashes, showing no respect whatsoever. Yet, she maintained her composure, directing her attention to Tang Sanzong, her expression softening slightly. Tang Sanzong, this is a trial you must endure. The tribulations have passed, you may now depart and continue your quest for scriptures. Her voice was serene, lulling those who heard it into a state of reverie. Tang Sanzong fell into a contemplative silence. In former times, he would have unhesitatingly heeded Guanyin's words, but now doubt and uncertainty began to take root within his heart. Observing his reticence, Guanyin's expression darkened momentarily, but she refrained from pressing further, instead turning her attention to the black bear spirit, who appeared to be contemplating escape. At that moment, the black bear spirit trembled, realizing it had drawn the attention of the formidable Guanyin, although it had an affinity for Buddhist scriptures. That did not equate to an endorsement of Buddhism itself. The great demons of Buddhism were often relegated to servitude or menial roles, facing grim fates. As a free-spirited demon king, the sight of Guanyin left it feeling quite uneasy. Chapter 143. Two Choices. Bear Spirit, where do you think you are going? Guanyin's gaze fell upon the black bear spirit, her tone calm. The black bear spirit halted, its once innocent face now adorned with an expression of endearing naivety. Bodhisattva. This has nothing to do with me. It was all these individuals doing. The black bear spirit, now anxious, dismissed the thought of fleeing. Attempting to escape in the presence of such a powerful being would be tantamount to courting death. Black bear spirit. I have seen that you have a connection with my Buddhist teachings. It just so happens that my Xīyóu forest is in need of a guardian deity. You shall serve in that role henceforth. Guanyin spoke with a gentle demeanor, yet her words bore an undeniable authority. She was Guanyin, the foremost figure beneath the Tathagata, and for a mere demon king to follow her was a privilege. However, before she could finish, her words were interrupted by Qin Hao. Ahem, black bear spirit. You now face two choices. You may accompany Guanyin to become a guardian deity, or you may join me, wherein I shall impose no restrictions upon your freedom, merely a few minor tasks now and then. What say you? Qin Hao coughed lightly, unhesitatingly interrupting Guanyin's discourse. Guanyin's expression darkened as she turned sharply to Qin Hao. Do not overstep, benefactor. Despite her trepidation towards Qin Hao, she could not afford to lose face. And what will you do? Strike me? Qin Hao spread his hands, a nonchalant expression on his face. Meanwhile, the comments on the live broadcast exploded with activity. Neza, TSK. TSK, I admire Qin Hao's fiery temperament. Indeed, what will you do? Dare to lay a finger on me? Tai by Jingxing, I support Qin Hao. What nonsense is this about Buddhism? Their claims of connections are few and far between since the primordial era. Golden-winged rock, though I am related to the Tathagata, I must admit that Buddhism can be excessively overbearing at times. White Elephant King, this scene feels oddly familiar. Back in the primordial age, Tai Golden Immortals were as common as dogs, and the great Luo Golden Immortals were plentiful. Even those of the quasi-saint rank faced peril. In that era, for a demon to become a mount or servant of a great power was a source of immense pride, as it meant shelter beneath a grand tree. Yet, the times have changed, with saints seldom appearing and quasi-saints becoming formidable forces. Even the great Luo Golden Immortals would not intervene lightly. Thus, these demon kings, now regarded as sovereigns in their own right, would never willingly become mounts for Buddhism. In the present moment, the black bear spirit stared blankly at Qin Hao, gasping in astonishment. From the outset, it had dismissed Qin Hao as inconsequential, primarily due to the latter's lower cultivation level. Yet, now it realized just how formidable this young man truly was, boldly confronting Guanyin. Moreover, It appeared that Guanyin held some apprehension towards this youth. Who exactly was he? Have you come to a decision? Qin Hao inquired, regarding the pensive Guanyin with a smile as he turned his attention back to the black bear spirit. The black bear spirit lamented, "Had I known, I would have preferred to remain at home. Why did I venture out?" At that moment, Guanyin's previously somber expression transformed into a smile. "Qin Hao, while you may possess certain connections, do not underestimate the strength of my Buddhist teachings. You are a rising star, and we will engage in a contest of wits rather than mere might. If you lose, the black bear spirit shall follow you. What do you say?" At this declaration, everyone fell silent, astonished by Guanyin's newfound confidence. The black bear spirit interjected, "Have you considered my feelings?" Chapter 144. The game of Do Diju. Qin Hao was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief thought, he nodded. "Very well, however. All matters in this world are contingent upon strength. As for the game of Do Diju that I have recently devised, I trust you are familiar with it. It relies significantly on luck. Why don't we engage in a game of Do Diju?" "All right." Avalokiteshvara pondered for a moment before agreeing. She had played Do Diju before, boasting a winning rate of 98%, thanks to her exceptional mental calculation skills. Unless, of course, the cards were particularly unfavorable. The onlookers exclaimed, "Are you serious? Is this merely a game?" "Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed Avalokiteshvara has decided to compete against Mr. Qin Hao in a match of Do Diju. I must say, I am somewhat acquainted with this game. It requires both luck and mental acuity, both of which are indispensable. While skill plays a role, luck also factors in, making it a fair contest." Qingyin and Luwen held their phones, explaining the rules to the crowd. Sun Wukong watched with keen interest, having won quite a few game tokens through Do Diju. Meanwhile, Tang Sanzang remained silent, having lost nearly everything except for a few essential items. He even fretted about his phone bill. Although his disciples were affluent as a master, he felt too embarrassed to ask for help. On the other hand, the black bear spirit appeared utterly bewildered. Being a homebody spirit, he usually indulged in alchemy and Buddhist scriptures, possessing only a handful of friends, thus remaining inconspicuous. When the heavenly court released the mobile phone, he was overlooked entirely. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Qin Hao and Avalokiteshvara took out their phones, but Do Diju requires 3 players, and they were still one short. "How about it? Great sage, would you care to join us?" Qin Hao suggested, discreetly winking at Sun Wukong. "Certainly." Avalokiteshvara replied nonchalantly. "As a great Luo golden immortal, am I to fear you? Moreover, winning in such a manner would be even more glorious, leaving no room for disparagement. As for Sun Wukong's alignment with Buddhism, that is inconsequential. His only task is to obtain the scriptures." Thus, the 3 entered the game room with their phones. The live broadcast switched to a God's eye view, allowing all viewers to observe the trio's gameplay clearly. "Deal the cards." Upon seeing his hand, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile. He held 2 jokers, a straight, a bomb, and 3 pairs. With this hand, how could I possibly lose? He instinctively glanced at Sun Wukong, whose brow was furrowed, indicating a poor hand. Avalokiteshvara, however, remained impassive, revealing no signs of emotion. Yet, the audience following the live news could see everything clearly. They burst into laughter at the sight of the 3 players' hands. They were evenly matched, except for Sun Wukong, who had a rather disorganized hand with no bombs. As chapter 145 unfolded, Avalokiteshvara's hand featured a strong straight, several single cards, and a combination of 3 with 2, alongside 2 bombs. "I'll seize the landlord," Qin Hao declared resolutely. With this hand, not claiming the landlord would be a grave mistake. Bodhisattva, the outcome determines the fate of the black bear spirit. Shouldn't there be some stakes involved in this landlord claim? Qin Hao continued, maintaining his composure. "Oh, pray tell, what do you propose?" Avalokiteshvara inquired, her expression unchanged. 1 great Luo golden immortal artifact as the base stake. Worth 30 points, doubled, it becomes 2 artifacts, and so forth. "What say you?" Qin Hao smiled. "You appear quite confident. I shall indulge you." Avalokiteshvara nodded without hesitation. "A mere celestial being dares to boast so? As a peak great Luo golden immortal, I fear you not. Cough, just to clarify, I, the old monkey, am merely here for support. My presence cannot be counted." Sun Wukong interjected hastily, realizing that his only valuable possession was the golden staff, which was hardly a suitable wager. Naturally, both Avalokiteshvara and Qin Hao replied in unison. The black bear spirit leaned closer to Qingyin and Luwen, although he had never witnessed such stakes before. He quickly grasped the situation, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Are we really playing for such high stakes? A great Luo golden immortal level artifact? Just the sheer force of it, unrestrained, could rival the realm of a Tai golden immortal. I'll seize the landlord, Sun Wukong declared without hesitation. He was no fool if Qin Hao was raising the stakes. He had confidence to back it up, thus he needed to raise the ante. I'll bid. Avalokiteshvara countered defiantly, although her hand was relatively weaker. Success in this game wasn't solely dependent on the cards but also on intellect. I'll claim the landlord. Qin Hao succeeded in becoming the landlord, yet slightly frowned at his hand, as the 3 cards he held were not particularly powerful. Kingly. This is troubling. Although Qin Hao's hand is overall stronger than Avalokiteshvara's, the number of cards played is nearly equal. Indeed, while the hand is substantial, the outcome remains uncertain. This game is not solely about the strength of cards, echoed Wen Cuxingen. As the audience observed Qin Hao's hand, they furrowed their brows. Perhaps it would have been wiser not to claim the landlord, as that choice would have ensured a more stable position. As the score reached 240 points, a single landlord claim would double the stakes, amounting to a total of 4 times. Many powerful beings watching this spectacle felt a rush of excitement. According to previous stipulations, 240 points equated to 8 great Luo golden immortal level artifacts. Even Avalokiteshvara felt a slight frown at this staggering total. A straight. Qin Hao contemplated his hand. Despite having devised Dodishu, he had little experience playing it in his previous life and often lost. The first cards played, for the 10, did not constitute a formidable straight. No. Sun Wukong shook his head. For 3s, Avalokiteshvara promptly played a bomb, doubling the score to 480. The onlookers gasped, their hearts racing as they observed the cards in both Qin Hao's and Avalokiteshvara's hands. They realized that between the two, there were still 3 bombs remaining, indicating that the score could soar to unprecedented heights. They even began to wonder if Qin Hao and Avalokiteshvara could ultimately produce such a multitude of great Luo golden immortal level artifacts. As chapter 146 commenced, Qin Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. He held 2 bombs and 3 pairs, a considerable hand indeed, yet he believed it unwise to play them just yet. The current cards were far too few to determine a winning strategy. However, he was certain that the remaining cards could either be a 3 with 1 or a small straight with minor pairs. No. Qin Hao shook his head again. A straight. Avalokiteshvara played her cards expressionlessly. Sun Wukong shook his head, his minor pairs far too numerous and lacking a bomb. He had given up all hope, merely watching the game unfold. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, noting that Avalokiteshvara's straight mirrored his own. 4 cards remained unplayed, while Sun Wukong likely held many single cards and minor pairs. No. Avalokiteshvara smiled. A 4. A 6. As the 2 played their cards, Sun Wukong followed suit. To the many viewers, it was evident that they had reached a critical juncture. Qin Hao still possessed 2 bombs, 3 cards, and 2 pairs, an impressive hand. Meanwhile, Avalokiteshvara held 4 cards and 3 pairs, along with 2 single cards. Nezo exclaimed, "Wow, this is exhilarating." Wukong remarked, "Now we shall see how they play their hands. But I believe Avalokiteshvara is destined to lose. Her bombs are too small." The Bull Demon King added, "Indeed, aside from the King Bomb, Qin Hao has 4 other cards. And regardless of how he plays, victory seems almost assured." At this moment, Avalokiteshvara's expression soured. As the game approached its conclusion, she realized, even with many cards still in Sun Wukong's possession, she had a clear understanding of Qin Hao's potential hand. 3 with 1. Avalokiteshvara declared without hesitation, playing her smallest card, leaving only 4 cards and a single 2 in hand. Qin Hao glanced at his phone and promptly discarded 3 cards and 1 2. Witnessing this, Guanin's expression darkened further. After a prolonged silence, she chose to forfeit. The cards in Qin Hao's possession were simply too numerous, and with a king still unplayed, she harbored deep suspicions that they all lay in his hand. 1 2. Qin Hao smiled, finally exhaling in relief, for amidst the multitude of Luo Jinxian level treasures, he could barely muster 2 or 3 items himself. Should he lose, he would undoubtedly have to seek his master's assistance. Shall we continue? Qin Hao looked up at Guanin, a smile gracing his lips. Let us proceed. For cards, the score doubled once more, reaching an astonishing 960 points. That amounted to over 30 treasures of Luo Jinxian caliber. If all these treasures fell into a single person's grasp, it would be unfathomable, a scene no one dared to imagine. Do you wish to forfeit? I have but 2 cards remaining. Qin Hao held his trump card, gazing at Guanyin. Alas, I concede. Guanyin remained silent for a moment, sighing in resignation. Her mental arithmetic was not lacking. Rather, her opponent was equally astute, albeit less fortunate. She sensed that Qin Hao had been quite tense at the beginning, indicating he was not cheating, a fact that was unmistakable. The trump card. The game concludes. Qin Hao pocketed his phone, grinning. Apologies, Bodhisattva, but I have amassed 1920 points. How many treasures do you owe me? The onlookers gasped. Even Guanyin found it difficult to breathe upon hearing that figure. How many treasures could that be? Even if she were sold, she could never produce such an array of Luo Jinxian treasures. Chapter 147. Terrifying score. The atmosphere grew awkward. Guanyin had initially thought that even if she did not win, the loss would not be too severe. Yet, she had not anticipated such a dismal outcome, leaving her heart aching. It's the first time I've seen Buddhism at such a disadvantage. Do you think Guanyin might attempt to play tricks? The Jade Emperor remarked. Your Majesty, she wouldn't dare. Besides, with so many of us watching, she would lose face. Came the reply from the Great White Star. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, Guanyin would not dare, not to mention that Qin Hao was a disciple of a sage, but with so many witnesses. If she attempted to backtrack and refused to provide the treasures, even without the need for Tong Tian to intervene, neither Jian nor Zhuanti would let such an affront slide. Yet, the crowd buzzed with excitement, eagerly speculating how Guanyin would produce so many treasures. These were the Luo Jinskin treasures, not quite innate, nor postnatal, yet immensely precious. With materials that were rare indeed. No single individual could possibly possess such a multitude. Amipa, I do not possess that many Luo Jinxian treasures. Guanyin pondered for a moment, shaking her head slightly. Even if she wished to refine them, it would be impossible. However, she could offer 6 quasi-saint treasures instead. How does that sound? To her, while quasi-saint treasures were valuable, they were not beyond her means. The gathered powerhouses chuckled. Had Qin Hao insisted on Luo Jinxian treasures, he would have found himself at a loss. However, truth be told, 1 quasi-saint treasure could easily substitute for 10 Luo Jinxian treasures. Thus Qin Hao stood to gain significantly. Even without the decimal, he was still at a considerable advantage. Agreed. Qin Hao nodded, indifferent to the classification of the treasures. After all, how much stronger could the Qingping sword be? Subsequently, Guanyin produced 6 treasures without delay and turned to leave. Qin Hao gazed at the treasures in his hand, a string of Buddhist beads, a lotus seat, and most delightfully, 2 items resembling tightening headbands, radiant and extraordinary. It must be said, as a formidable being in Buddhism, Guanyin possessed 3,000 incarnations, each one far from ordinary. Such as the basket bodhisattva and the thousand-faced bodhisattva. For Guanyin, 6 quasi-saint treasures were truly not a significant matter. Throughout the entire encounter, the black bear spirit remained dumbfounded. Having followed the events from start to finish, only upon seeing Guanyin depart did he finally come to his senses. Was it possible that he was safe now? He no longer needed to accompany Guanyin to serve as a mountain deity? How about it? Come with me, Qin Hao said, smiling warmly as he appraised the black bear spirit, whose imposing physique exuded an undeniable sense of pressure, certainly a being capable of taking on 5 opponents. The black bear spirit opened his mouth, about to voice a protest, but how could he defy someone who had bested even Guanyin? Do not worry. I will only ask you to perform minor tasks, like running errands. I will never force you into anything you dislike. However, if you choose to accompany me, there will be rules, no harming my people, and no mistreating innocent mortals. Qin Hao smiled gently, genuinely optimistic about the black bear spirit. This creature might well be the only spirit that preferred to remain at home, indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. All right. Upon hearing this, the black bear spirit realized he had no choice but to acquiesce and nodded in agreement. Chapter 148. The Buddha within. Dear audience, as you can see, this news broadcast is about to bid you farewell. Lu Wen and Qing Yin, recognizing the event's conclusion, smiled into the camera. Before we end the live stream, we would like to interview Mr. Qin Hao and the holy monk Xuanzang, as they are the protagonists of this incident. Let us inquire about their sentiments. Haha, indeed. I am more curious about Tang Xuanzang's feelings than Qin Hao's at this moment, remarked the star official. Precisely, as the seeker of scriptures. Seeing his holy land in such disarray, one wonders what he must feel. The audience was more eager to hear Tang Xuanzang's thoughts. After all, it was well known that Qin Hao had his conflicts with Buddhism, whereas Tang Xuanzang, as the scripture seeker and reincarnation of the golden cicada, would have a unique perspective. Lu Wen and Qin Yin exchanged glances, aware that Qin Hao did not require the publicity, thus they approached Tang Sanzang directly. Holy Monk Xuanzang, as the scripture seeker, your view of Buddhism is that of a sacred land. What are your thoughts now regarding Buddhism? This was a pointed question, directly addressing the crux of the matter, and one that could easily lead to pitfalls if not handled carefully. At that moment, all eyes turned to Tang Sanzang. Even Qin Hao and Sun Wukong looked on with interest. Amitabha. After a moment of silence, Tang Sanzang stood, palms pressed together, and spoke softly. The Buddha I believe in is the Buddha within my heart, which also resides in the hearts of all sentient beings. While Buddhism may have its flaws, perfection is unattainable in this world. Lu Wen smiled. It seems that although holy monk Xuanzang is affected by recent events, his conviction remains steadfast. Truly a holy monk. All right, everyone, we must truly say goodbye now. We will resume live broadcasts every 7 days, and in case of urgent events, we may go live at any time. We will keep you updated. With that, the two hosts ended the broadcast. Heavenly Court. It appears Tang Sanzang is no fool, though he spoke subtly. He has already conveyed his dissatisfaction with Buddhism, the Jade Emperor murmured, his eyes gleaming with insight. Though on the surface Tang Sanzang had said little, his mention of the Buddha within and the Buddha of all beings expressed everything. Buddhism venerates the Tathagata. Yet now Tang Sanzang spoke of this. Was it not a sign of discontent? He is spirit. I appreciate that. It is only reasonable. He often contradicted the Tathagata when he was the golden cicada. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Ling Mountain. Guanyin returned to the main hall, having also watched the broadcast and heard Tang Sanzang's words. At this moment, her mood was somewhat discontented. Not only had she invested 6 precious holy artifacts, but more importantly, this incident had begun to waver Tang Sanzang's steadfast heart. However, she remained relatively calm, for it was undeniable that Tang Sanzang would ultimately journey to the Spirit Mountain, a fact unchangeable by anyone. Tang Sanzang, would you consider a business proposition? Qin Hao inquired with a smile as he gazed at Tang Sanzang after everything had settled. Please, do enlighten me. Tang Sanzang responded, momentarily taken aback. Previously, he would have outright declined without hesitation, but now he found himself in dire financial straits, barely able to afford his phone bill. Engage in business with me, and as you traverse westward, you shall pass through numerous villages and countries, essentially spanning 4 continents. You can assist in selling mobile phones. Whatever you sell, the profits are entirely yours. I seek not a single coin from you. What say you? Qin Hao suggested with a beaming smile. Though he had previously entrusted Sun Wukong with several phones, the latter, having no financial concerns, had shown little interest. However, Tang Sanzang was a different case. He was on the brink of phone disconnection, showcasing the extent of his poverty. Given this opportunity, would he not zealously sell mobile phones? Really? Upon hearing this, Tang Sanzang's eyes lit up with disbelief. He had witnessed Sun Wukong's phone sales, but it was more akin to giving them away for free. Indeed. From this moment forth, you shall be the one to sell mobile phones. Many mundane treasures are often taken for granted by mortals. As for pricing, that is entirely at your discretion, depending on your customers, Qin Hao affirmed with a nod and a smile. Humans possess peculiar tendencies if treated well without reciprocation. They may suspect ulterior motives. Yet, when asked to part with their money, they willingly comply, feeling justified in their expenditure. Thank you, benefactor, Tang Sanzang exclaimed, joining his hands in gratitude. He understood that the wealth of the mortal realm could be exchanged for phone bills and even game currencies, albeit at a steep conversion rate, as deities utilized magical artifacts and rare treasures for transactions, making the exchange of mortal wealth seem rather inequitable. Qin Hao had contemplated this matter as well. Mortals needed a means of survival. While they could convert wealth into phone bills, the conversion rate was indeed high. Subsequently, Qin Hao bestowed upon Tang Sanzang a storage ring filled with mobile phones. Go forth and prosper. You have the potential. The celestial realm has only granted phones to certain special nations, while the vast majority of mortals remain devoid of them. This truly presents a lucrative opportunity, Qin Hao encouraged, patting Tang Sanzang's shoulder before departing. Wukong, let us be on our way. Tang Sanzang grasped the storage ring, feeling as if wealth beckoned him to embark on his journey immediately. Sun Wukong, observing his master's fervor, could only sigh in resignation, thinking how unfortunate it was that Qin Hao, with such salesmanship, had not joined the Buddhist sect. Is this our abode? The black bear spirit expressed disbelief, having transformed into a rugged man, as his original demonic form was ill-suited for the earthly celestial realm. Indeed, Qin Hao affirmed. The black bear spirit fell silent. In his mind, Qin Hao was an impressive figure, yet the sight of their dwelling left him incredulous. Though the bookstore had been renovated and looked appealing, the spiritual essence was woefully sparse, hardly qualifying as a sacred ground for cultivation. Living in such a place, how could one cultivate? Although at his current level, the necessity for cultivation was minimal, as he sought opportunities rather than rigorous training. After a moment of internal conflict, he reluctantly followed Qin Hao into the bookstore. In truth, I have little to occupy my time, and you, even less. If you wish to return to your cave, you may do so. But you must arrive promptly upon my summons. Qin Hao mused, contemplating his leisurely lifestyle devoid of pressing matters. Black Bear Spirit questioned, "Then why have I come here? Merely to familiarize myself?" He departed, feeling rather lost. Qin Hao paid him no mind, as he found his life in the Tang dynasty devoid of any immediate need for the Black Bear Spirit's assistance. System, please check my task progress. Current task progress, 89%. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he would likely complete the task before the airing of a Chinese ghost story. After all, both Battle Through the Heavens and Shrouded Heaven were continually being updated. Moreover, with Tang Sanzang likely to fervently sell mobile phones, visibility would only increase. Indeed. 2 days later, the task completion percentage reached 98. It seems today will be the day, Qin Hao murmured, glancing at the system panel, eagerly anticipating the airing of a Chinese ghost story to commence filming his project on Neza. Is Qin Hao Daoist friend present? At that moment, a gentle voice rang from outside the bookstore. Qin Hao paused, turning to see a middle-aged Taoist clad in robes, exuding an air of celestial grace. Yet his cultivation level seemed modest, merely at the realm of ascension, not that of a true immortal. And you are? Qin Hao inquired, perplexed, as he had never encountered this individual before. I am Yuan Tiangang. Honored to meet you, Taoist Qin Hao. Yuan Tiangang greeted with a respectful bow and a smile. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Qin Hao stood, returning the gesture with curiosity regarding his visitor's intent. They had no prior connection, so his sudden arrival suggested a matter of significance. To be candid, Taoist, the Buddhist sect has been very active lately. Tang Sanzang's pilgrimage is inevitable. As a member of the Taoist sect, I find it imperative to take action and cannot idly watch the Buddhist order grow stronger, Yuan Tiangang stated plainly. The Taoist sect is a religious order established by the celestial realm among mortals, and I am one of its leaders. The proliferation of Buddhist temples and monks is becoming excessive. Qin Hao was not surprised. It was natural for both the Buddhist and Taoist sects to exist among mortals. Furthermore, during the Tang dynasty, the number of monks was relatively low, as most people revered Taoism, with even Li Shimin claiming descent from the supreme Lord Laozi. This indicated the flourishing of Taoism. However, as the journey to the West commenced, the frequent emergence of powerful Buddhist figures resulted in an increase in monks. Although they still lagged behind the Taoist sect in the earthly celestial realm, in the long run, they would surely surpass it. After all, the Buddhist sect had its scriptures to pursue. What did the Taoists possess? With no activities to showcase, they had no grounds to manifest or descend into the mortal realm. And what of you? Qin Hao asked, still puzzled about how the conflict between the Buddhist and Taoist sects pertained to him. Oh, I have heard that you are at odds with the Buddhist sect. Therefore, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Furthermore, as you have some connection to our Taoist sect, I wish to hear your thoughts, Yuan Tiangang replied with a sincere smile. Ultimately, whether it was the ethical Taizuan or the Tongtian patriarch who had supported Qin Hao, they were both considered members of the Taoist sect, thus establishing some connection. Additionally, Qin Hao's relationship with the celestial realm was notably amicable. I see, Qin Hao nodded in realization, yet he furrowed his brow. The Buddhist sect was firmly established, recognized by all for its heavenly edicts in the journey to the West activities. In contrast, the Taoist sect's ambitions to compete for status against the Buddhists seemed rather unrealistic. Yuan Tiangang entered the bookstore, observing Qin Hao, not in a hurry, as his visit was not a mere trial but one imbued with significant confidence. Qin Hao, a person of unconventional thought, often produces unexpected ideas and possesses a wealth of creative notions. His discord with Buddhism is evident. Yet he firmly believes that Qin Hao will undoubtedly contribute. Ding. Task progress completed. 100%. Reward. Reading card. Automatically stored. Valid for 1 week. Task issued. You have garnered a stable and significant amount of prestige, barely establishing your presence in the world of Journey to the West. However, entertainment is not the focal point. Rather, it is to benefit the world. This realm is besieged by calamities, and the common folk suffer greatly. while the weaker demon clans endure untold hardships. Please handle this with care. Task rewards. Activation of the faith function. Task completion progress. 0. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in Qin Hao's ear, startling him as he quickly checked. The reading card allows the host to read the stories written by themselves. And through fortuitous circumstances, there exists a chance to acquire the skills and abilities depicted within those tales, including forbidden lands, weapons, and more. The types are limitless, and fortune favors the deserving. Upon reading the description, a tinge of disappointment settled in Qin Hao's heart. What he truly desired was to partake in the grand event of fishing across the myriad realms, as that would indeed be a magnificent spectacle. However, the reading card was still somewhat commendable. Yet, this new task perplexed him. How could he be tasked with benefiting the world when even the heavenly court in Buddhism had failed to achieve this? Qin Hao found himself both amused and bewildered. Recollecting his thoughts, he turned his gaze toward Yuan Tiangang, pondering deeply. Previously, he had no viable solutions. However, the situation had changed. Since the system entrusted him with the task of benefiting the world, he could delegate this responsibility to others. Strength lies in numbers. If he were to tackle this alone, he might never complete it. I do have several commendable strategies, but this matter is of considerable magnitude. Can you take charge? Qin Hao mused slowly. I have already consulted the great celestial lord on my arrival, and it is permissible for our Taoist sect to take the lead. However, for matters of great consequence, we must deliberate with the other several sect leaders, Yuan Tiangang replied, his excitement palpable. Fear not the scale of the task. We only dread a lack of solutions. As long as there are methods, everything will fall into place. However, the intricacies within our Taoist sect mean that decisions cannot be made unilaterally, thus requiring the input of several leaders. Very well. To Qin Hao's astonishment, the headquarters of the Taoist sect was located within Chang'an City, concealed by formations that rendered it invisible to the untrained eye. Presently, several middle-aged individuals and elder figures, including Yuan Tiangang, Sun Xīyóu, and Li Chufeng, convened here. Qin Hao realized that renowned Taoists of the Tang dynasty were indeed cultivators. My fellow Taoists, now that we are gathered, all decisions will rest in our hands. Yuan Tiangang smiled warmly. Indeed. Qin Hao nodded and continued. You are all aware that the current flourishing of Buddhism is primarily due to the quest for scriptures. The assembly nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rapid ascent of Buddhism, which could not have occurred without the scriptures. Furthermore, this endeavor has allowed the great powers of Buddhism to frequently manifest in the world, benefiting mankind and consequently increasing the number of its followers. Pausing for emphasis, Qin Hao added with a smile. Thus, we now require a legitimate reason to benefit the world, granting our Taoist powers a rationale to manifest in the mortal realm. Chapter 152. 3 major strategies in the aftermath of the primordial era. The constraints placed upon these powerful beings have intensified. Saints are not permitted to emerge, and quasi-saints cannot engage in conflict. Even beings of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm are restricted from venturing to other continents, remaining bound to their own territories. This situation has rendered it impossible for the powerful of the Taoist sect to manifest in the mortal world without a justifiable cause. In contrast, Buddhism possesses the advantage of celestial approval, making their endeavors to manifest a natural occurrence. Indeed, what we currently lack is a compelling reason. Yuan Tiangang, Li Chufeng, and others exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. While they were already aware of this issue, they were astounded by how quickly Qin Hao had deduced a viable plan, instilling them with renewed confidence. Buddhism seeks scriptures to enlighten the ignorant across the 3 realms, helping them discern right from wrong, thereby improving their lives. As Qin Hao spoke, he gently shook his head, sighing, yet, regrettably, they can only accomplish the initial step. The subsequent actions are beyond their reach. After all, can scriptures truly fill one's belly or shield them from peril? It is utterly impossible. The group instinctively nodded. What use are scriptures? Aside from promoting tranquility of mind and virtuous character, they cannot alter the fundamental realities of life. I presently have several strategies, but they demand considerable human resources and financial investment. Are you all willing to proceed? Qin Hao gazed at the expressions of his companions, speaking slowly. Absolutely. We are fully prepared, Yuan Tiangang affirmed, with the others echoing their agreement. I propose 3 strategies. First, we shall organize a lottery event with 5 tickets, drawing every 7 days. Naturally, purchasing these tickets will require financial expenditure, and honesty is paramount. If someone wins, you must pay out. Qin Hao envisioned a lottery akin to those of his past life. With this initiative, sudden wealth would no longer be a drain, invigorating the spirits of all involved, a true morale booster. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Qin Hao's audacious idea. My dear Taoist, while our sect is not financially strapped, we cannot endure such expenditures. Yuan Tiangang chuckled ruefully. According to Qin Hao's plan, the winnings would amount to millions, and drawing every 7 days would be unsustainable. Not at all. Only one person wins every 7 days. Just imagine how many will purchase tickets during that week. I assure you, not only will you not incur losses, but you will also reap substantial profits. Qin Hao shook his head, recognizing that although the ancients were wise, they still clung to outdated thinking. In his past life, he had never heard of a lottery going bankrupt. They had always profited immensely. After hearing Qin Hao's reasoning, the group began to understand. Indeed, rewards will surely inspire brave souls. Millions, even potentially billions, in winnings, redeemable from magical artifacts or wealth. What an enticing prospect. Striking it rich overnight would be remarkably attainable. Even they found themselves tempted by the idea of purchasing tickets, let alone the common folk. Your reasoning is sound, dear Taoist. The group exchanged knowing smiles, realizing the potential impact of this scheme. The second strategy is that, as cultivators, you may not have noticed that the most vulnerable beings are the mortals. They not only face natural disasters but also contend with formidable beasts, and in some regions, they live in abject poverty, barely surviving from one meal to the next. These are the individuals who require our aid. Qin Hao's eyes sparkled as he spoke, his tone deliberate. Chapter 153, all-encompassing. Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned grave. They were acutely aware of the dire circumstances faced by mortals, a situation the heavenly court and Buddhism had long sought to address but could not alter. The world is vast, and even deities cannot ensure the happiness and well-being of all. Moreover, while deities can bestow wealth, it is not truly earned. Within a century, the world would revert to its original state, where the shrewd prosper while the foolish remain impoverished. This is an unchangeable truth. And now, Qin Hao suggests aiding the impoverished? Cough, cough. Dear Taoist, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Yuan Tiangang could no longer contain himself. While he felt sympathy for the suffering, this was not a feasible method of assistance. Even with the intervention of the heavenly court, such efforts have proven futile. This is indeed so. But we can create a sustainable pathway. For instance, we could take in homeless children or those elderly souls who are alone and destitute, providing them with care and shelter, ensuring their basic needs are met. Qin Hao smiled gently as he elaborated. How much can the elderly consume? What resources will they truly require? Even the money earned from the lottery can be put to good use. However, the children are different. Those with talent can be nurtured in their cultivation, alchemy, and artifact crafting, thus preparing them to become your successors. For those without innate gifts, they can still be trained in a skill. In time, even if they venture out into the world, they shall not starve. I refer to this as a welfare institution. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a ringing in their ears, utterly astounded by Qin Hao's ideas. Indeed, how much can the elderly consume? In this era, to speak candidly, individuals in their 50s and 60s are considered elderly, and not many exist. In contrast, there are far too many children. Homeless youngsters and beggars are ubiquitous. Those with talent can have their interests cultivated, be it alchemy or artifact crafting. This forms the most solid foundation of the Taoist school. Splendid, splendid. This strategy is truly ingenious. Yuan Tiangang clapped his hands in laughter, his eyes sparkling with brilliance, genuinely benefiting the world, unlike Buddhism, which is tangible yet intangible. Indeed, I am eager to proceed. Li Chunfeng nodded in excitement. Fellow Taoist, may I inquire what the final method is? Although Sun Xīyóu was thrilled, he asked solemnly. If the first two methods are so impressive, how could the third possibly fall short? Thus, all eyes turned to Qin Hao, their faces alight with anticipation. This one is more complex. You all know that great demons wield significant power in this world. Every demon king is a local tyrant, while lesser demons fare rather poorly. Their sustenance relies entirely on the whims of their king. Do you think they wish to harm humanity? Do they desire to consume humans? As Qin Hao spoke, he shook his head slightly, saying, in truth, it is not that they wish to. They simply lack other sources of food. The crowd nodded in silence, recognizing the truth in his words. Lesser demons are the most inconspicuous beings in this world. No powerful beings have ever regarded them, and even their king does not pay much attention to their well-being. Hence, this presents your opportunity. A glint of brilliance shone in Qin Hao's eyes as he smiled. Lesser demons, due to their limited intellect, are not particularly clever. Whoever provides them with food They will generally follow, and more importantly, they are not afraid of hardship. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt as if they had grasped a thread of understanding. Yet they were even more perplexed. Could it be that Qin Hao intended to encompass them all? To benefit both mortals and lesser demons alike? Chapter 154. All must be had. The assembly was utterly astonished by Qin Hao's fantastical ideas. Firstly, the lottery, gathering wealth from across the realm. Although a portion must be allocated to one individual, how many would participate in purchasing tickets? Who does not yearn for overnight riches? Then, taking the accrued funds to establish welfare institutions to benefit the world. Now, could it be that Qin Hao is also eyeing the lesser demons? If so, that would indeed be a comprehensive sweep. Fellow Taoist Qin, do you mean to say? Yuan Tiangang hesitated, feeling a thrill of apprehension. If their speculation were accurate, it would conjure a truly terrifying scenario. Even if the journey to the west were to succeed, the hearts of the people would have already gravitated towards their Taoist school. Indeed, lesser demons are feeble and, no matter where they might be, they remain exceedingly inconspicuous. Qin Hao paused briefly before continuing, yet they possess a spark that others have entirely overlooked. The crowd, upon hearing this, were momentarily taken aback, puzzled. For a mere group of lesser demons, lacking in cultivation and intellect, seemed to hold no noteworthy attributes beyond being fodder. Their physical prowess. As creatures of animal origin, they possess an innate affinity for rare herbs and treasures. To gather them, providing them with sustenance, would enable them to scour the mountains for precious resources, including the skins and flesh of wild beasts, as well as wild fruits and vegetables. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Indeed, the demon race, being animals that have attained sentience, naturally possess a strong affinity for rare treasures. If they could be enlisted to seek such resources, it would yield tremendous results with minimal effort. However, the truly valuable treasures are guarded by great demons. Yuan Tiangang raised a challenge. The most precious treasures, those of ancient origin, are indeed protected by powerful demons, and for others to approach would be impossible. Yet, those treasures, which may span hundreds or even thousands of years, are found in the depths of the mountains, and for divine beings, or even for you, they may not be considered treasures at all. They are akin to mere weeds. However, for mortals, this is entirely different. Qin Hao shook his head slightly, recalling his past life where 1,000-year-old ginseng was considered priceless. But in this era, such ginseng is plentiful in the mountains, largely ignored, as mortals dare not approach, and immortals disdain them. That makes sense. We can gather lesser demons and sell such items to mortals. Wealthy merchants will undoubtedly pay exorbitant prices. Li Chuanfeng's eyes brightened as he grasped the crux of the matter. This endeavor is unsuitable for them as leaders of the Taoist school. It would require time and be arduous, but lesser demons are different. As long as they are well-fed and clothed, they will tirelessly assist in the search. A double benefit. Yuan Tiangang marveled, impressed. It seems that in a short span, one could alter the world's dynamics. Moreover, he felt fortunate that such a person was not in opposition to the Taoist school. Had they been adversarial, the consequences would have been unfathomable. As for the three options, the choice lies with you. After Qin Hao finished speaking, he quietly took a seat, leaving the decision in their hands. However, Yuan Tiangang and the others did not deliberate for long. Within moments, they smiled and declared, "No need for discussion. We shall take them all." Chapter 155. Benefiting the world. Qin Hao smiled, feeling no surprise. Their decision was entirely anticipated. Subsequently, they discussed some finer details, awaiting their report to the heavenly court, and soon they could commence their plans. Stepping out of the Taoist headquarters, Qin Hao let out a long sigh of relief. With the movements of the heavenly court and the Taoist school, his task was nearing completion. Initially, Qin Hao had felt disheartened, believing that his mission to benefit the world would be exceedingly difficult to accomplish, even with the help of a master, especially since Tong Tian was currently a lone commander. Moreover, teaching someone to fish is far more valuable than simply providing them with fish. This is the crux of the matter. The master of Tong Tian could wield immense power to make everyone wealthy, but each person possesses distinct skills and intellect. In just a century, they would revert to their original states, potentially leading to economic collapse. This principle was clear to him. When wealth becomes worthless, what significance does it hold? Entertainment exists as a foundation for the happiness of all beings. If their lives become burdensome, even if they acquire a mobile phone for entertainment, what difference does it make? The purpose of entertainment is to bring joy and happiness, but if one is struggling to survive, how can they find joy? How can they be happy? In that moment, Qin Hao wakened, he finally understood the true purpose of the system's task. Upon returning to the entrance of the bookshop, he saw a group of people waiting outside. Upon recognizing them, a smile spread across his face. "Oh, is that not little Detsy? What brings you to my establishment?" Indeed. Waiting at the bookshop's entrance was the young attendant from the palace, the eunuch serving Li Shimin. "Mr. Qin, you have finally returned. His Majesty urgently requests your presence." Little Detsy's eyes brightened upon seeing Qin Hao, and he hurried over, his expression anxious, indicating that something was amiss. "What is it?" Qin Hao nodded, gesturing for him to lead the way, and in the next moment, they appeared within the palace. Princess Xīyóu has fallen ill, and the entire palace is in chaos. Little Detsy, accustomed to Qin Hao's amiability, took no notice of their sudden appearance within the palace. As Qin Hao looked up, he observed a flurry of palace maids hurrying about, their faces etched with fear and anxiety as though a grave incident had transpired. Upon hearing Xiao Detsy's words, Qin Hao suddenly recalled that Princess Xīyóu had passed away at the tender age of 12 due to illness. Yet, the little one before him seemed far from that age. Logically, her mother, the Empress Dowager Wendy, should have died prior to Princess Xīyóu. Could it be that the peculiarities of this world, reminiscent of Journey to the West, had altered the timeline? Qin Hao's expression turned grave as he sensed the aura of Princess Xīyóu and swiftly made his way into the palace. "Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin!" The palace maids and eunuchs halted upon seeing him, bowing deeply in respect. Qin Hao nodded casually, entering a grand hall filled with people. At the center, a group of physicians, all with graying beards, appeared flustered and anxious. Meanwhile, Li Shimin stood to the side, his countenance dark and brooding. This was his beloved daughter. Any misfortune befalling her would be an unbearable blow, even for a ruler known for his benevolence. Empress Dowager Wendy was already in tears, her noble status overshadowed by the anguish of a mother. Her daughter, kind-hearted and innocent, was irreplaceable, and the thought of losing her was devastating. "Qin Hao, you have arrived." Li Shimin's eyes brightened at the sight of him, as if he had glimpsed light in the darkness. As an immortal, Qin Hao surely possessed the means to save Princess Xīyóu. Though the Tang dynasty had some cultivators, they were but fledglings, incapable of providing real assistance. "Your Majesty," Qin Hao acknowledged, bypassing pleasantries and moving directly to Princess Xīyóu's side. The little girl was as pale as a ghost, devoid of color, and her breath was growing alarmingly faint, nothing like the adorable child he had once known. "Mr. Qin, you are like a brother to the Emperor," Empress Dowager Wendy said through tear-filled eyes, struggling to find her voice. However, Qin Hao gestured for her to remain calm. "Do not worry, this is a minor issue. A single pill will suffice to remedy any ailment." Li Shimin could not help but stifle a chuckle. "I realize this is not the appropriate moment for jest. Yet I cannot resist." "So, you're still taking advantage of me?" Empress Dowager Wendy merely nodded, her face a portrait of gratitude. The others present were already well aware of Qin Hao's reputation. In the Tang dynasty, one might not recognize Li Shimin, but they certainly knew of Qin Hao. To offend Li Shimin might elicit his mercy, but to cross an immortal like Qin Hao could lead to dire consequences that would haunt them through lifetimes. Qin Hao observed Princess Xīyóu intently, channeling his spiritual energy into her frail body. After a moment's contemplation, he detected a chilling energy within her. It bore the scent of something sinister yet contained a hint of dragon aura. Most concerning was the realization that her body appeared inherently cold. Qin Hao was slightly taken aback. Could it be that this child possessed a unique constitution? Yet, what of the dragon aura? While it was said that the Emperor was the true dragon of the realm, such declarations were often exaggerated, mere rhetoric to uphold imperial authority. "Qin Hao, what do you discern?" Li Shimin inquired, his voice tense as he observed Qin Hao's furrowed brow. The palace maids and physicians held their breath, striving to minimize their presence. It's rather complex. This child's constitution may indeed be unusual, and the presence of that chilling dragon aura might be the catalyst for her condition. Qin Hao concluded. Though not a medical expert, his celestial knowledge allowed him to make an informed assessment. What? At his words, both Li Shimin and Empress Dowager Wendy's expressions shifted dramatically, rage igniting in their eyes. "How? Do you have knowledge of this?" Qin Hao found their reactions curious, as if they had expected this revelation. To be frank, that trace of dragon aura likely originates from the Dragon King of the Jing River, he revealed. Li Shimin's expression darkened, and he gestured for everyone to leave the room before speaking slowly, but I had already held a ritual to appease him. Why does he still linger? Qin Hao paused, recalling that Li Shimin had conducted the water and land ritual precisely because of the Jing River Dragon King, an event that marked the beginning of their journey. Without it, The Buddhist teachings may have remained stymied. However, Qin Hao added, feeling a twinge of discomfort, it seems my involvement in that ritual inadvertently muddled the situation. Yuan, an uncle of Yuan Tiangang, was skilled in divination and astrology. He had once predicted that an old man would catch carp every day, which piqued the interest of the Jing River Dragon King. When the king sought Yuan's counsel on the likelihood of rain, Yuan provided a precise forecast of the water levels. Initially skeptical, the Dragon King returned to his palace only to find Yuan's predictions perfectly aligned with reality. However, a foolish advisor suggested that even the slightest discrepancy would go unnoticed by the heavens. Ironically, this very oversight led to the Dragon King's demise. After the incident, the Dragon King sought Li Shimin's intercession, but during a game of chess, the advisor Wei Jing inadvertently executed the king. The Dragon King's restless spirit sought vengeance, prompting Li Shimin to enlist the help of Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin as guardians of the palace. Thus, the water and land ritual was performed, aiming to liberate the Dragon King's tormented soul, which ultimately initiated their adventure. This convoluted tale was riddled with inconsistencies. Wei Zheng was merely a mortal chancellor. How could he be capable of slaying a dragon? If there were no influence from the Buddhist sect or the celestial court, it would be hard to believe. Qin Hao, are you suggesting that the child was harmed by the Jing River Dragon King? Li Shimin's face darkened, realizing his good intentions had inadvertently led to calamity. Despite being an earthly ruler, he was but a minor player compared to the celestial powers and the enigmatic Yuan Shoqing. Indeed, while the child's ailment is manageable, the true danger lies in the whereabouts of the Jing River Dragon King, Qin Hao affirmed, producing a golden elixir. This is the 9 turns golden pill, refined by the Supreme Lord of the Doshui Palace. With this pill consumed, one's fate is reclaimed, and all ailments are banished, Qin Hao declared. He instinctively began to elaborate, but then recalled the celestial laws that governed fate, realizing the folly of his words. Li Shimin and Empress Dowager Wendy's breaths quickened, with Li Shimin's eyes reddening. The Supreme Lord was his ancestor. Indeed, the Supreme Lord had once embodied Li Er, a member of his lineage, establishing a significant connection. More importantly, the Supreme Lord's elixirs were renowned across the realms, and their efficacy was beyond question. Thank you. Li Shimin regained his composure, his expression grave as he clasped his hands in gratitude. He understood the weight of this gift, yet he had no choice but to accept it. For only this elixir could save his daughter. Due to other elixirs, I am uncertain whether they can resolve her issues, so it is prudent to exercise caution. Furthermore, even if the Dragon King of the Jing River harbors malicious intent towards this little one, she will possess the means for self-preservation. Qin Hao smiled gently. He held a fondness for the innocent and pure little spirit, the Zizi. With a flicker of magical essence, it flowed into the mouth of Princess Jinyang. Empress Wendy and Li Shimin fixed their gaze intently upon their beloved daughter, eagerly awaiting her awakening. Chapter 158. The Dragon King's grievous soul. Suddenly, a low hum resonated, and Princess Jinyang's petite form began to levitate gently above the bed, radiating a sacred golden light. What is this? Li Shimin's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. Do not be surprised. The gentle nature of the 6th transformation golden elixir is such that even mortals can consume it without concern. Most importantly, the elixir will gradually enhance her physique. Perhaps in the future, she will not even need to cultivate to attain her prowess. Qin Hao merely smiled lightly, unfazed, and continued. Moreover, this little one's constitution is remarkably unique. She may very well become a formidable cultivator in the future, perhaps even ascend to immortality. The 6th transformation golden elixir. Even ordinary golden immortals, let alone Tai golden immortals, cannot obtain such a treasure. After all, it is a product of the Old Lord, an incarnation of a sage. Do you think this is a jest? Therefore, its potency is naturally unparalleled. Ah, I see. Li Shimin exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his lips, surprised that his daughter had turned misfortune into fortune. After a moment, Princess Jinyang opened her eyes, appearing as if she had just awakened from slumber. Her large eyes filled with confusion. However, upon seeing Li Shimin and Empress Wendy, her eyes sparkled with recognition. Father, mother, little imperial uncle. Qin Hao interjected. Even if I am a generation younger, I can accept that. However, could you please drop the little? It is rather embarrassing. After a brief moment of jubilation, Li Shimin recalled an important matter and, with a serious expression, inquired, Where have you been playing these past few days? Did you feel anything unusual? Although his daughter appeared to be well, he feared that the Dragon King of the Jing River might be hiding within the palace, which would pose a significant problem. Not at all, Oh wait, I just remembered. Princess Xīyóu shook her head, but then appeared to recall something, clapping her small hands with a laugh. The other day, I went to the laundry bureau with my brothers, where there was a well. We heard some strange noises from within, but when we went to check, there was nothing there, just an overwhelming chill. The laundry bureau refers to the palace's laundry facility. You are far too mischievous. As princes and princesses, how could you venture into such places? Li Shimin reproached, then exchanged a glance with Empress Wendy, who took the little one away. It seems that the well must lead outside, providing the Dragon King of the Jing River an opportunity to strike. Upon witnessing the departure of the two, Li Shimin's expression turned grave. In truth, Qin Hao found himself puzzled. After all, Li Shimin was the emperor of the mortal realm. And with the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, protected by the aura of dragons, the Dragon King of the Jing River, though a dragon, was now merely a lingering spirit and could not possibly approach the palace. Now, everything was clear. A well, being underground, connects to numerous subterranean rivers. While the true form of the Dragon King of the Jing River cannot enter, some dragon aura can still seep in. Alas, what should be done? Li Shimin sighed, lamenting the fact that the cultivators of the Tang dynasty were still in their infancy and could not contend with a vengeful spirit. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Qin Hao, who could only smile wryly. However, after some contemplation, he realized that the Dragon King of the Jing River was, after all, a dragon. To simply slay it might incur undesirable karma, and besides, this matter had little to do with him. Your Majesty need not worry. The one who unravels the knot must also tie it, Qin Hao remarked. Then, under Li Shimin's watchful gaze, he took out his phone, swiftly adding Guanyin as a friend and leaving a message. I am Qin Hao, the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of the Jing River. Do you still want him? Hurry and take him away. I believe he has a connection with your Buddhism. Chapter 159. The film premiere on Lingshan, Guanyin was in low spirits, as the Tathagata had been gravely injured and had yet to recover. She had also lost a bet to Qin Hao, and although her status remained unshaken, her reputation among mortals had begun to suffer. Ding dong. Just then, her phone buzzed, and upon glancing down, she saw a stranger had added her as a friend without her consent. Furrowing her brow, Guanyin read the message and nearly exploded with rage. I am Qin Hao, the vengeful spirit of the Dragon King of the Jing River. Do you still want him? Hurry and take him away. I believe he has a connection with your Buddhism. Guanyin gritted her teeth, incredulous. Does this sound like human talk? Do you think our Buddhism is a place for collecting refuse? Does every Tom, Dick, and Harry think they can enter Buddhism? Despite her inner turmoil, she recalled having wronged the Dragon King of the Jing River in the past, intending to assist him in crossing over, only to be disrupted by Qin Hao. Moreover, he was, after all, a dragon soul. If nurtured properly, he could become a valuable ally. It seems I must pay him a visit. Done. Qin Hao stored his phone away, raising an eyebrow. Are you so certain that Guanyin will come? Li Shimin asked, intrigued. Of course, this is the cause they have sown, and now they must reap its consequences. Everything is predestined, Qin Hao affirmed confidently. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he took his leave. In a secluded area, there was a body of water, a lake situated not far outside Chang'an City. A shadow lurked within the waters. Heh, Li Shimin, you once promised this king. Yet I was still slain. This karma is for you to bear. I merely wish to give you a glimpse of regret. This shadow was none other than the Dragon King of the Jing River, whose life was a tragedy. Once a proud Dragon King, he had become a sacrificial pawn in the journey to the west, confined to this small lake, which fueled his fury. Yet, despite sensing something amiss, he dared not investigate further and could only vent his anger upon Li Shimin. After all, it is easier to crush a soft persimmon. Dragon King of the Jing River. At that moment, the sky illuminated with brilliant golden light as Guanyin appeared, holding a pure jade bottle and standing upon a lotus blossom, her voice serene. Who? The Dragon King of the Jing River was taken aback, looking up to see her, causing him to tremble all over. You have a connection with me, from now on. You shall cultivate in my sanctuary. With a wave of her hand, Guanyin disregarded whether the Dragon King agreed and took him away. The entire occurrence transpired quietly, unnoticed by anyone. Time passed swiftly in the midst of boredom. Over the past few days, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng had discussed numerous matters with Qin Hao, and they had nearly reached a consensus. Now, everything was ready. They simply awaited the right moment. Calculating the time, it was nearly time for a Chinese ghost story to premiere. Once the film concluded, it would undoubtedly usher in a wave of peak viewership. At that point, they could announce the lottery, progressing step by step, steadily and cautiously without haste. Qin Hao's thoughts were thorough. If they announced the lottery now, it would compete for attention and viewership with a Chinese ghost story, which would be detrimental to both the Taoist sect and himself. It would be far better to wait until the film's conclusion. Excellent. Yuan Tiangang nodded in agreement, having no objections. System, release the movie. It is officially premiering now. Qin Hao commanded within his mind. Chapter 160. The ghost story debuts. Xīyóu was an ordinary individual, yet he was a citizen of the Tang dynasty. Fortunate enough to have acquired a mobile phone at a remarkably low price. Initially, he thought little of it, but as he began to use it, he discovered that this phone was truly a treasure. Although he was unaware of the identities of those in the forums, their manner of speaking suggested they were extraordinary. In fact, he was fortunate enough to add a few of them as friends. Ding dong. At that moment, while he was toiling, he heard his phone ring. Xīyóu was momentarily taken aback and instinctively picked it up. Is a Chinese ghost story streaming? Upon seeing the notification, Jiangji's expression grew serious. This film had been extensively discussed in forums, and everyone was filled with curiosity. Watching a movie required a fee of 10 yuan for mobile data? Xīyóu hesitated slightly. 10 yuan was certainly not a trivial amount, enough to exchange for several taels of silver, capable of purchasing numerous items. Nevertheless, having won over 100 in a game of Dodiju, he deemed it sufficient. Gritting his teeth, Xīyóu chose to make the purchase, leaning against a tree, sipping cool tea and savoring a large pancake as he indulged in the film. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian. Ning Kaichen is such a fool. How could he possibly attract such a stunning woman? It's clearly abnormal. Xīyóu laughed as he watched Ning Kaichen encounter the female ghost without realizing it. However, as the plot unfolded, his expression grew increasingly grave, for he noticed that although the two characters were from different worlds and their relationship defied human morals, their bond was both poignant and unwavering. Yet, when he saw the Buddha test the couple through 9 reincarnations, a foreboding sensation arose within him. He recalled that some individuals in the forum seemed to harbor an inkling of knowledge about this. Damn it, this shameless Buddhism. 9 cycles of reincarnation, who could endure it? It would be astonishing if one didn't go mad. Xīyóu exclaimed in anger, nearly hurling his pancake away. In the heavenly realm, deep within the celestial palace, where women resided amidst ethereal clouds and fragrant blooms, small creatures occasionally darted through the foliage, creating an otherworldly paradise. Oh, a Chinese ghost story is airing? Just then, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden oriole, chimed in. Where? Let me see. I want to watch too. 7 graceful figures appeared, each a distinct beauty, representing the 7 daughters of the Jade Emperor, the 7 fairies. In the heavenly abode, the film was broadcasted in various locations. Although Qin Hao had initially invited a few, the limited seating made it impossible to extend invitations to all, particularly to those who were unable to attend, such as some noblewomen and important officials. This included the star officials, the land deity, the kitchen god, and the god of food, who were relatively inconspicuous in the heavenly court and thus not invited. At this moment, these individuals all took out their phones. Having often seen discussions about the film in forums, their curiosity piqued. The screen displayed a torrential downpour. As a delicate scholar named Su Xian arrived at a place called Lanrua Temple and met someone, a Chinese ghost story resonated deeply with the sentiments of ancient people. In Qin Hao's previous life, it was already considered a classic, let alone in this world. The story was filled with twists and turns, captivating everyone's attention as they became engrossed in it. Chapter 161. The reincarnation of the tiger tamer Sai, though I have watched it once, I cannot resist watching it a second time. In the heavenly realm, the Jade Emperor sat in the Yaoqi, sighing as he gazed at Ning Kaichen on the screen. His expression complex as if he already knew the outcome that awaited Ning Kaichen, feeling a sense of regret for him. He could not forget how Ning Kaichen, after enduring 9 reincarnations, had remained silent for a long time before uttering the words, I do not wish for this. Lovers ultimately fail to unite, while indifferent souls become strangers. The Jade Emperor sighed, looking at the Queen Mother beside him, his heart stirred. The Queen Mother was his wife from his mortal life, having weathered many trials, yet their memories had never faded. If, like Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, their memories were to vanish, he doubted whether the Queen Mother sitting next to him was still the beloved he once cherished. The Queen Mother, seemingly sensing his thoughts, lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at him, offering a gentle smile. Your Majesty need not worry. After all, this is merely a film. I believe that as long as Buddhism does not intervene, Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian can indeed be together. Indeed, Buddhism, the Jade Emperor nodded in agreement but smiled. This must surely be that rascal Qin Hao's idea. Without him, how could the tiger tamer know how to perform? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth. The common folk only recognized the tiger tamer as portraying the Buddha, thus cursing Buddhism, yet behind the scenes, without Qin Hao's script, the tiger tamer would not have been able to perform. It was akin to how many viewers in previous lives would watch a movie, seeing a villainous character and assuming that person must be a scoundrel in real life. This was the essence of immersion. In the Flaming Mountain, the Bull Demon King and Princess Iron Fan had returned long ago. They watched the film featuring Ning Kaichen and Ye Xiaoqian, seemingly seeing their own futures reflected in it, their expressions dimming slightly. Princess Iron Fan's eyes reddened as she chastised the Bull Demon King. You wretched bull, if you pursue that vixen again, I shall seek justice from Buddhism. In the Ling Mountain, an eerie silence enveloped the place, the faces of all the Buddhas appearing grim. Even if they were foolish, they understood the magnitude of the trouble the tiger tamer would invoke with his actions. After all, the Tathagata Buddha had already paid a heavy price. If it was justifiable to suppress the white snake due to the devastation caused by Suzhen and Shaoqing, leading to great floods that drowned countless citizens, then it made sense. However, the only justification now was that humans and ghosts could not fall in love. But who could accept such a flimsy reasoning? Furthermore, was this not discrimination against ghosts? The tiger tamer, lacking discernment, had fallen into Qin Hao's trap. Guanyin closed the phone projection, speaking softly. At this moment, the tiger tamer was drenched in cold sweat. Even as an arhat, he could not help but tremble. During the filming, he had felt nothing amiss, but now, realizing the implications was far too late. Tiger tamer, prepare for a reincarnation trial. Guanyin concluded, closing her eyes. The other Buddhas were taken aback. Had matters escalated to this extent? They understood that descending to the mortal realm was a significant matter, for who would willingly leave the comforts of Ling Mountain, unless compelled by fate? Indeed, the tiger tamer fell silent for a moment, clasping his hands in prayer, transforming into golden light that surged towards the underworld. Chapter 162. Upload Function Bodhisattva. Our Buddhism cannot remain under Qin Hao's control. In the midst of this silence, someone suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to the speaker, who was a rather inconspicuous figure in Buddhism, Arhat Ananda. What can Arhat Ananda propose? With the Tathagata absent, Guanyin had essentially become the de facto leader of Buddhism. Of course, this was in the absence of Maitreya Buddha and the ancient lamp Buddha. Should they appear, even she would not be able to take charge. Bodhisattva, the advent of mobile phones has proliferated among the masses. While mobile phones facilitate communication, they also have drawbacks. Ordinary people, once they acquire phones, focus less on labor and more on gambling in games like Do Di Zhu, hoping to win mobile fees. Ananda's eyes sparkled as he continued, yet most of them suffer substantial losses. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Buddhas brightened. If that were the case, it was indeed a boon, a tremendous blessing. Was this not a case of losing ambition to indulgence? Guanyin contemplated, calculating with her fingers, then shook her head. This is not a viable strategy, for those who are already prone to gambling will remain so. What we need is a legitimate means to strike against Qin Hao or the mobile phones, rather than such flimsy excuses. The emergence of mobile phones has made life easier for the masses, but it has also facilitated Buddhism. Then let us produce a film. Making movies is not overly difficult, and we can challenge Qin Hao. Arhat Ananda proposed. This is indeed a viable solution, but I must inform Qin Hao, hoping he can enable the feature for others to upload films as well. Guanyin nodded slightly. While I may not match your prowess in novel writing, I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass you in filmmaking. In the chat forum, a celestial maiden remarked, I have watched a Chinese ghost story 10 times. Each viewing leaves me deeply moved. The celestial sword immortal replied, Indeed, how heart-wrenching it is that two lovers cannot be together. An admirer of the sword immortal added, Exactly. Just like me, deeply enamored with the sword immortal, yet receiving no reciprocation, my heart aches to the point of breathlessness. Another celestial maiden interjected, Do you not think Ye Xiaoqian is beautiful? I have decided to create a group for her. She shall be our idol. This was relatively friendly. But the unfriendly ones had already begun to unleash their vitriol. How outrageous. This couple has endured countless tribulations to be together, only to be stabbed in the back. How can such cruelty be justified? In Chang'an City during the Tang Dynasty, Qin Hao sat within a bookshop, surrounded by several representatives of the Taoist sect. The atmosphere was tense. It was nearly time to announce the lottery news. After a couple of hours, Qin Hao closely monitored the number of clicks, fully aware of how many devices had engaged with the content. The crucial factor was activation, and by counting the activated users, he would ascertain the outcome. The click count for a Chinese ghost story had reached a zenith, overflowing with views, indicating that many were repeatedly watching it. Was the announcement about to be made? Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang, Li Chunfeng, and others exchanged glances, their anxiety increasing. This was pivotal for their Taoist sect's ability to contend with Buddhism. How could they not be nervous? Ding dong. Just then, Qin Hao's phone chimed. Upon glancing down, he discovered a message from Guanyin. Taoist friend Qin Hao, our Buddhist sect also wishes to produce films. Might it be possible to enable the upload feature? Upon reading this, a peculiar smile graced Qin Hao's lips. Chapter 163, The Lottery Announcement. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hao replied affirmatively, unlocking all channels. In the realm of cinema, he had nearly established himself as a pioneer. Though he had only produced 2 films, they had received resounding acclaim, solidifying his status. Ding dong. A system notification announced a significant decision from the Taoist sect. To benefit the world, they would join forces with Mr. Qin Hao to launch the lottery feature. For just 10 units of mobile credits or gaming currency, one could purchase a lottery ticket. Do you wish to become wealthy overnight? Do you aspire to fame in a single night? Come purchase a lottery ticket. The next millionaire could very well be you. The lottery awaits your participation. For detailed rules, please click to view. As soon as the notification rang, Yuan Tiangang and others hastily pulled out their phones, their expressions lighting up with joy upon reading the announcement. It was almost a mandatory read. Anyone with a mobile device would receive immediate notification. Thank you for your generosity, Taoist friend. Yuan Tiangang clasped his fists in gratitude. Qin Hao smiled faintly, his eyes sparkling with insight. By aiding them, was he not also aiding himself? In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor sat in the Lingxiao Palace, surrounded by numerous ministers. Upon seeing the mobile notification, the Jade Emperor smiled. Indeed, sending Yuan Tiangang to seek Qin Hao was the correct choice. In a short time, they had devised 3 strategies, and this lottery was merely the beginning. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The ministers beamed with delight, while our Buddhist sect sought scriptures. The heavenly court previously had no means. Now, we finally have a solution. We must fully support the lottery and the upcoming actions of the Taoist sect without delay. The Jade Emperor swiftly issued commands. This was an opportunity for resurgence, as Buddhism had long overshadowed Taoism's presence in the mortal realm. If they missed this chance, the losses would be substantial. Yes, the ministers responded with reverent bows. On the journey to obtain scriptures, as Sun Wukong and his companions set out for Gaolao village, they stared at their mobile notifications, momentarily stunned. The Taoist sect was hosting a lottery? This promised to be a grand event. Sun Wukong examined the rules and chuckled. The first prize is over 10 million, and the more tickets you buy, the more chances you have to win, provided you can win in advance. Tang Sung felt a stir of temptation. Having sold some mobile phones along the way, he had managed to accumulate a modest sum. I'll buy 10 tickets, he declared. One must spend to gain. This principle was not lost on him. He cleared his mobile credits in one go. The journey is long, and I wonder when it will end. Tang Sung sighed, his heart aching. He had worked hard to save this money, and now it was all gone. Master, what are you doing? Sun Wukong looked at his master with curiosity. Oh, nothing. I am simply a bit parched, Tang Sung replied, shaking his head. He certainly wouldn't admit to such a shameful act. At the foot of the Spirit Mountain, Guanyin gazed at the notification regarding the lottery, her previously good mood now soured. Just as she began to take action, the opposing side's movements were far more significant. For some reason, she felt that Buddhism was always a step behind Qin Hao. With each misstep, they fell further behind. Furrowing her brow, Guanyin sank into contemplation. Chapter 164, The Race to Purchase. In the chat forum, the Holy Infant King exclaimed, "Have you all seen the lottery feature? I wonder if you will purchase tickets? I, for one, have bought 1,000, eagerly anticipating a win." The handsomest in the 3 realms chimed in. Haha, we must buy. This is practically giving us money. How could we possibly resist? The Star Lord of Literature remarked. I have already purchased 100,000. Winning is secondary, but I must support the Taoist sect. The Star Lord of War agreed. That's right. Winning or losing doesn't matter. I'm not short on funds. Supporting the Taoist sect is what truly counts. Numerous deities appeared in the forum, many of whom had already bought lottery tickets. However, The most excitable group was undoubtedly the mortals. For the gods, money was of little concern. Creating artifacts and elixirs cost a fortune, wealth that mortals could never hope to attain. Mortals, however, were in a different predicament. Ever since acquiring mobile phones, their expenditures had skyrocketed. Reading novels, watching films, paying for mobile services, money was tight, and even those with jobs were nearing their limits. Fortunately, the advent of card games provided some relief. Initially, they could win small amounts of gaming currency, and some astute individuals even managed to turn a profit. In a workshop within Chang'an City, Xīyóu, dressed in coarse cloth garments, gazed at his mobile notification, lost in thought. Having read a few books in his youth, he could recognize some characters, and inspired by Qin Hao's novels, his creativity flourished. Thus, he had some of his own works in the bookstore, achieving modest success. Xīyóu, what are you doing? Hurry up and get back to work. The foreman, seeing Xīyóu dawdling, erupted in anger. You think you can slack off under my nose? The other workers shook their heads at Xīyóu's distracted demeanor. Ever since he bought a mobile phone, he seemed perpetually engrossed, oblivious to the world around him. Did he truly believe that a phone was more vital than sustenance? All right. Xīyóu snapped back to reality and resumed his tasks. As night fell, Xīyóu returned home to his dilapidated dwelling, where his elderly mother sat waiting. A wave of emotion washed over him. He had once been incapable, but now his life was stable and his income decent. He felt it was time for a change. In the dim light, Xīyóu opened his phone, selected a number, and purchased 100 lottery tickets. Meanwhile, at the Duke's residence, Father, have you bought the lottery tickets? Cheng Chimo inquired with a cheerful smile. Of course. This is an event reported by the Taoist sect, and Mr. Qin. I must show my support. Cheng Yaoji nodded. Winning or losing is secondary, but supporting is imperative. This scene was similarly reflected in the homes of other ministers, with the majority being ordinary families. Those with a little wealth were eager to take a gamble. Who wouldn't he want to? And now, this opportunity was within reach. How could they not be excited? Of course. There were also many who wished to purchase tickets, but lacked the means. The following day, the sun rose as usual. But many were astonished to see smiles gracing the faces of the populace, as if they were all poised to win big. Jinlian, what has got you looking so rosy and cheerful? Is there some good news? Wang Posey asked, observing the graceful figure of a woman nearby. Hee. My family bought 3 sets of lottery tickets yesterday. Jinlian replied with a slight smile, exuding charm. You still believe in that? It's all a scam, Wang Posey exclaimed, taken aback, shaking her head in disbelief. How could there be such a thing as free fortune falling from the sky? It's simply impossible. Chapter 165. The day of the draw Qin Daoyu. How shall we proceed from here? In the bookshop, Yuan Tiangang and others had returned, as the shop had undergone significant renovation and expansion to accommodate the crowd. At this moment, dozens of eyes were fixed on Qin Hao, brimming with anticipation. Of course, we need to ensure someone wins. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. As you mentioned, during our journey here, we noticed that many common folk were wearing expressions of joy. Upon inquiry, we learned they had all purchased lottery tickets, eagerly awaiting a win. Yuan Tiangang explained with a smile. That's quite normal. Life is filled with expectations. Previously, they had none, toiling day by day without hope. Qin Hao nodded, reminiscing about his past life when the lottery first emerged. Who didn't he hold high hopes while purchasing tickets? Even in the days leading up to the announcement, every little thing would uplift their spirits. Once the results were revealed, frustrations would arise, yet they would continue to buy and dream. Let us do this. We must discreetly manipulate the first draw. Qin Hao pondered for a moment, resolved to orchestrate the initial outcome. If a deity or a wealthy individual were to win, it would bear no significance, as they were already affluent. However, if the first winner were a person of humble means, it would be entirely different. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangang and the others changed expressions. But before they could voice their thoughts, Qin Hao continued calmly, the first winner must be a poor individual, who there is inconsequential. We will then protect them and conduct media interviews to maximize visibility. Brilliant. What a splendid strategy. Li Chunfeng clapped, astonished. They had not contemplated such intricacies. Yet Qin Hao had already devised a plan, truly remarkable, worthy of one who invented the mobile phone. As days passed, those who had purchased lottery tickets awoke each day with buoyant spirits. Even when faced with discomfort, thoughts of the lottery would significantly uplift their moods. It was a profound anticipation filled with hope. Naturally, some remained skeptical. The ancients often approached novel concepts with cautious curiosity. Hey, have you heard? That foolish Jiang bought 100 lottery tickets. In a workshop, workers gathered, whispering among themselves as they observed Jiang at work. What a fool. I heard he made a little money writing novels in the book city, and now he's risking it all, someone remarked. That could easily translate to hundreds of taels of silver. Ah, youth is wasted on the young, that cannot resist temptation. The onlookers cast scornful glances at Jiang, deeming him mad for spending hundreds of taels on such an ephemeral venture. Jiang could sense the gazes upon him and even overheard their hushed conversations. Yet he refrained from defending himself. That night, upon returning home, he found his elderly mother seated by the bed, embroidering, a common task for women of that era, weaving fabric or stitching patterns. Watching his aged mother labor under the dim light, his eyes glistened with emotion. After a moment, he shook off his reverie, consuming a warm flatbread while opening the lottery app on his phone. Today was the day of the draw. At that moment, all eyes were on him. Chapter 166. The Underworld in Xīyóu in the Heavenly Court. Amidst the ethereal ambience of the Jade Pool, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were seated, observing the performances below. Let me calculate the time. The lottery should be nearing its draw, the Jade Emperor mused, suddenly sensing something. Upon hearing this, the performances below came to an abrupt halt, and the celestial maidens gracefully retreated. It seems so, doesn't it? The Queen Mother smiled, though her words trailed off as a look of surprise flickered in her eyes. Who has actually ventured to the underworld? Rebirth? The Jade Emperor noted the Queen Mother's unusual reaction, his expression shifting slightly as he grasped the situation, though he too was astonished. After all, Fu was a revered arhat in Buddhism, a crucial figure, yet he was now seeking rebirth? Their eyes met, and smiles spread across their faces. That rascal Fu has been thoroughly duped. Ha ha, how amusing. Once by Fa, once by the Buddha, his fate is sealed for tragedy. In that instant, the celestial beings of the heavenly court became aware of Fu's whereabouts, many even predicting the chain of events leading to his current predicament. However, the outcome left them in stitches, bemused. 1 Qin Hao, 2 films, and Fu the arhat was led to seek rebirth. What a tragic turn of events. Yet, they understood. The tales of a Chinese ghost story and the legend of the white snake had stirred deep resentment among mortals, and someone had to take the blame. Thus, Fu was the chosen scapegoat. In the underworld, darkness reigned, illuminated only by a faint, eerie glow. Most areas were desolate, with human-like beings appearing only in certain special locations. Fengdu City, the capital of the underworld, was surrounded by a paradisiacal realm, the domain of Xīyóu Bodhisattva. Fu, what brings you here? Xīyóu slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to shimmer like stars, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the visitor. He had long resided in this place, seldom stepping out except during extraordinary times, and he did not appear among the living. Bodhisattva. Fu has committed misdeeds and seeks rebirth to endure trials. Fu's countenance was a bit grim, yet he pressed his palms together in reverence. Oh. Xīyóu raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, quickly regaining his composure. He had witnessed countless cycles of life and death over the years, and the reincarnation of Buddhist practitioners often brought them to him. What perplexed him was the absence of any calamity affecting Fu. Why did he seek rebirth? As his fingers subtly moved within his monk's robe, he swiftly discerned the unfolding situation. A mobile phone? Qin Hao? It appears that a remarkable figure has emerged among the mortals. The King of Hell slightly closed his eyes and sighed. Do you possess a mobile phone? The matter of the tiger tamer is merely an appetizer for many formidable beings. In truth, they pay little heed, for even if the tiger tamer were to reincarnate, it holds no significant consequence. In a few hundred years, he would simply be another hero, a fleeting moment for many powerful individuals. Currently, their greater concern lies with the lottery generated by the Taoist sect and Qin Hao. The draw is imminent. Who will emerge as the fortunate winner? Chapter 167. Over 300 billion at the headquarters of the Taoist sect, Qin Hao is once again summoned. Qin, my friend, the lottery ticket purchasing function has now ceased. Can you guess the total amount? Yuan Tiangang, flushed with excitement, could hardly contain himself, as the sum had far exceeded his expectations. How much? Qin Hao asked, momentarily taken aback by curiosity. Over 300 billion. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed, trembling as he held up 3 fingers. Though he was a cultivator and indifferent to material wealth, this was an astronomical figure. What does such a number signify? One could say that for an ordinary person, their descendants would need never worry about financial matters again. For a cultivator, it could mean acquiring a grand Luo golden immortal artifact, or even several. This illustrates how terrifying this number truly is. Even though Qin Hao had mentally prepared himself, his eyelids twitched slightly upon hearing the figure. How much shall we reward the winner? Now, Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng regarded Qin Hao with a sense of reverence that had transformed into admiration. They looked at him as though he were a deity. They no longer doubted Qin Hao's words. The funds garnered from the lottery could indeed establish welfare homes. Since the sum is so vast, let's award 100 million for each ticket. Qin Hao pondered for a moment before articulating. For the inaugural draw, it must be astonishing and bold. Compile the statistics. If the number of winners is relatively low, we may consider increasing the prize to stimulate public enthusiasm. Yes, yes. Yuan Tiangang and the others exchanged glances filled with joy. They had no objections to Qin Hao's plan, as one cannot capture a wolf without first letting go of the child. As for the remaining funds, they were naturally earmarked for constructing welfare homes to benefit the world. After all, it was impossible to distribute it all as rewards. As they deliberated, time slipped by, and soon the moment for the lottery draw arrived. Everyone opened their phones and clicked on the lottery application to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural lottery. I believe many of you are eagerly anticipating the results. Indeed, many have already purchased tickets. We uphold a principle of fairness and integrity, with no room for deceit, and have invited Qin Hao, Taoist friend, to supervise. Yuan Tiangang said with a smile as he appeared on the screen alongside the calm-faced Qin Hao. Many viewers paused. Some had previously wondered if these illustrious figures might resort to trickery. However, with Qin Hao present, their anxieties eased significantly. He had always been approachable. And given his immense stature, only a fool would dare to deceive in the presence of a disciple of a sage. As for whether Qin Hao would collude with the Taoist sect to deceive them, what could such a prominent figure gain by misleading mere mortals? To speak frankly, the entrance fee for a day of gambling could render them comfortably secure. Now, to be succinct, please observe, this is the drawing machine. Each small ball within bears a number, and I trust everyone can see it clearly. There is no room for hidden manipulations. Yuan Tiangang pointed to the transparent apparatus, within which the numbers were fully visible to all. Without further ado, we shall commence. There are 5 numbers and 1 special number. Should all be guessed correctly, the grand prize awaits. As he finished speaking, a subtle smile graced his lips. Moreover, I have a delightful piece of news. The prize pot is exceedingly large. It has me quite excited. Chapter 168. The drawing begins with Yuan Tiangang's declaration. All who were watching their phones broke into smiles. Even those who were initially tense found themselves relaxing. Haha, Yuan Tiangang was once a rather stern individual. I never imagined that a few days with that young Qin Hao would transform him like this. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the Jade Emperor observed the central screen and erupted into laughter. Your Majesty, I believe Yuan Tiangang is a talent worth nurturing. Tabai Jingxing quickly chimed in, eager to curry favor. Anyone whom your Majesty favors must be cultivated. Indeed, and others such as Li Chunfeng are also promising talents worthy of development. The likes of Li Jing immediately seized this opportunity to flatter their sovereign, seizing the moment to extol their worth. Very well, once they ascend to immortality, let us recruit them into the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor beamed, satisfied with his subjects' understanding of his intentions. In stark contrast to the heavenly court's lively atmosphere, the realm of the Ling Mountain was shrouded in silence. All the Buddhas stared at the central screen, lost in contemplation, for they no longer knew what to say. They suddenly recognized a grave issue. The journey of Tang Sung to acquire scriptures no longer captivated the world's attention. Instead, it had been supplanted by mobile devices, Qin Hao, and phrases such as Do Pan Wukong Chuan. The Taoist sect had intrusively inserted itself into their narrative, catching them off guard. Observing the screen, Guanin's eyes flickered with anger as she coolly remarked, "We must expedite the film project, striving to suppress Qin Hao. We cannot allow him to continue his exuberant antics." The Buddhas joined their hands in reverence, nodding in unison. However, Guanin's mood remained troubled. She realized that the vast Buddhist community could not stand against a singular Qin Hao. An unfortunate realization. They could neither strike nor scold him. They could only seek to triumph in unfamiliar territories, a task that seemed exceedingly daunting. The first number has been drawn. While discussions continued in the Ling Mountain, the live broadcast persisted. At that moment, a small ball rolled out and down the chute. Instinctively, everyone's hearts lifted, and they leaned in to check their own lottery numbers. Many felt disappointment, while others beamed with joy. Haha, the first number is 5. I've won. One exclaimed, "Oh, how unfortunate. I missed the first number. What a waste of time." Another lamented, "The second number is 7. The third is 1. The fourth is 4. As the broadcast continued, one by one, the numbered balls rolled forth, heightening the tension amongst all participants. Their potential to become millionaires hinged. They were but one number and one special number away from clinching the grand prize. Now, let us reveal the fifth crucial number. Yuan Tian Gang, a seasoned performer, deliberately slowed the pace at this juncture. The small balls danced within the transparent container, mirroring the racing hearts of the audience, rising and falling in anticipation. This is truly torturous. Why does it feel like the drawing is taking an eternity? Many thought, unable to remain seated, standing and shouting in their rooms for the number 9 to appear. Chapter 169, the special number at last. The fifth number emerged, 8. Yuan Tiangang beamed as he observed the ball in the machine. The camera zoomed in, allowing everyone to clearly see the number on the small ball. Goodness gracious. This is utterly inconceivable. How could this be? It is nothing but a deception. I always knew it was a ruse. Everything is merely an illusion, all of it. Upon witnessing this figure, a greater number of individuals faced elimination, resulting in many succumbing to despair. After all, they were merely a step away from success. At such a critical moment, it is indeed astonishing that an error has occurred. They all wish to give themselves a slap in the face. In this day and age, only a handful of individuals remain anxiously glued to the live broadcast. Some divine beings, however, appear remarkably composed. They have never entertained the notion of winning, and for them, the outcome is of little consequence. Yet, for the majority of mortals, an overwhelming tension has rendered them trembling with anticipation. Take, for instance, Jianggu and Tangsung. At this moment, Jianggu's legs quiver slightly as he sits in his chair, resembling a puddle of mud, utterly incapable of supporting his own frame. It is not fear that has gripped him, but rather an overwhelming excitement that has eclipsed all instinct. Only one final special code remains. Jiangji's gaze was fixated on his phone, his eyes bloodshot. He had never imagined that immense wealth was so tantalizingly close, almost within his grasp, yet simultaneously. It felt utterly unattainable. On the journey to the west, near Gao Laozhuang, Tangsung sat atop the white dragon horse, yet at that moment, he was oblivious to everything around him, his hands clasping a mobile phone. Ba, may the Buddha bless me. I must succeed. I fervently hope that this humble monk will triumph. Tang Sanzang murmured softly, his smooth forehead glistening with perspiration. This was indeed his painstakingly amassed fortune, the entirety of his hard-earned wealth. If he were to invest everything, he might find himself leading a life that feels interminable. Accustomed to the convenience and entertainment provided by his mobile phone, he could hardly fathom the terrifying consequences of its sudden cessation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that unassuming transparent box possesses the capability to nullify any magical force and divine power, a creation of the system. No one could dare to interfere. Only Qin Hao holds that power. Thus, seeking the Buddha may prove less effective than appealing to Qin Hao. The machine whirred back to life, its unique numbers spinning into motion. As the numbers rotated, a handful of individuals felt a surge of anxiety, while the majority appeared to be both disheartened and at ease. For it no longer concerned them. They were merely spectators of the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, their true curiosity lay in discovering the monetary prize of the inaugural first-place winner. With a flourish, the results were revealed. Yuan Tiangang felt a surge of spirit and continued, "Now, let us turn our attention to the special numbers." As the scene shifts, the camera zooms in, allowing everyone to clearly discern the unique number emblazoned on the small ball. It is the number 8. It is the 8th ball. Yuan Tiangang exclaimed with fervor, as if sharing in the excitement of the fortunate winner. What on earth? Is this ridiculous thing for real? I harbor suspicions regarding the authenticity of the Taoist sect. Upon encountering this peculiar number, many individuals erupted in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! We are merely one special number away, having instantaneously missed out on a fortune of 100 million. Who can truly comprehend this sentiment? I inquire, who can genuinely understand it?" On the chat forum, a tempest erupted, with everyone seething with indignation, sensing that the situation was far more complex than they had initially perceived. Chapter 170, A Billion in One Bet Chat Forum. An ordinary person. Surely, you have all seen that lottery ticket, haven't you? What a ridiculous lottery. It is nothing but a deception. It is highly plausible that it has been concocted by those in power for their amusement. Perhaps the fortunate winners are merely puppets of the divine. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Their ability to predict and calculate makes it seem like discovering the winning numbers is merely a trivial matter. What a surprise. Could it be that we have been deceived? Surely not. Qin Hao does not strike me as the kind of person capable of such deceit. Let us observe the situation further before drawing any conclusions. On the rooftop, I too believe that it is wise to observe first before making any judgments, after all. What if it truly is a matter of our unfortunate luck? In the forum, some individuals were seething with indignation, believing that the Taoist sect operated through clandestine means. However, others remained more composed, clearly perceiving the movement of the small ball, convinced that deception was utterly impossible. Moreover, they held steadfast faith in Qin Hao's character, certain that such a situation could not arise. In the dimly lit room, Xīyóu sat in a daze, clutching his mobile phone, his legs no longer open, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the number displayed on the peculiar small ball. Astonishingly, it was number 8. The special number I purchased appears to be the number 8 as well. Xīyóu whispered to himself, lowering his head to examine the numbers on the lottery ticket he had purchased, only then realizing the truth. Could it be that I have won the lottery? Snap! Xīyóu forcefully slapped himself, only then realizing the sting of the impact. Ha ha ha! I have won a prize. I have won a prize. After a while, Xīyóu looked up to the sky with a hearty laugh, gazing at the resplendent starry night beyond the window. He had never realized how exquisite and radiant the night sky could be. His calloused hands slowly extended outward, as if he could grasp the sun and moon within his reach. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, flowing down uncontrollably. Now, dear friends, the lottery segment has concluded. Let us discover how many fortunate winners we have this time. Regardless of the fervent discussions unfolding in the forum, the live broadcast persists. Yuan Tiangang glanced at his phone, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Throughout the entire performance, Qin Hao remained silent, quietly observing him. To be honest, he held a deep admiration for this individual, a true talent, clearly possessing extensive knowledge, yet presenting oneself as if utterly oblivious, whether in expression or tone. It is executed with perfect precision. To everyone's astonishment, it turned out that there was but a single winner this time. As Yuan Tiangang uttered these words, all present were momentarily taken aback. Only one individual? This is something that no one ever anticipated. It is truly a stroke of luck. Oh, so this individual hails from the illustrious Tang dynasty? As for the specific identity, I am unable to disclose it at this moment for the sake of others' personal safety. Once the recipient consents, we will proceed with further updates. Yuan Tiangong's expression was one of astonishment, as if he had not anticipated that only one individual would receive the award, and that this person was indeed from the Tang dynasty. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more bewildered. A person from the Tang? It is widely acknowledged that in the Tang dynasty, there existed but one immortal, Qin Hao, while the rest were mere mortals. Does this not imply that the fortunate individual who has won is an ordinary human? Ladies and gentlemen, this esteemed winner has purchased a total of 10 lottery tickets. Consequently, our current jackpot amounts to an astounding 10 billion, which translates to 1 billion for each ticket, culminating in a grand total of 10 billion. Congratulations, you have now ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual in the realm. Upon reaching this point, Yuan Tiangang broke into a radiant smile and applauded. Everyone was taken aback, for it turned out that the total prize amounted to a staggering 10 billion. One ticket is worth 1 billion, and that individual purchased 10 tickets, which means a total of 100 billion, all becoming the property of a single person? Chapter 171, The 100 Billion Prize. Hiss. Upon contemplating that terrifying figure, both the celestial beings above and the mortals of the earthly realm could not help but draw a sharp breath. 100 billion. What kind of horrifying figure is that? It is no exaggeration to assert that if this individual were to amass an army with 100 billion, they could, in the blink of an eye, establish the most formidable nation within the realm of celestial beings, invincible in all endeavors. If one wishes to pursue the path of immortality, resources can be exchanged through the mobile device. Anything available can be acquired with a sum of nearly 10 billion. With all resources integrated into oneself, even a mere pig can transform into a formidable demon. Everyone was astounded by this terrifying figure. Even those who had previously maintained their composure could not remain calm at this moment. This was, quite frankly, an astonishing creation of a deity. What if all these resources truly belonged to them? Even merely acquiring elixirs and rare treasures could forcefully elevate their cultivation to an entirely new realm. We will promptly assign personnel to contact the prize winner and ensure their personal safety. We invite everyone to tune into this episode. And we look forward to seeing you again in the next one. In the scene, Yuan Tiangang smiled faintly, and the image abruptly vanished, leaving everyone staring at their reflections projected on their phones. This night was destined to keep many awake, and countless individuals would frantically purchase lottery tickets. They were utterly stunned by the terrifying numbers. If they were to win, wouldn't they instantly ascend to greatness? Achieving immortality and becoming ancestral figures was no longer a mere fantasy, but a tangible possibility. In a chat forum, the Holy Infant King remarked, "Ah, it seems a mortal has claimed the prize. What a stroke of luck." The handsomest in the three realms responded, "Indeed, it defies reason. How can it not be me, given my looks?" The bold demon king inquired, "Holy Infant, where did you procure your funds?" The Holy Infant King retorted, "Is it not from this humble—" Tang Sung gazed at his phone, his eyes blank and his fingers clutching the device turning pale. The pain in his heart was suffocating. It felt as though he were bleeding. Truly, as a monk of Buddhism, indulging in gambling was improper. After a moment of silence, Tang Sung murmured softly. Sun Wukong glanced at him, having already comprehended the situation, yet chose to remain silent. They were still good friends. As a disciple, it would be inappropriate to voice his master's lament, for they would still wish to frolic together. "Master, we should be nearing Gaolaozhuang. I heard from Brother Qin that it is the former residence of Zhu Beiji, who was once known as Marshal Tianpa." Sun Wukong retracted his gaze, his eyes glimmering with golden light as he spotted the distant structures. Zhu Beiji? Upon hearing this, Tang Sung temporarily set aside his complicated emotions and gazed into the distance, yet saw nothing. Nevertheless, he trusted Qin Hao's words, for everything he said had come to fruition. The once mighty marshal of the heavenly river had now become a pig. How amusing. It was not long ago that I, the Monkey King, had associated with him. The following day dawned as usual, yet many ventured out to discover something unusual. Many wore frowns, yet there was a hint of hope, a complex mix of emotions. "Jin Lian, did your family win the lottery last night?" Wang Pozi, noticing Jin Lian's graceful figure, stealthily approached her. After all, hadn't the program stated that the winner was from the Tang dynasty? Chapter 172. A person from the Tang dynasty. In the early morning, Jianggu rose early and arrived at his workplace. Despite tossing and turning throughout the night, he was still exhilarated the next day, albeit with a twinge of anxiety. What if the Taoist gate refused to grant him his prize? With so many practitioners around, how could he possibly stand against them? On his way, Jianggu felt increasingly apprehensive. "Have you heard? The lottery winner is one of us from the Tang dynasty." The news had spread like wildfire. Who could this fortunate individual be, winning alone? How enviable. The workers, engaged in conversation, marveled at the prospect of winning. Someone with keen eyes spotted Jiang Ji's arrival and teased, "Oh, look who it is. Jianggu, what's wrong? You seem rather downcast. Did you not win?" "Haha. Lao Wang, what are you saying? He is just a hard-working fellow, daring to be among the first." Unfortunately, 100 on mobile expenses had vanished, equivalent to hundreds of taels of silver. The crowd jested, as they never considered that the winner could be Jianggu. This was the subconscious reaction of the impoverished. Why should they be fortunate? Jianggu pursed his lips, choosing silence. He was no fool. Announcing his win would be a foolish act. "Is that you? Young man, work diligently and do not harbor thoughts of unearned gains. Even if fortune exists, it will not come to you." The foreman regarded Jianggu with a condescending gaze, shaking his head. "Yes." Jianggu lowered his head, striving to conceal his expression. Until he received the prize, he would continue working, deeply worried that the Taoist gate might deny him the reward. After all, it was a staggering 1 billion. What a fortune that could translate to in silver. With apprehensive thoughts, he reached lunchtime, where all the workers gathered to eat. The meals were quite simple, lacking meat. Even a bit of meat shreds was considered generous, while substantial cuts were unimaginable, only coarse buns and the like. As Jianggu consumed his bun and sipped water, he suddenly noticed commotion outside. "What is happening out there?" The foreman inquired with astonishment. "Foreman, several Taoists wielding longswords wish to enter." Came a nervous report. "Taoists with longswords?" The foreman's pupils contracted slightly. In this era, those who bore longswords were invariably affluent, for such weapons were exceedingly precious. The crowd was in uproar, filled with shock. What could these sword-bearing Taoists want with them? "Quickly, let us go see." The foreman hastily led a group outside, not daring to delay. Jianggu felt a subtle shift in his demeanor and discreetly followed. Their workshop was but a small establishment. Ordinarily, common folk would not approach, let alone nobles wielding swords. "Greetings, may I inquire what brings esteemed guests to our humble abode?" The foreman stepped outside and beheld 6 middle-aged individuals clad in Taoist robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, standing calmly at the entrance. Chapter 173. A billionaire, you are the foreman here? The leader, Li Chunfeng, had not intended to personally intervene. But given this was the inaugural lottery, and to prevent potential disruptions, he felt compelled to come. If the winner were to leak information before receiving the reward, it would deal a significant blow to the lottery's reputation. Who would dare to participate thereafter? Thus, the safety of the winner was paramount. Yes, that is correct. The foreman, proud among his workers, felt not a trace of arrogance before these 6. Is Jianggu present? Li Chunfeng inquired, nodding slightly. Jianggu? The foreman hesitated, pondering whether Jianggu had caused some trouble, prompting their visit. According to Daoist Qin's guidance, he is Jianggu. At that moment, a middle-aged man behind Li Chunfeng scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Jianggu, whispering to Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng's gaze turned warmly toward Jianggu. Jianggu, I am the head of the Daoist sect, Li Chunfeng. Congratulations, you have won 1 billion. I am here to escort you and provide you with the reward you rightfully deserve. Li Chunfeng recognized the winner as an ordinary mortal, despite his youth. His face bore the marks of toil. What? Jianggu is the lucky one? Does that mean he has won 1 billion? The crowd was astounded by Li Chunfeng's announcement, some even in disbelief. Just that morning, they had been discussing the fortunate winner, not knowing he was right among them. How could they accept that a billionaire was hidden in their midst? Instantly, all eyes turned toward the anxious Jianggu, each face reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. This fellow had won a prize, yet remained utterly composed. Who could exhibit such a tranquil demeanor? It seems that we often boast. But who would have thought that you are truly remarkable? Jianggu was momentarily taken aback, and his face flushed with excitement. Since the Taoist sect could find him so conspicuously, did that mean he was entitled to a staggering 1 billion reward? Young Jianggu, this is not the place for discussions. Given the magnitude of your winnings, it may attract the undesired attention of unscrupulous individuals. Therefore, I kindly request you to accompany us elsewhere, Li Chunfeng remarked, observing Zhang's overwhelming exhilaration with an air of calmness. Of course, if you have any family, you may bring them along as well. When the time is right, you shall naturally depart. Absolutely. Jianggu inhaled deeply and nodded at the foreman, feeling grateful that he had not revealed his identity immediately. Though often stern with him, the foreman showed genuine concern when it mattered most. Well done, my lad. You have potential. May you lead a prosperous life ahead. Only then did the foreman realize the gravity of the situation, patting Jianggu on the shoulder with a smile. His eyes filled with pride. He admired this young man for his diligence despite his impoverished background, recognizing his progressive mindset, evident in his ability to pen novels in the book city. In contrast, most others clung to tradition, highlighting the disparity. Now that Jianggu had won the billion, it could be seen as a form of karmic reward. Chapter 174. Boundless imagination. Jianggu departed with the Taoist followers, bringing along his elderly mother, as she was his only family. Watching his retreating figure, the workers were left in a state of disbelief. I can't believe it. Who would have thought that Jianggu would be the winner? Indeed, who could have predicted? He remained so composed all morning. If it were me, I would have been over the moon. I told you so. I knew he was destined for great fortune. He must possess exceptional talent. See, I was right. They fervently discussed. Even though the winner was not one of them, he was still among them. Simultaneously, a thought crossed their minds. If Jianggu could be so fortunate, why couldn't they? Perhaps the next winner would be one of them. Forum. Jiang Ji's co-worker. Everyone, I have thrilling news. Can you guess who the winner is? Saint Baby King. Who? I've been curious for ages. 1 billion. Just think of how many hands of cards I could play. The most handsome in the 3 realms. Play cards? I nearly got killed. I think I'll stick to reading novels. Golden Winged Rock. I'm curious too. With so many purchasing tickets, including some divine beings, what did this ordinary person do to stand out? Not just them. Even the Ling Mountain and the Jade Emperor were intrigued. The Taoist sect had hastily decided, with Qin Hao operating behind the scenes, leaving others unaware of the winner's identity. Jiang Ji's co-worker. You won't believe it. The winner is my co-worker. We work in the same workshop, and just now, the head of the Taoist sect took Jianggu away. I'm envious. That's 1 billion. Saint Baby King. What? Your co-worker? What is a workshop? Bull Demon King. A workshop is a place for crafting items, like paper or chairs. I never imagined he was simply an ordinary worker. In truth, everyone was curious. But the outcome was entirely different from their expectations. They assumed that even an ordinary worker would have some skills or talents. Yet he turned out to be just an everyday laborer. Jade Emperor, it is indeed unfathomable. He was aware of Qin Hao's clandestine maneuvers, but was wise enough not to disclose anything. Ling Mountain. Guanyin observed the forum discussions, her brow furrowing deeply. An ordinary person? She had anticipated that the Taoist sect would employ some means to allow a powerful celestial being to win, thereby enhancing the sect's reputation. However, the reality unfolded in a manner entirely divergent from her expectations. What tricks were the Taoist sect and that Qin Hao playing? She was perplexed. If they intended for a celestial being to win, it would elevate the Taoist sect standing, yet they chose an ordinary person instead. What could their motive be? Was it merely to distribute wealth and garner fame? To Guanyin, that seemed implausible. The Taoist sect was not a philanthropic organization. So what justification did they have for such actions? It was inscrutable, utterly whimsical, leaving no trace behind. What troubled her most was that anything related to Qin Hao was difficult to decipher, except for the Xīyóu Han, who had limited interaction with him, allowing for some insights. Chapter 175. The Qinghua Fox tribe seated within his bookshop. Qin Hao drummed his fingers on the table. Although it was ostensibly a place for selling books, few ventured there nowadays, as everyone was aware that a celestial being resided within. Furthermore, with the advent of smartphones in the book city, the shop's relevance had diminished considerably. It is time to relocate, he mused. Remaining here served no purpose. A celestial being ought to embody a celestial presence, and this location had thin spiritual energy, unsuitable for a cultivator. While he did not require cultivation, finding a place adorned with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers would indeed be a splendid choice. However, where should he go? Qin Hao furrowed his brow, as the territories of this world had long been delineated, and the truly desirable locations had already been claimed. Where could he possibly go? At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Qin Hao's spirit stirred slightly, and he instinctively looked up, momentarily taken aback. At the entrance stood a woman clad in white, her features exquisite, her lithe figure ethereal, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. As the breeze tousled her tresses, it appeared as though she had stepped out from a painting. "May I inquire if you are Mr. Qin Hao?" she asked, her lips parting to reveal a smile as radiant as the stars. "Ah, yes." Qin Hao nodded. He had encountered many beautiful women before, and in his past life. He had witnessed the 4 great sorceries, yet he had never seen anyone like her, as if she were meant to exist in this world. "Sir, I come bearing greetings. The red fox in your arms is one that has escaped from my home." The woman smiled gently, her delicate fingers pointing at the red fox nestled in Qin Hao's embrace. Instinctively, Qin Hao reached out to touch the red fox. This little creature had been with him for several months. He had assumed it was wild, unaware that it had an owner. However, despite being captivated by the woman's beauty, he was not one to act impulsively. "Just because you say it's yours, does that make it so? Do you have any proof?" Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a calm demeanor. He sensed that this woman was no ordinary individual, yet he was confident in himself. Despite his modest strength, merely a peak celestial being, he was a disciple of the saint and possessed the means to confront foes of a higher level, placing him in an almost invincible position. "Little one, are you not coming? Do you believe you can continue to roam freely outside?" The woman smiled, unfazed by Qin Hao's reaction, admiring him instead. Truly, he was a person whose reputation had spread throughout the 3 realms in a short time, distinct from others. She had encountered countless men who would be at a loss for words in her presence, yet this one was entirely different. The little red fox cast a resentful glance at the woman in white before hopping down to her side. "Sir, if this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave." The woman bowed slightly and turned to depart. Qin Hao realized that the woman in white was indeed the owner of the red fox. Otherwise, the little creature, known for its wild nature, would not have remained cautious even after spending several days with him. "Wait," Qin Hao called out hastily. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" The young woman paused, turned around, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity, and then, realizing the situation, smiled and said, "Indeed, I hail from Xīyóu. In gratitude for your months of care for the red fox, should you require assistance, you may seek help in Xīyóu." With that, she gracefully raised her hand, and a blue light appeared in Qin Hao's palm before she turned and departed. "Xīyóu? The Fox Clan? How intriguing." Qin Hao gazed at the token in his hand, a glimmer flickering in his eyes, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 176. Farewell to the Emperor System. What is the current completion rate of my task? Qin Hao inquired, watching the beautiful silhouette of the woman in white as she vanished from view. Beep. Task completion rate, 20%. Upon receiving this answer, Qin Hao felt neither surprised nor particularly pleased. He thought it somewhat lacking. To benefit the world, although it currently resembled a mere lottery, it offered hope. Especially to the impoverished, a delightful anticipation. He was confident that once all 3 plans were executed, the task would be nearly fulfilled. Xīyóu truly seems to be a wonderful place. Qin Hao withdrew his gaze, contemplating for a moment, a smile emerging on his face. Suddenly, he recalled an individual, a most enigmatic figure from the journey to the west. One of the few fox spirits, the foster mother of the golden horn and silver horn. Indeed, that ancient fox with the shimmering golden robe. One should not underestimate this creature, although she met her in beneath Sun Wukong's staff, according to what Qin Hao had encountered in his past life. This old fox had deep ties with the supreme Taoist lord and possessed formidable strength. After all, how could one become the foster mother of the golden horn and silver horn without considerable prowess? Could she perhaps also be from Xīyóu? Qin Hao felt the situation growing ever more fascinating. In truth, he was more curious about the relationship between that old fox and the supreme Taoist lord. In a flash, he appeared within the imperial palace, observing Li Shimin, who sat behind a desk, engrossed in writing. Qin Hao smiled faintly. Your Majesty truly works hard. Startled by the sudden voice, Li Shimin looked up sharply, only to find it was Qin Hao. You are indeed the first to move so unpredictably within the palace. He relaxed, a hint of helplessness on his face. Are you aware that your manner of appearing leaves me feeling quite insecure? Your Majesty, I am here to bid you farewell, Qin Hao replied, unperturbed by the other's forlorn expression, smiling gently. Oh, you are leaving the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin raised an eyebrow, yet showed no surprise. He had long anticipated Qin Hao's departure, knowing that as a celestial being, he could not remain in the Tang indefinitely. Though he hadn't expected it to be so sudden. When? Li Shimin pondered for a moment. He was reluctant to see Qin Hao go. While Qin Hao had caused numerous troubles during his time in the Tang, it must be said that he was a remarkable individual, kind and possessing a powerful background. With such a stabilizing force in the Tang, there was little to fear. Now, a hint of delight sparkled in Qin Hao's eyes. He believed being neighbors with Xīyóu would be quite splendid. In the world of Journey to the West, he had not formed many connections. His master resided in chaos. A visit was impossible, and the celestial realm was even less so. Thus, Xīyóu was the only suitable refuge. Even Mount Shu seemed lacking in comparison. Very well. Take care on your journey. Li Shimin nodded solemnly, aware that this departure might mean a long time before they met again, perhaps not until after his own demise. A twinge of sadness gripped his heart. Fear not, Your Majesty. You may cultivate the techniques I have imparted. While I cannot guarantee immortality, living for several thousand years should be quite manageable. Qin Hao discerned Li Shimin's melancholy with a smile, offering reassurance before his figure vanished from sight. Should you encounter any troubles, feel free to contact me. I shall come to aid you. Chapter 177. Departing the Tang dynasty at the Duke's residence. Mr. Qin, please come in. Upon seeing Qin Hao, Madame Cheng's eyes lit up. Thanks to him, Cheng Chumo had become renowned throughout Chang'an, his fame unparalleled. This was all attributed to Qin Hao's influence. Madam, there is no need for such formality. I merely come to bid you farewell. Qin Hao sat on a chair, smiling gently. What? You are leaving, sir? Cheng Eugene, seated nearby, was taken aback by this sudden news. Indeed, while Chang'an is bustling, the myriad facets of the world beckon. I believe it is time to venture forth. Qin Hao sighed, nodding. Since arriving in the journey to the west, he had yet to leave the Tang. In this era plagued by demonic beasts, he felt no sense of security. However, now was different. With his pinnacle celestial prowess and the Qingping sword, he feared nothing below the Tai Golden Immortal. Even if faced with a Deluo Golden Immortal, they would likely refrain from acting against him out of respect for his master. After all, no fool would wish to offend a disciple of a saint, especially as one ages and values life more dearly. Cheng Yaojin and the others exchanged glances, feeling the abruptness of the situation. Sir, you are a lofty celestial being, while we are mere mortals. If you find a place of stability, please inform us. We shall be at your service. Cheng Chumo, having matured significantly over the past months, contemplated before speaking slowly. He understood that following Qin Hao now was impossible, but that did not preclude future possibilities. Cheng Chubi and Cheng Chuyang, though reluctant, held firm resolve. Qin Hao smiled faintly, his figure disappearing. You all should diligently cultivate. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Should you have any questions or urgent matters, do not hesitate to contact me." As his words faded, the hall was left devoid of Qin Hao's presence. Alas, Mr. Qin has departed. It seems the Tang will revert to its previous somber state. Madame Chung sighed, her expression complex. Though Qin Hao had only been present for a few months, his impact on the entire Tang was immense. The people had nearly grown dependent on his existence. The novel Wukong's legend had left them in awe. Zhu had imparted tales of love and hate, and his phone had brought joy and laughter. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Hao's figure had already woven into the fabric of countless households. "Madam, do not despair. With phones so convenient and Mr. Qin as our friend, we can contact him via video whenever we wish." Chung Yaojin offered a gentle smile and comfort. Had Madame Chung grieved over someone else, he might have lost his temper. But for Qin Hao, he couldn't help but feel differently. The hall was soon filled with a somber atmosphere. The common folk of the Tang continued their daily routines, unaware of Qin Hao's departure. At the city gate, Li Shimin, dressed in plain clothes, stood surrounded by a group of guards. He gazed into the distance, watching the carriage recede, leaning slightly forward, bowing deeply. In that moment, he shed the weight of his imperial authority, simply thanking Qin Hao for all his contributions to the Tang. Nearby, the guards exchanged glances, astonished at Li Shimin's prolonged bow. Who was in that carriage to elicit such respect from their emperor? It was not until the following day that someone noticed the closure of Qin Hao's bookshop, and thereafter, this legendary establishment remained unopened, untouched by dust. Chapter 178. The Kingdom of Hami. Young Master. We are nearing the Kingdom of Hami. A grand carriage, gifted to Qin Hao by the Jade Emperor, rolled along. Inside, Qin Hao sat amidst an array of fruits, surrounded by a group of lovely women, savoring the delights in leisure. These beautiful maidens included Xiaoqian, Bai Xiong, and others. Since he has departed from the Tang dynasty, it is only natural that these female spirits would follow him. Hami Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao paused momentarily. As he was not particularly familiar with the countries of the journey to the west, he merely knew the route taken by Tang Xing. Hami Kingdom is a nation encountered after passing through the Eagle Cry Gorge, following the journey of the White Dragon. It is a diminutive and inconspicuous realm. However, at the borders of Hami, there exists a Li Shrine, akin to a place of worship, where an amusing temple steward resides. Nonetheless, Qin Hao had no intention of visiting the steward. Rather, he aimed directly for Hami Kingdom. Eager to witness what transformation had occurred in the wake of Tang Sung and his companion's passage. Chat forum. Chung Chumo. Everyone, Mr. Qin has left the Tang dynasty, and it is said he intends to travel the world. Tai by Jin Xing. What? He has left the Tang dynasty? When did this happen? Li Tian Wang. When did he depart? He promised me something. When will he fulfill it? Upon hearing the news of Qin Hao's departure from the Tang dynasty, everyone was taken aback, as it was utterly unexpected and left no room for mental preparation. The forum erupted in a frenzy. Qin Hao's reputation was so illustrious that no one using a mobile device was unaware of him. For mortals, the topic of discussion revolved around where Qin Hao would take residence. Conversely, for demons and deities, a heightened sense of vigilance ensued. Though Qin Hao was amiable, one could hardly overlook the fate of those who had dared to provoke him. Have we not noticed that the Buddha has not appeared for quite some time? Have we not observed that the esteemed Guanyin Bodhisattva refrains from confronting Qin Hao directly? Have we not seen the likes of the moral celestial and the celestial master of the way act on Qin Hao's behalf? Such a figure is akin to a father. One can only avoid provoking him. Thus, many formidable demons, upon learning of Qin Hao's unpredictable movements, promptly alerted their subordinates to maintain vigilance. Should they encounter any mysterious individuals, an immediate report was mandated, and they were instructed to refrain from provocation, allowing Qin Hao to conduct himself as he pleased. Some particularly cautious demons, fearing the inadequacy of their subordinates' intellect, even took it upon themselves to create portraits of Qin Hao for recognition. Unbeknownst to Qin Hao, who remained indifferent even if he were aware, he had now arrived in Hami Kingdom. Though small, it bustled with activity. However, to Qin Hao's discerning eyes, it appeared populated by rugged men. Indeed, they were quite coarse, reminiscent of the former Tibet, where every man possessed a robust physique. While only the women appeared somewhat more typical, Qin Hao did not disrupt the daily life of this nation. With a gentle sweep of his divine consciousness, it must be acknowledged that Sun Wukong had indeed made an impression. Although the common folk lacked mobile devices, the elite possessed them as treasured possessions. Ah, this monkey. I meant to advocate for the proliferation of mobile devices among the populace, yet he has only distributed them among the upper echelons. With a slight shake of his head, Qin Hao mused that Tang Sung had far surpassed Sun Wukong in this regard. Chapter 179. The Four Great Continents. Ever since Tang Sung acquired the rights to sell Qin Hao's products, he has become utterly relentless. Wealthy individuals purchase at exorbitant costs, while impoverished families receive them for free, unable to make ends meet. While this may create an imbalance among those who have spent lavishly, their inability to retaliate compels them to endure. Following Tang Sung's initiation of mobile device sales, Qin Hao received a substantial influx of activation information. Leave behind a few older individuals, those who are steady in their work, to sell mobile devices here for a while. Once they become somewhat widespread, return to find me. Qin Hao contemplated before speaking slowly. Understood. The elder women were instructed to enter Hami Kingdom to sell mobile devices, which naturally garnered the enthusiastic support of the populace. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and his companions resumed their journey. While he was not in a rush, the celestial steeds pulling the carriage were swift, and after passing the Guanyin Zen Temple, they soon arrived at Blackwind Mountain. Blackwind Cave. In recent days, the Black Bear spirit had been living quite leisurely. Although he had become Qin Hao's subordinate, he felt no sense of oppression. Rather, upon learning of Qin Hao's background, he felt immensely fortunate. What an incredible ally he had acquired! With the moral celestial extending his support and the celestial master of the way having a disciple in Qin Hao, who could rival such a background. Even his friend, Ling Suzi, had begun to treat him with respect, unlike before. Little Black was living a charmed life. Just then, Qin Hao's figure appeared, smiling at him, accompanied by a group of beautiful women, instantly filling the cave with a fragrant aroma. Young master, what brings you here? Upon hearing the address of young master, the Black Bear spirit's expression darkened, but upon realizing it was Qin Hao, he was taken aback and quickly stood up, beaming with a simple smile. Please, have a seat. Goodness, your life appears quite bland, with not a single subordinate in sight. Qin Hao took a seat on the throne, surveying the surroundings. Although there were some treasures, he regarded them with indifference. However, the spiritual energy was indeed quite rich. Old Bear here has no interest in such things. I prefer to keep them to myself. The Black Bear spirit scratched his head, appearing quite simple-minded. Witnessing his demeanor, the women, including Xiao Qian and Bai Xiang, stifled their laughter, their beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Very well, come along with me. Do not linger here. Let us explore the world together. Qin Hao rose, and the women, possessing modest cultivation, were fortunate to pass by. The Black Bear spirit, with his Tai golden immortal strength, would serve as a sufficient protector. After all, if any insolent individuals appeared, it wouldn't be dignified for him to take action himself. He was a disciple of a saint, after all. All right, young master, please wait a moment. The Black Bear spirit nodded. Having noticed the discussions in the forum that had made their way across the land, he hurriedly tidied up and followed Qin Hao on the road. Next stop, the kingdom of Using, Gao Laozhuang. Qin Hao sat in the carriage, a smile gracing his features. The Buddhist monks truly exerted considerable effort for the sake of acquiring scriptures. In the world of Journey to the West, there exist four great continents: the southern continent of Zhan, the northern continent of Jiulu, the eastern continent of Xīyóu, and the western continent of Nyoha. Each continent spans a vast expanse, and ordinary individuals like Tang Sung could hardly traverse without flying. Such is the remarkable power of Buddhism, which has seamlessly connected the four continents, albeit not entirely. It is a hidden passage, imperceptible to the divine. Chapter 180. Zhu Beiji's bravado. While Qin Hao was en route to Gao Laozhuang, Tang Sung and his companions had already arrived and learned of all the happenings. To put it simply, Zhu Beiji had taken a fancy to Miss Gao, Gao Zuolan. Initially, all seemed well. Zhu Beiji transformed into a robust man, impressing old Gao, who held him in high regard. However, the situation took a turn for the worse. After indulging in drink, Zhu Beiji reverted to his pig form, regardless of his capabilities. Old Gao was unwilling to have his daughter wed a pig. Thus, a discord ensued, and Miss Gao found herself trapped in an upper room, only able to meet Zhu Beiji at night. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong broke through the formation set by Zhu Beiji and disguised himself as Gao Zuolan. Beneath the starry sky, a graceful silhouette reclined on the bed, and the room was filled with a fragrant aroma. Just then, a gust of wind blew open the window, causing the enchanting figure to tremble slightly. Heh, my beauty, have you been waiting impatiently? Here I come. A lewd voice suddenly echoed within the room. This individual was none other than the disgraced Marshal Tianping, now known as Zhu Beiji. Before us stands Zhu Beiji, a figure of considerable girth and stature, with a prominent belly and a countenance resembling that of a living pig's head. Fortunately, it is not a wild boar, but a domestic one, rendering his appearance less fearsome. Gazing upon the enchanting silhouette reclining on the bed, Zhu Beiji's little eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, exhibiting an eagerness that was almost palpable. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. "Take this, you old monkey." Sun Wukong suddenly turned around, revealing his true visage. Expecting to behold the bashful and coy face of Gao Zuelan, he was instead met with the visage of a monkey. Startled, Zhu Beiji instinctively recoiled. However, Sun Wukong's golden staff was already upon him, prompting him to hastily draw his nine-toothed rake in defense. Boom! "You wretched monkey, it is you." Zhu Beiji seethed with fury, a flicker of imperceptible light flashing in his eyes. "Haha, Marshal Tianping, it's been a long time. I never imagined that upon our reunion, you would have transformed into a pig." Ha ha! Sun Wukong stood firm, surveying his opponent, and burst into laughter upon recognizing Zhu Beiji as a pig. Once, Zhu Beiji had been the marshal of the heavenly river, yet now he found himself in such a ludicrous state. "You seek death." Zhu Beiji, incensed, charged at Sun Wukong. Had he been the former marshal, unrestrained in his power, he might have matched Sun Wukong blow for blow. However, having reincarnated and begun anew, his recovery of strength was insufficient within such a short span. After a few exchanges, Zhu Beiji was outmatched and retreated. Sun Wukong pursued, and the two vanished in a flash of light. "Master, your disciple possesses remarkable skills." The members of the Gao family, having witnessed the chase, were filled with elation, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Amitabha, indeed, my disciple is capable. Fear not, he shall surely vanquish this demon." Tang Xing joined his hands in prayer, uttering a Buddhist chant. He was aware of Zhu Beiji's existence, having been informed by Qin Hao that Zhu Beiji was his second disciple, thus he remained unfazed. "Good sir, have you heard of a device called a mobile phone?" Tang Xing inquired with a serious expression, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Chapter 181. The arrival of the mobile phone. A mobile phone? What is that? Gao Leoi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by a term he had never encountered before, finding it somewhat difficult to grasp. "This is a creation of the Tang dynasty, a marvel of technology." Tang Xing produced a mobile phone, no larger than a palm, and smiled gently as he introduced it. Though it appears small, it conceals profound mysteries. "Please, observe." With a delicate touch of his finger, the black device illuminated. The members of the Gao family were instantly mesmerized, their gazes transformed as they regarded the phone. Could this be a divine artifact used by celestial beings? What other explanation could there be for such radiant illumination with a mere touch? "Behold, everyone." Tang Xing, sensing he had captivated their attention, continued with an air of confidence, having grown accustomed to such reactions. With another touch, the screen displayed the film The Legend of the White Snake. The ordinary folk of the Gao family had never encountered such an extraordinary phenomenon. They regarded Tang Xing as if he were a deity. Could it be that this holy monk possesses divine powers capable of imprisoning the living within this tiny device? Gao Leoi, his expression fraught with anxiety, pointed at the phone, struggling to comprehend the sheer magnitude of such an existence. "Ah, not at all. I am a devout follower of Buddhism and would never commit such heinous acts." Tang Xing replied with a slight smile, unfazed by the speculation, for he had encountered similar remarks before. "This is merely a recording from earlier. It is akin to acting, like performing a play, but you can view it as it was filmed months ago." He elaborated before tapping the phone again, revealing a game of dodiju. For reasons unknown, even as he showcased this method of entertainment, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelled within him. Observing the astonishment etched on others' faces, he felt a surge of delight. Within the cloud stack cave, Zhu Beiji, panting heavily, found himself no match for Sun Wukong. Despite the might of his nine-toothed rake, which surpassed even the golden staff, his recent reincarnation and insufficient cultivation rendered him vulnerable. "Haha, cease your struggles. Tell me, have you been instructed by Guanyin to await the pilgrim here?" Sun Wukong chuckled, unperturbed. Had someone called him Baimo one in the past, he would have retaliated without hesitation. Yet now he was indifferent, having glimpsed a broader horizon. "How do you know?" Zhu Beiji, taken aback, queried with surprise. "I am the chief disciple of that very pilgrim, and my master resides in Gao Laozhuang. Come, let us pay our respects." Sun Wukong succinctly explained. "Humph, you claim this to be true? Why should I believe you?" Zhu Beiji's eyes glimmered with skepticism. He too had a significant background, being a disciple of the Supreme Lord Laozi, a rightful heir of the Taoist lineage. His descent to the mortal realm was merely a quest for the merits of the pilgrimage. Sun Wukong shook his head in exasperation, about to respond when suddenly his expression shifted, and he looked up to the sky. Zhu Beiji, sensing something amiss, followed suit. Above them, 9 celestial steeds, harnessed to a grand chariot, traversed the air with grace. Chapter 182. The Lord of the Zhu Beiji's little eyes widened in realization, as the former marshal of heaven. He recognized that these 9 steeds were indeed the finest of the heavenly realm, each possessing the cultivation of celestial beings. Who is this? A descent from the heavenly court? Zhu Beiji's countenance grew serious, for to command 9 celestial steeds required not only great skill, but also an extraordinary identity. Brother Qin, weren't you journeying across the world? How have you come to be here? Sun Wukong exclaimed, sensing Qin Hao's presence with surprise. With nothing much to do. I happened to pass by and thought I would drop in to see you. Qin Hao's calm voice emanated from within the chariot. Zhu Beiji's expression shifted. The owner of the chariot was acquainted with Sun Wukong? It was no idle boast, given Sun Wukong's temperament. The heavenly court would likely disregard him were it not for the pilgrimage. Yet here was Sun Wukong in the company of someone he knew. Soon, a robust figure emerged from the chariot, followed by 2 rows of ethereal maidens, gracefully alighting beside it. Zhu Beiji was taken aback. Realizing that the robust man possessed cultivation on par with Sun Wukong, perhaps even surpassing his own, yet held merely the status of a guard. Great sage. It is good to see you well. Qin Hao, clad in a flowing robe, approached with a warm smile, his striking features radiating charm. By the heavens! Zhu Beiji was momentarily perplexed. Though this young man was undeniably handsome, he was merely at the pinnacle of celestial cultivation. However, upon noticing the sword in Qin Hao's hand, his eyes widened in shock. What did he behold? The chimping sword. The sword of the Tong Dian. How could it be in the possession of this youth? Such an item held immense significance. The lord of the... With a grin, Sun Wukong cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Beiji, fully aware that Qin Hao's sword was no ordinary weapon. The fact that Zhu Beiji could recognize it at first glance revealed that his identity was also quite remarkable. Come. My master is at Gao Laozhuang, likely selling mobile phones. Sun Wukong approached and pulled Qin Hao away, no longer inclined to engage with Zhu Beiji. You may not believe it now, but Guanyin will come sooner or later, and you will have no choice but to believe. As he watched the group depart, Zhu Beiji's expression wavered. He had long understood his task was simply to blend in, yet Qin Hao's appearance piqued his interest. When did Zhiao have a young lord? Moreover, it seemed Sun Wukong was quite familiar with this young lord from Zhiao. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed them. After all, he would eventually seek a master, so a little effort was inconsequential. At Gao Laozhuang, Tang Song, true to his roots in Buddhism, was adept at promotion. His sales pitches unmatched. The entire Gao family was utterly captivated, firmly believing that only celestial beings could wield the magical mobile phones. Esteemed patrons, I have been entrusted to sell mobile phones. May I inquire if you're interested? After a lengthy introduction, Tang Xing cleared his throat and spoke nonchalantly. What was the purpose of all this groundwork? Was it not merely to sell at a high price? Sell to us. This statement left everyone stunned, questioning whether their ears were deceiving them. Such a treasure was to be sold to them. As Qin Hao and his companions entered, they burst into laughter at the scene. He felt a sense of satisfaction observing Tang Xing's dedication, especially when comparing it to Sun Wukong. What a disparity. Qin patron. Tang Xing, caught off guard, recognized Qin Hao. Surprised to see him here after his journey around the world. Very good, excellent. Qin Hao patted his shoulder, smiling slightly as he glanced at Gao Laozhuang and his family. One must admit, although Zhu Beiji was a pig, he possessed intelligence and keen discernment, having once caught the eye of the celestial Chang'e. Gao Zuolan was certainly not lacking in beauty either. Who is this? Gao Laozhuang scrutinized Qin Hao and noted the entourage of women behind him, instantly realizing his extraordinary status. However, before he could collect his thoughts, his gaze fell upon Zhu Beiji. The latter's physique was impossible to conceal, akin to a firefly in the night, striking and bright. You monstrous creature. Gao Laozhuang's face paled, trembling as he pointed at Zhu Beiji. The household servants turned ghostly white. This was a demon. How could Elder Sun not have slain him but instead brought him along? Disciple Zhuwuning, guided by Guanyin Bodhisattva, awaits the seeker of scriptures. I bow to you, master. Zhu Beiji offered a benign smile to Gao Laozhuang, yet to the latter, it appeared menacing, and in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he knelt before Tangxing. Very well, I see that you are too attached to the mundane world. Henceforth, you shall be known as Beiji. Tangxing nodded with a smile, showing no surprise at Zhu Beiji's apprenticeship. Thank you, master, for the bestowed name. Zhu Beiji rose, his expression solemn. What does this mean? Gao Laozhuang was stunned. He was no fool and had certainly heard Zhu Beiji's earlier words. Guided by Guanyin Bodhisattva? Awaiting the seeker of scriptures? So you mean to say that you are here to harm my daughter? Hey, old man, do not be so ungrateful. Do not let this pig's appearance fool you. He is the reincarnation of the heavenly marshal from the heavenly court. In truth, your family has struck a great fortune. Qin Hao chuckled from the side, enjoying the unfolding drama. What? The heavenly marshal? Gao Laozhuang was taken aback, never expecting this pig to possess such a background. Indeed, I have transformed into a pig solely to escort the seeker of scriptures. Once the task is complete, I shall revert to my true self. Zhu Beiji raised his head proudly, exuding confidence. It is already a blessing that I, the marshal, have taken a liking to Gao Zuelan. Previously, you dared to obstruct me. But now you understand my might, do you not? Qin Hao shook his head with amusement. Enough of this matter. I must continue on my journey. And Tangxing, do not forget your mission. With that, he exited, boarded a carriage, and soared into the sky. An immortal has descended. The villagers witnessed the flying carriage and speculated whether someone of great importance was emerging from Gao's family. Many knelt in reverence, bowing repeatedly. This fellow is truly audacious. Sun Wukong gazed at the departing carriage, shaking his head in resignation. The first time he encountered this individual, he was merely a celestial being of the earth realm. Now, despite his relatively low cultivation, no one dared to provoke him. Brother Monkey, who is he? Zhu Beiji approached curiously, unperturbed by the stature of the Jiao young lord. This is a mobile phone. Look it up yourself. Sun Wukong tossed a phone at him and turned to leave. A mobile phone? What is this? Zhu Beiji examined the phone, fiddling with it, and soon his eyes lit up at the images displayed, nearly drooling. This lady is quite beautiful. Although she cannot compare to Chang'e, she possesses a unique charm. I, old pig, am quite fond of her. Young master, where shall we head next? Due to the difficult mountain paths, the carriage remained airborne. Xiaohei, the black bear spirit whom Qin Hao had nicknamed for convenience, inquired in a low voice. Wuzhuang Guan. Qin Hao replied, eyes closed, speaking calmly. Tangxing and his party would soon pass through places like Futa Mountain, Huafeng Ridge, and Lusha River. Although the old fellow Wu Chao Zen master at Futa Mountain was intriguing, Qin Hao had already guessed his identity. Well-versed in the Heart Sutra, he was a core figure within the highest echelons of Buddhism. Thus, Wu Chao Zen master's standing must be that of a prominent figure in the Buddhist hierarchy. With only a few top figures daring to reveal such secrets, like the ancient Buddha of Light, Maitreya Buddha, or perhaps even Jinwu. However, regardless of who Wu Chao Zen master embodied, Qin Hao felt no interest. Was the ginseng fruit not enticing? The heavenly steeds traversed the skies, and any demon sensing the presence of 9 celestial steeds instinctively fled. A person capable of commanding such celestial steeds was undoubtedly formidable. Suddenly, after an indeterminate time, a fierce wind swept through. Ha! Who dares to be so arrogant as to traverse my territory in such a manner? Do you not afford the yellow wind monster a bit of respect? A booming laughter echoed. Initially enjoying fruit leisurely, Qin Hao abruptly opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. Go take a look. He instructed Xiaohei. Be cautious of that fellow outside. He wields the 3 realms' divine wind. Xiaohei nodded and stepped outside, only to see a figure hovering in the distance. This being had a rat-like head and wore armor. Most alarmingly, he possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. Goodness, what is happening in this world? Randomly encountering a demon of such caliber? Seeing the opponent's strength, Xiaohei was startled. At this level, he was already a demon king, and they had unexpectedly stumbled upon one. My master is Qin Hao, merely passing through this area and unintentionally causing a disturbance. Although Xiaohei was astonished by the other's cultivation, he remained unafraid and spoke calmly. Qin Hao? What sort of being is he? Wait a moment. The yellow wind monster was momentarily taken aback as a robust figure, a Tai golden immortal, emerged from the carriage. Yet, he was confident in his invincible powers. Upon hearing the words of the other, he instinctively wanted to retort, but suddenly caught himself, as if an epiphany had struck him. Are you referring to Qin Hao? The yellow wind monster fell silent for a moment, then pointed at the sky. Indeed, It is Qin Hao, the disciple of the Saint of Heaven. The little black figure nodded, and just as the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. As if the universe itself had reacted to the mention of a forbidden presence, causing both to pale in fear. This time, the yellow-winged monster fell into a deeper silence. After a long pause, he clasped his fists together. My apologies for the disturbance. I shall take my leave. Chapter 185. The great immortal of Xīyóu. Once back in his cave abode, the yellow-winged monster let out a long sigh of relief. His pale visage regaining a hint of color, feeling fortunate within. I nearly met my demise. My lord, who was that person? How could he be so audacious? A curious fellow with a tiger-like demeanor, known as the Tiger Vanguard, inquired. You need only know that he is a being we cannot afford to provoke. The yellow-winged monster replied, casting a calm glance at his subordinate, concealing the turmoil in his heart. Who is Qin Hao? He severely injured the Buddha and has yet to recover. The goddess of mercy has repeatedly suffered setbacks before him. His background is formidable beyond measure. Is he someone I can contend with? The yellow-winged monster's eyes flickered. He needed an outlet. Chat forum. Yellow-winged monster. You may find it hard to believe, but I just intercepted Qin Hao's carriage. I nearly died of fright. Yellow-robe monster. Brother, where are you from? Where did you encounter him? Golden Horn King. Quickly provide the location. I will alert the little demons. Green Lion King. Good heavens. Do you not wish to know the fate that awaits one who dares to obstruct his path? Are you tired of living? In the forum, mortals and immortals paid little heed, but for the demons, the significance was entirely different. It was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky. The demon clan, typically arrogant, now found themselves on high alert. After all, Qin Hao wielded the Qingping sword, capable of effortlessly slaying those beneath the great Luo golden immortal realm, and above that, he still had a master. Yellow-winged monster. Initially, I thought to see who was so audacious as to traverse my territory with such ostentation. I merely asked a question, and out came a burly man of Tai golden immortal cultivation. Thankfully, he did not hold it against me. As he spoke, he felt a surge of relief. Had he been held accountable, a single stroke of the sword would assuredly spell his end, and even if he had slight ties to Buddhism, it would be of no avail. Tiger power immortal, the carriage walking upon the air. That man must be the black bear's spirit he subdued previously, right? The chat forum erupted due to the yellow-winged monster's encounter with Qin Hao. Meanwhile, Qin Hao had already arrived in the territory of Wukong Temple. Within the realm of Mount Wanshou, not a single demon could be found. Most were merely small, sentient beasts, peaceful and adorable. Indeed, it is worthy of being the domain of the progenitor of Earth immortals. Qin Hao mused as he traversed the land. In the world of Journey to the West, where demons ran rampant, such a tranquil place akin to a paradise was rare. Upon reaching the entrance of Wukong Temple, Qin Hao adjusted his attire, followed by Xiao Qian and others. Haha, you must be Qin Hao, my young friend. Just as Qin Hao was about to knock on the door, it swung open, revealing a middle-aged man of tall stature, with a long beard, clad in a flowing robe, exuding an air of celestial grace. Indeed, Qin Hao slightly cupped his fists in greeting. The progenitor of Earth immortals, a being who had emerged since the creation of the universe. Though not a saint, he was unrivaled beneath that rank, his strength unfathomable, and Qin Hao did not dare to be arrogant. My young friend, how courteous. I was just wondering why the birds were singing this morning. It turns out a distinguished guest is here. Please, come in. Xīyóu smiled gently, gesturing for him to enter. Behind him followed a man and a woman, presumably the Clear Wind and Bright Moon duo. The two stared wide-eyed, filled with excitement as they observed Qin Hao, having long admired this legendary figure, being fans of Dopa and Zhu. Chapter 186. The Great Immortals display. Upon entering Wukong Temple, Qin Hao noticed a tablet enshrined in the main hall. It bore only two characters, heaven and earth. Qin Hao's expression shifted slightly, yet he refrained from speaking, for having read Journey to the West, he understood why this place honored heaven and earth instead of the Taoist three pure ones. In both the primordial and Journey to the West realms, lineage was paramount. Xīyóu held an exceptionally high standing, with only a few able to rival him. Even the three pure ones, though now saints, fell short. Xīyóu had been observing Qin Hao's demeanor, curious about this young lord of the Zhetian sect, who had stirred such commotion in a brief span. Certainly not an ordinary individual. Perhaps unbeknownst to Qin Hao, in the eyes of many celestial beings, he was indeed the young lord of Xīyóu, and the Qingping sword was the proof. When the young lord of Xīyóu traveled, it signified the majesty of the saints. Those who dared to obstruct or show disrespect would find themselves etched in the annals of cause and effect, regardless of whether Qin Hao chose to retaliate. Noticing Qin Hao's merely subtle reaction, devoid of the astonishment or shock exhibited by others, Xīyóu inwardly sighed. As everyone took their seats, Clear Wind and Bright Moon poured tea, standing beside their master. Though they idolized Qin Hao, they understood the moment was not right for exuberance. Are you not curious why I enshrine the characters of heaven and earth? Xīyóu sipped his tea, subtly elevating Qin Hao from young friend to Taoist friend. The Buddhist saying goes, the law cannot be transmitted to 6 ears. Since the great immortal has not spoken, I naturally would not pry. Qin Hao replied with a slight smile, his tone nonchalant. Haha, I did not expect you to believe in the Buddhist doctrine. At this, Xīyóu was momentarily taken aback, his expression somewhat peculiar. In recent days, Qin Hao had been most vocal in his criticisms of Buddhism, yet now he spoke of the law's secrecy. Clear Wind and Bright Moon exchanged amused glances, affirming their idol's unique charm. So unlike the others, they had witnessed too many faces of shock or disbelief upon the mention of the enshrined characters for heaven and earth. Yet Qin Hao was the first to exhibit such indifference. However, Xīyóu felt a twinge of discomfort. I could easily showcase my grandeur. Yet you compel me to restrain myself. It is quite vexing. Were it anyone else, he would not have felt this way. He was Xīyóu, the progenitor of earth immortals, inherently formidable, needing no validation. Yet Qin Hao was different. He was the young lord of Xīyóu, and to display prowess alongside him would be immensely gratifying. Xīyóu silently sipped his tea, observing Qin Hao's prolonged silence before letting out a sigh. Ahem. Since you are not curious, let it be. It is indeed a fortuitous occasion for you to arrive at Wukong Temple. How about this? Clear Wind and Bright Moon. Go and fetch 5 ginseng fruits for our esteemed guest to taste. With a wave of his hand, Xīyóu spoke generously. It was worth noting that he had only offered 2 fruits to Tang Seng, while Qin Hao was to receive 5, a clear testament to his sincerity. Thank you. Great immortal. Qin Hao accepted graciously, for his original intent was indeed to acquire the ginseng fruits. Declining would seem disingenuous. Aha, allow me to tell you. These ginseng fruits are a rare essence of heaven and earth, maturing once every 9,000 years. A mere whiff can extend a mortal's life by 360 years. And consuming one grants a lifespan of 47,000 years, a treasure beyond compare from heaven and earth. Xīyóu smiled lightly, speaking with calm assurance. One ginseng fruit surpasses the 9,000-year peaches of the heavenly court. At that moment, the yellow wind monster finally found his opportunity to bask in grandeur.